Hey Tiff, can you send your request again? I think you kind of glitched out on the co-host saying, "Hey everyone, thanks for showing up. Please retweet the space. We're waiting for Tom, waiting for Ulrich, and in the meanwhile, I'm going to play Tiff's new hit song. So enjoy it." They creep, they crawl, on the wall. Echoes whisper, great and small. Behind the veil. Behind the veil. Tiff, abrupt end to your hit song.
It's okay. It sounded really bad that way, anyways. We are not audio playing individuals, but we do our best here.
Wait, it sounded terrible? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, it absolutely did. You couldn't make up. Well, from my end, I don't know if it was universal, but from my end, it sounded unfortunate.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so terrible. I used to be able to play a song when me and Bridget were doing spaces. I played a song and it always turned out okay. It turned out fine. So not sure what's happening there. Maybe my speaker's terrible.
My
I'm not.
phone's too powerful.
Oh, was it too powerful? Well, that's because I had it really close, and that means that's just a fail on my part. So, wow, it looks like we have Tom up here already. Where's Ulrich, Tiff?
I don't know. I haven't seen him in the back channel either. Pray for Ulrich. Hopefully, he shows up soon. Don't tell him
Everyone,
you're praying for
yeah,
us.
everyone pray to Yahweh. Make sure you say Yahweh. Pray to Yahweh for Ulrich, please. See if we can get him up here. In the meanwhile, Tom, welcome. It has been almost a year, Tom. January was our last space. We're so glad to have you back. And if you want to catch us up on anything that's been going on with you or anything you don't want to talk about is fine too. But please catch us up, let us know what's going on, and welcome. We're happy that you're here.
Hey, thanks for having me back. Yeah, it's been a while. So, as you said, my last space was in January. And so last year, I did, I think, like 8 spaces, and I think I did a total of maybe like 10 or 12 podcast interviews. So, a lot of other things fell behind because of that. So, I did have to take some time this year to catch up, kind of decompress, de stress, and work on like music and science and everything. And then luckily, the science thing totally paid off because I stumbled upon this new theory, which me personally, it's like the best thing that I've ever come across. So maybe I'll talk about that a little bit later and how it ties into everything from synchronicities to teleportation, quantum entanglement, the way aliens can make the inside of their ships bigger than the outside. It's all part of the same framework. And funny enough, it all boils down to like 4 or 5 core basic equations, which come from quantum physics and condensed matter physics. So interesting stuff. I'll get into that a little bit later. But yeah, we can talk about pretty much anything tonight. I'm open to everything.
All right, sounds good. We do have a little outline here on a lot of topics, but like Tom was mentioning, we also want to help the audience get their questions answered. It's actually the only reason that he's here. So I do have a couple of just questions that people who weren't able to come into the space today, but they're going to listen to the recording later, and just some conversations we had today. So we're going to talk about disclosure very shortly. And by the way, if you're in the audience, it's just going to be just like any other Doom space. Please put in your request. Please be patient. We will absolutely get to Q&A. It's even in the title this time. Tom is great at answering questions, so please just be patient. We're going to try to go in the order received. So if you put in your request, just leave it there, and we'll get to you not too long from now. So there was a couple conversations going on today just on Twitter. And maybe we should just start with those, Tom. They're just softballs, and then we'll get into your disclosure propaganda angle, because I think that's really important. Everybody wants to know about disclosure, so that's huge, and we'll get to that. And we've got all kinds of stuff: eschatology, outcomes, psi abilities, getting out of the matrix. We're going to talk about abduction. So we've got a big list here. We expect it to go for quite some time. So, again, if you have a question, please just be patient. You can also post it down in the purple pill, and we'll try to get to all of them before we run out of time. So, a couple of things today, Tom, and maybe you could just address this briefly. I know it's a big topic, and we actually did a 10-hour space on this topic, but considering the information that's coming out now, and we're going to talk about the post in the space from Ganga about some potential future events, I wanted to address briefly, how do we discern negative from positive aliens? And I will just very briefly say for myself, I'm not entirely convinced that the creatures we call the aliens, meaning the mantids and the greys, the reptilians, these creatures abducting us from our beds at night, I'm not entirely convinced there are any of those created that were good. I think that these were created actually by the negative forces for the purpose of interference. But I was going through some of your stuff today, and I noticed that you have some stuff on possibly some positive Nordics that I would love to address. But mainly the discernment angle. How are we going to know if the aliens show up as they claim they're going to? We don't know if that's true, but that's what they tell people. If the aliens actually do show up, how are we going to know whether it's the good guys or the bad guys? Because we're going to be hearing things from all sides. Experiencers are going to be talking, the government's going to be talking, intel agencies are going to be talking, the aliens themselves are going to have their own messaging. So I'd love to open up with that and just take it wherever you'd like.
Yeah, that's an awesome question. And the reason why it's awesome is because it is the fundamental thing. So, like, when you're on X and you see some sort of channeler or, someone talking about the Galactic Federation or whatever, you can always ask them this one question, which is, how do you discern between, or how do you know that the people that you're talking to or channeling are actually benevolent, or whether they are imposters pretending to be benevolent? And the thing about that is, if you ask these people that question, most of the time they're going to ignore it. Or if they do answer, their discernment criteria is going to be pretty crappy, to be honest. And the reason that is because most of the time, I believe these people are being deluded by something. Now, whether that something is their own subconscious imagination, or whether it is, let's say, an astral parasite pretending to be an alien, or whether it is an actual alien, but of the gray variety or something like that, where, if you have any personal experience with the grays, like in terms of communication, I would say like most of the time they're lying to us to some degree or another. I mean, sometimes they're matter of fact if it doesn't matter, if it's convenient to them. Sometimes truths can be convenient, but where it matters, they're going to be lying their asses off. So the thing about discernment is the following, is that in the end, what it really ultimately comes down to is whether or not they, number one, respect free will. Number two, you come away from it with actually more sovereignty, more self-determination. And number three, whether you come out of it with more real knowledge and discernment. Now, the reason why that matters is because we can look at the opposite case where you're dealing with a disinformation source. And what will they do? Well, they'll tell you everything. They'll tell you about the cosmos and how you fit into it and how, you have the special role as their ambassador or whatever, all these different ego hooks and ego plays. But ultimately, they're going to be taking away your free will. They're going to get you wrapped around their finger. They're going to leave you with less sovereignty, less self-determination. And as far as the actual information content, as I just mentioned, they will only give you truth when it is convenient to their agenda. But they're not going to give you the truth when it's not convenient. And so what that means is you're going to come out of it with your worldview kind of screwed up, because they're going to put different booby traps, different false assumptions into your belief system that you're going to then rationalize. Because why? Because they have you emotionally and intellectually compromised. So it's very much like cult tactics. So if you, I've had a little bit of experiences with cults just because of the people that I've brushed up against on the internet. And so they're all about psychological control, emotional manipulation, even love bombing. So love bombing is when you join a cult and everyone just gives you hugs and tells you how great you are, and you just feel so welcomed, like you belong to that. If you look at that superficially, you would think, wow, these are wonderful, great people. They make me feel good. But of course, there's more to positivity than just feelings. Positivity also involves self-determination and free will and knowledge and discernment. So yeah, that's the unfortunate thing about both aliens and cults, which is that they are very good at psychological and emotional manipulation, whether overtly, like using threats, or covertly, as in pretending to be benevolent, but they're actually not. So imagine if we do have what we perceive to be an alien faction showing up one day in the skies or coming out through government representatives or ambassadors or something like that. Well, if they, let's say, stop nuclear war and they give us technologies to clean up the environment, free energy, medical technologies, if you ask any person on the street, okay, well, according to that criteria, are these guys good or are they bad for humanity? They're going to say they're awesome. They're good. I mean, look, they're giving us this new technology, right? But when it comes with conditions that increasingly get humanity dependent upon them, that is where it starts going down that dark path. If they twist the truth, if they selectively deny certain things that we in the ufology community know to be the case, certain horrible types of abductions and mind control and implants and so on. If they deny all that, then we know that there's a big black hole within the field of data that they're willing to share. And that's how you know that they're up to no good, so that it's ultimately a Trojan horse, you could say. Now, the actual full detailed breakdown of this, if you go to my website, montalk.net, I have in the alien section the article series Discerning Alien Disinformation, and it's also in book form, so maybe some of you guys have the book. But if you go to part 6, chapter 6, that is where I outline, number one, how do you even qualify what is positive versus negative? Because the issue is like, what do we judge it by? Religious standards, humanistic standards, and what I do is I go through a more philosophical, logical thing, which is more universal. Doesn't matter what culture you're from, what religion you're from, what planet you're from. It's a criteria that is based just on the fact that we as living beings are relatively individual, so we all have our own individual free will, and we have to interact with each other. So whether you interact with someone in terms of exploiting them or actually wishing them well and trying to support them in their spiritual growth, that's sort of the basics of how you can start dividing, whether something is more positive or more negative. And in some of my posts, I have talked about this idea of an objective ethics, because it's kind of popular nowadays, especially in the academic community, to treat morality and ethics as a relative, relative to your culture or your political system. But in my opinion, it's actually not. And the reason that is because, number one, we know that consciousness can survive outside the physical body. So we're not just made of meat and bone, right? We're not just that. We're also something spiritual. Okay, so if we're made of something spiritual, then where does that spiritual component come from? And does that realm, does that nature of that have its own intrinsic laws that supersede anything within the physical realm? And I would say yes, that our spiritual component comes from a higher divine realm, that it has an intrinsic morality or ethics or divine framework built into it that we're connected to. And that is a kind of objective ethics that you can't just rationalize away from an academic perspective or treat it as relative or, something like that. So yeah, I think that's a good starting point for determining what is positive and what is negative. But even if you don't care about that, even if you don't believe in any sort of objective ethics, what really it comes down to is, okay, are these alien factions good for humanity or not? Do they want to wipe us out, compromise us, enslave us, deceive us, or do they have our sovereignty, our free will, and our greater discernment in mind? So that's one issue. And the other issue is, how do we even define what an alien is? Because what if you have, let's say, an ancient offshoot of humanity that is still out there and it has more advanced technology than us? So they're not even alien, right? I mean, they're human, but they're just a little bit more advanced. So are those aliens? I mean, conventionally, yeah, people would call them aliens because they fly around in ships and, they've got psychic abilities and they're more intelligent. So sure, they're aliens, but they're not really aliens. So therefore, if you say that, okay, well, all aliens are negative, you could be true. I mean, that could be true if you define alien in a certain way, or it could be false if you include what could potentially be offshoot humans. Now, it gets even more tricky because what looks human may not always be human, right? I mean, you could have a clone, you could have a human clone that has no real human consciousness, but is actually being piloted by a gray that is remotely interfacing with it. So it looks human, but it's really a gray. And well, that's not necessarily human. So it looks human, but it's not. And then meanwhile, you could have, like, as I mentioned, some sort of parallel offshoot of the human race which also looks human, but it's different from the other one that's merely a clone being piloted by a gray. So these are all the little fine nuances and distinctions that we would have to make to really make an accurate determination. But here's the thing. If the lights go out, if the communication infrastructure goes down, if things are flying around in the sky, shooting shit up or whatever, like people are not going to have time to think about who's positive and who's negative, the finer nuances of it. And not to mention, if the internet's down, how are people going to be able to access that level of information to make this fine distinction? So what I'm saying is, it's good to think about these things ahead of time, because when things do go down, there might be a little bit too much panic to really even figure out what's going on.
Thank you, Tom. What a fantastic answer to that question. And I did go ahead and post your part 6 up there in the nest. It's also down in the purple pill. And lo and behold, Doomer is completely unaware that I prayed to Yahweh for Doomer to appear, and here he is. He's going to be absolutely horrified, but it worked, right? So Doomer, while you were on CP time, I actually prayed to Yahweh, your favorite God, for you to appear, and here you are.
Yeah, hail Yahweh, everyone. Tom, it's great. It's great to have you back in the doom room. Friends, thank you for praying for me. I'm really sorry, you guys. My my however many more days I had of Vyvanse, I left it somewhere, and I thought I would be fine. Um, but yeah, like I might have a couple days. Um, where I'm falling asleep in the middle of the day, or I'm just not functioning. And today's the first day, so I'm in a little bit of a withdrawal. Mostly, I'm just going to be slow, and I'm really sorry, you guys. I literally just woke up like 5 minutes ago, but I can't wait for the rest of the space. And everybody, please forgive me.
Yeah, and we're losing Tiff too, so we'll just be patient with Tiff coming back and forth. So just to catch you up, Ulrich, just went over just a question: how can we discern the negative aliens from the positive? And it's going to be the number one thing move going forward. If these things show up like they say they're going to, and again, we can't really trust that they will, but if they do, it's going to be very, very important. So please go to Tom's website. There's so much information there. Just browse through it and decide for yourself. But at least have at least have it in your mind as a possibility. Tom, go ahead and jump in.
Yeah, guys, I forgot to mention one thing, which is, so far, my last answer, it all had to do with sort of intellectual deduction and critical thinking based on their behaviors and what they say and so on. But of course, there is another faculty that we have, which can be developed, which is our spiritual intuition. And the thing about our spiritual intuition is, as humans, unless you have it really highly developed, it's difficult to use it with 100% accuracy, but it is something that can be developed over time. And that is actually one thing that the Allies of Humanity material is really hot on, is the idea of this faculty called knowledge with a capital K. It's another term for gnosis, essentially, or almost like a clairvoyant objective intuition. And like if you meet someone and you just get a bad feeling about them, and later on it turns out they're a con artist or something like that. Well, that ability, you can also apply it to some extent to aliens. Now, the tricky thing, of course, is that aliens, being telepathic, they have an inroads. I mean, they can see what's in your mind, and they can see what's in the back of your mind, your subconscious as well, uh, depending on who it is and and what they're doing. And they can use that against you by manipulating your emotions. So in order to use the spiritual intuition correctly, what you have to be able to do is to distinguish between that true intuitive part of you and your emotional reaction, your neurotransmitters, the neurochemical basis of emotion. You have to be able to distinguish between that and true objective intuition. And it's kind of tough, but it comes with trial and error. And the Allies of Humanity material, especially the books called Steps to Knowledge, I think, that kind of takes you through how you can build that ability day by day. So that's one option. And of course, there are other systems, other paths to developing that. But I did want to mention that in case people were thinking that, you can only rely on your critical thinking or logic. Well, you should, but sometimes things are moving a little bit too fast, or you don't have enough information. And so therefore, at that point, you have to shift upwards and tap into something that's a little more nonverbal, more tapped into the higher objective thing that doesn't require reason because it just knows instantly. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Tom. And that probably is just going to lead us right into that first topic we have here on disclosure and the different propaganda angles. Um, but before we get to that, there was a question today in one of the posts where I was tagging you because I was putting some of the stuff out from your website. And this was Carl, and he was basically saying, okay, so if you believe how we believe, which is that this is largely a negative agenda. When the aliens show up, it's not going to be for our benefit. It's not going to be for our good. Even if there seems to be warring factions, it could potentially be a good cop, bad cop scenario. And that kind of leads down this road of, well, okay, well, there's no point then. There's no point to even have this discussion. There's no point in trying to fight back, and there's really no hope left. So if we're correct, and this is largely a negative agenda, what are your thoughts on that? On there actually being hope? And do we have any fight? Is there anything we can do?
Yeah, well, even if, and there's a high probability of it, but it's not 100%, even if all what we perceive to be aliens are negative and there's nothing good about it, the hope is that that's not all there is. I mean, there's us, there's our spiritual connection, there are actual divine forces, which we might call angels or positive ultra terrestrials. They still exist, right? And so in life, when you've made a leap and an invisible net caught you, somehow you made it through, and you don't know how, but there's like this divine hand. Well, a lot of times that's probably not aliens, right? And then that's probably some sort of divine being or helpers on the other side of the veil that love you and care for you. So there's that. Now, the caveat with that is that these divine forces, they are operating by, well, first of all, they're operating in line with the divine will. It's very unlikely that they would be acting against it. So the divine will is extremely, what do you call it? Well, it's extremely long ranging it has a very long term perspective, and it knows your soul history going way back. It knows what you need, knows what's coming up for you. And so its logic might be opaque to us because we don't know everything that it knows. So sometimes it'll let us suffer because ultimately, in the end, we come out stronger for it. But other times, yes, a line is crossed and then it'll intervene on our behalf. And it's not like a black or white thing. There's a spectrum, there's a gradient between total intervention and no intervention at all. So sometimes there's like this gray middle zone where sometimes they help and sometimes they don't. And also depends on which person it is. So it's not like you're invincible and you can just jump off a building and not suffer any consequences. However, if it's not meant to be, I've known, like 3-4 people now that try to off themselves with a gun, but the gun jammed. It would just went click, even though it was a very reliable gun and it never jammed before or since. So that tells me that, hey, sometimes people are prevented from doing the worst thing possible. Now, how does that apply to the alien situation? Well, if we look historically, you can ask yourself, well, where were divine forces when the Native Americans were overrun by the colonists, or World War II, people dying in wars, genocides, and so on? And the answer is that on a collective scale, divine forces seem to be prevented from acting directly, because if they did, the jig would be up about the nature of this illusory reality. And if you think about the way this world works, there's a kind of plausible deniability built into this reality, into this illusion, that allows it to work. Because if that weren't the case, if aliens and angels and all these other beings, if they were directly intervening openly in our affairs, then we wouldn't be able to have the life or the society or the world that we have right now, which, as horrible as it is, there is a little bit of positivity there that is unique, that you simply cannot have any other way. And that's my personal opinion. I know some of you disagree, but that's okay. In my opinion, that no matter how horrible this world is, which is based on lies and illusions, there is a novelty to it that makes it unique and makes it desirable in the eyes of the ultimate grand picture, So I think that divine forces can intervene, but they have very strict rules about when they do. And if we understand those rules and we align ourselves with that flow, with the divine will and so on, then we can stay within the protection of these divine forces on an individual basis And through that individual protection, then using our own resourcefulness and intelligence and fight, we might actually stand a chance on the physical level.
So don't give up hope, Carl. And I just want to state, and we'll get right to you, Ulrich, that just because I don't think that there's positive NHI, I'm just not convinced of it. I think these things were actually created for the purpose of interfering with us and in our physical world. When I say that, I mean I don't think that there's a lot of positive mantids and reptilians and grays running around out there. I just don't. That's my personal opinion. That doesn't mean there are not positive forces on our side carrying out the divine will every single day. They're there, they're out there. Do not give up hope. Just because these creatures show up and, I don't even know what's going to happen. We'll get to that, Tom. We're going to get to some of your scenarios, disclosure scenarios. But I just want to say to Carl and anybody else out there, don't give up hope because that's exactly what they want. They want us black pilled. So it's either the love and light scenario or people with, this is my personal opinion, people who develop discernment and were able to break out of the mind control and the programming from the aliens. If we're able to do that, the very next step is they want us black pilled. These things are so powerful. This is their agenda. There's nothing we can do. We just need to roll over and pee ourselves, basically. And so there's just two camps. It's all love and light, or it's extreme black pill, prison planet. There's nothing we can do and give up hope. And I think that those are two traps we don't want to fall into. Ulrich, jump in. I cannot hear you. I'm not sure. Is that me, Tiff, or is that Ulrich?
I can't hear him
Okay.
either, no.
So we can't hear you, Ulrich. Hopefully you can hear us telling you we can't hear you. Tom, do you have any comments on that then? Because I think that's just the other side of the coin, is if we're not buying into the love and light, then I got 100%. And I know a lot of experiencers who have been completely black pilled as the other side of that coin.
Yeah, right. And that's actually one of the big spiritual warfare tactics that's going on out there, which is that you have a situation where, well, I noticed this for at least 30 years now, where there are certain disinformation agents, which they're not like government disinformation agents. They seem to be more compromised by entities, including possibly alien beings. And what I noticed about them is that they're perfectly okay with talking about 3D conspiracies, like the New World Order, the Illuminati, Federal Reserve stuff, government, whatever, right? They're okay with that. But as soon as you bring up anything spiritual or alien or of that order, they shut you down. Like they really try to shut down that kind of discussion. They want to keep it within that 3D bubble. And I think the reason why that is because it's like that quote by Einstein about if you want to solve a problem, you can't solve that problem from the same level that the problem originated. You have to kind of go above it. And when we're dealing with the alien problem, if you want to deal with that in a spiritual way, you have to go a level above what they are. And so part of the spiritual warfare is to try to keep us beat down spiritually so that we're not effective, we're not potent on that level, which has superiority even over the alien domain. And I think that's why they want to keep us morally, emotionally, and spiritually beat down, even if they allow us to become more aware on a 3D conspiratorial front, right? So there's a lot of alternative news out there that, like the Alex Jones stuff where, it's all about the 3D conspiracy, but they don't really talk much about the spiritual, hyperdimensional, interdimensional, occult, that level of things, which is where I think the problem originates and where our solutions either have to come from or come from above even that level.
Jump in, Tiff.
Yeah, if in your opinion, if disclosure were genuinely about truth rather than currently is.
Tiff, you're rugging for me. Tom, were you able to hear her?
I missed about half of that. Could you just repeat that, please?
She might be moving to a better spot. She had to turn off her Wi-Fi. We've got some co-host issues, tech issues today. Ulrich, jump in. I have no one to jump in, Tom. It doesn't seem
Okay,
like
can
either
you
one of
me
them have it.
finish?
Okay, here we
Yeah,
go.
yeah,
Yep,
I
we
can hear
got you,
you.
Tiff.
Awesome. Okay. I just asked if disclosure were genuinely about truth rather than what must be included that currently isn't in the plan.
Oh, right. Yeah, so this kind of gets into the topic of different disclosure propaganda angles, because one thing I noticed is that what we're being told so far is a very small slice of what likely is really going on. So it ties right into your question about what is it that must be included if we wanted to get the full truth. And so, funny enough, I did a post, I think, last week about a Grok query where I fed it a bunch of points, which I consider to be what full disclosure would have to include, something of that order. And then I asked Grok, well, what would happen if all that stuff were proven instantly true and people believed it? And it gave one of the most apocalyptic answers I've ever heard. and so that which actually surprised me too, because I thought it would be a little milder about it, a little more hopeful, but it wasn't. And so, to answer your question, I would say that it would definitely have to discuss abductions. It would have to talk about the way that aliens have manipulated history themselves, including their deals that they've made with any governments and vice versa. If there's any joint abduction projects, mind control projects, things like that. Also, mass implantation and mind control. Because if you think about it, people are really worried about the technocracy that is coming online, using AI surveillance and maybe even Starlink satellites or 5G towers to monitor our emotions, even our thoughts perhaps, and manipulate them. Well, did all that technology just come from humans? Maybe not. Maybe some of it was either reverse engineered or even intentionally leased or gifted as a Trojan horse, through crash retrievals to humanity so that it would accelerate us technologically so that we could build our own prison planet through a police state, a total surveillance state. And therefore, you also have to ask, well, what role did aliens play in creating that? And was this police state or surveillance state ultimately part of the alien agenda? So that's an example. Other things that would have to be discussed is aliens pretending to be benevolent when they're actually not. Now, why would any imposter alien group that comes here even discuss that, even discuss criteria for discerning that? I don't think they would. I mean, how many times has Stephen Greer been asked how to do that, and he just doesn't even answer the question? He always keeps deflecting. And he's just one of thousands of people out there that are pushing different alien narratives and propaganda lines, aiming to steer the conversation away from the real topics. So I'm just going to go ahead and just talk about these disclosure propaganda angles because it is part of your question ultimately. So I've been watching the whole UAP congressional hearings, Lou Elizondo, David Grush, all that stuff for several years now, as I'm sure most of you have as well. And the question is, what sort of picture are they ultimately presenting to the public? What is it that the public is being made to believe? And this also includes the latest Age of Disclosure documentary, which kind of is the cherry on top of that exact same narrative. And so here's what it is. Okay, number one, they're real. All right, aliens are real. We can't deny that anymore. They're real. There's expert witnesses, insiders. There's multi-sensor data. But funny enough, the evidence that they release is always just short of being totally convincing. And it's not that they don't have it, because some of them themselves have even said that, yeah, they've seen in private, skiffs or whatever, they've seen the real evidence and it's very convincing, but that cannot be released because of national security reasons or whatever. So one thing people need to understand is if you're going to watch Age of Disclosure and there's no real evidence in there, well, it's because it can't be released because any real evidence is behind national security laws. So it's not going to come out unless it's declassified, which it currently is not. So therefore, that's why you're not seeing it. It's not because these people are necessarily liars. It's because they simply cannot release that evidence, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens with that. Hey, Ulrich, do you want to jump in real quick?
Yeah, we've had.
Hey,
Oh, here we
yeah,
go.
Tom. Sorry. Yeah. And maybe this is too early in the conversation, but if it's the right time, first question I have is when you were talking about protection earlier, right? It's and I think you sent this in some of the discussion topics for today, which but by the way was amazing. What under what kind of circumstances would there be protection on someone preventing them from getting abducted? And let's assume this is not from the government. Can you sort of explain that scenario to me,
Yeah.
even if it's just a hypothetical?
Yeah, right. So, funny enough, sometimes people don't get abducted because the aliens are not even interested in them, whether it's genetically or based on their level of intelligence or what they can offer them, right? So if you're not an abductee, consider yourself lucky because you don't really want to be. But okay, so to answer your question, if you are an abductee, what is it that can prevent you from being abducted? Well, it depends on a lot of factors, and it depends on who is doing the protection. If we're talking about divine forces, so the thing about the divine forces is they are operating on an axis of priorities that is at right angles. It's perpendicular, or
That's
yeah, yeah, they're orthogonal to the alien axis.
or
So, for
is Tom
example,
being sounding like he's cut up for anybody else?
oh,
You sound
No, he
cut up,
sounds
and
fine.
Tom sounds fine.
okay, so it must be Ulrich's connection.
Yeah, you're delayed, and then you're rugging, Ulrich. We're gonna have to drop him down.
Yeah, but I did hear his question, so hopefully,
I think these connection issues are ongoing, so I don't really want to delay everything until
yeah.
he can get back. Let's see, Ulrich, you want to give us a mic check?
And sorry for jumping in, you guys. I might even be on a crazy delay. This is kind of not normal, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So back to what can prevent an abduction, and the answer is it depends on a lot of factors, including who is doing the protection and who is not. And if the protection is in the form of divine forces, well, as I mentioned, their priorities is on a different axis than, let's say, okay, let's say benevolent aliens do exist, and you have some sort of tie-in with them. Well, they would step in more likely than an angel would because it's more their territory, it's more their jurisdiction. It's more their level to protect someone from an opposing alien faction. Maybe they even have a personal strategic stake in it. Maybe you're someone that they've loaded up with privileged knowledge, and if you're getting abducted by the enemy team and they're extracting it for their strategic advantage, well, that's going to mess up the relations that they have. So, the point is, you can take personal steps yourself to protect from abductions, and we can get into that later. But as far as aliens go or divine forces go, they can protect you if it is within your, I guess, your karmic profile or your destiny, something like that. So if you don't have any things within your soul profile, your learning path, whatever, that prevents you from getting abducted, then they can operate within that or not operate within it. So it's something that is better explained in writing because it's extremely nuanced. But that's the best I can do for now.
I'm just giving him a minute to get in here, Tom. I think he's on a delay. Ulrich, where are you at? All right. Well, hopefully that answers the question. If you want to go into the disclosure propaganda angle, I think is where we were heading.
Okay, right. Yeah, so I mentioned that one of the angles, of course, which I think all can agree on, is that they are real. These NHIs, they're not just human government psyops. They do exist because their existence in history precedes even the formation of the modern military-industrial complex in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s and 50s. So it goes beyond before that. Richard Geldreich has been posting some scan articles from the mystery airship sightings of the 1890s, which I do not think was all human. I think there was a definite real NHI, UAP, UFO element to it. And of course, you can go back in history even earlier. I mentioned in some of my interviews and articles about the sighting during the reign or just prior to the reign of Charlemagne back in the 8th century, and how there was a disclosure attempt in France where these mystery airships showed up and beings contacted people on the ground and actually took them back to their realm to show them that, hey, it's not all bad, and put them back. But of course, people, being very superstitious at the time, thought that they were sorcerers and burned these contactees at the stake. So that was a long time ago,
Like
and
fairy
I don't think they've
lore.
tried that too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the thing about fairies, not to get too much on a tangent, is that yes, there are elemental beings that we would consider fairies, but there are also human-looking beings, which are more on the alien spectrum, which back then they didn't distinguish between the two, so they're all called fairies or jinn or whatever. But nowadays, having the data that we have, both on the occult side and within ufology, we can distinguish sometimes between one category and the other. And in this particular case, the airships and Charlemagne in France in the 700s. That was a more definite, either an offshoot human race or actual human-looking aliens at the time trying to do a limited contact scenario. So yeah, so they're real, okay? And the other part of the disclosure propaganda angle is that as our militaries are completely powerless against them. They can disassemble our nuclear missiles, they can shut them down, they can interfere with vehicles, and they've even harmed some of our personnel, our military personnel. But it's undetermined if it's intentional, if it's self-defense, or if it's just merely incidental or accidental. So the narrative kind of leaves that open. Like, yeah, okay, fine, we admit that military personnel have been harmed by them, but we're not saying whether they did it maliciously or if it was just out of self-defense. So that's one. And then, of course, the most important part of this narrative is that these NHIs are very concerned about humanity and what it's doing, especially with war, with nuclear bases, nuclear missiles, nuclear armed military vessels and ships and so on. They're very concerned about that, and that's why they're monitoring and buzzing and so on. That's important because that is part of the alien disinformation lore that has been going back even to the 1950s. When contactees were being told, to tell the world to please, disarm of your nuclear missiles, that we are very concerned about you destroying the environment or punching holes in the veil between dimensions and affecting other worlds, things like that. Now, the reason we know that that's BS is because since that time, there have been over 2,000 nuclear tests that have been done, nuclear detonations. And aliens didn't stop those. They didn't do a mass appearance trying to stop humanity from doing that. So that rules out certain excuses that they've given, please don't use nukes because it'll disrupt the balance between dimensions. Well, if they were that concerned, they would have done something about those 2,000 nuclear tests that we've had since that time. So we can rule that out. And so one of the few things that's left over is they're worried about a global thermonuclear war. That's what the appearance is. And the reason why that's important is because if you consider what's happening right now between NATO and Russia, or between China and the US over Taiwan, or Pakistan and India, right? There's all these potential flashpoints that could involve the appearance of nuclear detonations in a limited sense. And since we're heading in that direction, that means that there's a window of opportunity approaching for aliens to capitalize on that as saviors. And if they do that, well, then they can point to age of disclosure, everything these UAP hearings have been saying. They can point to all that and say, hey, we tried to warn you, we tried to buzz your ships, we showed you that we were concerned, but you went and did it anyway. And then they would have the moral high ground, the moral superiority to wag their finger at us and essentially start taking over, Humans would then lose trust in human authority because human authority, the governments, have brought humanity to the brink of extinction through World War III. So that would be a perfect setup for them to come in as some type of savior to present themselves as being very concerned. And actually, I think the movie Arrival also played into that theme where, not to spoil it too much, but basically humanity was on the brink of a major war breaking out. And because of alien contact, it allowed a message to be sent to prevent that from happening. And I think probably Disclosure Day that Spielberg is coming out with, it might probably play on a similar theme. And Age of Disclosure as well, at the end, if you looked at the call to action and what they wanted us to believe, they also played on that as well, that these aliens are real and they're very concerned about humanity's direction in terms of weaponry and war and so on. So yeah, I don't fully trust that narrative. I think it's a little too convenient. And I do think that the way things are going geopolitically, it probably is part of the alien agenda to set them up as some sort of interventionists or saviors that look superior in moral superiority to our own government. Oh, and finally, the last thing that this disclosure propaganda angle is really pushing is the idea that there is definitely this deep black cabal that is hoarding all this alien technology that should be used for the benefit of humanity, and they're hoarding it and they're shutting people down. They're killing scientists. They are interfering, like the whole Men in Black stuff. They're interfering with UFO witnesses. There's that aspect of it, that there's this bad guy in government that we need to deal with. And sort of a corollary with that is that there's also the Collins elite who are being portrayed as these regressive dinosaurs that still somehow think aliens are demons because they're so locked into their religious bigotry, that they can't even think in a forward way. And so this idea that there's this military network, this brass of these old fogies who aren't up at the times, who are trying to hoard everything for themselves, who are engaging in quote unquote fear-based thinking, that pejorative that the New Agers always want to throw around, that sort of thing. I think they're being set up for that. Um, and so if we do have a World War III scenario, or a scenario where aliens come in being posed as saviors or interventionists, well, they're going to totally play off the idea that there is this horribly negative, outmoded dinosaur element within our government that people need to unite against and ultimately disassemble, so that we can move forward hand in hand with our cosmic brothers towards a new, bright future. I think that's where it's ultimately going. And if you think about that in context of, let's say, Chris Bledsoe and everything that he's been told by his entities, well, it all starts to fit. Stephen Greer saying that government all bad, aliens all good. See, that thing, I'm seeing a pattern there, and I'm seeing that it could lead in that sort of direction.
Tom, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good for the next few seconds. Um, so, did you get a chance to watch Age of Disclosure?
Yeah, I did watch it, and I took notes. Yeah.
So there's two things I want to ask you about. One, can we doom a little bit harder about the nuclear scenario? I agree with you that this narrative after ATIP, I can't remember. Are they called the Pella database? I want to say that's the name, but Jacques Vallée managed a database that covered over 240,000 UFO cases. So since our government did go hunting for UFOs with nukes, I agree with you. This idea that we don't know much about the alien agenda or the alien intentions, or at least a lot of the NHI's intentions, um, we should all be insulted by it. Like, we should demand better lies. But there is so when it comes to our nuclear protocols, for instance, I can push a document up. It's part of what Schellenberger submitted to Congress, that heavily suggests we violate game theoretical mad nuclear protocols, or at least deviate from them, due to the real risk of these beings trying to get us embroiled in nuclear escalation. In other words, making a strike seem like it appeared from Russia, or an impending missile, and then we have to retaliate. So there's evidence that these beings actually want a nuclear escalation, and I don't know whether them appearing as saviors is the only main benefit to that. I think more of our behavior can be modulated, controlled. I think we're easier to take over the more of ourselves that we kill. So the primary benefit might actually be for us to cut our own population down, bomb three, and then I wanted to ask you about. Do you think that that's more hard to control, unless you're inflicting severe grief and trauma? I'd like to get your on that before I
Yeah.
ask the second one.
Yeah, of course. So, from what I've seen, these alien agendas, they work in different fallback plans, like different scenarios. So they don't only have one plan or one scenario; they have different fallbacks. Like, if this happens, then do this. And the reason they have to do that is because probabilities do shift to certain degrees, and them being smart and efficient as they are, they don't want to put all their eggs in one basket. So, for example, I think their prime option would have been, let's say, back in 2008, 2009, 2010, 2010, the year we made contact, like that movie, the Arthur C. Clarke book. So 2010, when Obama was still in office, that would have been the perfect time if everyone was on board with the Space Brothers theme that the Vatican was pushing, and Edgar Mitchell at the time was also pushing. Maybe not like maliciously, but maybe they actually believed it. But there was a lot of propaganda during that time saying that aliens are good, that we need amnesty for our black programs, so we can all get that behind us and move forward with these alien friends. So during that time, that would have been perfect if aliens had come down, shaken hands with Obama, and we all would have very politely and peacefully moved into a future where aliens ultimately assimilated us. But in the meantime, it seems like a very nice cooperative path. I think that would have been their plan number one, because it would have been easiest, the most efficient, the least violent, and people would have been, they would have been for the whole like hope and change aspect of alien contact. But since that time, or actually during that time, a lot of information started coming out questioning the alien narrative, uh, and seeding doubt about it. And I think it grew to too much of a critical mass to where they had to call off that particular plan of doing it the nice way. And I think that since 2010, the past 15 years has been a recalibration or a readjustment on their part to make sure that there's a little more leverage. Okay. So the next step in leverage would be where, yeah, you do have a crisis, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, where you do have a crisis that could lead to them coming in as interventionists or saviors. Okay. That's level 2. Level 3 would be what you're talking about, Ulrich, where it's a little more doomier than that. And that's where you actually do have catastrophic impacts upon society by nuclear weapons or electric or cyber attacks. I mean, as I mentioned so many times on prior spaces, there was that EMP commission, the government commission, where they did a study and they say that within 1 year after a major EMP attack on the American power grid, up to 90% of the American population would die off. So there would only be a 10% remnant left after 1 year. Okay, now this is a government commission. It's not like conspiracy whack jobs. They did their studies. And then that's only EMP. That's not even counting actual nuclear detonations. That's not even counting like bioweapons or chemical warfare or things like that. So yeah, if aliens really got that desperate, where that was their only means left of accomplishing their ends, then I would say yes, they would totally try to initiate an actual all-out World War III scenario, and then just kind of mop up what's left of society after that. Because after that, yeah, you would have no governments really left. I mean, it would be like the movie The Road, essentially, where it's just these scraggly ass survivors and communities. And if you have that state, then it's very easy for aliens and their hybrids to fan out from their enclaves and start rebuilding the world in their image. But the issue is, it's a trade-off, because at that point society is so decimated that a lot of the infrastructure that's needed for creating a high-tech prison planet is not going to be there anymore. So therefore aliens would have to shoulder more of the burden of creating that, and that would take more time. So I think ideally, if it were entirely up to them, they would want our society as intact as possible so that they could use our infrastructure, including not just technology, but also, actually, it's like that show Colony on USA that was on a couple of years ago. In that show, aliens attacked Earth and they wiped out all the governments, and then they created these walled cities where they lorded over the local population, but not themselves. They didn't lord over them themselves. They had human proxies, almost like the Sonder Commando and concentration camps, which were Jews hired by the Nazis to, control the other Jews. It's like that, where you have these humans that are in charge of suppressing their own population on behalf of their alien benefactors. And I think that is the ideal thing that they would go for in the matter of efficiency. So there's a limit to how much destruction that they would want, because, as I said, beyond a certain point of destruction, they lose major efficiency and leverage. And I mean, they gain more leverage, but they lose efficiency. So there's a sweet spot that I think they're going for ultimately.
And Tom, I hate to get doomier, but if I can gently push back, I think there might be some assumptions that you have in terms of the prison planet operation. If they've been maintaining a prison planet already for thousands of years, wouldn't it make more sense that they don't depend, for instance, for trapping the soul, or for instance, making sure that, the genetic containers that trap the soul, wouldn't it make more sense for those not to rely on human civilizational infrastructure, maybe have a soul trap that gets maintained on the moon, and the genetic containers just get re-engineered with every reset? Is it possible that they really don't depend, that foundational infrastructure doesn't depend on human technology at all?
Yeah, well, it's a question of what exactly their goals are. I mean, if they want, for example, mass, okay, so humans, most of us, we have souls, and we can call this the human soul matrix. And there might be more complex dynamics going on behind the scenes, beyond even the assumptions that you just outlined. So, for example, let's say you want to create a whole new hybrid race to replace the human population with, but on a higher free will level, the human soul matrix does not want to incarnate into that because it's too incompatible. So then how do you lure the human soul matrix into those bodies. Maybe similar to how we entered into these human bodies in the first place. When you look at the Adam and Eve myth and how we fell from a Garden of Eden state into the wilderness, so to speak, due to the temptations of the serpent, was that, let's say, reptilian aliens creating these handicapped human bodies that are lacking psychic powers that the human soul matrix was lured into as part of a spiritual trap, and is now the exact same cycle repeating, where our human soul matrix is going to be lured into yet another, even more handicapped genetic gene pool. That's a question. And if that's the case, then perhaps they need our consent on a mass level, and they can only get that through a functioning society agreeing democratically that yes, we do want to have relations with these aliens, and we do want to upgrade ourselves genetically, and and we do want to mate with these pretty looking whatever, hybrids or Nordics or whatever they want to present as these decoys. Then yeah, it would happen on a mass free will level, where you start binding your karma or your destiny with these interlopers into the timeline, and therefore luring the entire human soul matrix into hybrid bodies. Now, I only say that as a scenario, as a potential counterpoint to what you're saying, to illustrate how there could be more complex metaphysical dynamics at play that require them to have some degree of functioning human society. Because if it were just genetics, if it were just as you said, then yeah, sure, they could totally just build all the bodies in a lab or a factory or something, and then meanwhile keep the human soul matrix elsewhere. But I suspect that on a metaphysical and occult level, there are principles or laws in play that don't make something like that entirely viable.
And that's really part of what's the most complex here, right? I mean, both options here are on the table. What is obviously consent plays some sort of a role, but we don't know really what the interface is between belief, willing consent, and is there really a hard physical requirement that's contractual, or is it just more psychological? We really don't know what the boundary is here.
Yeah.
Am I making sense?
Yeah, right. And it might not even just be psychological or just metaphysical. It could also be quantum in some sense, in the sense that what if these beings, and which does appear to be the case, what if they are not 100% in our particular reality? What if they are only 90% in our reality, right? So there's a lack of complete 100% quantum phase lock between their reality and ours. And because of that slight wiggle room, they can't use force to the degree that your neighbor could. If your neighbor has something out for you and slashes your car tires or tries to kick down your door, he can do that because we're all part of the same reality here. But an alien who abducts you maybe has to go through a few more hoops because they're not 100% in this reality as much as your neighbor is. So it doesn't mean that they're spiritual beings, doesn't mean that they're ghosts, right? It doesn't mean that they're like astral parasites. What it means is that they're physical, but it's a physical that's slightly phased out from our particular reality, and that might invoke certain quantum rules that requires, let's say, even permission from our higher spirits or something like that, which is even beyond their level. It can get really complicated if you think about it, but the whole point is, yeah, there are these nuances, there are these complexities that you don't find too much from ufology alone. You have to branch out into metaphysics, occultism, quantum physics, fringe science, and then things start making a little bit more sense.
But in terms of the part of the hard problem is the story of tech, right? Because tech might just be what if the difference between us running our own prison planet, in which case we can make it a liberation planet. Let's say there's tech on the moon, and the degree to which we're not fully mastering all of reality, or they're not fully in our reality, is just one adjacent possible, meaning like one technological, you know, step change away. And what's really important for their agenda is that we do not make that leap. And we're now all believing the Trojan horse narrative of tech, meaning we're just developing the tech that makes it easier for them to entrap us, right? So what is really counterintelligence here is counterintelligence this narrative that we're building our own chains through tech, or is counterintelligence actually an anti-technological impulse? Like whichever side you're on here, if you have the wrong understanding, it could have implications for the faithful, for the spiritual, and it could also have implications for, if you're all like pro tech and you have the wrong understanding, then you're just feeding into your own slavery. And it's sort of important to actually quickly get it right, because as we
Mhm.
move into 2026, we might be looking at everything. We might be looking at World War III, a catastrophic soft disclosure. um, am I making sense here? We're getting at the point where, regardless to what degree faith and truth play a role, whether it's 1%, 99%, your faith is jeopardized the more that you're not clear on truth and what is deception, and your truth is jeopardized the more you're not clear on the role of
Yeah.
faith, the human soul, and consent. Am I making sense? This is
Yeah.
something we have to sort of figure it out very soon.
Yeah. And what confounds it is that you might have different phases of history in the future requiring different conditions. So you may be right about all these things, but they just happen at different times in the future. So, for example, the tech thing, this kind of gets into an interesting side tangent, which is the following, which is that, yeah, technology has been steadily advancing as slowly as it possibly can, because even back in the 50s, elements of the military figured out how to do gravitic propulsion and probably fusion energy and other advanced things, free energy and so on. They figured that out back then, but they ensured to keep it all for themselves and to suppress the development of those sciences within the public sciences. And this is something that Eric Weinstein and others have been ranting about, which is that, yeah, there's been a suppression of fringe technologies in the public sphere on purpose in order to slow us down, in order to maintain the power asymmetry between those who rule us and us as society. However, you can't maintain that illusion forever, because you can't flatline technology necessarily. There has to be the illusion of incremental progress, and that's a very important for. Okay, like I mean, even in finance, right? If a company doesn't, if the company's revenues are constant, it's considered failing. It has to keep growing year after year in order to be considered viable for investors to keep investing in it. And that alone forces corporations to keep coming up with new products, keep innovating, right, to maintain the edge over competition. So that's one example of something built into our culture, into our society, and our economy that forces technology to advance in a non-zero positive way over time. Now, if you extrapolate that into the future, eventually it's going to start butting up against the same technology that these deep black programs have been hoarding all these decades. And that is a catastrophe point. That is a point where society reaches a point where, okay, well, we can't keep suppressing it without revealing the game that we've been playing all these decades. And that is the point that we are rapidly approaching now. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, technology is heading in a direction where I think it is starting to become a threat to the alien presence. I mean, if they have hybrids here, then through AI and surveillance, you can start noticing like who is acting suspiciously. Like, what's up with all these people who don't speak occupying a single apartment building? Like, what's up with that? People start noticing, uh, open source intelligence methods you can run through AI. It can start detecting these anomalies, and that starts exposing more and more of the alien foothold within society, especially with politicians, people in corporations. You can start putting two and two together in ways that no human detective can figure out, but you can have AI crunch through trillions of bits of data to figure this stuff out. And that's just AI. It's not even like robotics and genetics and scalar wave technologies, which could be coming online. And so, yeah, aliens are worried about that as well. So they're reaching a critical threshold where they have to do something. And what can they do? Well, I think they can do at least two things. Number one, they can allow this technology to exist, but they are the ones that are now overtly in control. So they're the ones that are in control of government projects, the way governments are run, the use of this technology, and I mean, they can even do it on purpose. They could have, let's say, a disclosure event where they reveal, yes, we do have human alien hybrids acting as bridges, and they're more psychic than you. Maybe they're smarter than you, and they're going to be acting as the liaison class between our beings, our civilization, and yours, right? And then from the human side, we think, okay, wow, there's these like human alien hybrids, and they've got new technologies, and they're going to be integrating that into society and helping bring us up to speed with the alien civilization. Well, it could happen that way, where they literally give out these technologies to make it publicly usable and plausible. Why? Well, because if you can't suppress something, then you can allow it to be, but take control of it. That's my point. And that's point number 2. And then point number 3 is that what if there is some kind of quantum or dimensional shift that either is already happening or will be happening that disallows the aliens from remaining cloaked? What if they always have this other realm that they can retreat to, but Earth somehow starts shifting or bridging or merging with that realm, and therefore they can no longer cloak in the sky? So in that case, they're forced to reveal their presence at some point. But in order to make that successful, they have to condition us ahead of time so that we view them when we finally see them in a favorable light. And that's, I think, where a lot of the disinformation and propaganda over the past 50 years might come from. It might be conditioning humanity to welcome them, to look forward to working with them as part of a civilizational upgrade or technology upgrade, something like that. So I think these are some of the possibilities to consider. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it.
And Tom, I want to, if I can, even if it's just a hypothetical, I want to double click or doom harder on this, because I think we actually have enough evidence to see how. I mean, I honestly think that people are too afraid of the Trojan horse scenario, us being presented with technological utopia or technological Elysium, an offer that's so good we can't ignore, and they're ignoring too much the signs that really don't make sense that you sort of brought up, like in the financial markets. So there's a lot about finances I still do not understand, obviously, but there is something glaring that's happening right now in the financial markets that absolutely doesn't make sense, which is the AI revolution. No matter how you slice this cake, the AI revolution without a democratization of over unity tech, without singularity technology, without UFO tech, whether it's human or NHI made, demands more energy than our current grid can handle. So if you don't have that major energy revolution, all the trillions of dollars right now pouring in to AI development, even whatever's floating the Fortune 500, even the Nvidia stock price right now cannot be justified by the current grid. The current grid cannot produce what will need to be produced if you even buy all of Nvidia's chips. And this bumps up against even the debasement of the dollar. In order for even the AI revolution to happen, even just to build out our grid, which we're not currently doing sufficiently, that alone requires a debasement of the dollar. So we don't have enough capital, and we don't have enough, let's call it joules or kilojoules. And even if we started building out enough kilojoules, it would require a capital debasement or a hyperinflation of the dollar, or at least a major inflation of the dollar. And that's the best case scenario. So there are things right now in the markets pointing toward an apocalyptic scenario that I think we're actually incredibly blind to. And I don't view this as a coincidence. I think right now the most rational thing to say is it's not this technological development that is happening, that it isn't happening for the majority of people. It's happening for a apocalyptic scenario. In other words, the GPUs are probably, a lot of them are meant for Mars mission, and they're not meant to transplant 8 billion people. The robots being built aren't being built for us to have free slaves in our homes, so that when we're at home and we're unemployed, we also don't need to work at home. And all of it seems to be heading toward 2026. Are you able to sell me on the other narrative that we're about to have, that everything is about to be made easier right now? Because for me, it seems like if we get some sort of soft disclosure, this is more of a signal that we're about to break into World War III. It seems like the world or the NHI has a tall poppy syndrome, and we're not going to be allowed to have a singularity civilization. That war is going to be manipulated because, just like you said, there's natural things that seem to be melting away that prevents these entities from being hidden. Tech is that problem. Once you have AGI, you obviously have an NHI exposure or a disclosure. Is there really another scenario that isn't us being cut down? Do you really have utopia before you have major disruption? Is the idea that we're about to have utopia itself entirely fraudulent?
Yeah, well, so here's the thing. I mean, what people are being told is utopia may actually be the opposite. Where yes, you can have high universal basic income. Yes, you can have a robot doing all your dishes or whatever, right? You can have that, but it comes also with an extreme surveillance state with social credit scores, right? With a very tightly controlled system where aliens or their proxies still maintain the upper hand. And so therefore, it's more of a Brave New World scenario where people are under control through drugs, through mind control, through constant artificial intelligence, dopamine hits or whatever. But then, of course, then the question is, well, why would the elites keep that many humans alive in a system like that? Well, why would you have a bunch of these quote unquote useless eaters, from their point of view, hogging up the resources and not doing any work? Like why would you have that? And that's a good point. Like, why would they have that? Maybe they would want to have population reduction prior to that point. And how would you do that? Well, you could have it through pandemics and genetically engineered jabs that cause people to be infertile within 1 or 2 generations, and you have a major population crash. You can have all that stuff going on, and it might be happening right now. Maybe it's not just myocarditis and cancer. Maybe it's actual infertility going through the roof over the next decade or so. And maybe that's happening exactly at the same rate that these humanoid robots are being produced. So they're going for a population replacement with robots to do all the things that people normally do anyway, like, robotic type labor and industry things that you don't really need people for, but people are doing anyway just because we haven't had robots yet. But once they come online, a lot of people will become useless in their eyes, and they might be slated for elimination through a process that might be happening right now. So it's possible to still have that, but it's still to be a control system. Or, as you said, you could have a major population crash through World War III, EMP attacks, cyber attacks, more pandemics, whatever. You can have that as well. And your question about whether a lot of these signs that we've been seeing point towards a doom possibility, I can see it going both ways. Because, for example, with all the AI technology that's being produced, GPUs, AI, TPUs, and so on, it does seem that perhaps they're being produced in advance because we could be going through a disruption period where supply chains get disrupted, and therefore you won't have these things being produced for a while. And so therefore they're starting to stockpile them. And then when we undergo a disruption, you have a lot of society that either isn't there anymore or can no longer afford it at the consumer level. So then at that point, you would just have governments and corporations hoarding all the AI technologies while the rest of society is struggling with brownouts and loss of population and so on. And so, yeah, so that's more of like a Philip K. Dick future where corporations control everything and people barely have any power whatsoever. So yeah, I can see it going both ways. Also, I wanted to mention that the way that the government has been spending money out of control over the past decade, it's almost like they're spending like there's no tomorrow, right? Well, what if there isn't? What if there is no tomorrow, and that's why they're spending so much? Because they don't care. They don't care about reducing the deficit or the debt because they know that it's not going to matter in 5-10 years anyway. That's a possibility. Now, it could maybe not matter because there won't be a society left to have to repay. Or if Elon is right, if you do have robotics and AI creating this age of abundance, then you can easily fill that $38 trillion gap with just unlimited energy, productivity, or whatever. Which is it's unlikely, but it's a non-zero chance that it does do that. So the important takeaway is that you pointed out this inconsistency. How is it that they're producing all this AI, but there's no energy infrastructure to fully support it. Well, it's because I think they already priced it in that there's other tech that will come online that will provide that energy potentially. So it's almost like the same deep black program forces that are pushing this AI agenda. They also know that they also have in their pocket the free energy fusion technologies like that. They already have that in their pocket, and they have it already planned when they're going to introduce that. So that's why they're introducing electric cars first, AI first, robotics first, because they already know that they can introduce the energy stuff very quickly in, just within a couple of years after that. So that's another possibility to consider.
And I'm so glad you ended there, because Age of Disclosure is basically the documentary is a two-pronged sales pitch. One, it's a sales pitch to the administration. Hey, here's what you can tell the people. We're in a technological arms race with Russia and China, and the bargain or the exchange for this is you just tell them we're not alone. In other words, this is an arms race. This is a war we have to fight, because if we don't fight this war, if we don't completely mobilize in this direction, it's going to be Russia and China flying around, ruling the world in UFOs. And then to us, well, there might be some truths that are too dark for our Constitution to handle. It's just a bedtime story that we just can't stomach. But what we are ready for is that we're not alone. In other words, don't tell them that there's monsters under your bed. Just say somebody else is in the room. This is the sales pitch to the American people. But there's a logical contradiction here, because the movie also says these technologies have been stovepiped. They don't say you can cure cancer, but we expect that there's some sort of that cancer is planned obsolescence of the human genome. Um, how can you tell the same story that these technologies can already revolutionize our economy and our infrastructure, and at the same time, so that there's basically that there's 100 years, right, that we could just step into the future, and we're just not? How can you say that that is the reality right now, and at the same time say we have to go to war and have a technological arms race so that we can master these technologies? The Age of Disclosure documentary is saying both at the same time, that these technologies have been mastered, they are within our grasp, they're just stovepiped, and we also need to go to war so that we can master these technologies. And both cannot be true, right? Like, tell me if I'm wrong here, but that is something that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, it can only be true if we're talking about which one part of the government has mastered it and the rest of society has not. And so the part of us going to war to master it has more to do with integration into society through universities, corporations, public commercialization of secret technologies. And it also hinges on the assumption that perhaps some of these black project technologies, they're going to be locked up for good. So therefore, it's up to the public. It's up to the fictional public part of society, the governments, corporations, academia, everything, to do that on our own. But I mean, you're totally right, though, that there is a contradiction there, and the Age of Disclosure does have several contradictions, I guess you could say. And but I think it's because there's too many chefs in that kitchen. There's many just different people that they're getting their viewpoints from. So there's some like crossing of narratives in that Age of Disclosure documentary. But overall, there was a coherent narrative. But if you zoom in, you can notice some of these contradictions.
I mean, the problem is it is a perfect narrative. It's a perfect sales pitch, because if the government just walks up and says, all right, very, very bad things, everybody was bad before, we're not going to lie to you, we don't know what's going on, but we're not alone, then the government can say, we're going to be the most transparent government we've ever been. We're going to reveal everything to you, balanced by the needs for national security. And then you just have the same bullshit. It's just a much tighter, sexier story. And we have to go. We have to sacrifice 100 million people to some bullshit war with Russia and China because we're in a technological reverse engineering arms race. But it doesn't make sense that you have to fight a technological arms race war with Russia and China in order to democratize the tech that Lockheed and Martin stole from the US government, right? There's no foreign domestic war that's going to fix a rogue domestic. So there's no foreign international war that's going to fix a rogue domestic contractor problem. And that's the part that obviously wouldn't be part of the big reveal here. And so I'm saying people aren't really listening, that the only why would the government disclose now unless it was an overture to war? I don't see the government disclosing now in order to finally revolutionize our economy, because that would be the argument to maintain peace. It seems like the only time we want to pull out the disclosure card is because war has already been decided. That's really ultimately where I'm coming from, if I'm making sense.
Yeah, you make sense.
Okay.
Like it's a good point. I mean, I do agree with you. Yeah, I do agree. Now, of course, it could also be happening in alternating phases, where, for example, the government goes to war first and then does disclosure, or you could have a micro disclosure first and then war and then fuller disclosure. It does not have to be just one of each happening at the same time. It can be a staggered approach as well.
Totally. And Tom, do you think that the American population is maybe so distrustful, understandably, of the US government that you can't really sell a global war without an existential sales pitch? I don't see the American population saying, all right, go ahead, draft our sons and our daughters, unless the sales pitch is existential.
Oh, well, you see, the existential sales pitch doesn't have to come strictly from the idea that, China and Russia might overtake us in technology, so therefore we have to go to war. That's a little bit too abstract. I mean, it is the age of Aquarius, right? So technology and all that stuff is becoming the keynote of culture, but it's a little bit too early in that phase. So I think using technology as an excuse to go to war, to drum up public support, that's a bit of a stretch. However, what you can do, therefore, is a kind of parallel construction of evidence where you convince people to go to war, which achieves the same ends, but you convince them to go to war for other reasons. And you can't do it based on religion really anymore because it's not medieval times, but you can do it based on, let's say, injury to society as a whole. Like, for example, what if they come out with evidence that 2020 was rigged, and it was rigged by, let's say, the deep state in China colluding together, something like that. That the whole like idea behind that, if that were to get exposed to the American public, that is like a stab to the heart of what it means to be an American, because we believe in democracy, we believe in the Constitution and the rule of law. So to have a foreign enemy like China be involved in that, which led to the 4 years under Biden, which screwed a lot of people over, it becomes personal for a lot of Americans. And it's something like that, something that's personal, political, cultural, that can drum up the cultural heat or fever that's necessary to go to war. So if you combine that sort of injury with an American revivalism, some sort of a new nationalism based off of uniting against this enemy that injured us at the deepest level possible, then you can still have your war, and you can still allow the technology aspect of it to hitchhike upon that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Fringe, I don't want to step ahead of the timeline here. The next thing I was going to bring up was about alien force disclosure. So I can sit back and jump in. Let me know.
Well, yeah, that's. I'm just looking at the outline we have here because we are trying to keep track of the topics. I want to make sure we cover this disclosure propaganda angle, and then I would like to. I see Ganga in the space. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to come up. I don't know if he has an update. I don't know if he wants to clarify or discuss the space that we had, where that information came from. If not, I put it up in the nest. People are welcome to play it. Ganga, if you're able to come up, that would be great. If not, I think I would love to have that in here before we move on from the disclosure topic. So, Tom, where do you want to go with that? I think we still have a few more notes there on the disclosure topic.
Well, let's see. I think the last thing I wanted to add on the disclosure propaganda angle is that if you watch the UAP hearings or Age of Disclosure or anything else that's coming out like the Spielberg film or anything related to that, you'll notice that what's really missing is the whole idea of abductions, contactees, ET and hybrid infiltration of the military or the government or corporations, and governments colluding with ETs against the general welfare of society. And these things are a little bit too hardcore, I think. So the question is, well, why are they not talking about that? Is it because they're merely keeping it minimal in order to slow roll disclosure to not cause any panic? Is it to maximize their credibility? Or is it because they're actually putting out these milquetoast, watered down truths about aliens in order to cover up the deeper, more explosive truths? Meaning that this whole thing, Age of Disclosure, UAP hearings, Elizondo, all that stuff, it's all just a limited hangout to give us a little bit of truth to keep us from talking about the real stuff. And so I'm thinking it's 50-50 possibility either way. And I'm just like going to wait a little bit longer to see where it goes, to see which direction it actually does take.
On that note, can I read just two outtakes from Age of Disclosure? These are the last scenes. It's Jay Stratton and then it's Lou Elizondo. I think it's a good. It'll double click on what you just said. Is that cool with you, Fringe?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tom? Okay. So Joe, this started with, by the way, I'm on very thin ice. I have 2 strikes against me. I thought I was within fair use, 26 and 24 seconds. But what started me sharing these 2 clips from Age of Disclosure was a bit of a rant from Joe Merja. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to read his tweet, which includes the Jay Stratton one. Do we deserve to know the whole truth? 2 emoji thumbs down. And he used 2 emojis, French. I rarely see him use 2 emojis. Joe Merger says, hell yes. Both Edge Goof and Ulrich Neujahr got it. This is what pissed me off, and in my opinion, was a bad way to end Age of Disclosure, which I really enjoyed. Jay Stratton, quote, I wish I could do a Jay Stratton voice. The people behind the legacy program truly believe that the secret is so intense that they can't share it with the American people. There may be aspects of this that are so intense they can't share it. However, I think the basic fact that we are not alone in the universe, we can share that with the American people. We can handle it at this point. Hopefully, one day, the American people will learn the bigger story and how it impacts us all. End quote. And then Joe Merja has a longer rant where he's basically just complaining, like, no, no, no. He's giving, I might as well read it. No, no, no. He's giving the legacy folks more outs. I totally understand that some data may need to be withheld from us if it's related to propulsion and weapons. I wish we lived in a different world with no adversaries, but we don't. Stratton and Lukatsky have said, you can't tell your friend without telling your enemies. Okay, most of us get that. But now we're using, quote, it may be too intense, end quote, for humanity, not just the American people, as an excuse to withhold the details of the whole story. What the fuck? One day, quote unquote, hopefully, we'll learn the bigger story and how it impacts our species. When? 2075, 2100? How about now? We've waited long enough. And this is a really good point Joe Merja continues to make. If any negotiations take place with these gatekeepers, where they agree to start publicly sharing some of the details they've learned over the last 80 years or so years in exchange for amnesty, I do not support any deal where the, quote, intense aspects are held back because humanity may not be able to handle it. Who gets to decide what's too intense and what's okay to share? I assume most of you agree. If you want to see what I feel is an accurate look from an insider on how gatekeepers feel, see my next tweet. And so I continue to read Joe Merge's, what he thought about this, because he brings up a really good point. If we're exchanging full amnesty, uh, why does full amnesty get exchanged for 4 words of disclosure? I don't think that 80 years of gaslighting, murder, lies, and deceit, plus 4 words of confirmation equate disclosure. So I think we're already being mind wiped. The fact if our disclosure is we are not alone and that's it, we shouldn't even be calling it disclosure. This scene that I read from Jay Stratton, that's what Jay Stratton says, and then it cuts to the scene um, of Lou Elizondo, and this is the ending scene of the Age of Disclosure documentary. And Lou ends it saying, I want to tell the American people what I know, but I can't because the vast majority of it remains highly classified. I feel tremendous pressure to share what I can because I know there will come a time where we all wish we had done things differently. That moment is imminent. And when that moment comes, I know people will say, I wish somebody would have told me sooner. I'm going to argue that this is the only borderline new piece of information that was actually revealed in the documentary, which is really one word. It's imminent, and we don't know how imminent it is. But when it's imminent, i.e., too late, sure, you can call that disclosure. The truth always wins. But I think really here, this is the cognitive dissonance that's going on. Jay Stratton is saying, oh, the truth is probably too intense, but we can get a little taste of the truth. Someday we'll get to know the full story. And then the next scene, well, by the time we get the full story, it'll be too late. And when it's too late, we're going to look back and some of us are going to have a conscience. What the fuck? How do you square these two scenes when they're coming back to each other? And I really think this is really what it's about. Nobody gives a fuck about revealing the whole truth when the whole big important truth is going to be inevitably revealed anyway. So yeah, I'd love to get your response to that, Tom, because I think this is the one area in the movie where the movie is actually honest for the first time, and it's not that honest.
Yeah, well, personally, I don't think that the full truth will ever come out because it's not in the interest of. I mean, unless we figure it out ourselves, okay? Because I don't see how it's in the interest of aliens or the government or what's left of the government to give the full picture. Now, the thing is, sure, they could start out by simply saying, yes, we have evidence that aliens are real and they're on Earth. I mean, they wouldn't call them aliens, right? They would just call them NHIs or something euphemistic. And they do exist. We've had contact. We can explain. So it's the official government position now that they're real and we have evidence for it. And we're releasing more videos, which will convince everyone that we are telling the truth. Okay, if they did that, if that's all they did, it wouldn't be horribly disruptive. However, it does open Pandora's box. It does open the can of worms because now it retroactively legitimizes a lot of the ufology and abduction research that has been going on for the past 50 years. And once people fully understand that, yes, aliens are real, well, who are they? What have they been up to? Let's look into that. And then they start looking into the existing literature and they find out, oh shit, what is this about aliens being seen working side by side with government and underground bases? What is this with the MILAB field, the military abduction field? Like, what's going on there? Did the government not only reverse engineer alien technology, but also use it to do their own abduction programs of American citizens? That's highly illegal. Let's figure this out. See, it starts unraveling the sweater. And that's, I think, the reason why they never could even admit to that little bit of that initial piece that aliens are real, because it leads to everything else. So I think that's why they've been delaying. And then the question is, well, if that's the case, then why would they reveal anything ever? And I think the answer is because there are processes under control or underway that they cannot control. Things like cataclysm cycles, things like the collapse of the global economy, things like, as I mentioned earlier, the possibility of a dimensional shift where aliens are no longer able to hide themselves. There's something beyond their system of control that they cannot suppress, that they have to work within the timeline of. And I think that's the reason why they are trying to delay as much as possible, but yet still incrementally moving forward, is because it's almost like they're moving towards the possibility of a singularity that is even beyond them.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. If anybody ever sees a thumbs down emoji, that's a demon hijacking my iPad. I never use the thumbs down emoji, and my buttons are sticky. So I completely agree. But the that's the whole point, right? If you're saying that something is forcing disclosure, logical deduction says you, the real disclosure that we need, whether or not it's comfortable, is the thing that you're not telling us. And the thing that you're offering, they're putting on the table, hey, what we can do. It's like somebody putting, somebody trying to sell you something. It's like the guy. This is I'm gonna date myself here. Here goes my dating life. Everybody say goodbye to my dating life. If you see the guy in the subway and he opens up his trench coat and he's selling you DVDs, but he has another trench coat and it's ZPE Energy, a money printer. And he's like, no, I'm not selling that. But I can sell you this shitty DVD, the documentary, not document. I can sell you Armageddon with Bruce Willis. Do you want that? This is what the American government is doing. They're selling us a shitty $5 DVD and they're saying, oh, the ZPE? Yeah, that's not, I mean, we have it. We could sell it to you. It could transform your life, but don't you want the DVD? And we're seeing stuff on Netflix. Um, Really, what Age of Disclosure is telling you in that ending scene is that the thing you really need to know is catastrophic, and you're going to find it out anyway. And if we don't just sell you this $5 DVD, you're going to come back and say, oh, you didn't try to give us anything. It's kind of a crazy thing to say, but they're telling us the really important shit. It's not even on the table for us to tell you. You're going to find it out anyway when it's too late. And I don't understand why anybody can listen to that movie and come away with a different conclusion, because they're telling us what's on the table, and they're saying take it or leave it. It's just confirmation. In fact, I called it just fucking settle for confirmation is the more honest title from Age of Disclosure. So yeah, that's why I think if the government is rolling out this cart, in economy class here, and they're offering us, hey, would you like some disclosure for this flight? um the plane's about to crash, and I don't mean like we're doomed, we're fucked. I'm saying the only thing that can justify the timing now is not because you were flying on the Concorde and they're offering us champagne and caviar. It's because something is wrong with the plane that we're on. But I don't want to beat a dead horse too dead. I just think that's honestly what's going on right now, and I don't think there's a logical alternative to saying that it is something forcing something in the catastrophic realm that can explain logically why the government is choosing this point in time uh, to even open up the kimono a little bit. I really don't think it leads with something positive first. I think it's in preparation for something like a war or catastrophe.
Oh yeah, I mean they're tripping over themselves, accelerating as hard and as fast as they possibly can on multiple fronts, whether it's geopolitics, technology, disclosure. They're trying to do it as quickly as possible, as if, because they probably are, being forced by something they can't control, and it's coming at us pretty fast. Whether it's 2027 or 2030s or whatever, it's coming, and they can't do anything about it. So they're doing the bare minimum effort. It's like when those drug companies try to sell you something, but they got to put all that stuff in the fine print and ramble over it as quickly as possible in the commercial. That's kind of like what Age of Disclosure is. It's that fine print being rambled over, just in case.
Tom, I know you've thought about this a lot, but what, in your opinion, breaks first? When I mean what breaks first is, do you think what do you think we see as signs? What do you think in the order of things? Just speculative, just spitballing here. What breaks first? Do we see a collapse in infrastructure? Do we see a breakdown in the economy? Do the markets crash first? Have you thought about what's the first thing to fall?
Well, I think it will be a staggered approach where you could have, let's say, you've got three different domains. You've got geopolitics, you have disclosure, and then you have, let's say, the economy. So you can have a staggered approach where, let's say, Trump declassifies some files. Maybe he does it without even like a major fanfare. It's not like some address to the nation, but it's more like, yep, on this particular day, he declassified these files, kind of like he did the JFK files. It could be something like that, like stuff we haven't seen before regarding UFOs, and it ramps up the evidence just a little bit more than it has been. Maybe more videos, maybe more files that are a little more revelatory. And then, okay, so once that step has been moved into the future, then we switch over to the economy, okay, and then all of a sudden there we've got some major economic disruption. Let's say March through fall of 2026, something like that, and that can play out for a little bit. And then it switches over to geopolitics, where oh shit, now things are heating up even more with NATO and Russia, and the peace treaty didn't go through. Things like that, right? So it can play off each other, and each one it ramps up more and more in a spiral, concerted sort of way. And the only reason why that would have to happen is if they all play off each other. If it is all part of a concerted script or plan, something like that, whether it's a human plan or an alien agenda plan. If you need two components to reinforce the third, then if they're both several years away, you would actually have to increment each one forward, but you have to do it in a staggered approach. Why? Because if you did them all exactly at the same time, then the public can't handle multiple topics at the same time. You want to have all eyeballs on one topic in order to program the public. Then you switch it over to the next thing, do that psyop for a while, then you switch it over to the next thing, and that's how you move things forward. And that's very telling about a lot of the emotionally incensing things that we've been seeing in the news over the past several years, especially during the Biden years. It was always the outrage of the week or of the month. It's almost like a 3-day or 3-week or 3-month news cycle where they cycle through these things. But there's so many different things happening in the world. Like, why is it that they're only highlighting one major thing for a period of time in order for everyone to discuss it and assimilate it before moving on to the next thing? It's almost like it's part of it's almost like reality television where they already got the whole season scripted out and they're going through the different plot points and tying things together. So I think the first thing we'll probably see is Trump declassifying certain files, and then after that has played its course, then we'll probably switch over to the geopolitics or the economic front, and then back to that.
Welcome back, by the way, Tiff. I mean, I think, and it's sort of an unfair question what I'm asking you, right? Like, what falls first? Obviously, the paint on the statue has been chipping, for years now, right? But when does the statue actually? Which statue topples first? Is I think you got the gist of my question, but I think we might be we might be overestimating the preparedness of the collapse or the organization of the collapse, because we might, if this is reality television and everybody has skeletons in their closet, let's say we have a rogue contractor faction, right? They have skeletons in their closet. Let's say we have negative NHI, they have skeletons in their closet, so both have blood on their hands. And then we have the US government, probably cut somewhere in between. They have skeletons in their closet. So what we really have is disclosure Spider-Man. We have at least 3 people pointing at each other, in a Mexican disclosure standoff, a Mexican skeletons in the closet disclosure standoff. And the real question is, how do you throw somebody? You have a disclosure trolley problem. How do you throw somebody under the bus so that it's so sensational that your skeletons can remain in the closet? And it seems like you can't really expose anyone. In other words, and slap me on my hand here, Fringe, if I'm racing ahead. But I think we might be overestimating the ease with which even NHI can disclose without the human standing in front of the podium. If NHI really can just,
It's like that Spielberg.
yeah, keep going. No, no,
Sorry.
no, no. Go.
No, it's this Spielberg movie. Though they are advertising it as disclosing everything, but we all know it's going to be mostly entertainment. But having somebody right in front of everybody, and it's almost performative disclosure, I guess, where it's this is the reality and this is what's happening, and everybody witnesses it. But that would be catastrophic because there's no outline, like it's not controlled disclosure.
Yeah, and the simple question I'm asking is, if NHI, if it suits, if for malevolent NHI, it suits their agenda, for them to disclose, well, then obviously what are they waiting for? Right? In other words, why does disclosure need a mouthpiece? It seems like disclosure only needs a mouthpiece if you don't want your own skeletons exposed. So I was wondering if we could talk a little bit about, is it really is it really that simple? Can aliens really just do their own Project Bluebeam? It seems like if you want to, whether it's completely true or whether it's partially true, if you want for humans to be culpable in the exposure, the disclosure, if you want to be able to point a finger at these people lied to you, um, how do you do that unless you reveal where you lied to? Doesn't it, in other words, can the NHI really do disclosure on their own? Is what I'm asking. Can they do it without humans and suit their negative agendas at the same time? Because I think they cannot.
Yeah, well, so I think that they could, but it would be far less efficient than if they had the cooperation of the human infrastructure to do it for them. But ultimately, I do think it's about narrative framing, where they want to position themselves as these aloof watchers who are concerned about the direction of humanity, and then so therefore then they can pin all the blame on government itself or human authority, the selfish rogue contractors or whatever they want to frame it as. They want to pin it on that. And the reason why they would want to do that is because it puts a lot of the, they can use them as a scapegoat, and they can put a lot of the blame on that, get rid of it, and therefore leaving their own hands clean. Now, the thing about that is that because we don't know, well, the public doesn't know that much about alien natures and motivations, they can, these NHIs, they can come up with all sorts of narratives. The sky is open as to how they want to frame themselves. And so their out, they have more outs than the government does. And their out could be that we didn't feel that humanity was ready yet for us to reveal our existence, or maybe we thought that it would be too disruptive. But now that your own human authorities are leading you down the path towards extinction, maybe through some sort of a World War III scenario, because of that, it is time for us to reveal ourselves. See, so they have an excuse. Whereas, what excuse does the government have? I mean, their only excuse is, well, we didn't want to cause a panic, but also at the same time, yeah, okay, fine. We did allow Lockheed and others to hoard this technology, and yes, it was illegal, and there's a lot of abuse going on, but so there's a lot more liability on that side. Not to mention, whatever aliens did, it's not like you can sue them in court. They're not even part of our judicial system. But whereas the government contractors and governments themselves, yeah, I mean, they can be sued. There can be prosecutions, tribunals, whatever. But the aliens are beyond that, unfortunately. And so therefore they can get off scot-free with a lot of this unless we call them out for it, and then that's what a lot of these discussions that we're doing are for.
I mean, I totally agree that they could completely deliver the message on their own, but in order for it to be effective, wouldn't you agree that that still requires deceptive intervention? In other words, and if they just show up today in the sky talking to us, even if it's through even if it's through the face of a religious avatar, doesn't it first need to be preceded imminently by our own fuck ups? Don't they need to manipulate some sort of collapse? Because if they just show up now, it's just going to be, do we trust the new face or do we trust the old crooks that we're used to right now? So that's what I'm saying. Like, doesn't it still require
Yeah,
intervention, even if it's deceptive on their end? They can't fully deliver the
yeah.
message without deceit on their own.
Yeah, absolutely. Like nowadays, for sure. I mean, if this was back in 2008 when people were more naive and the alien propaganda was more successful, then they might have been able to get away with showing up at that point and, as I mentioned, shaking hands with Obama and, doing the whole like Space Brothers routine. They could have done that back then, but I think over time, society has gotten more skeptical and there's been more information out. I mean, I remember back in the day, back in the 2000s, where you go on forums, social media back then, you do that, and the general sentiment was positive towards aliens. There was a lot of propaganda at the time painting them as space brothers, and there really wasn't a lot of discernment. But nowadays, it seems like I don't know, 80% of people are black-pilled about it. There's just a lot more cynicism nowadays than there was back then. So for that reason, I think that is one reason why they would need more leverage nowadays than they had back then. And what is leverage? Well, it's a crisis point that gives them the leverage that they need to apply their pressure. And so, yeah, I do agree with you that they probably wouldn't show up today, but they would definitely show up or do something of a disclosure nature on their own if things got to a point where their probability of success was sky high, which would have to mean a very severe crisis that probably requires a crisis of faith in human authority on our parts, where we have lost, well, or we don't have human authority at all. I mean, if World War III stuff gets out of hand, then you might not even have governments as we know them. I mean, they might have retreated to their underground bases and they're trying to maintain some sort of control, but there'd be many territories that are no longer under their control. And you would have a very desperate, starving population that would definitely look to the skies for some sort of help. And I think that's the sort of leverage that they would need.
Wouldn't a soft disclosure, or I really just want to call it confirmation, wouldn't that be the most catastrophic disclosure? Because it doesn't even buy you the trust that you're at least, cleaning house. If we had a government that said, all right, let's just, the most doomer scenario, one that most people here don't even believe it. If they said, hey, we lied to you, we killed our own people, aliens have been abducting you, we traded technology, oh yes, this is a prison planet, aliens invented religion too, they created the human genome. If they just went everything all out, wouldn't that still be better for trust in US government than if the US government just said, all right, look, times have changed. We need to let you know we're not alone. We're still learning. We'll reveal everything balanced by the needs for national security. If they took the age of disclosure, that one wraps up a clean, nice, ambiguous message, but it still allows you to stovepipe or at least redact everything. Isn't isn't the catastrophic disclosure better for government trust than confirmation? 4 words, we're not alone, and that's it.
Yeah, but the question is there going to be a society left to even have trust in the government, right? You might have more trust, but it would be so disruptive to other elements of society that it might not even matter at that point. And so I think some of these downsides to disclosure have been accounted for, and that's why if we do get something, I think it'll be actually, I think the most catastrophic one of all would be where they give you the truth in quotes, but it's actually a disinfo narrative that's designed to lead us directly into an alien control system. In other words, that would assume that these people that are pushing for disclosure, they're actually agents or proxies of that very same alien agenda. And that, yeah, they're going to admit that aliens are real. We've had contact with them, but they're actually here to help us, and even help us like clean up our rogue contractor factions that have been misusing this technology and reverse engineering their ships and shooting them down. I mean, they can play it all these different ways. So yeah, so I do think it can be catastrophic or not, depending on who it affects, how it's gonna, how much they want to disclose. But really, in the end, I think one thing will lead to the other, and sooner or later, we're gonna find out the hard way what the actual real deal is, as far as like on the ground, actionable information that impacts us. So even if they only start out with, yes, aliens are real, as I mentioned, that legitimizes a lot of prior ufology research, which opens up the rest of the can of the worms, and it's going to lead to a very similar scenario. But if they want to go down the disinformation route and pull like an official Greer type viewpoint and poo-poo all the legitimate UFO research that's been done, then that's going to be very bad, because now you have the government working hand in hand with our alien enemies, and yeah, and we'll have two enemies at the same time to deal with.
What if the forward disclosure, forward confirmation, what if we assume that is the alien agenda plan, because it leads to so much distrust in our institutions and our authorities because of all the questions it forcibly leaves unanswered. That leads to chaos, and then the aliens can step in as saviors. What if it's one and the same thing? What if the most elegant solution is not the Greer Space Brothers, here's the truth that you need to believe, but it's just enough questions left unanswered that it leads to this distrust, that there's really no practical distinction between you know how would you even know the difference whether it's alien mediated or not?
Yeah, exactly. I do think that's very likely that you could have a scenario like that where they don't need to give the full disclosure, but they do need to give just enough to cause the system to unravel, and that would be enough for them to have all the leverage that they need. So, yeah, I do find that quite plausible.
So why, if these things are logically, game theoretically rationalizable, why isn't the government just why would the government even consider that if if some sort of catastrophic backlash is unavoidable and there's catastrophe that's unavoidable, why not go for catastrophic disclosure if it's all unavoidable?
Oh, I think it's because they don't want to cause harm before it becomes inevitable. Like, I mean, there's no reason for them to really do it prematurely. I think they're always trying to stave things off. I mean, maybe just to get their asses to the underground bases in time, so that they can survive what's coming. I mean, I don't think it's advantageous to them because a lot of them are culpable. They have been responsible for very illegal things, and the backlash would be too severe for even them to withstand. Not only that, but also I think some of them believe that perhaps if they assist our alien enemies, then they can have a place in the post collapse order, that they can be part of it. And maybe as long as they play their cards right, they can get off scot free. I mean, I think that's one reason why they're pushing for amnesty. I think they're pushing for amnesty is because, well, they need to get the public off their backs. And if they can do that, then they can maintain their little control systems within the greater alien control system in a post disclosure environment.
It's really hard for me to not bring up Fringe and Tiff. It's hard for me to not bring up the recently assassinated MIT plasma physicist at this point.
Well, actually, before we get there, why don't we just continue down this disclosure road, and then we can let's put that on the burner. Because we're on the topic of disclosure now, and yeah, I have a bunch of side notes on the conversation you guys just had, but let's just stay on this topic, and then we definitely want to hit that. It sounds like they might have someone in custody or potentially at a storage unit or something related to this Brown shooting and the MIT thing. So that'll be interesting, and it's going to go to what Tom just said about this never ending. So I could see it playing out where we have all these robots, we have all this AI, and by the way, we also need more energy, because we can't sustain this, not sustainable. And oh, here we go, this energy we have now to fuel all of this AI and the tech and the robots and stuff. But whatever it is, it's not going to be what the MIT guy was making. So that's an interesting topic. What I want to do is I want to play this just short excerpt from a space that we had a few weeks ago, me, Carolyn, and then Ulrich jumped in. And this is where Ganga discusses this idea of catastrophic disclosure. I want to play it. Let me know with a thumbs up, you guys, whether you can hear it or not, or whether it's too loud, etc. And then I want to discuss it because we are on this topic.
Answer. Do you see anything coming? And there's nothing that we could do. At least, not that I could see what we could do. I mean, it has nothing to do with us.
Can you guys hear?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hearing it.
Governments. It's just that, and I think I already wrote about it. The NHI have basically decided that they're going to go ahead and proceed in their own version of disclosure, and supposedly it's going to be. They're basically going to do it the hard way, and the only thing that I would recommend that people do is when they see things going down in the next 6 months, probably a lot sooner than this, than 6 months. Stuff like the drones, but worse. I would just keep everybody in your family, together and watch over them and make sure that they don't freak out. And if you have to tell them lies to make them, sane or stable, then just do that. But bullshit your way out of it. I don't know. Just don't let anybody take their lives or freak out or commit crimes or stuff in their panic. Just try to keep it stable.
I just think it's the hard way. Isn't that nukes? Isn't the hard way, our hard version of disclosure, like a conflation, like mistaking an enemy attack and a nuclear escalation?
All I can tell you is that our psyche is not their priority. Okay, so that means if they got to traumatize us, well, then so be it. That's all I can tell you.
My last question: the East Coast. Do I need to get the fuck away from the East Coast, like right now?
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, so that was very interesting for me. I haven't known Ganga more than just a couple of years, but I trust his information. Had the most direct contact with the NHI that I'm aware of in the community. Tom has known him a lot longer. Tom, without giving anything away or anything private Ganga would not want shared, what are your thoughts on just Ganga as a source of information? And then we'll talk about the information he gave us.
Yeah, so I met Ganga back on a forum back in 2008, and we interacted quite a bit, and I read a lot of his material. And the reason why I read it is because, well, number one, it correlated so heavily with my own independent experiences and research. That's number one. And number two is because there was a lot of new information in there that when I checked up on it, did the research myself, I confirmed it. So it seemed to me that he knew what he was talking about, that he wasn't just a confabulator, like one of those LARPers, live action role players that you find on the internet. He was a real deal. And it's important because when I consider something as a source for my books, my writings, my theories, and so on, I have to vet it, right? I mean, I can't just, I saw it on BitChute, so therefore I'm going to repeat it like a parrot. Like, no, I don't do that. I have to vet when I'm considering a source. And so, yeah, I watched his material for many, many years. I took a break from it, and then I came back. And he's convinced me that he's had real experiences, and for the most part, he knows what he's talking about. Now, of course, he is human. He's his own individual. And what he's been told by a lot of these NHIs, not all of it may be the truth. And even he acknowledges that. But the way that I work is I work with working hypotheses. I take ideas as food for thought, and I vet them, and I apply them, and I test them, and see what works the best over the long term. So his material, as far as I can tell, it's very good for that sort of thing. And so therefore, even though I don't take it as gospel, I do take it as legit much of the time, and I take it quite seriously. So I do think that he's sincere about a lot of it, and but that doesn't mean that he is infallible or that every single word he says is true, because even if he believes it, perhaps where he got it from, it might not be perfectly believable, right? So we all have to take it as food for thought, but it's very valuable food for thought, and that's my assessment of that material.
Yeah, and I think he would say the same thing. I just knowing Ganga, not as long as you've known him by far, but he seems to be well aware of the possibility for deception. He's already been through the ringer with these NHI, and he knows the red flags. Again, that doesn't make him infallible. It doesn't make me or Tom or anybody up here infallible just because we're aware of this possibility of this negative agenda and how deceptive and manipulative they are. That doesn't make us exempt from manipulation. So it's possible, and I think Ginga would acknowledge that. So what he's saying, and I think he's saying that there's been no change, that he's got this information and he's passing on the information. So what would this look like? He's saying that they're going to do it the hard way. To me, he sounded concerned. His voice sounded concerned. And they're going to do it the hard way. What does that mean? What does that look like? I'd love it if you could talk about just timeline, possibilities, probabilities, how this thing can be very fluid, how things change. These beings usually have a plan A through Z. And even if this is good information and it was heard correctly and it is true information, things like this can change. So, what do you think about the information and how that might look?
So what he's basically talking about is these NHIs, these ETs, doing it on their own. So not depending on government to do the press conferences and, try to get their own population online with the alien narrative. It's the idea that aliens will do it on their own and they don't care about coddling us. They're just going to smack us in the face with a sledgehammer of disclosure. Maybe not even by giving us knowledge in words, but merely by demonstrating their existence, which is, makes logical sense that if you're going to do disclosure, you're going to start off with the basic thing, and which is simply demonstrating existence. But before I get to that, we have to ask ourselves, if this is true, or if this could be true, why would they go on their own? Like, why would they not continue working with the government or the military to some degree, right? Yeah, so why would they do that? And that's a good question. And what it points to is the idea that prior to this point, perhaps there was some sort of a deal or a treaty between the human governments and these alien factions that the government would play a role in speeding disclosure along in order to get the population up to a certain standard beyond which point the aliens can take it from there. So perhaps maybe our government, as usual, was never on time nor on budget and didn't do their job right. And maybe they are a little bit too far behind the times, which would explain, as you pointed out, Ulrich, how in The Age of Disclosure at the end, Lou Elizondo and Jay Stratton said what they said. It almost gives away the idea that, oh shit, they know time's running out and they've been behind, but oh well, there's nothing we can do, so we'll just give you some confirmation to start with, because, like who cares? Like, who knows? Well, that all points to the idea that there was a failure in human government to get the population up to a certain standard. Now, where that I think came from, well, I think, remember earlier when I mentioned how you could have 3 or more different compartments that are advancing forward incrementally in a staggered way? What if disclosure depends on many other things, including the economy, technology, geopolitics? And what if things did not play out on the geopolitical front at the same, according to script, right? I mean, for example, back in 2016, when Trump won, even Times Magazine had Hillary on the front cover, guaranteed as the next president. And I think, if I remember correctly, Bill Clinton had bought fireworks for her celebration that night for her inevitable win. But all of a sudden, it didn't happen. And then all of a sudden, we had 4 years of Trump, which rolled back a lot of the momentum that the Obama years had going forward, including war with North Korea and Russia and so on. And so I think that's why possibly during the Trump years, they're hyping up the whole Russia stuff as much as they did, is because they're trying to stick to the script. They're trying to push an original momentum that they had going. And that's why as soon as Biden came back into power, or that faction came back into power, things accelerated massively in terms of attempting digital ITs, in terms of getting the Ukraine war going as much as they possibly could, and really fomenting that and creating further divisions, and trying to ramp up the whole geopolitical script that might have been behind schedule at that point. So now that after the 2024 elections, maybe aliens just threw up their hands and they said, oh shit, this just isn't working. You know what, fuck it, we're going to do it ourselves. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe the population just isn't where it needs to be according to the original intended timeline. So I'm just throwing that out as a hypothetical, like why aliens might want to go on it on their own, and it could be due to a failure of government to stick on time and stick onto the schedule. So, next question, which is, what would ET force disclosure actually look like? And one thing Gang has said is, well, like the kind of like the drone stuff, but worse. And that's a clue, okay? And that's a clue that ties into what I said, which is that if you are going to do disclosure in the most basic way, it would be by demonstrating existence. So imagine that you did have a drone flap, but it's way more severe. It's far less ambiguous. It's over more cities. More people see it. And it's enough to create a phase shift within consensus reality where it's no longer just, haha, look at these crazy people on the news talking about the New Jersey drones. It's not that anymore. It's like, oh boy, this is real. This is happening. And they're here. And that's all they have to do. All they have to do is buzz cities. I don't know if they'll go so far as to like attack people or blow up buildings, something like that. And I think they probably wouldn't, and they shouldn't, because if they don't, then they can leave the narrative open that they're actually just concerned citizens of the galaxy, watching over humanity, and they're letting their presence be known. So let's say that they don't harm or kill anyone, but they do buzz cities. They do interfere a little bit with airplane flight paths just to make a scene, right? Just make a scene to show up in the news, and they do it in a way that is undeniable. Well, if that happens and consensus shifts, then that is the point at which you're going to get calls from your relatives saying like, gee, what's really going on? I'm calling you because you're the crazy person in the family, and we know that you have the answers, right? So you might start getting calls from your relatives or your coworkers or your friends when that happens. And that's why Gang has said, lie to them if you have to, because if they're too psychologically fragile, they might end up doing stupid things. So that's what it's pointing to, is that if this is true, we're pointing to a kind of massive UFO drone flap in a way that is undeniable, unmistakable, and which shifts consensus. Now, if these NHIs, if they were smart, which they are, what they should do, and what they probably will do, is merely just show up, maybe hang out for a while, just in the skies. And when that happens, our government's going to freak out. I mean, the public part of the government's going to freak out, and the military is going to freak out, and they're going to have to send up jets or something, and they can't shoot them down. Like it's demonstrating the resolve, the invincibility, and the concern of these NHIs if they simply just show up over cities and just stay there for a little bit, right? And they allow our government to go into this paranoid meltdown, acting as what? Acting as those paranoid dinosaur old fogies, which I mentioned earlier was part of the narrative that has been being pushed for the past 5-10 years. The idea that there are elements of a government that are backwards, regressive, fearful, paranoid, prone to just thinking only in terms of national defense and, military stuff, and never really thinking about moving humanity forward. So if aliens just merely showed up in the skies, they don't have to reveal who they are necessarily. All they have to do is be there stoically and allow the government to freak out, which then will discredit the government and play into the idea that our human authorities don't really know what they're doing, and that these aliens are the more steadfast leaders that we can eventually hitch our destiny towards.
Thank you, Tom. And if this is good and true information, and I believe that what the information is what Genga is telling us it is, this is what he heard. If it is true information, what do you think about this 6-month timeline? What do you think could be pushing this timeline? And what do you think could make changes in that timeline?
That's a good question. Typically when people make predictions, my rule of thumb is always double it. Now, I don't know if that applies in this case, but normally I double it, only because people tend to get ahead of themselves. But we're not talking here about an intellectual speculation. We're talking about someone who claims to have had direct knowledge from the ET psychic networks that something like this is happening. So if we take that as a truth, we have to evaluate that based on its merits, which is the idea that, well, probably true. Then again, for me to say that it's not true is probably coming from a normalcy bias that I might be having, where life seems pretty calm now, so I can't imagine it going haywire within 6 months. But that doesn't mean that it's not going to. So I'm admitting to my bias there, which is that seems less likely, but only because cognitively biasly, maybe I'm being a little bit unbalanced there. So ultimately, I don't know, but we'll see what happens. I mean, it could be that things on the geopolitical front really blow up. Maybe things go south with the NATO and Russia and Ukraine and all that, and things don't work out there. And if it doesn't, and things truly escalate, then I think that would be of major concern to the NHA powers, not because they're concerned for our well-being, but because it's a tasty opportunity, and they need to take advantage of it while they can. So that's one possibility. Another is if we do have any sort of major cyber attack that brings down the infrastructure in an irreparable way, then yeah, they would have to take advantage of that as well. So it might not just be that they are simply deciding to disclose. It could also be that, well, time's up. Things are coming that we can't control, and the government's not doing its part, so we're going to have to do it ourselves. That's another possibility. So we'll just have to wait and see. Now, there is one weird thing about this from my end. I'm not saying that this is evidence of anything or proof of anything. It's more of a weird, interesting, entertaining correlation. And it's a dream that I had back in, was it 2022, I think, that I posted about on my timeline. And it's a dream that started out, I didn't post this part, but it started out with me being in a museum looking at different glass display scenes. And the emphasis of the scenes was the return of incandescent lighting. So everything was incandescent. The whole idea that incandescent lighting was happening. And then after that, it shifted to an outdoor gala scene during the daytime near a seaside resort, where there was a woman being celebrated, and her name was Helene, or Helena, like Helene, and her last name was Constellation, which was weird, okay? So what happened was back in, was it like last year, I think, we had Hurricane Helene right at the same time, well, right around the same time, we had the whole stuff about Immaculate Constellation coming out on UFO Twitter, and also Trump bringing back incandescent lighting. And those were three things. Oh, and then the next part of the dream, I looked over the water, and there were these missiles being shot up into the air, like a whole line of 12 ballistic missiles. It looked like some sort of missiles being launched up into the air, and people saying, "Oh shit, this is World War III. We're about to be dragged into World War III." And so after Helene, after Immaculate Constellation, there was that whole Iran missile thing where Trump had to send in the bombers to take out their military base because they're attacking Israel. And I saw on the news the exact same scene with the missiles that I saw in my dream. So these things don't mean much in themselves. All they were, in my opinion, were minor little timeline markers to let me know that we're roughly in that time window frame. Now, the dream, after that point, several more things happened. One, I saw these really advanced pilots standing on these crafts with their fist in the air in a victory pose. And at the time, I thought, okay, what is this referring to? Is this referring to Space Force? But in hindsight, no, it had to do with the success of the bombers that took out the Iranian nuclear stuff. And then after that was, in the dream, the conveyance of massive technological acceleration. The idea that from underground, from under the water, everything was becoming like these high-tech panels were coming out of the water, and the sidewalks were turning into high-tech stuff. So this idea of a new thing being born having to do with technological acceleration, which was a major theme, especially in this past year, and especially even more so now. Now, the end of the dream had to do with the following. It had to do with military brass in a diner hiding under the tables because they were scared while an alien contact scenario was happening. And there was a song playing in my head in the dream from this band called Alchemist, which is symbolic. And the name of the song was First Contact. And these military brass were hiding under the tables with the conveyance that there was some sort of first contact event happening involving aliens. So if this dream is some sort of feedback from a probable future potential or some sort of message or something, or it could be disinformation, who knows? It's weird that over the past year, a lot of these little markers from that dream have been showing up, and right now the only thing really left beyond the technological acceleration is the first contact stuff, with the military reacting very irrationally towards it. So maybe there's something to it. Maybe it is the next 6 months, or it could be longer than that, but I do think at some point something like that will probably happen, yeah.
Yeah, that's getting a little weird with your dream. And, there's so many people with so many dreams and they go just like that. And to me, we're not there yet. To me, it doesn't feel like, a lot of the points Ulrich was bringing up. Don't we need a World War III? Don't we need a nuclear exchange? Don't we need all of these things first? Because that seems like how it should go. But that's not necessarily how it's going to go. And I think in this space, Ganga was just mentioning, it has nothing to do with us. There's nothing we could do about it. We can't stop it. And it's actually not human dependent. So it seemed to be beyond us, I think. And it doesn't feel like we're there, but yet yet here we are. So I think I did ask Genga either in a post or on the in DMs or something. I said, what do you, because this seems to me, it just seems like it's not realistic. Even though we have all of these throughout the abduction research, these aliens are saying they're coming, they're going to show up, there's going to be a change, we're going to own nothing and we're going to be happy and they're going to be in charge. And they play their propaganda videos and they want the buy in from all the abductees. So even though this has been going on, it's been happening for so many years that it almost seems like it's not going to ever actually happen. And when I asked him about it, he said, this has always been their plan, and this is what they have to do at some point. This is going to happen. So even though I've thought that this type of thing was going to happen in my lifetime, it just still doesn't seem realistic to me. So I don't know how realistic it is, but it's something that we should just be thinking about. Also, I think that there seems to be a movement underfoot with disclosure. I mean, it seems to be, to me, to be this big push where all of a sudden it's on the news. You have regular, normal people who are watching the CNN. You've got all these tidbits of disclosure coming out. You have normal, regular, mainstream media people having interviews, asking questions, and it just seems to be everywhere. So maybe there is something coming, and it just seems unrealistic to me. But go ahead, Ulrich, jump in. But I also
Yeah,
don't get those kind of messages either. I don't get the sit down, hey, we're coming, we're showing up, and we're going to take over. I don't get those kind of things. Go ahead, Ulrich.
yeah, I I agree with the feeling. This, I've had so many people talk about I in game tech space, somebody was responding to the feeling and the sound of my words, but he just ignored the meaning of my words. So that's why I have to laugh. I agree with you about the feeling of the moment, that it doesn't, I think you and I both had this, a lot of us have this cognitive dissonance where the mainstream media all of a sudden is talking about UFOs without laughing, but it doesn't feel like anybody's waking up, right? And so in that vein, things don't feel disclosury, and we really do need an adjective for disclosure. And but I don't want to say, yeah, I have a different take, and it's not even my place to have a different take of what Ganga, because I don't have a different take of what Ganga meant. I think we all heard what he meant, but I disagree with the framing as inevitable, in the sense that it can happen entirely without human, like it doesn't need human complicity, because I have reason to believe that both is true. I have reason to believe that. Okay, let's take Tom's what Tom went over. Right, we had this weird thing happen where everybody was expecting Hillary to win, and all of a sudden Trump won. Well, what if that weird thing was a malevolent NHI? Because, and I can't believe these words are about to come out of my mouth, but this is not my interpretation. Hillary was meant to be the disclosure president. So if disclosure is supposed to be meaning coming from a negative NHI, pushed out to the very end, because disclosure is a technological accelerant. If you come out in 2016 and say, yeah, we don't just have technologies that manipulate time and space, we have actual time traveling UFOs, we reverse engineered them. Oh yeah, your loved one who just died from cancer, they didn't have to, we just didn't feel like rolling out the technology. There is no way that you have disclosure without an acceleration toward a singularity. I think Tom, push back if you disagree, but in general, all things being equal, unless you have like war at the same time, um, any kind of revelation of existence of technologies accelerates. It's like a Roger Bannister moment. You have somebody who can do a 4 minute mile. Nobody's spending any time wasting saying you can't do a 4 minute mile. And so if we had disclosure rolled back, we can't have, Hillary's talking about being a disclosure candidate in all of her emails, then that would be, if NHI made an intervention and said, nope, the only time we intervene in human politics is when it comes to disclosure, and we can't have disclosure, then we're at the end of the timeline where disclosure is pretty much unavoidable based on circumstances. So what we want is another rollback, and we want as much chaos and destruction as possible. In that sense, it's not, because friends, you talked about, and maybe it was sort of casual, but Ganga spoke about disclosure the hard way. Ganga didn't speak about catastrophic disclosure, because now we need to be really specific with our terms, right? I was trying to see whether Tom agreed with me that soft disclosure is the most catastrophic disclosure. But when we say catastrophic disclosure, we mean that literally: disclosure of an impending catastrophe, disclosure of a dark alien agenda, right? So I'm saying the most catastrophic disclosure is the most destructive disclosure is the one that is malevolent NHI mediated and comes through a human mouthpiece, and has the least amount of useful information, causes the most amount of distrust, and is most easily weaponized and manipulated by the NHI to make them look like saviors. in that narrative, you absolutely can have an NHI that intervenes, says, "Oh no, we can't have Hillary," and I'm not a pro-Hillary person. Okay, right? I think just the thought of like Hillary being a disclosure candidate makes me want to vomit in my mouth. But that was actually on the books at that time. It makes perfect sense to me, and I am a bit of a technological accelerationist. It makes perfect sense to me that you intervene on that timeline. You don't allow for a technological development that absolutely would have put us in place where we could tolerate more of a disclosure. We could have the infrastructure here by now. We could have we wouldn't be on all this weird delusional Halloween episode of, are we about to have an apocalypse? Are we about to have a technological singularity? We can't even have the conversation on advanced physics right now, right? So it makes sense to me that you would roll out a soft disclosure for the purpose of chaos to prevent real disclosure. That the function of disclosure the hard way is just another prevention of real disclosure. That you need a chaos accelerant. Does that make sense? You need to light the fuse, and I think it's a rollback. I think it's how you kick off
What about
World
like
War
a little
III.
apocalypse, Ulrich? Like if they did a little apocalypse, like the grid goes down, but then they save everything, and we're just all so thankful that we kind of just like fall in line, so life can normal. They tested that with COVID a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I mean,
that's
that's
really what
very
I'm
likely.
asking everybody. Is a little apocalypse possible? Sorry, go ahead, Tom. I'm just asking, like, is a little apocalypse possible, or is this an apocryphal delusional idea? Is that even, like, it's the Easter Bunny hypothesis. Can you really kill Santa Claus and say the Easter Bunny and the Tooth Fairy are still real?
Yeah, so earlier, one thing I forgot to mention is if aliens do a forced disclosure, even merely just by demonstrating their existence, that's not all they would do, that's for sure. What I forgot to mention is that at the same time, after they induce the cultural shock to consensus reality and everyone starts wondering what's going on, you can be 100% guaranteed that they're going to have their own mouthpieces already within society, within academia, within especially social media. You're going to have people giving the answers to what's really going on, or giving or nudging the conversation in order to engineer the narrative in a way that these aliens would want. So if that were to happen, watch who comes out of the woodwork, watch who gets put into the limelight and starts spinning our perceptions or our understanding of who these beings are and what they ultimately want, because I think that's when the narrative engineering is going to kick up into high gear.
Wait, Ulrich was silent just there?
Must have been a
My
glitch.
my buttons.
Yeah, for sure it's a
It was
glitch.
definitely a glitch. My buttons weren't working. I was trying to hit them furiously. I told you there's a demon in my iPad. I'm most comfortable using the demon word when it comes to tech. Um, so, so I have to. I'm curious because I'm not saying you're wrong, Tom, but it's a thought I haven't had. My assumption was the opposite, that there is an event horizon for NHI as well, and that's post disclosure. That it's not the same thing as a singularity, a soft, fake confirmation disclosure, whatever. But isn't there a level of entropy, a level of chaos that falls beyond the event horizon, even for the NHI? My assumption would be that they would have figureheads and everything in place post catastrophe, meaning like, we get nuked, we nuke each other, we have 3-4 billion lives lost. That I assume would be all scripted. We'll have
Your
Oh
audio just
gosh,
cut
is
out.
it? Oh, good. I thought it was
of
me.
wouldn't have people in place. I would assume. Uh-oh, did you guys lose me?
Yeah, you were
We're
regging a
here.
second there,
And
Ulrich.
did I cut out? I'm so sorry. I'm just saying, I assumed they'd have mouthpieces in place post severe trauma, but not at the lighting of the fuse for the chaos. Isn't it true that there's a major degree of unpredictability, a major amount of chaos where even the NHI can't even feasibly have mouthpieces in place? I just want to push back on what you said, Tom, like, or sell me on
Yeah,
it.
well, I think we're talking possibly about different scenarios, like different plans of the ways that it could go, or we could be talking about sequences of stages where initially, okay, society is still functioning. You just have UAP type drones buzzing the cities, and you have questions being asked by society now that they realize that something really is going on. And within that particular environment, I do still think that it is beneficial for them to seed the narrative, to start priming the population for events that are still yet to come. Because after that, let's say after that, you still have, let's say, a World War III scenario or a cyber attack thing, or even like a solar flare thing, that like a solar kill shot that wipes out the grid. People within that particular environment, when it is chaotic enough, some part of them is still going to remember some of the priming that happened in the years prior. So if back then they're like, oh yeah, I remember when they showed up over our cities, and some of the people in my social media feed said that they're probably here because they're concerned about our nuclear weapons capability. And sure enough, we just had a war, and now our lights don't turn on anymore. So who are we going to turn to if we can't turn to our government? We're going to turn towards them. Something like that, where you prime it ahead of time so that it plays into a plot that comes later, right? So you can have both that initial priming and you can have it afterwards where they have their figureheads in place, but it's a multi-step process where you've got like a little bit of narrative steering and puppetry in the beginning, but then more so later when they actually assume positions of authority within whatever new authority structure comes out of a collapsed civilization. So I think you can have both, just at different times and in different ways.
Where do you think they're? Don't you think they're more at this point? If we're at the end of the timeline, don't you think they're just going to throw? It's one thing to say you're going to control the traffic lights so that your getaway car has a green. What is it called? It's every light is green, right? It's another thing to say you're going to control the traffic lights so that everybody has an accident. And I'm saying that if they manipulate some sort of catastrophic soft disclosure that causes a widespread disruption, distrust, and just chaos, we're not talking about green traffic lights until way after, until they propose the solution. Wouldn't it make much more sense that this kind of disclosure is needed to kick off some sort of chaos?
Yeah, I mean, they could do it themselves to kick off the chaos, or they can. I mean, they're precognitive, so they know some of these potentials that are coming up, and so if they see something that's already on its way that is disruptive, all on its own, whether it's some solar flare thing or some comet impact or whatever, a pole shift, whatever, magnetic field collapse. If they know that that's coming up, then they would time their own plans to synchronize with that to take advantage of it. So therefore, considering all these destabilizing factors, it might even be easier for them to simply wait for a disruption to happen that they know is already on its way, rather than having to cause the disruption themselves. Although I think they're perfectly capable of causing it themselves. So, I mean, if we lived in a time where me doing my research, looking to the future, everything looks super duper stable for the next 1,000 years, then at that point I would say, yes, they would definitely have to cause a destruction on their own. But considering how much the world right now, the balance is on a knife's edge, I think there's a lot of things that could happen, which they would know in advance, which they would easily take advantage of. So I'd say it's, once again, 50-50, either possibility.
What do you think it falls within the realm of greatest unpredictability for them? What would be the scenario that they would have the least predictability over or control over?
Oh yeah. Well, that would have to be anything that is following the influence of something that they themselves don't have knowledge over, or that is on parity with them, or that is above them. So, for example, the divine plan. Let's say there is a divine plan. Well, these ultra terrestrial positive beings, they're operating at a level of reality that is beyond even that of these biological NHIs. So, if at that level some action is decided upon to be taken on Earth, then that is something that would be beyond the predictability, I think, of these NHIs, because these NHIs, they're looking primarily at, I think, human statistical patterns, geopolitical trends, and so on, things that are concrete within the realm of physicality that they have superiority over. But if there's any sort of influence coming in from outside of that system, then they'll be more blind to that. And so, therefore, that's like the macroscopic version of what you yourself as an individual can experience in life when you start acting more from that place of knowledge with a capital K that I mentioned earlier. If you act more from that place and you respond in a sentient and intelligent way, you actually become more unpredictable to these NHIs that are trying to abduct you and mess with your life if you're one of their targets. So if that can happen for us individually, I think that can also happen collectively. And so therefore, I don't know if you guys ever saw that Disney movie that never got released. As far as I know, it was this animated thing called what was it called? The Prince and the Pauper? As the Cobbler and the Thief, that's what it was called. And the idea is that this town at the end is being attacked by this giant war machine. Like it's like a tank the size of a city. And this humble cobbler, he fires attack through, I think, like a slingshot, and it works its way into the machine, into the exact right spot to make it all fall apart. And that's how he stops the invasion of the city. It's the idea that you can have the smallest little thing through the butterfly effect messing up a giant war machine. And I think the similar principle might apply to aliens in this case, where the littlest factors might be introduced by a divine source through maybe intuition or synchronicity, something like that. Or even benevolent alien factions if they exist. Something like that is beyond, I think, the predictability of these NHIs. And if that can cascade up through a series of chaos theory amplifications, like the butterfly and the hurricane, then that can really throw things off track. So that's I think that's their Achilles heel, that they can't see all probable futures, and they especially cannot see the probable futures that are extremely, extremely small in probability, almost to the point of being invisible or being dismissible, that end up somehow, maybe through divine intervention or just the right person doing the right thing at the right time, cascading up into catastrophic consequences for them. And that's another reason why I have hope, is because these beings, they tend to act on, let's say, the top 3, 4, 5 probabilities in terms of timelines. But they're not really too concerned about the 20th or the 30th or the 100th probability of a timeline. And we, however, we can operate within that little tiny probability space in order to really throw things off track for them. And that's why I don't think they have superiority, even if on a technological and psychic and intellectual level, it seems like they're invincible.
Thanks, Tom. So let's then just get to I want to get to two things right now. One of them will be the eschatology outcomes, and then what can your average person do? Someone here hanging out in the space, us and our families. What is a prudent course of action if they do actually show up in our skies?
Okay, well, I'll tackle the second one first. And a lot of it is common sense, so I'm sure a lot of you have already thought about this. But the immediate action, of course, is to buckle down, kind of bug in, because it's not the aliens you have to worry about so much as your neighbors, people in society, people freaking out. Some people, look, everyone listening here, I'm pretty sure that if aliens showed up over our cities, you're going to be relatively reasonable because you're already thinking about these topics. You already thought about it, but there's a lot of people out there who don't even think about such things. I don't know if you ever noticed, but some people, when they're walking around town, they never, ever, ever look up at the sky, the clouds, the sun, the birds and the trees. They don't notice things. They're like glued to their phones, or they're, wrapped up in their heads thinking about Real Housewives or whatever, whatever dramas going on in their heads. And these kinds of people, they're so out of touch with real reality that if real reality is forced upon them, it's kind of unpredictable how they will behave. Now, if they're socially speaking, if they're nobodies, okay, big deal, right? They can freak out and scream in their own homes, and who cares? But if they are people that, drive ambulances or people that society really depends upon, and they freak out, then they're not going to be able to do their duties. Or they might actually, what if they're a pilot and they become suicidal and they crash the plane, right? And 150 people die. Things like that. Yeah, you definitely want to buckle in for a while and assess the situation. I don't know if communications will be on or not. It depends on when the NHIs would want to make their appearance. Like, is it after a period of chaos or is it prior to that point? If it's prior to that point, then yeah, you will have the internet. And luckily you can confer with others and get the news and try to figure out what's going on. But if all communications are cut off, then yeah, you're going to be wondering what is happening. And it's best to, if you got a ham radio or some sort of shortwave radio, that'd be great. But if you don't, then be careful of rumors, because just like that movie, what was that movie that Obama produced about where the world sort of ends due to a massive cyber attack? Well, the theme of that movie was be careful what you hear, in a situation like that, because the enemy will see disinformation to lead you astray. And in that particular movie, they did it by spraying different kinds of flyers over the population. Some written in Arabic, make it seem like a Muslim attack. Others where it was in a different language, making it seem like the Russians or the Chinese. It's disinformation, and that's the sort of thing you'd want to do in a war. So whatever happens, be careful of the information that you hear through the grapevine, because very often it can be either mistaken or due to paranoia or panic, or something like that. But ultimately, it's going to have to be up to the research that you have on hand, and especially your knowledge, your intuition, you being plugged into that spiritual source in order to play it as it goes. Because the more chaotic things get, the less you can prepare for it, and the more you have to be agile on your feet in terms of being able to read the situation rather quickly. And while a lot of research does help with that, on the other hand, it does also help to have some level of either mild clairvoyance, which is just intuition, or to have a very good ability to respond to chaos, to be cool under pressure. And I think that's why Ganga was kind of concerned, because some people will freak out. So if you have to comfort others, then definitely do that. But beyond that, I mean, what is it that we can actually do? Well, it depends on the situation. But don't forget, like, no matter what happens, you always have your spiritual power behind you. So one thing we don't talk about much in doom spaces is the idea that our consciousness can influence reality through manifesting. And the reason why we don't talk about that as much is because it's more of a new age. It's a thing that has been appropriated by the new age, even though this idea has existed many decades prior to the new age even coming around. I mean, if you go back to the early 1900s, there were books by William Walker Atkinson, Joseph Benner, Joseph Murphy, all these guys, part of the New Thought, or the Christian Science movement. They're already talking about the power of consciousness and how it can influence probability. So if you are in a chaotic situation, if you can maintain your inner balance, your inner spiritual balance, then you can operate at that spiritual level and bias probability in a way that helps you, especially in a chaotic situation. I mean, you might have noticed in your own life, if you have this ability to manifest things, that sometimes manifesting happens more easily when you're in a period of uncertainty. Like, let's say you're in between jobs, or you're sort of desperate because you're not sure what the future holds. But all of a sudden, miracles happen, miracles come through. And they come through more easily during times of chaos than they do during times of perfect, ordered boredom. Okay? So if that's true on the individual level, perhaps the same thing will be true on a collective level, where if we apply our consciousness and hold our center and use that part of us, we can use that spiritual ability to back up anything that we do on the physical level. And the physical level could mean coordinating with people, gathering supplies, bartering, all the typical stuff, or maybe waging some sort of an insurgency if it comes to that. You can back that up with your spiritual powers as well, and that way you're acting multispectrally, not only within the physical domain, which NHIs have a lot of control over, but also the spiritual domain, which they do not. So that's sort of the positive aspect of it. And what was the other thing you wanted to talk about, Fringe? Eschatology, I
I
think.
think Dean Radin, he did a study, the double slit experiment, but it was with a group and it was remotely and it was influenceable. And I think that is also like a sign of our consciousness abilities to manifest reality. Like we affect the reality of
Oh, yeah.
things.
Yeah, totally. And that kind of speaks to the idea that if things do go sideways and you get a situation where you have a fragmented humanity where part of it is under the control of an alien control system and the other part is a ragtag group of people, well, in that mixed situation over time, the human element side, I mean, the human resistance will have to achieve some degree of parity with the alien group in terms of intelligence, psychic powers, and technology in order to have any chance of making it through and even getting the planet back, right? But our spiritual ability to influence probability is part of that skill set that we can apply right now. Like, you can do this without even being a so-called psychic, right? And the reason why that is because psychic abilities, which we'll talk about in a bit, psychic abilities are not the same thing as spiritual abilities. Psychic abilities is more like it's more like being able to do Olympic acrobatics or something. It's not the same thing as being a better person and being more plugged into the divine. And we have that ability, and that ability is what allows us to influence probability in a way that, funny enough, it seems to me, not even biological aliens are able to get around. So I mean, how crazy is that? How crazy is it that we have the ability to use our subconscious connection to our higher spirit, which is located in a higher level of this existence, that we can use that connection to influence reality in a way that not even biological NHIs can resist. It's almost like we're manipulating their reality and their timeline in a very subtle way. Now, we can't do it perfectly. It's not like 100% ability, but here and there it works. And if that gives us an edge, then we should use it and we should be aware of it.
Yeah, even if it's something subtle and it's just personal, it's important to be aware of. So Tom, give me a rundown on if they do show up and they actually do what Ganga thinks they might do. If they actually do that, what do you think their end game is? I want to talk about things like should this is actually on the list. So to answer your first question, it was the eschatology outcomes I wanted to get to. But I also want to get to what should we be doing? Should we go along with their plans? It could look like us getting herded into some kind of, concentration camps have been thrown out there. It's been thrown out there that abductees might get rounded up. What is it going to look like for the aliens? They're going to want control, I'm assuming. So as far as humans going along with their plans, how far should we go? Do we go along with their plans, to save our families? And these are questions that only the individual is going to be able to answer. But I think it's important to think about this kind of stuff because, like you mentioned, and what I truly believe is these creatures are just the arm of a negative hierarchy, and I do believe they have some type of influence on the afterlife, even if it's their fake, pocket dimension afterlife. I think there's some influence there. So I think we need to be really careful about aligning ourselves with this alien agenda, no matter what it looks like when they finally do this.
Yeah, well,
I've heard
this is
colony mentioned more than once.
yeah.
Oh, Ganga mentions all the time to watch the colony, right? But the colony seems to be really close to what he's expecting.
Yeah. So as I mentioned in the show Colony, that's where aliens have attacked humanity and there's no government anymore, except for these walled cities where aliens rule over it, but they have their human proxies running the city. So that is within the kind of efficient mindset that you would expect of NHIs. It's not like, I never played the game, but was it Half-Life or something where aliens have these enforcers on the ground and they're actually the ones manning the totalitarian police state? Well, that seems pretty unlikely. I mean, I suppose they could be using hybrids to do that, and they would probably in certain locations, but they would have hybrids probably being above the human level of that control system, and the humans then would therefore just be no different, as I mentioned, from those Jews that were hired by the Nazis to control the other Jews in the concentration camps. So yeah, you can have like a hierarchy from human level to hybrid to alien to whatever is beyond alien. And what is beyond alien? Well, I think that's where you start getting into the idea that ultimately, in the end, it's really a spiritual war. And so, therefore, I do think that Christians are at an advantage here because they are already buying into the idea that there is a spiritual war going on. And so, when you confront the alien presence on Earth in the future, if they were to do this, you would have to treat it almost as a holy war in order to have the conviction necessary to stick to your principles and fight it through to the very bitter end. Because if you don't have that, then you might only view it from the perspective of practicality. Like, okay, you know what? I don't agree with them, but we got to survive. So yeah, I'm going to compromise my principles and go along with it. And if enough people do that, of course, they're going to win that way because everyone buys into it and becomes an arm of the same control system. But if you treat it as a holy war, as a spiritual war, then you realize that there are values or principles that are higher than mere practicality. And that's going to allow you to stick to your guns and do whatever it takes. And also to be aligned potentially with the divine will, right? It's like once you stop caring about just about pure physical self-preservation, you start fighting for something higher. And that's going to give you the ethos and the conviction and the fire and the fight needed to really overcome an otherwise impossible enemy. So yeah, I think Christians definitely have the advantage there, and anyone who has a spiritual connection, you don't just have to be Christian, but you do have to have spiritual conviction, and you do have to have a spiritual connection. So if all you've ever done so far is study conspiracy stuff and ufology, then it helps to build up the metaphysical side of that as well, because it's going to give you the spiritual immune system that you need to really deal with the uncertainties and the stressful times that could be coming.
Ulrich or Tiff, do you guys want to comment on that?
The what you said earlier, Tom, the edge cases, right? So the low probability, long tail possibilities of the individual maybe making a breakthrough, doing catastrophic disclosure on their own, whatever it is. Do you find in your own personal life that where you might be affecting the timeline from an edge case angle, that you're actually also finding extraordinary random resistance or chaos? Because I'm not so sold on the idea. I agree with you that the edge cases are the greatest area of opportunity, but I'm not sold on the idea that you don't meet extraordinary, ridiculous resistance once you do start prying the door open.
Yeah, totally. And it's not just alien-oriented things. Like for example, it's minor things. It's minor synchronistic or telepathic interference that if you do it early enough in time, you can prevent certain futures. Like for example, my book Fringe Knowledge for Beginners. It doesn't. I mean, it talks about aliens and it gives some advice there, but it's not strictly focused on that topic. So you might ask, well, why would aliens be interested in that? Well, it's because it's a gateway drug to the rest of ufology research. There's a lot of people who read it who were not, prior to that point, interested in fringe material. But because of it, they ended up joining forums or reading more books, and they became wiser to the idea of what these NHIs are and what their agenda is. And so therefore, that can lead, like the butterfly effect, to certain probable futures that are very inconvenient to these alien powers. So if they trace that problem back in time, or they trace it precognitively, they can see that, okay, well, this one book, amongst many other books that are doing the same thing, but this one book, is also a problem. So let's do something to Tom or to his computer and get the book mysteriously deleted, which it did get deleted. And so what I had to do then is I had to try to get data recovery software. I tried 4 or 5 different data recovery softwares. None of them would work, and I pretty much gave up on it. And then at the very end, I did the most improbable thing, which is try one more, which is sort of irrational because 5 didn't already work. I tried one more, and boom, I got the book back, and I ended up publishing it. So it's a little tiny thing like that, where I don't know if it was just me by accident deleting it, or a glitch in my laptop, or who knows where it came from, but the effect, it led to 2 different futures that were quite divergent for me and for certain people that ended up reading the book. And that's like a small example. Another example is in 2005, 6, and 7, as I mentioned earlier, that's when I noticed there was a lot of alien disinformation that was coming out, including contactees and abductees that had been brainwashed by their abductors. They were coming out of the woodwork in droves, going to forums, going to different websites, podcasts, and just pumping out the alien disinformation like crazy. So much so that I started getting worried, like, holy crap, is the alien agenda on? Are they going for it? And I was looking forward, like, well, how long would it take for this sort of thing to reach a crescendo? And it was right around the 2009, 2010 timeframe. So I decided, you know what, I better put out a book on this. So I studied all that disinformation that they were putting out. I figured out the patterns that they were going for, the different narratives, who was doing what. And that's what led me to write the book Discerning Alien Disinformation, which was initially an article series, but also a book. And so when I put that out, it was me and some others. Ganga was there too, actually, on a forum at the time where a lot of these false narratives were being floated by certain disinformation agents. And we pushed back really hard on those narratives, like exposing it, pointing out the contradictions and everything. And I don't know if we had an effect or if it was just a coincidence, but I swear within like a few months after that all went down and my book came out and everything, the tune like totally changed. All of a sudden, in the media, the tune changed. Certain people, I mean, heck, even Stephen Hawking and some others, they had a conference on the threat of alien life to Earth, which they wouldn't have had even in the years prior. So something changed in the narrative. I don't know if it had an effect or what. I do know that my book, Discerning Alien Disinformation, was read by members of the Exopolitics Institute at the time. It came up in discussion. And it totally blew the place up because it pointed out a lot of the bullshit that half those members were spouting. And then the other half of that institute, they called out the other ones and they had big discussion and argument amongst themselves about it. And then it caused quite a big rift. So who knows? I'm just pointing out the fact that there are things that we can do, whether conversations that we have or posts that we make or links that we share, that who knows what effects it has in terms of butterfly effect down the line. you know? And sometimes we have an idea of doing something that could have a big impact, but I don't know, we wake up one morning and we just don't feel like doing it anymore. We don't know why. Oh, and coincidence, that same morning we got bruises on our legs and signs of having been abducted. And all of a sudden we don't have the motivation anymore to post that. How many people experience this and follow it and don't do it, and therefore the future doesn't change, right? It's little things like that. I mean, this is how the time war is ultimately fought. It's fought through stomping on butterflies, not trying to control hurricanes. And that's why it's happening in many of our lives. I wouldn't say every single day, but probably on a weekly, if not monthly basis. And yeah, we got to be careful about that. If you have a conviction and it's logical, and then all of a sudden the next day you've got some irrational compulsion to leave it behind, definitely question that. Don't just go with your feelings, go with your logic and your true intuition, and question such things. So yeah, I mean, it can definitely happen, and it has happened. It's happened to me, and I'm mindful of it. So when it does happen, I do question the impulse, and I tend to move forward with it anyway.
Yeah, I think your example with the book was perfect, and so I wanted to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding you because I probably was slightly because I thought you were essentially saying that you'll get sort of the edge case scenarios will have a less obstructed path. And I think sometimes you can sort of reverse engineer counterintelligence in the sense of disruption, that sometimes there's so many ridiculous interventions for something that shouldn't be attracting you to be, or this action to be that much of a target. And it's like the a random person or the person who never calls you, all of a sudden everything is falling apart conveniently like a perfect storm. I actually think sometimes these are kind of like reverse synchronicities, right? Disruptions that are really trying to sabotage things, even if
Yeah.
it's in this space right now, right?
Hmm.
Even right now, like every time Tiff has connection issues, Tiff and I live in different states. um so am I making sense? Like my sense is very much right now that everything is going to happen 2026. So even though it doesn't feel like disclosury, it absolutely feels that way in terms of random sabotaging shit. I've only felt like an increase, and I do feel like a culmination. I don't want to make predictions, but if it can be loose and reckless, I don't see how everything doesn't the chaos to everything doesn't kick off all in this next year.
Yeah, I mean, watch out for patterns where, curiously, a lot of the loose ends in your life are getting tied up and you're getting closure with people. It's almost like you're saying your goodbyes. If that starts happening more and more, then that's the sort of thing that would make me kind of worried about, like, what the hell's coming up. That's kind of suspicious. I mean, a lot of times things in life do proceed according to a higher order, um, whether it's just foreshadowing or precursors from a probable future, or if it's a divine thing, or if it's negative entities trying to prevent something from happening. Uh, the whole point is, sure, a lot of the stuff could be accidental, but at the same time, the fact that it could be accidental provides the cover of possible deniability that allows these beings to do what they do, because we do live currently within a consensus reality that is shielded. It's almost like a chick within an egg that's being shielded from being just cracked open and dying in the open air. So we are still within a kind of quarantine right now where plausible deniability is the name of the game, but very slowly that shell is being pried apart, just at the same rate that the chick is growing. And I think they're going to try to crack the egg fully open and allow us, I guess, to become an alien chicken in one probable future, or a free chicken that flies away in the other future. I mean, that's a weird metaphor, but there you go.
And
Yeah, thank you.
is this a good point? Is this a good time then to go into these outcomes, Tom? We have some outcomes that you have listed
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
notes.
Well, right, yeah, because we were talking about probabilities and how the future, to some degree, is open. So we do have, I mean, that's the reason why both governments and NHIs and any smart person has fallback plans. But from what I'm seeing from the most probable timeline perspective, it does not seem to me that humanity is going to be reset to a caveman level like during the last pole shift during the Ice Age.
Those are fighting words for Ulrich, Tom. We
I know,
just
I know.
opened up a 5-hour back and forth just now
Yeah,
with that
yeah,
one
yeah.
statement. And I've had this question so many times. I think our first 10-hour space, Tom, I asked you, I said, it makes no sense to me that they're putting all of these hybrids. And look, this is what we believe is happening. that they're putting all these hybrids on the planet and they're investing so many resources, apparently, investing so many resources into our 3D physical reality. Why are they doing that if we're going to have a catastrophic 99% population decrease, pole shift, cataclysmic earth changes? What would be the motivation there? We know that these hybrids are a prize for them. They're well cherished and they're preserved. Their security is a high priority. So why would they be putting so many resources on the planet if this was a 99%, depopulation scenario?
Well, I mean, granted, according to abductees, some of them have been taken through scenarios of what in the future, what if we all got to evacuate you, all 100,000 of you that we consider the top priority. So abductees have been run through scenarios where Earth becomes unviable for a period of time, and they get taken off planet, selected to mate with each other, maybe create kids or take care of hybrid kids or something, and then be put back on Earth to repopulate. So, but see, I think that's one of the contingency plans that they have, not necessarily the primary probable future. So perhaps there are one, two, maybe three primary probable futures, a little bit less probable than the others. And one of them is completely apocalyptic. The other one is partly, and the other one is not as much, right? So I do think they want to hedge their bets and make sure that all their bases are covered. And that could be the origin of conflicting information amongst abductees and contactees and insiders about exactly what's going to happen. Like take the government, for instance. On the one hand, yes, it seems like they are definitely accelerating the technocratic police state. But on the other hand, they have also dug all these underground cities and are ready to evacuate themselves to there in case things really go sideways. So that's exactly, I mean, those are two sort of contradictory outcomes. And I think it's because the more chaotic the future is, the less you know exactly which way it's going to go. So you do want to prepare within a certain spread of possibilities. Yeah, so I think that's one reason why they would do that. But as far as us facing a total reset to caveman level, I mean, here's the thing. Even if you had underground military bases that survive even a pole shift, well, when they come back out on the surface, I mean, I'd imagine they could rebuild pretty quickly. So in that particular case, no, humanity would not be totally wiped out and not totally be reset to caveman levels. You would still have advanced groups. Now, over time, sure, they could lose their knowledge and technology and say maybe 2,000 years from now, they are cavemen. But at least in the short term, I do think there will be some degree of continuity of knowledge, if not culture, and some technology. But it's sort of an unknown, both to government and NHI, is exactly what the degree will be, and that's why they've got multiple scenarios that they're preparing for.
Can we start with the most basic thing? Because Fringe right now is stirring the pot. She's taken her Real Housewives ladle out and she's stirring the pot hard. So whenever I hear Fringe try to say there's fighting words between you and me, but I think it's a worthy pot to stir. But if we really want to stir it right, I would start with asking, I don't push back at all against this idea that the hybrids are treated as this prized resource, but I don't see a lot of resources from humans being poured into the future. The example being the grid. I see AI as absolutely the most public technological arms race, but everything else, it does not look. My skepticism comes from the opposite point of view. I see an absence of any resources being poured into a world in its current civilizational state to persist for another 5 years.
Well,
And
that's
certainly
because
the
all
next
the
20.
resources are underground, Ulrich. I mean, we have people in this community, big names in this community. We all know and love, and we talk about every day in spaces while we're waiting for our government disclosure, who have golden tickets to survival for them and sometimes their families. And some of these people, it's my understanding, some of these people know that they will be in a bargain with negative NHI if they accept these tickets, and they're going to do it anyway. So I think we are prepared for survival because I think all of our resources and our seed banks and our information is all going underground, and at least some of them are going to survive.
Correct.
That's not going to be a rare sentiment either. I feel if the option is on the table, like I don't even understand abductions really, unless it's some kind of like biological agreement that we have from ancestry or whatever. Because all they have to do is announce that they need to have volunteers, and the line will be out the door.
Yeah. So why are they even doing it, Tiff? I've asked that question 100 times. If they landed and asked for volunteers, people would be lining up to give their DNA to the aliens.
Right. So the points that you two brought up, and Tom, I think what you're saying is it's fairly legitimate to say they're hedging your bets, their bets. But Fringe and Tiff, you just brought up 2 points on the scoreboard of total wipeout and replacement. If the majority of our resources are being poured into the underground bunkers, that means most of the money is going for the 0.0000001%. It is not in the argument of most of us are going to be kept alive.
Yeah, and you know what? That's fair, Ulrich. When I say you're right, that's very fair. When I see human civilization surviving, I'm talking about mostly the underground bunkers and the continuity of government, that we have, and the billionaires and all of the people with tons of money who can afford to try to save themselves.
Yeah, and that's
Wouldn't
where
it
I'm
be
coming
more
from.
beneficial to have a reduction of population, though? I mean, really, in essence, when we're talking about a transition of control situation.
Well, I
I
mean, in
w-
that case, Tiff, they're only gonna have their own people left. I mean,
yeah,
if there's a pole shift, and the only people who survive are the elites underground, the people in our very community who have golden tickets to get underground and to save their families, it's only going to be the loyalists that they have left when we come out the other side of this.
and really from that point of view, a population reduction is a euphemism. It's almost we shouldn't be talking about anything that's Malthusian. We should just call it what it is, which is annihilation or replacement. Sure, you might have 100,000 people who survive, but we're not really debating over is it 10 or 100,000 people. We're debating over the other 7.999 billion.
All right,
Right.
let's let Tom get to his arguments and his points as to why we're not looking at a total wipeout.
Sorry about us doomers.
No,
Sorry
no
about
worries.
that, Tom. And by the way, Tom, I hope you're right. And I also, being a Christian, I also look at our scriptures and the Book of Revelation and other prophecies that say these NHI are not going to run unchecked. Now, there's a possibility, and nobody ever wants to talk about this. Let me see if Christopher's in the room. Christopher's in the room. There's a possibility, because I think we've been reset before. There's a possibility that those scriptures are not for now. Now I think they are for now, because I think they were given to us, the humans who are alive right now in this during this time frame. So I think they are for us, but I don't think it's usually on the table that there could be 10 more resets before those scriptures ever come into play. So I hate that. That's extra doom before we go down that road.
I was thinking. Here's the play. I see Gabe in
Here's the play.
the queue. Here's the play. The Bible.
And by the way, Gabe, I see your mania in your hand waving. Just so you understand, and I think we made this pretty clear before the space. We are very selfish in the doom space, and we take up all the time with the guests. But in the case with Tom, we do open it up for Q&A, especially with Tom. And he is very generous with his time, and we will get to you and your question. If you're just very patient, we promise we'll get to you.
Yeah. All right. So I think there might be a debate or an argument, a semantic argument over what it means to be reset to caveman levels. Because when I said caveman levels, I'm talking about kind of like the Velikovsky's collective amnesia idea. The fact that humanity as it exists beyond that point, it just doesn't remember how they even got there, because their knowledge, their culture got so decimated that they literally got reset back to the biological baseline of being cavemen. So if you want to dial that back a bit and you want to say, well, culture survives, but only 10% or less of humans are left. I mean, okay, so that's not caveman level, but it's still quite apocalyptic. So I guess that would be a nice compromise between Fringe and Ulrich to say that, yeah, most people will be dead, but, some culture does survive, right? I mean...
Well,
Yeah.
and ultimately, I hope, that the good side is showing up and there's going to be a massive war and some of us are saved, right? I mean, that's what I hope for. When I, read the book of Revelation, the good side shows up and the bad side gets their asses kicked. I mean, that's what happens in the end. And that's what I hope for. And I hope it's this time. Uh, but I want to know how you see it, Tom.
Well, another thing that we have to take into consideration is processes that don't fit within the assumptions of what we were just talking about. Because we were just talking about, we were assuming that, okay, we're all physical humans, a cataclysm happens, now we made it through there, and now we're in this post-apocalyptic environment with a drastically reduced population. That's one possibility. The other possibility, which you find in certain channelings, New Age material, and even non-New Age material, is the idea that you can have a kind of timeline split or dimensional shift or realm split, where, let's say, reality does become slightly unglued and starts to bifurcate, and you have one path which leads towards Earth basically becoming a burnt out cinder, and the other one where what's left of humanity goes on to a realm that's closer to what aliens currently exist in, where there's a little bit more conscious control over reality. Reality's more malleable, more fluid, kind of like Alice through the looking glass kind of a thing. I mean, the law of one material would call it fourth density, right? So if you take that model and you assume it's true, just for the sake of this discussion, then in that possibility, you can have a portion of humanity surviving in a non-apocalyptic, futuristic environment, which isn't even the same Earth that we're talking about right now, right? So something like this, that's a little more outlandish, but considering the way things are going, I mean, look, we already believe in freaking aliens, right? We already believe that they can defy the laws of physics. So how outlandish is it that reality itself could become frayed to some level, and that there could be a timeline split? It's I would consider it a non-zero probability. And so therefore, when I think about the future in terms of alien agendas and how much of humanity would survive, I do think about that possibility where there could be an actual bifurcation of the linear timeline itself with different outcomes for humanity simultaneously.
Well, and to interject, Tom, Christians think that we're getting taken out of here. Now, I'm not saying I buy into that, because that's one faction of Christianity who believe in something called the rapture, where Christians are just going to be taken out, just taken off the earth. Is that a timeline split? Is it a timeline split when we're promised a new heaven and a new earth, and glorified bodies and all these things that are in there?
But I mean, to be a little bit controversial here, Fringe, isn't the rapture just Christian flavored harvest?
Well, exactly. And if you go back and read some of Genga's writings on this, the Christian harvest is, very similar to what the New Agers are calling a harvest or an NHI harvest. I mean, it's all right there. It depends on who's harvesting you, the good guys or the bad guys.
So, for the sake of semantic clarity, and I'm not doing this for philosophical academic jerk off. And we should be, and I don't care which one of these we discuss, but we should be really clear on what we're all saying, because Tom brought up a good point. We might not even be disagreeing, we might just be miscommunicating across each other. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying what I think is probable. By the way, Tom, if you do start a podcast, I suggest you call it non-zero probability. I think that would be a great podcast title. But I'm not talking about what I think is likely or what I think we should do. I'm only coming from the very narrow but very practical lens of what is the ideal outcome, the plan A. And I would even argue that that any plan B through Z is so uncomfortable and so antithetical to how the negative NHI would view it. It's to be avoided at all possible cases, meaning I don't see how you would want to leave room for some sort of threshold breakaway survival civilization, because it would need to be a post singularity civilization. You really can't preserve civilization in these underground bunkers running on a pre grid world, a world that civilization that depends, even if it's just 1,000 people, that depends on an electrified grid. If you have a pole shift scenario take place and you can't run a grid, you would need some, right? You can't run on fossil fuels. You're not going to have like refineries working around. So that means that you would have a post singularity. And look, I'm not pushing back against it. I'm not pushing back against it. That might be a very possible outcome here. I'm pushing back against the idea that the aliens even want to tolerate that. I would see it as like a major threat if you had total wipeout and all of our, let's say we have like 8 billion little USB sticks, all with our souls downloaded on the moon. And then you have the hybrid, the containers, newer, dumber humans 2.0. And then our souls just get popped in there for the Stone Age. And then if you have some freakazoid, you know, what would that even be? It would be the future civilization. It would be the previous civilization, so it would be antediluvian, but in the future, it would be like having Atlanteans around, right? This would be, I assume, a nightmare scenario, but I don't say that it isn't possible. And in fact, there's remote viewings that support this, that we have some sort of post apocalyptic scenario with a threshold breakaway post singularity civilization and background nuclear radiation as well. Am I making sense? I'm only coming from the lens of what is the really the only goal that the NHI are willing to tolerate. What is their main thing that they're striving for? And I don't see how you don't go for total annihilation. That's where I'm coming from. Let me know if I need to be more clear.
Yeah. Yeah, well, okay, so it wouldn't be a problem for them if they had control of that breakaway group. In other words, slot that breakaway group in beneath their hybrid liaison class, and they stay on top of that. So therefore, you've got this perfect pyramid with the human stuff underground. So basically, if they are going to wipe out a lot of the surface population, they would want some part of the population to be spared. And since they're not going to go through the trouble of airlifting them into their motherships, because it's probably not enough room, they would want them to try to tough it out in these underground bases, right? So after that, after the underground civilization, look, right now, we already have these black ops groups in underground bases doing weird stuff, probably working with certain alien factions, if not reverse engineering their technology, engaging in abductions. So those people, those groups, they are already might as well be NHIs from our perspective, because they're engaging in a lot of the similar stuff. So what's going to happen to them after a pole shift? Well, I think if they make it through and they come back out on the surface, they're already in the lap of their NHI benefactors, and I think they will just slot into a post-apocalyptic control system run by the aliens themselves.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, so where would you see? So are you? Did I just convince? Did I just bring you over to the dark side? Do you agree? You basically need an eventual total
No,
wipeout.
no. We will never hear the end of this, Tom. Stand your ground.
Yeah, no, of course not. I mean, no, because you wouldn't have a total caveman reset if you still have underground base people with their technology and knowledge that repopulate. I mean, it's more of a, I wouldn't say it's a total wipeout. It's more of an assimilation process. So you get rid of the dross, which is the parts of humanity that they don't want, and you take with you the parts that you do want, which is the underground base breakaway people that already exist right now, doing probably the bidding of these very same NHI factions that want to spare them for their own designs.
That all makes perfect sense to me, Ulrich. Where are you at? What's going on? Oh gosh, did we lose him? We lost him to the abyss. I do not have Doomer. Does anybody else hear him?
I don't hear him, no.
Okay, so
They're out to get your host today.
this is why this has probably been the worst co-host space we've had. You guys have been up and down, disconnected, but here I am up holding up. I mean, I've had good Wi-Fi this whole time. Everything's been good. Okay, Tom. So you don't expect a full and total reset, and is it just semantics? I think we're saying the same thing. Like if their breakaway civilization survives in these underground bases, I don't see that as a total reset. I think we're already past the point. Like we're prevented from a total reset at this point, just because of our technology and the continuity of government we have in place. But I think it's just semantics, I suppose. Ulrich, we still don't have you. I see your mic open, but you might have to drop down and come back up.
Yeah, there's just one more thing. There's one more thing I wanted to add, which is so far we've been talking about one generally monolithic NHI group that's in control of all this. Well, what if it's not just one? What if there are two factions or more, and they have opposing agendas? Then if that's the case, okay, let's assume temporarily that they are both equally powerful. Then it stands to reason that our government, our military, our contractor corporations, these NGOs, that they would not all be only in the pocket of just one faction. Some of them could be in the pocket or working with the other faction. So actually, we might actually be having a kind of Cold War within our own government, even within our so-called deep state or black ops programs or something, where because it's so compartmentalized, some of them could have made deals with one alien faction and the others could have made deals with the other. So it might not all just be one thing. And so therefore you could have either different underground bases or different factions or different scenarios that spiral out of the apocalyptic outcome where it's not just one alien group wiping out everyone, because maybe some of those ones that survive are actually being protected by another NHI group, you know? So you could have survivors for that reason, that you've got different groups protecting their different proxies on the ground. And funny enough, if that were to evolve forward, we'd get a very similar situation to ancient biblical times where you've got these different tribes with different gods battling it out over the domination of, at the time, the Middle East, but nowadays it'd be over the entire planet. So that's an additional level of complexity that we have to think about.
We still don't have you, Doomer. I don't have you, Doomer. I can't hear you.
Me neither.
All right. I don't know if you have to drop down, Ulrich. If you want me to drop you down, I can do that. Or if you want to drop out and come back, we cannot hear you. I hate to go on from this topic, Tom, until Ulrich has his mic back. Do you have anything else you want to go into on this topic before we kind of wrap up the disclosure and then the possible outcomes of disclosure and what our plans might be?
Well, just that if you were to take the biblical scenario of the future as a truth, then we still have to go through an antichrist reign with signs and wonders in the sky, and maybe that's where the technological singularity is heading. Maybe the technological singularity, it's going to be kind of short-lived because it's not going to work out too well. And you might have this 3.5 year or 7 year tribulation period and antichrist reign period, but then after that, that's where Ulrich gets to have his pole shift and the major decimation of the population. So we can have multiple scenarios just at different times if you really want.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's probably all going to flow together. We might not have it all figured out. A lot of times with prophecy, it's very mysterious, and we think we know what it means, but we really don't until hindsight comes into play. Ulrich, we still don't. I'm actually tempted to drop you from the space, Ulrich, because I don't know if you're caught in the abyss. What do you think, Tiff?
He may be in limbo, and it might be beneficial to boot him.
Okay, I'll do
I'm sure
that.
he'll be back.
Tom, what's next? What's coming up next?
I think it's the Psi versus getting out of the Matrix, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The question came up when Fringe and I were talking the other day. We're talking about psi abilities like clairvoyance and precognition and so on, and how that relates to the idea of getting out of the Matrix. Because, there have been some people in the spiritual community who teach that if you do certain meditation exercises, you can get out of the Matrix. And so the question is, well, does that really work? And why does it work, or why does it not work? So I just wanted to discuss that a bit, maybe clear up some potential misconceptions on there. And the first aspect of that is to discuss what psi can actually do, and what it cannot do. And so what psi actually can do, it can let you perceive things that you normally can't see, right? Entities, people being shadowed by entities, and that's really useful. It can also, in certain cases, help you astral project more easily. And the reason that is because your soul needs a certain kind of energy or escape velocity in order to astral project. And just by being psychic, you end up having more of that psychic energy within you, which helps your soul then do that. So OBEs are more easy, which allows you to explore other realms. You can do shamanic journeying, astral journeying, which ties into what I just said, and also the ability to.
By the way, not recommended. Okay, go ahead, Tom.
I'm just saying the facts here, not like giving a endorsement of any of this. Yeah, but okay, so the other thing is you can help you read minds and influence minds, which is very useful for dealing with aliens, right? And people that are being puppeted by entities. And of course, the only real good thing about it is that it can help you form a stronger connection to your spirit, your higher self, or your higher mind, whatever you want to call it. And the reason that is because this higher part of your psyche, it exists outside of you in another realm or dimension. And in order for you to actually be able to hear it in terms of visuals or words, you have to be clairvoyant to some degree because it is telepathic. So if you're not telepathic, then you can't really understand it. And that's why developing your psychic abilities can help with that. However, developing your psychic abilities is not a guarantee of connecting to anything positive because all it does is extend the antenna. right? So if you've got your partner on the other side of town with a CB radio, you both have to have your antennas extended to talk to each other. But as you know, with CB radio, if you've ever been on it, there's a bunch of losers on there who are just trolling people. So you can get that as well. Okay. So psychic power is no guarantee of being a better person. Now, what psi cannot do, as I just mentioned, it cannot make you a better person necessarily. It can give you the tools to become a better person, but it also ups the ante. It ups the challenges that you have to follow and get through in order to become a better person. Like, for example, if you can read people's minds, okay, everyone thinks like, wow, that'd be awesome. I can tell when people are lying to me. Okay, great. But you can also tell what they're really thinking about you. And if you've got a fragile ego, you're going to have a lot to deal with. That's a challenge.
Tell me about it.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. Or if you find out that your best friend is really being puppeted by a demon, well, you might have to get your distance from this friend. And then if that's your only friend, well, now you're alone in life. See, another challenge. There's all these challenges and side effects that come with having psi abilities. And these are kind of cartoonish examples. And I mean, it gets more nuanced than that. But it's an example that psi is not the solution to everything. Now, in regards to getting out of the matrix, right? Well, there's a problem here. Because when you become more clairvoyant, you develop the ability to turn within and experience your subconscious almost as if it were a waking dream. See, because normally you have to go to sleep in order to interface with your subconscious through a dream. But there's an ability that you can develop where you can be wide awake and you can still be interfaced with your subconscious or your higher mind through a kind of dream-like inner space. And this is something that what's his name, Jose Silva, and that Ted Owens, the PK guy. Those are techniques that they developed, which is to develop this internal graphical user interface to interact with your subconscious or your higher mind. And this ability is almost like a waking dream state. Well, the problem is if you depend too much on this and you're not very nuanced in it, you might just get nonsense dreams coming up within your mind space that you take as reality. So imagine you develop some degree of clairvoyance and you sit down to do a meditation, whether it's Kriya yoga or some sort of energy work or Taoist yoga. You do that and you all of a sudden in your mind space, you pop into this heavenly realm and there's like Buddha there and Jesus is there and they're talking to you and so on. Well, are you really there? Or are you having an internal waking dream experience thinking that it's actually there? Well, if you were not fortunate enough to have had an esoteric teacher telling you about these pitfalls, you might mistake an illusion for reality. And you might think that you are getting out of the matrix when you're actually just having a very vivid daydream, so to speak. But I mean, it's more than a daydream. It's an actual waking dream. You know what I mean? So these are pitfalls on the occult path, which show that just because it seems like you're out of the matrix, it doesn't mean that you actually are. And so therefore, psi abilities alone cannot do that because all they do is open up your perceptions a bit more, but you have to do more to really get out. And so what is it that you have to do to really get out? Well, it's not psi ability so much as an improvement of an even higher part of you, which has to do with your spirit. Okay, so it's your connection to spirit, to the divine realm, which the Gnostics would call the pleroma or the kingdom of heaven. That real world that exists outside the so-called matrix. That is the part that you have to connect with, and the only way to do that is by connecting with a part of you that is already anchored there, which is your inner true spirit. Your heart. So whenever you exercise your spiritual faculties and you become a better person, you have more goodwill towards all life. TIFF, the principles of Mott, right? Those things help you become more in tune with the part of existence that is beyond this control system. And that is the real thing that gets you out. And then the psi stuff is more of a like clothing or dressing or they're tools that you can use on that journey out of here, but they in themselves don't get you where you need to go.
I think that was a great summary, Tom. I wanted to bring up a couple more points. We've talked before about it being a double-edged sword. So anytime we are turning on our psi abilities, it's also drawing in potentially unwanted attention. So it's like turning on a light in the dark and expecting the bugs not to show up. And then there's an idea in the community that we're actually just gods, and we've been suppressed and genetically disadvantaged, perhaps. and that all we have to do is wake up and activate our DNA or something like that, and wake up our psi abilities, and then at that point we could actually uh, ascend is maybe not the right word, but we could ascend, past the NHI, and we can become actually more powerful than the NHI. And so there's this idea that humans are actually more powerful than the NHI, and more importantly, forget the NHI. Let's talk about their progenitors and the beings behind the NHI, or the creators of the NHI, the ones the NHI are working for. So the idea that we can become more powerful than they are if we just feed our own psi abilities and just get more and more psychic. And so it's my opinion that we're never going to be more powerful than these NHI, while especially while we're in these physical bodies. Maybe we can be if we're not in the physical bodies, but as long as we're in our physical bodies, I don't see us being able to develop such a high level of psychic ability that we can compete with the NHI. So I want to throw that out there, get your thoughts on it, and see if it's even worth doing something like that. Because as you said, just developing psi abilities does not make us more spiritual.
Yeah, as I said, developing psi abilities is extending the antenna or opening the camera lens, some sort of metaphor like that. But really what you have to do is you have to improve the qualitative state of your being. And what that does then, that is what acts as the tuner on the CB radio to change to a channel where you don't have those trolley people. And okay, right? So ultimately what we need to do then is we should, I think, work on some degree of psi ability, I think. But not that alone. We have to focus a little bit more than that on our spiritual integrity, our connection to spirit, and to increase the qualitative state of our being, because that acts as a kind of radio tuner on an even higher level beyond what psi abilities does. So the thing is, yes, intellectually we are definitely disadvantaged compared to NHIs. I mean, I estimate their IQ to be at least 300, if not 500 or 1,000, or even beyond that. So intellectually, no, but we have things that they do not. And those are the things that we have to leverage. One of those being our spiritual connection, which can influence probability and get us in tune with the divine will, which has superiority over anything that they can do. So yeah, that's what we have to rely on. But psi abilities alone, I would say probably not. But it can help if you do it right. But it's not the priority. It's definitely secondary to spiritual elevation.
Spiritual integrity. That's a great word. It's a great word. And I think what happens in this community is we've elevated the psi abilities, and we've kind of made psi ability equal spirituality. So somehow humans who have some psi ability are elevated in the minds of people in this community, and really it's the spiritual integrity that we should be cultivating.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you don't make that distinction, then you're playing 100% into the alien agenda, because that's what they do. They're like, well, remember, okay, so if you guys are old enough and you saw that UFO cover up live presentation in the 80s, I was like 7 years old or 8 years old when I saw it. They had Condor on. Who was it? Was it Bill Moore? I forget now. Anyway, he talked about how gray aliens, they love Tibetan music and they love strawberry ice cream and they're kind of spiritual, right? And that plays into some other alien disinformation that I heard, where grays are presented as, just very meditative and contemplative and kind and calm. And, maybe they are. Maybe there are some that are like that. But there's definitely a part of the alien disinformation campaign, which is to try to frame the way aliens are and rationalize it from a human cultural perspective. And one of the best places that they have found to do that is by using Buddhism or Hinduism as part of it. The idea that they're more like Zen-like. Why? Well, because Zen, it's just about pure consciousness, being aware of your own consciousness and identifying with the greater cosmos. But there's nothing moralistic about that. There's no ethics involved in that. And what do we know about Zen? Well, those Japanese soldiers in World War II who were spearing Chinese babies on the ends of their bayonets, they're probably doing Zen meditations every morning. There's just nothing moralistic about it. It doesn't help you become a better person. And so that is the opportune way for aliens to appear spiritual when they actually aren't. But in order for that to work, the idea has to be propagated within the UFO and spiritual communities that, yes, having psi abilities or being into meditation, that automatically qualifies you as being spiritual, when we know that that's not necessarily the case. So just watch out for that little trap.
Yeah, and I've talked a lot to Amy about this, and it seems like the aliens they always want us meditating, for some reason. And I think a lot of it is they want us dissociated. A lot of these meditations encourage dissociation, and Amy talks about this. And that's exactly where they want our minds. They want us out of our bodies and completely dissociated. It just gives them more access. And so I'm super careful about, and this is coming from somebody who did all of these things. I did all of the meditations, all of the new age stuff. I did all of the energy work. I did all the DNA and activations. I did every single possible new age practice you could possibly do. And it's my personal opinion. All it does is give them more access. And so I think there are some things out there that are good, like certain visualizations we've talked about, Tom. There's a Mind Valley visualization that's pretty good. But most of the meditations out there that they encourage us to do, they just want us dissociated. And that's just my personal opinion.
The right meditation done in the right way can help you, but the wrong ones, even done in the right way, will hurt you. So there are different ones, and I know some people love transcendental meditation. I know David Lynch, for example, he's always touting it. He's got a lot of benefit from it. Some people have, right? But unfortunately, used in a certain way, it can dull the mind because it tries to get you tranced out in a state of self hypnosis, which makes you more suggestible. And then in waking life, after you come out of it, you find it harder to think. You find it harder to be logical, to critically think, to be sharp. You prefer being in this sort of tranced out state. And so if you ever do a meditation that leaves you like that, then it's probably not a good thing to do. Now, there are other meditations that are aimed towards developing psi abilities or to help you towards achieving lucid dreaming, for example, or to widen your attention. For example, there's this meditation by Richard Haight, Haight. He wrote a book called The Warrior's Meditation. And that technique, it involves opening up your senses in a 360-degree bubble in all directions, all five senses, all the time. And what that does is it opens up the aperture of your consciousness and it heightens your brain. It actually puts it into simultaneously a higher alpha state and a gamma state. So it's this state of peak alertness and creativity. And he calls it the warrior's meditation is because this is the exact same thing that samurai warriors would do in battle. They would shift into the state, which would allow them to be cognizant of their 360-degree environment, almost kind of clairvoyant. If you do this meditation over time, it can build clairvoyance because you're opening up your sense of perception. And so it raises your consciousness instead of lowering it through a kind of, let's say, trance chanting meditation where you just chant to yourself for sometimes hours. And and that turns your brain to mush. So you don't want to do that. You want to do another kind where you actually become more focused, more lucid, more conscious. And what that does then is it helps you build metacognition, which means awareness of your own thoughts, which is very useful if you're being influenced by aliens trying to seed certain thoughts or emotions that are irrational in your mind to try to sabotage you, right? You want to be more mindful of that instead of being more tranced out and blissed out. And that's why a lot of cults, they also encourage their members to engage in a certain kind of meditation, especially chanting or just something that puts them into a hypnotic state because it makes them way more suggestible. And then at the same time, they put them on vegan diets or just like an oatmeal diet, so they get barely any protein, and that makes their brain even more mushy, right? So you can see how
Wait,
lifestyle.
Tom, the aliens want us to be vegans. That's probably why.
Oh, well, Amy reminds me of those oatmeal bars that those hybrids are given on the ships. Anyway, yeah. So diet and lifestyle, and it can either be very good for you or very bad for you, depending on how it's done. So yeah, so never take psi as sign of spirituality, and never take meditation as a key to enlightenment. It has to be a certain kind, done in a certain way to raise your consciousness.
Not the ones the aliens want us to do. One meditation I found very helpful, and I took that 14-week class from Bernhard and Laura Matsu. It was phenomenal. And one of the meditations I did do, because I'm really careful about meditation after having been through the whole New Age ringer, is the somatic meditations, getting in touch with the body. trying to release trauma from the body, trying to do some shadow work, all of that I found very beneficial. And the other thing is, a lot of times with these meditations, is they're encouraging contact with entities, and then people come back after being contacted by an entity, and they think they're special because they got contacted by an entity. So there's so many red flags and hazards down that road, and I think the biggest one is equating some psi abilities with spiritual integrity. So I think that really nails it, Tom. Thank you.
Yeah, dissociation, disembodiment, and contacting external entities. Those are like three big red flags. So clearly, if a meditation practice aims towards those three things, then back away.
All right. All right. Where are we at? Tiff, did you want to comment on that or jump in there?
No, I actually enjoyed what he was saying a lot, and I don't have anything else to add to it. You know how much I do like the shaman work and interacting with things. So, but I try to use discernment, and I channel most of it into art. That's like the best route, because sometimes it's just having that inundation of fantasy. Like I go through a portal in my head, and then I'm in this place, and I can make art from there, but I have to understand that it's in my head, and it's my own illusion, and it's not. It's very important to manage those things.
And it's so beautiful, Tiff. I love your stuff. From here, oh, I think I'm echoing.
Yeah. Fringe, if it's okay, I wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page when it comes to the reset. And I'm not saying what's going to happen, but obviously the utility doesn't really make sense to say, like, oh, we're going to cut down the population by 50% or 70% or 80. The whole debate was just over the less than 0.1% in the bunkers, right? Like, is that really the case? There really
Yeah,
isn't
and
a
I think it was just
disagreement.
semantics. I mean, I think we're all kind of saying the same thing. I think I was so when I think about, and maybe your question is more for Tom, but when I think about a population wipeout, I I'm agreeing with you. I think we're not wiped out because we have continuity of government. We've got all these resources underground. We have a ton of people who are going to survive. But you're right. I mean, it sure looks like it's going to be a huge
So yeah,
population decrease.
I was just rounding up from 99.999 to
Right.
total.
Yeah.
And you guys were just being more honest in your advertising.
But
So
you know what? Did we ever get to that, Tom? Did we ever get to why you think it's not a total annihilation? We might have skipped that.
Oh, yeah, no, it's because, as you said, they've invested a lot in us already in terms of technological acceleration, especially the disinformation. So the alien propaganda over the past 30 years, well, actually probably going back to the 50s, but especially starting in the 60s and 70s, the propaganda since that time seems to be trying to educate the population to accept aliens as their saviors. So if aliens are doing that, then I think they accept some part of the population surviving and having to prime them in advance in order to be more compliant afterwards. So that's one reason, plus the technological acceleration, plus the underground basis. So yeah, and also the fact that I don't think. So okay, so going back to the Loosh farm theory, the idea that Earth is a Loosh farm, just that we're being harvested for soul energies. I would say that even if that is true, just like with a dairy operation, humans drink cow milk. Okay, great. But that doesn't mean that everyone who works at a dairy plant just like jumps on a cow and starts sucking on its teats, right? The workers don't always do it directly, but they still run an operation, and there's many steps within that operation to harvest dairy from cows for human consumption. So likewise, I think the abduction program, um, it can still, and the alien agenda, it can still involve a society that has continuity where then hybrids are put in as an elite class to rule over it. There can still be a multi-step operation that does not in itself involve loosh farming, but is still involved towards other purposes. Like, for example, what if they want humans to become assimilated into the alien empire so that they can be used as enforcers to colonize other worlds and farm them for loosh? Okay, so then humans then would be needed as hired hands, like cows that can milk themselves and start milking other cows. If you want to do that, if you want to build this hybrid cow thing to invade other farms to milk their cows, well, that's a very efficient thing to do. But what that means is you would need those cows to survive in order to do that. So there's more to Earth than just like killing everyone and harvesting their soul energies. There could actually be uses for our genetics or our labor or us as enforcers on other worlds to do the same thing, and other more esoteric reasons beyond that. So yeah, I think there are some reasons why they wouldn't want a total wipeout. That it's not just business as usual, and it's that plus also the idea that hybrids are being staged within our governments and certain cities, and like as Amy tapped into that one time, the idea that they're told to buckle down when shit goes down and to stay indoors and try to survive while the chaos proceeds outside. Well, if that's the case, then in that particular instance, it's not like a total tsunami that sweeps the entire planet and wipes everything out. There could be enough left of society that it's highly shaken up. There's no human government anymore, as far as we know. But then the Black Ops government, plus the hybrids, plus the aliens, they're the ones that rebuild society in their image and rule over it. So I think unless the cataclysm is driven by an external factor like solar EMP or an actual pole shift, unless it's something like that, I think the aliens would want to do the minimum necessary to get the job done, because anything more might start eating into the efficiency that they require of a self-running control system.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. I mean, all of this is hypothetical and conditional, right? We're dealing with conditional hypotheticals. I don't disagree that all of these are on the table, and we don't even know what kind of a luge farm we're dealing with. Are we dealing? Is it the milk from the cows that we're taking? Is there an exception where it's actually the soul of the cows, and you introduce a new cow a new genetic strain of a cow every 6,000 years, and you harvest the souls? We don't really. We're not really clear on the currency and the currency of the soul, right? So I don't think this is, as much as Fringe maybe wanted a major clash, wanted to stir the pot, and I'm just poking fun at you, Fringe. Like I don't. There's no disagreements over the possibilities on the table, right? I'm just saying that if we're looking at the introduction of, if you're trying to manage cows and you bring in like a human cow hybrid, right, to help lead them to slaughter, that just because you're integrating the human cow hybrid to help them get slaughtered, it doesn't immediately prove that you're not going to slaughter all the cows at once if it happens every 6,000 years, right? Both is on the table here.
Yeah, I agree. Mm-hmm.
Are you good, Ulrich? You still
Yeah,
have?
so sorry. I was struggling with my mic. Like, what I'd really love to know from you, Tom, is what is the thing intellectually that you're trying to figure out the most? Like, for me personally, it's what's the utility of the soul, right? Obviously, I don't mean that morally or spiritually. I mean, maybe physically and metaphysically, what is happening with our souls? Um, in what way is it being mined? And in what role does it play in a very thermodynamic sense? What is the thing for you that's sort of your leading intellectual edge right now? What are you researching? What are you grappling with?
Well, right now my focus is on physics, but it leads to a bigger question, which is what is the nature of reality? Why are we ultimately here? Who are we? And what is this ultimately all about? And the reason why that matters to me is because that informs our actions. The last thing you want to do is fight really hard and try really hard and take actions that ends up supporting the opposite of what you really intend. You actually end up being a force of destruction or fighting for the dark side when you really thought you were fighting for the light. So you need to know like what's really going on in order to have certainty in your actions, in the direction of your actions. And that's what I'm doing. And funny enough, physics is leading towards that. I never thought it would be possible. The sort of physics stuff I've been doing in the past like six weeks, it's almost a Gnostic religious experience for me, for someone like me, who's into physics as much as I am. And in terms of just holy crap, like what it says about reality and what this might all be about and so on. So that's where my mind is. I'm really trying to figure out like what's really going on and what direction to take. And therefore, my ultimate goal is to develop or tap into disruptive knowledge and especially disruptive technologies. And what do I mean by disruption? I mean like upending this whole stupid alien control system and alien agenda stuff. Like I don't want humanity to feel powerless in the face of it. And I want to capitalize on the leverage that we do have to do something about it. In Chinese astrology, I'm the year of the monkey, and a monkey likes to screw with things. So I've aimed my sights at the alien control system and trying to figure out ways to really screw with it for the sake of liberation of humanity, which sounds kind of grandiose, but privately, if you want to ask me what my motivation is, that's what it is.
Well, I like grandiose, um, without jeopardizing or risking, sabotaging your research. Can you get more specific? You say you're working on physics. What is the thing you're trying to figure out? Are you coming up with like a
Yeah.
ray gun, or however as specific as you can tolerate getting?
Yes, we need
Okay.
the ray gun, Tom. We need the ray gun. Please work on that
Okay.
first.
All right. Yeah. So the physics stuff. So a little bit of backstory. So I did 4 years of physics and electrical engineering in college. Then I left college because I didn't want to go into academia because I saw working with grad students what that entailed, and I didn't want to have to jump through the hoops and always, play politics and so on. So I decided, I love science more than I love making money from it, so I'm just going to go into it for my own passion. So that's why I left college, to do the rest on my own. And then I took a big break from that, and then in 2004, I opened up my quantum physics book, and I had the loudest ear ringing of my life, like an ear tone. It's like tinnitus. But I get it in cases where something's really heavily monitoring me. So I flipped open the book to that particular page, and I was pondering it, and I got that huge loud ear ringing, the loudest one I've ever had. And I wondered to myself, well, what the hell is so important about this physics stuff? Because at the time I didn't know where it could lead. Well, little did I know, because I opened that book and I got back interested in it, I started stumbling upon ways of unscrewing the Maxwell's equations, which is the equations that determine how magnetic fields and electric fields behave and how you get electromagnetism from that. I figured out how to extend that into a direction that might eventually allow anti-gravity, opening portals, warping space-time, things that potentially could be disruptive to things, whether it's economy or alien agenda or whatever. So I started working on the theory for the next couple of years, and eventually I put out a PDF called something like A Brief Introduction to Scalar Physics. And in scalar physics, by the way, I'm sure a lot of you have seen it online, and maybe you read it in Tom Bearden's work. The thing about Tom Bearden is he used a lot of jargon, and I think he made it more complicated than it should have been. And it's actually simpler than that. And luckily, me, having had my math background in college, I knew what it meant and how to work with it and how to make it better. And so I understand scalar physics very well, I would say. But the thing is, starting 2 months ago, I stumbled upon an even bigger part of that. And what it is, it's the following. I don't want to lose everyone with super heavy jargon, but I'll say this much. So I was figuring out in the past few years how to derive electric and magnetic fields from something that's even deeper than that, and they're called potentials. So the scalar potential and the vector potential, those are the two things that generate electric and magnetic fields and potentially also gravity. But it turns out that these potentials were made of something even deeper and simpler, like a unified field. And at the time, I called it the scalar superpotential. And I put out a video on YouTube about that, which was pretty popular. And when I was on Ashton Forbes' show, he kind of excerpted it, and we had a big discussion about that. But it turns out that even the scalar superpotential itself, it wasn't as fundamental as I thought, that it was only one half of the truth. And what is the other half? Well, this is where it gets a little bit technical, but if you've ever learned about complex numbers, which are combinations of real numbers like -1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and imaginary numbers, which have to do with the square root of -1, when you add those two together, you get something called a complex number. And this sounds like a bunch of nonsense if you've never actually looked into it, but I swear within mathematics and physics, these are extremely important because it describes the physics or the way that these things called complex scalar fields work. And what a complex scalar field is, well, consider the following, okay? I'm sure some of you know what holography is, like holograms. If you've ever looked at a holographic film, like a real one, when you shine a laser on it, you see a three-dimensional object. It's not just a two-dimensional photograph, it's an actual three-dimensional capture of an object. And the way that was done is by shining a laser on photographic film and then splitting that laser and having it bounce off an object and combining with the original beam on the film. And so when the original beam and the reflected beam, when they intersect, they add up either additively or destructively on different parts of the photographic film. And that creates on this photographic film a pattern of dark and bright fringes that look like circular circular patterns. It's almost like a puddle of water when it starts to rain a little bit and you get all those circular fringe patterns. It's like that. And so the photographic film captures the three-dimensional object in the form of these wave patterns that when you shine another laser on it later after it's been developed, that's when you get that image reconstructed of the original three-dimensional image. Now, the reason why I mention this is because the mathematical way that holograms work is that these fringes, what they are is they are patterns that encode amplitude, which is how like bright or how dark one of those fringes is, and phase, which is where that particular fringe is located on the photographic film itself. And with just those two things, amplitude and phase, that is enough to encode the entire three-dimensional object, like the way that it looks. And not only that, but in holography, you can also encode the object being animated. So it can actually move while you're recording it. And then on the holographic film, after you shine the laser on it and you see that three-dimensional image, if you tilt the image, you can see the object moving as well. So it can encode not only space, but also time. And then it gets even more crazy because you can then take that same film before it's developed and record another object on it using a laser beam that's slightly tuned differently, like maybe it's got a different phase or a different timing or something. And that photographic film will capture that object too. And then eventually when you develop it and you shine that playing laser on it and you get that image formed, well, if you switch out that laser and you change its phase just a little bit, all of a sudden the other image appears. So it can encode multiple three-dimensional images that are moving through time, all on this two-dimensional photographic film. And the reason why it can do that is because it works through something called a complex scalar field, where the amplitude is the real number part of it, and the phase has to do with the imaginary part of it. Now, this is sort of complicated, and hopefully I didn't lose everyone, but it gets
Keep going.
very interesting.
I love this.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So, and this is recorded, so it can always be played back in the future. And anyone can DM me if you got any questions about this now, and I'll clarify. So this complex scalar field I just mentioned, that's how information is encoded in an optical hologram. But complex scalar fields, where else do you find them? You also find them in quantum physics. So when they talk about the quantum wave function being this assembly of probabilities that when you observe it, it becomes like a tangible particle, well, the quantum wave function, mathematically, it is a complex scalar field. So in a way, a quantum wave function is a hologram, and that's why when you shine the laser of your consciousness upon a wave function, you extract from it the actual physical reality that you end up experiencing with your five senses, okay? Now, one more area where you find complex scalar fields is in what's called condensed matter physics. And that has to do with superconductors and superfluids and Bose-Einstein condensates. And what these are is when you take something like helium, the gas helium, and you cool it, it turns into a liquid. And if you make it cold enough, it's not even just a liquid anymore. It condenses into a so-called superfluid. And what that means is, it means that the quantum wave functions of all the individual helium molecules, it becomes so strong and so large and so coherent that all the helium atoms in that former fluid, they all cohere into a single quantum state, which is very interesting. Because now it's almost like a crowd that normally the crowd is jostling about and looks like a bunch of chaos. But once the band starts playing and the crowd is just jumping up and down at the same time, they become coherent. The entire concert becomes coherent. And that's what happens to these helium atoms when they get cooled down below, I think it's 2.17 degrees above absolute zero. They turn into a superfluid. Well, I mean, not 100%, but a lot of it does turn into a superfluid. And the superfluid, what it is, it's a macroscopic quantum system where all these atoms are synchronized together by one single quantum wave function, which is mathematically a complex scalar field. Now, why did I say all that? I said it because earlier when I mentioned about how magnetic fields are made from potentials and those potentials are made from the scalar superpotential, I realized that the scalar superpotential, what it really is, it's merely the imaginary phase component of a complex scalar field, meaning that there's also an amplitude involved. So the amplitude is the other missing component of electromagnetism, which you don't find any mention of it at all in modern physics. So modern physics is all about what the phase of the quantum wave function does. By modern physics, I meant like Maxwell's electromagnetism and photons and EM waves, radio waves, all that stuff. All that stuff has mainly to do with the phase of a complex number, of a complex scalar field, but there's also an amplitude involved. And so what I figured out is this. I figured out, okay, if the ether that makes up everything. If the ether is a complex scalar field, well, what does that mean? And funny enough, physics knows what a complex scalar field is very well. They just never applied it to electromagnetism. But that's what I did. I applied it to electromagnetism, and what I did was, for anyone who's into science and physics and knows what this stuff is, I'll say it for your benefit. So just bear with me for a minute while I explain it. What I did was I said, okay, well, what is the Lagrangian of a complex scalar field? And what the Lagrangian is, it's a mathematical object that represents the difference between the kinetic energy and the potential energy of a system. And just knowing that alone, it allows you to derive certain laws of physics from it, describing that system very well. There's just like smart mathematicians who 100 years ago figured this out. So I said, okay, well, if the ether is a complex scalar field, what is Lagrangian? I looked it up. Okay, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Now, what can you do with that? Well, I derived, using Lagrangian, I derived a number of things. I used the Euler-Lagrange equation to get the equations of motion. I used Noether's theorem to get the conserved quantities, the conserved currents, and I let that conserved current generate the magnetic vector potential and the scalar potential, which then generates the electric fields and magnetic fields and possibly also gravity. And not only this, once you get that answer, then you substitute into it the definition of a complex scalar field, which is an amplitude with a certain phase. If you want to know what the actual equation is, it's psi equals r, which is the amplitude, times e to the I times theta. And that I means imaginary number, and theta is the phase. Okay, so you take that and you substitute it in, and what you get at the end is you get the magnetic field, the electric field, the vector potential, the scalar potential. You get those things in terms of r and theta. So you've got electromagnetism no longer just in terms of like voltage or current or whatever. You got it in terms of fundamental quantum quantities that include not only phase, but also amplitude. And the amplitude part is exactly what generates gravity. So I figured out how gravity relates to electromagnetism, and therefore how you can use electromagnetism to affect gravity. And that's the essence of my theory. But not only that, but what it says is, well, if a quantum wave function is a complex scalar field and a superfluid is a quantum object as well, and a hologram works through amplitude and phase, then what that means is that electromagnetism is actually just waves in an ether, and the ether is a quantum holographic superfluid because it has all those same properties. So it has to be that. And therefore, the vacuum isn't just some empty thing. It's an actual living substance, a fluid substance. It's a superfluid substance that has amplitude and phase. And using those things alone, you can do so much with that because condensed matter physics, that is an entire profession in itself. There are people that specialize in it for decades, making superfluids in labs and doing crazy things with it. And all that literature, all those theories, all that math, you can translate it over to the ether, which is also a superfluid. So there's already this entire body of existing literature in condensed matter physics that you can apply to the superfluid vacuum ether. And that's the direction that I'm heading now, where you can make many predictions from it, and you can also explain a lot of existing fringe physics theories. But here's the most important thing. The most important thing is this. In condensed matter physics, they figured out that you can take a superfluid and you can take a part of it and reduce its amplitude very, very, very low, almost like creating a hole in it. And within that hole, which is almost like a black hole, it's like an analog of a black hole, you can create a sub-superfluid that has all its own laws and its own variables and its own dynamics separate from the parent superfluid. And within that one, you can do the same thing, create like a little hole within that. And within that hole, you can create a whole other sub-superfluid within that. Now, what does this mean for reality? Well, if reality is made of the ether, what if this ether is merely one of those daughter superfluids of a parent superfluid, which is the daughter superfluid of a parent one? You start getting the idea that you can have universes nested within universes. And I realized, well, wait a minute. This is probably what the occultists were talking about when physicality was contained within the etheric plane, and the etheric plane was part of the astral plane, and the astral plane was created by some higher planes all the way up to God at the very top. You get this idea that you can have a very efficient system where every single level uses the same basic physics, but with different constants. And the deeper you go, the more restrictive it becomes. So therefore, physicality, as we exist in right now, is actually one of the most restrictive of all of these sub ethers. And that's the reason why we have such a freaking hard time.
Tom, because our speed of light is too high. What is?
Well, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, right. Yes. Yeah. So it has to do with the speed of light. It has to do with also the resolution. I mean, so in a lab, if you use, let's say, helium and you create a superfluid and you try to create like a sub superfluid within that, well, within that one, you're still dealing with the same sized helium atoms. So even though it's like a sub superfluid, you're still limited by the resolution of your system. It's kind of like in holography, you're limited by the resolution of the film chemicals that make up the photographic film. So if you make a little tiny hologram contained inside of another hologram, contained inside of another hologram, it's going to be kind of fuzzy, and it's not going to be as full featured as the parent one is. And I found it interesting that I've heard so many people say that, especially in near-death experiences, that when they emerge into the afterlife, uh, well, when they die and they go elsewhere, and they come back here, they always comment about how it's so much more. It seems so much more alive and rich and vibrant there. There's colors that you can't even see here
Higher
in the physical that
fidelity.
you can see there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fidelity of
Yeah.
everything.
So what I think. Yeah. So what they're describing is they're describing a higher resolution reality. Yeah, and if you guys want to get technical, it has to do with a parameter called the healing length. So the healing length in superfluids it's what decides the scale of a lot of things, like the size of particles, the size of vortices, and so on. And this healing length, it increases the more you nest these different superfluid levels until you get to our level of reality where, yeah, the healing length just kind of sucks. So frankly, our reality kind of sucks because our parameters, we're operating at a lower resolution. It's like we're at like some old 1980s Nintendo system versus like, Call of Duty nowadays. That's the difference between us and some of these higher realities. And so,
So,
but here's, go ahead.
no, I just wanted to ask: is it your understanding that this, even if it's not the ultimate reality, let's say a better hyperspace, the speed of light is a lot lower?
Yeah, well, this I think the speed of light is different on higher planes until you get to a point where it's totally irrelevant because might as well be instant. I mean, at the higher levels, it's almost like you're existing in a state of now, like an eternal now, versus here in physicality where you can watch the seconds tick by on a clock. You know, and so if you go one level or two levels above us, all of a sudden it's interesting how at that point time becomes a little bit more bendy, and so you can stretch time, you can pack more space into a UFO than is apparent from the outside. And so it seems to me, therefore, is that some of these NHIs either they come from a higher superfluid or they have access to it technologically or psychically. They're somehow making use of a higher level of reality than we exist in within physicality. And that's how they're able to do what they do. And this is something that Ganga actually said in some of his posts, which is that regarding, let's say, how a UFO works, or anti-gravity or gravitics, something like that it's not so much that they figured out how to use physics in a very clever way. It's that they have access to a kind of physics that is deeper and behind the veil compared to ours. So it's more of a matter of access, permission access to what level of reality you're on versus which one you're operating at and how clever you are at using it. So what this means is we ourselves, our bodies, we are composites of different levels of reality, of these different superfluids, or I mean, the proper term is a condensate. So we're a composite of different condensates that are nested. So that's why in mysticism, people say like Rosicrucianism or Theosophy and Anthroposophy with Steiner, they talk about how, yeah, there's a physical body, and then we have enveloping it an etheric body, and then an astral body, and above that a spirit. And some people talked about the causal body and so on. It's all like splitting hairs. But these different bodies, to me, it seems like they are definitely derived from different nested condensates. Okay, and each one has a slightly different physics to it, and that's why the etheric plane operates a little bit differently from the astral plane, and that one's a little bit different from the planes above it. But the point is that we, as sentient human beings, the core of our consciousness comes from one of the highest, if not the highest plane of all. And not only that, but in condensed matter physics, it's known that the parent condensate has almost godlike power over the daughter condensate. So that's why aliens, if they have access to the next level up, they have power, almost godlike power over our physics. And that's why they can bend space and time so easily and do abductions by freezing time or creating the space-time bubble around a place, because they have access to the back end, the matrix code of this matrix. And but guess what? We, being composite beings, we got a component of our own being that is higher than even them. So it comes from an even higher condensate. And that's why when we use our subconscious manifesting abilities, we can influence probability in a way that even these NHIs are powerless to stop, because they're operating at a lower level than even that. So that's why, I mean, this ties back to what I said in the beginning about how we have certain powers that we need to leverage to overcome the asymmetry that aliens otherwise have with their intellectual powers and technology and so on. And I realize now, based on condensed matter physics, that this is an actual potential fact, that yes, we are made of things that come from a higher place than even these aliens. And that's why we do have an aspect of us, if we can leverage it, that is more powerful than any of their technologies.
And if I can just follow up with one last thing to make it as practical as possible, if I'm understanding you correctly, you think you're starting to understand the exact application of magnetism, electromagnetism, um, to influence the permittivity of light and create a local space-time universe with a different speed of light, change gravity, time dilation, space contraction. That you're understanding, you're getting close to the practical application of electrodynamics to change a local speed of light.
Yeah, right. And, anyone who knows science is going to ask me, like, okay, well, what falsifiable predictions does your theory make? And I can give you a whole list. But I can also say that a lot of these predictions have already been done by various fringe inventions over the past century. I mean, for example, the Bifield-Brown effect. That's where you just sandwich some insulator between two metal plates and you pump a lot of high voltage into it, and it creates a gravitational thrust. Well, how does that work? I mean, I've been working on that for a lot of years, and I only realized in recent months how that really works. And it has to do with how the amplitude part of the complex scalar field couples to the phase part. And the phase part is what's controlled by voltage, by current, by magnetic fields. And so you can manipulate the phase part to manipulate the amplitude part, and that creates a gravitational gradient, creating thrust. Okay, that's just one example. But so many other things like Eugene Podkletnov and his anti-gravity rotating superconductors. Yeah, I mean, that's like one of the predictions. That's one. Some of the more recent experiments he's done. I saw he was on, what was he on? American Anti-Gravity. He was talking in a recent interview about his work and how you have to apply terahertz waves to get a proper anti-gravity effect. At the time when I watched it, I was like, well, why terahertz waves? This doesn't make any sense. But I realize now it has to do with the energy level of the so-called Higgs boson, which, if you convert it to a frequency, it gets up into the terahertz range. In other words, what you're doing is you're resonating the actual fabric or medium of the superfluid in order to induce a certain level of resonance that gets you other effects. So his team knew something along these lines. I don't know if they got there through the same route or if they're thinking about it in terms of amplitude and phase or not, but that's where I am. And so far, it's looking pretty good. It's a potential theory that I'm just kind of playing with, because when you are into physics, you really don't want to scream eureka and say that you 100% got it, because science is always about testing things and being open-minded and making sure you don't lock yourself into some confirmation bias loop, So yeah, but I'm saying I'm pretty confident so far. Yeah.
Thank you. In French, it sounds like Tom and I are going to go to the moon and nuke the moon and destroy the soul.
Yeah, okay, so number one, Tom, thank you for sharing that with us. We appreciate being the audience. Number two, I have seen the quantum foam. I don't know if that has anything to do with what you're talking about. Number three, take Ulrich to the moon, blow up the soul trap. This is Ulrich's
And
number one goal.
Giorgiani's going to be there too.
Giorgiani will be there with you. No, Tom is not going to let Giorgiani ride with him to the moon. I can promise
Put him in
you
the back
that.
somewhere, but he's got to be part. He's going to sneak his way on the mission, just like in Armageddon when the guy brought the gun.
He's going to have to hijack you, Ulrich.
Anyway, I didn't want to interrupt you, but Tom is very much on board here. He's all
Okay, so if anyone can solve it, it's Tom. But number one, Tom, I have no idea what you just said. But what I want to know, number one, if you can figure this out, I know you're very determined when it comes to, usurping the negative alien agenda. But what I really want to know, and I'm dead serious about this, is this something that can get you unalive, targeted? Is this important stuff? Because I really don't know what you just said.
The answer is yes, and so I'm being careful. See, okay, look, on the one hand, you don't want to be so presumptuous and seemingly egotistical to say, like, yeah, this can definitely get me killed because I really got something. But at the same time, you gotta hedge your risks and be careful. So I am being careful. even if I'm not 100% convinced, even though I am quite confident, So my confidence level, I would say, is right around 90%, which is enough to require careful measures. And actually, funny enough, one of the reasons I took a break from spaces early this year, I didn't get into it at the beginning because it was kind of grim, is because I got multiple indicators that something was trying to take me out in an occult psychotronic way. And I had Carissa, she picked up on it. She had the biggest feeling of doom that I would die soon, like within a couple weeks or months. And I had a couple other people DM me saying that they had dreams about an occult assassination going on, things like that. Maybe it was all a big alien psyop. Who knows? Maybe entities were messing with me. But I was getting weird heart issues at the time, and my sleep was getting highly disrupted. And I think the combination of stress and everything might have probably done me in. But because these people warned me, I decided to take another look, and I had to take certain measures. So I had to do crazy things. I mean, I'm sleeping in a freaking Faraday cage right now, to be honest, because of things I have to deal with.
First of all, Tom, I'm incredibly sorry to hear that. I'm not surprised, but I do need to take a moment and indulge in the most shameless vanity and narcissism just for 10 seconds. I hope everybody heard that Tom literally just said that he had to take a break from the most dangerous conversations on Web 2 and Web 3. Is that what you're saying, Tom? That the doom spaces were so dangerous? And I think there's some truth to it. And I'm saying that half jokingly. But do you think that there was just being on spaces that was connected to the threats that you were getting?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I was doing spaces. I was doing a lot of podcast interviews and putting out social media posts. So I was being active. I was making small waves, but non-zero waves. And so, therefore, I think you get a non-zero level of concern from things, whatever those things are. And I'm pretty good at reading signs and knowing when I'm hitting a danger zone. Oh, yeah. And one of the things I wanted to talk about, I won't get into it just yet, but it's the idea of limitations that aliens have. And one of the limitations is, depending on a person's level of spiritual protection or karma or free will or whatever, they can't just take them out like that, at the snap of a finger. They have to go through a permission gaining process or a spiritual weakening process. And I know what those signs are. Like if it's a 10-step process, then I can recognize it right around step 2 or 3, and I can take mitigating measures to turn that around to make sure I never get to step 10. Now, it would suck if I say that and then like a week from now I'm gone, but who knows? Okay, I'm just giving it for posterity. That generally in the past I've been successful at noticing these things before they get too bad. And yes, that is one of the reasons I had to take a break from spaces, is to decompress, de-stress, get my health back on track, and get that Faraday cage thing going, and just try to get better sleep and not blow myself out.
I'm going to take full credit for sending Tom the message that he needed a Faraday cage.
Yeah.
So he's only here because of me, Ulrich. You can thank me. Go ahead.
No, I absolutely thank you, Fringe. And
Thank
I
you.
also
Keep going. Keep going.
No, I mean, I'm first of all, like Tom, I'm happy that I'm happy that you're okay, and we need you. So take care of yourself as much as you need to. I'm also grateful you're back here, and I'm incredibly grateful to Fringe that your your I don't want to call it the technological agenda, but I do think tech has an incredible role to play here in the fight for the sovereignty of our souls. I mean that literally. I think tech in and of itself is no savior, but I think we're doomed if we avoid it. I think it's going to be necessary for us to liberate ourselves, and I'm grateful for what you're doing.
Fringe,
Yeah.
can I ask, when you saw the quantum foam, was it like literal bubbles that like embodied a consciousness?
So I only threw that in there so I could sound important because I don't have any idea what Tom was saying. I just know he's going to, if anyone can solve uh, this problem and bring us tech to usurp the negative alien agenda, it's going to be Tom. And I have no doubt about that. So when I saw the quantum foam, this was during the weird abduction experience. I was on a giant like mothership with the alien, with the, I'm sorry, the animal head demons and Grace, both. And this is when they tried to get me to jump into this tube, and so they have these energy tubes, and I've described them before. They seem to me like the kind of tubes that they use at the bank, the old drive up banks, and they suck, containers in and out of them. And
Yeah, most of us, I think, are
yeah, yeah.
familiar
Well,
with that.
I am. Most of the audience is going, "What?" So they're like that, and they can put you into a tube and just suck you like across the universe and back to wherever they want you to go. And so they were trying to get me to jump into this tube, and the tube like went into the abyss. There was a bunch of zombies jumping into it, and I got the impression this was like a recycling thing. And this goes to something that I do want to talk about, Tom, when we're talking about alien limitations, because for some reason they needed my consent. They wanted me to jump into this thing. They didn't push me into this thing, but it was some kind of recycling thing, and it had this white foam all around it. And I didn't know why I was seeing the white foam. And then a couple of months later, I saw an article in Quantum Physics about quantum foam and how they think it coats wormholes and stuff. So I just threw that in there to sound important, because I don't even know what it was. I have no idea what it was. I couldn't figure out. But see, this happens a lot where I see something that makes no sense at all, that's unexpected. I don't know what it is, and then I'll later, see something like that. Oh, quantum foam is a real thing. So I do want to get to Tom. You're talking about what happened to you this year, and this is something that I think is very serious. And it's that I've had experiences where I'm being told where you're being terminated. Like, this is it. You're done. You're being terminated. And it sounds dramatic, and it sounds like paranoia. It could be, that they just want me to think I'm being terminated, or they might be trying to get some fear off of me or something like that. But it seemed to me like it was actually true. And I was going to be terminated, and I would have been if it hadn't been for some higher spiritual help. So I'd love to get into that topic about alien limitations. Can they terminate us? What does that look like? Because I always wondered, was I just not going to wake up? So if they were able to terminate me in this, either on a UFO or somewhere in the astral dreamscape, or, during one of these scenarios, what does that look like on this side, on the physical 3D side? And do you think they can do it? And what kind of mechanisms would we be looking at? Again, I know it sounds totally paranoid, but I think it's real.
Yeah, it's real. It's part of the time war. Not necessarily that they're time travelers, but that they're warring over the probable futures. That's what I mean by time war. And so, as I mentioned earlier, if you want to prevent hurricanes, you got to stomp on those butterflies. And so what actions, what books, what sources, what people are putting out these little butterflies that might cause problems down the line? And so that's why it seems kind of paranoid and ridiculous to think, well, gee, like why this person? Why not that person? Well, maybe because you don't know the future. You don't know if there were these unpredictable consequences down the line that ended up being bigger. It's kind of like in the Terminator movies. Like why does a Terminator go back in time trying to kill Sarah Connor, who's just a waitress, right?
And and Tom,
yeah.
it can sound like main player character syndrome, right? It can sound like you think you're super important or something, that the
Yeah.
aliens would take you out. But I think it's real.
Well, yeah, and what makes it more realistic is that it's not just you; it's anyone in the population of any import. So they get attention to the proportion that they are a concern. And so therefore, I don't think anyone's really off limits necessarily. I mean, they might have protection, so therefore it doesn't succeed, but that doesn't mean that they're not being eyed up by the enforcers or the controllers of this reality. Yeah, and like why would it happen and how would they do it? Well, I think the methods they tend to do it within the limits of plausible deniability. So heart attacks, cancer, dying in your sleep. I mean, who is it that died in his sleep? Mac Tunney's. Mac Tunney's, who wrote the book The Crypto Terrestrials, he died in his sleep. He was a healthy guy. I mean, he was in his early 30s, I think 34 or 36. And he just died, but he wrote a book about the crypto terrestrials, which I think got a little bit too close to the truth. Who else? Carla Turner? Yes. John Mack? Possibly. That was a little weird. I mean, getting run over by a truck just for walking down the street. That's kind of weird. And there's so many others that we don't know that I've heard of that have gotten taken out. It's unfortunate. And of course, this kind of ties into the latest thing about Nuno Lerrero, is his name, that MIT scientist who got taken out, shot in his own home. He was doing fusion research, and who knows where that would have led, or whether he got. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, was he taken out by NHIs? Not necessarily. It could have been Iranian terrorist groups, or it could have been Mossad, or it could have been our own Black Ops factions. You know, the Department of Energy and their assassins. Who knows? It could have been something along those lines. But he's gone, and he's working on some important stuff, and now the future will be slightly different because he's no longer here. So yeah, things are happening. People do get suppressed, taken out in different ways. And the only good thing about it is that there does seem to be a counter protective intervention side as well. Like, I mean, for all I know, yeah, maybe I would be gone right now. But thanks to Fringe and the other people that alerted me, maybe something worked through them to alert me, right? So there could have been positive stuff that made sure that we're having this conversation right now. And unfortunately, because we can't always see behind the curtain, we don't know for sure, so we can only speculate. But there's only so many weird things that can happen in a row that before you start realizing there is a higher pattern to it. You know, that it's not all just confirmation bias or whatever these skeptics want to dismiss it as. And of course, there is paranoia as well, and I'm familiar with that from some of the people that have emailed me, that there is true paranoia, but then there's also real patterns. And they're not mutually exclusive. You know, it's not like the real things validate the paranoia or vice versa. There's real stuff going on, and we have to be mindful of it. So I mentioned heart attacks, cancer, brain aneurysms, home invasions by someone who's under some degree of telepathic mind control or hired for that job. Anything that can be dismissed as, oh, well, that's unfortunate. For example, the physicist Stefan Marinoff, who did a lot of the same math trajectory that I've been getting into, he got to the point where he built this device called a magnetic vortex ionization device. And what it is, it's some coils that spin a magnetic field really fast in circles. So it's like a rotating magnetic field, which is very important, by the way. And it created this energy force field bubble around itself, and it became self-running, and it started to warp time as we know it. Okay, so it's almost like UFO technology that he was able to build on his kitchen tabletop. He showed it to a couple people, and 2 weeks later, he quote unquote jumped off a university building and died. Actually, he landed and he was still alive. And one of the witnesses at the scene noticed a weird glowing fluid leaking out from the back of his head, which is weird. And then an ambulance picked him up. People later realized that this ambulance didn't match any local hospitals, and he died, supposedly, on the way to the hospital. So that sounds like a hit job to me. And he did it based on just physics, you know, coming up with fringe knowledge and fringe technology. So yeah, medical cures, anti-gravity and free energy, and UFO stuff. Those things are the most deadly occupations that you can be getting into right now in this field. Why? Because it treads on the alien agenda. It treads on government authority, all the different contractors that are hoarding the technology, and, you know, all the different groups that have designs for humanity in the future, which can all get upended by this disruptive technology and this disruptive knowledge. And that's why I'm interested in that stuff.
I hope I'm one of the first to get the ray gun. That's what I'm signed up for. Ulrich, what do you got? What do you got on this before we go on to the alien limitations? I think that's a really important topic.
Sorry, my micro. Can anybody hear me? Yeah, okay, I think it's working. The Earth is a rotating magnetic field. What are the implications of that? Like, if the Earth's magnetic field increases, what does that mean? What are the implications for like time and gravity?
Right. Yeah. So when I mentioned a rotating magnetic field, I mean more like the North and the South are rotating around like a propeller, right? Whereas with Earth, for the most part, it's north and south vertical, and then a rotation around that. So the axis, for the most part, stays the same. So that's different from what I meant by rotating magnetic field. However, when you have pole shifts, then yes, you do have an actual rotation of the magnetic moment of the Earth's geomagnetic field, and that can lead to certain things, for sure. Now, one thing I noticed, which I find curious, is that the length of the precession of Earth's axis, which is right around 25 to 26,000 years, well, that's also how long it takes light to reach Earth from the center of the galaxy. So what that tells me is that there might be a kind of resonant coupling of long-range photons or maybe gravitons or something like that, space-time waves. Or, well, actually, I mean, they're really waves in the ether. Some sort of wave coupling between the Earth's axis and the center of the galaxy, dependent on the position of Earth from the center of the galaxy, because that distance determines what the resonant frequency is, and it happens to match the Earth's precession rate. So I do think there's a weird interlocking mechanism on Earth. I mean, there's so many weird things about Earth, including as a lot of you guys know, the moon being 400 times closer than the sun, but also 400 times smaller. So we can get almost perfect annular solar eclipses, which doesn't happen on any other planet that we know of. There's a lot of weird setup giveaways about the way things are here. And one of the things that I found out in my theory is that when a being in the parent condensate or the parent ether creates a sub-universe, before it ever populates that universe with living beings, like consciousnesses from higher levels that it inserts into it, it can control pretty much everything about that universe, like all the constants, where everything is, the planets, stars, whatever. It can set that all up ahead of time and then populate it with consciousnesses. It's almost like programming a simulation and then sticking consciousness into it. So it made me wonder, like, gee, all these weird alignments between Earth and the cosmos, and the stories like in the Grail myths where the what's his name? No, it was Flagitanus. It was him who read the name of the Grail in the stars and read the story of the Grail in the stars. There's this idea that even the stars themselves can be synchronistic message givers, and the fact that we can get synchronicities through our environment. I mean, this reality seems very much like a simulation, but it's not a digital simulation. I believe it's a simulation of ether superfluid, essentially. So it's a physical thing. That's not a computer, but it's a substance. And ultimately, the substance is consciousness at the root. It's just that consciousness uses a framework of physics to create realities and sub-realities within that. So it's a little bit more efficient. I mean, we're really talking about the mechanics of the demiurge here. And I just went on a huge tangent. So what were you talking about, Doomer?
I just was, but you answered my question. You're saying a rotating magnet in the sense of north and south would be rotating, right? But you're saying there's some
that's
oscillation
right.
that's happening every 25, the ecliptic, right? The precession of the equinox. And you think there might be some sort of coupling that could have implications for our local space-time here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And so when the esotericists, when they speak about the different ages, like the age of Pisces or the age of Aquarius or Kali Yuga, Tetra Yuga and all these different yugas, these ages, they correspond to changes in the keynote or the key conditions or themes of life on Earth. So, during the Golden Age, people lived to be, like 1,000 years or longer, and everything was abundant and everything grew magically, right? But then in the Dark Ages, or in the Kali Yuga, there's war, there's suffering, no one is psychic anymore, there's a decline in morality. And why is it that it is all like that? Well, in my opinion, it has to do with the qualitative structure and the density of the superfluid ether that we are immersed in. So if the parent condensate, or the beings in the next level up, if they actually decrease the amplitude of the complex scalar field that makes up the ether that we're immersed in, when they change this amplitude, it changes a lot of things about our reality. It makes us less psychic. It makes plants grow worse. It increases entropy. It decreases the degree of neg entropy that our soul can produce within the body. So aging happens more rapidly. You don't live as long, and everything just kind of sucks. So what it means is that there is a knob that in physics that you can turn that creates golden ages or dark ages alternatingly, depending on what that value is. And that is something that I found out from the equations that I was driving. And I mean, who knows if that's true, but it's interesting that it could potentially explain that as well.
And what is the knob that you return?
Yeah, the knob is R, which is the amplitude of the complex scalar field, which is basically the stiffness or density of the ether, of the superfluid ether. So you're changing the density of it. Yeah.
But how do you change that?
Oh, well, see, if we were to try to do it, our only real means is either psychic power or using electromagnetic fields to do it in a way that couples to R. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So that's
But
how
are
you
we
do it.
we're
However,
talking we're talking potentially about just a certain intersection and frequency number of different electromagnetic waves? We're talking about something like that, right?
yeah, something like that. So, for example, something that Eugene Podkletnov revealed in one of his recent podcast interviews, he mentioned not only having a rotating magnetic field, but also having a precession or a wobble in it, and that this was very important. And I thought, like, okay, interesting. Why would that be? Well, there was another guy, David Maker, which I posted about like what 8 months ago or last year, I forget now. Anyway, David Maker, he's another physicist, and he figured out that if you have a bunch of electric charges, like a charged disk of some sort or a superconductor, and you rotate it, if you make that rotation wobble on its axis, then that is when you start getting gravitational waves. Okay, but you need that wobble and you need that rotation to do it. So what's interesting is that Earth itself, it's got an ionosphere, so it's charged, and it does have a magnetic field, which during pole flips begins to rotate, and the Earth's precession is a wobble. So all the ingredients are there for the generation of different kinds of gravitational waves, which are really waves in the density of the ether, which has different kinds of properties, in terms of affecting our lifespan, our consciousness levels, how good things grow, and so on. So it's weird that Earth, I think, is it's an artificial system in a way, that it was set up to be a certain way, and I think the moon was placed that way. But the weird thing is, the moon did not have to be towed into orbit by some giant spaceship. It could have simply been manifested here by a change of, let's say, the complex scalar field that we exist in, changed by beings that exist in a higher superfluid condensate. They're able to do it with their almost godlike powers, and I think because of that, the moon did not have to be put here by a giant spaceship. We don't have to think about it in such 3D mechanistic ways, because we're really talking about the engineering of reality itself.
I want to say something crazy here. I'm looking at our Doom chat DMs, and the quantum foam, could that have been human souls? And then I just have one last question after that.
Good question. Is a quantum foam super human souls? I've never heard of that question ever posed before. And okay, so in a way, yes, in the following sense. Okay, so in esoteric theory, the demiurge, which is the soul of the universe, the living animus that makes linear time work and that upholds space and time, the demiurge is made out of etheric and astral energy fields. Like, it is that ocean. It is the etheric and astral ocean. And our own souls are also made of etheric and astral energy fields. So in a way, we are like eddies in the ocean of the etheric and energy fields that make up the demiurge. So in other words, our soul is like to use another metaphor, it is like a leaf on the branch of the tree of the demiurge, in a way. So, being that reality is ultimately consciousness at the core, and that the quantum foam is what generates matter, energy that we can see, yes, ultimately that quantum foam is consciousness, and consciousness is, in this case, tied to the demiurge, and our soul is part of the demiurge. So in a way, you could say that, yes, the quantum foam is made of the human soul, or made of soul energy. That's the more technical way to say it, that it's made of soul energy. So not necessarily the human soul per se, like, you die and all of a sudden you become part of the quantum foam, and you're the thing that generates microscopic atomic particles. It doesn't have to be that, but there is a relation between our soul and the demiurge, and therefore the quantum foam, which generates reality. Because the demiurge, being a metaphysical thing, in order to actually influence physicality, it has to use a mechanism to do that. And that interface between the metaphysics and the physics is the whole quantum domain. And the quantum foam is that boundary between there and here. So in a way, yes.
One time I had an experience where everything like disappeared and I was presented with like a wall of bubbles, and every bubble had kind of like a face, but not really a face. There was no eyes, like an actual physical face. But the main bubble in the center, like all the bubbles around it had multiple bubbles around them, like clusters. I thought they were maybe families or something like that. But then they all started popping all around me. And the center bubble laughed in my face and said, "You ended the world. It's all over." And that happens. That end of the world scenario happens a little bit often, but yeah, I always wondered about that. And then when Fringe said she saw quantum foam, I was like, I wonder if that's the bubble wall I saw.
I mean, I don't know if it was
It was like
quantum
just so
foam.
bubbles the way it was like built up.
It was just weird. What I saw was crumbly. Yeah, it was just super weird. I don't know if it was quantum foam. I just saw later on quantum foam inside of wormholes, and I thought it was really weird.
I mean, it could have been symbolic because usually dreams or visions are, this it has to be translated into a way that our mind can understand. So if it's crumbly, that in itself could have been symbolic. Like it's not fully well together, it can easily crumble apart or something.
Sorry, I'm saying you're saying it could be people's souls that Fringe saw in vacuum tubes, and that soul is just being used to create.
Just for the record, as doomy as I love to get, I did not get the impression that it was souls.
You didn't?
It was a coating. It was a coating on an energy. I'm telling you, they have these weird energy tubes. They're like this thing at the bank. They put you in it and boom, they send you wherever they want you to go. It's super weird.
Okay.
I could be totally off my rocker. I'm just telling you what I think.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. From what I'm finding in my physics theory, that when I talk about the parent condensate or the parent superfluid creating a daughter one, well, when it does so, it is still connected by a kind of umbilicus, which I guess in the physics term, it's either called a throat or a kind of wormhole. So in other words, there are wormholes that connect our physical reality to the next layer up, and that one has different conduits that lead to the next layer up. And so if you are in between lifetimes, or if you don't believe in reincarnation, then before you're born, you're not yet in this physical reality. You're not yet in the physical fetus. You're still in one of these higher condensates. Well, to go from there to here, you have to go through one of these conduits or one of these wormholes, which is like a tube, and you'd literally be sucked into it and down into a physical body here, and that's how you lock into this physical body over time, and as you're gestating in the womb. So yes, the wormhole thing, that is real, and it's possible that after death, when people describe that tunnel with the end of light, or with the light at the end of it, end of light, that's a Freudian slip. So the tunnel with the light at the end of the tunnel, it might be that exact same wormhole that you came here with when you were put into the womb.
Yeah, and they were trying to get me to jump into this thing. I mean, and I was like, hell no, it's that thing's going to the abyss. Like, I have no idea where that thing is going. Whatever it wasn't good. Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So these wormholes, if you look in mythology and history, even Native American stuff, a lot of that rock art, the ancient rock art, you see things that look like wormholes or portals. Now, they could have been supernovas, for all we know. Maybe, that's the most logical explanation, but they could have also have been portals. I watched a documentary, the new one from David Paulides, where he talks about Bigfoot. I think it's called American Bigfoot, something like that. It's a great documentary. You guys should check it out. So in this documentary, near the end of it, they get into a little bit of the Native American ancestry and tying it, or mythology, and tying it to how Bigfoot can walk between portals. Because some of these Native American myths, they talk about coming here from another world, almost as if they came here through a portal. And so the documentary was trying to imply that, if Bigfoot can come from elsewhere, then maybe certain Native American tribes came from elsewhere, or maybe beings came from elsewhere that taught these Native Americans, So there's a certain lore involved, even in mythology, surrounding the idea of portals. Now, the third book that I wrote is called Gnosis, and it's about alchemy, the Grail, the Ark of the Covenant, and the Demiurge. In that book, I talk about the recurring theme in Chapter 8, called Polar Mythology. There's a recurring theme of vortices acting as portals between realms. And in that book, I hadn't quite figured out yet that, holy crap, it ties into this whole superfluid idea. Why? Because in condensed matter physics, when they create that daughter condensate, which is like its own self-contained universe, one of the methods that they use for doing that is by using a laser to stir the superfluid into a vortex that centrifugally spins out a lot of the superfluid from the middle, decreasing its density and creating almost like an effective black hole, which then nucleates that new daughter nucleus. So in order to generate this wormhole or to create that new universe, they use the technique of creating a literal vortex in the ether, and it creates a mouth that goes to that new so-called universe, so to speak. So it makes me wonder then, what if some of us came here through a similar method, whether by being born here or maybe being dropped here from another parallel reality through this weird wormhole mouth or throat, as it's called. And what if that shows up in mythology as this vortex symbolism or portal symbolism in certain Native American traditions? So I don't know. It's things that I've been thinking about quite a bit these past few weeks.
And we can't leave it on the table. I mean, we should at least talk about. So mine was an abduction experience. I was taken by a shuttlecraft to a larger mothership type craft, and this hole was in the bottom of the craft, in my perception, and it had something to do with souls and zombies and recycling, and that was my perception of it anyway. And they wanted my consent to jump into this thing. And so, what are the UFOs doing involved in any way, shape, or form in possibly, the recycling or sending souls places or sending humans or zombies anywhere, really? What is their role in this? And, do the good guys need this type of technology as well? Or is this a hijacking or usurping of the natural process? And that's my personal opinion, that it's hijacking the natural process.
Oh yeah, I mean for sure. So it's always been my position that the afterlife stuff, it's not all bad or all good. Like, so on all good front, you got people like Michael Newton talking about reincarnation and afterlife stuff, and his book's interesting, but he's quite one-sided about it, and he rationalizes away the dark and demonic component. So you got that, and then on the other side, you have people saying that it's all a big trap. So it's a big soul recycling, feeding thing operation, and my personal opinion is that it's a bit of both. So I do think that there's an element of good there, but also an element of darkness, depending on where you wind up with that within that entire afterlife complex. So I view reality more as like chutes and ladders, where depending on the roll of the dice and how you play the game, you can either go down the chute or you can go up the ladder to the next level, and a lot of it hinges on free will. So I do think that free will is essential to it, but unfortunately, there are powerful forces here, and just as the lion sometimes gets the gazelle, sometimes these forces get an innocent soul that doesn't deserve it. And I think for that reason, things are not as they should be in this reality, and therefore there is a level of divine intervention going on, which includes certain people coming here to try to do the best they can to help out.
What role is entropy playing here when it comes to standing waves, the soul, and just the direction of energy flow of the universe? I mean, obviously, our universe is, at least in classical thermodynamics, it's entropic, right? Energy is dissipating, but there's clearly something negentropic like biology. So what role is the soul playing in terms of negentropy, and what role and how do standing waves relate to this, if they relate to it at all?
Yeah, it's a good question about standing waves, because I'm not sure exactly about standing waves per se, but let me address the other parts. So yeah, I mean, our bodies should, under the laws of thermodynamics, be continually entropically decaying. But there's something else that continually biases probability to ensure that our cells continue to function, and we live a reasonable span of time. I mean, reasonable from our perspective, like 74, 75 years. So what it means is that it's not biology necessarily that is causing neg entropy. It is the soul. It's something that comes from a higher condensate that is able to inject a degree of coherence and neg entropy here in this reality to give it some juice, to ensure that it doesn't just immediately fall apart. And what this means, therefore, is that if this next level is what creates neg entropy here, well, that next level is a realm of entropy compared to the next level above it. And likewise, on and on and on up the chain. So therefore, the end conclusion is that true neg entropy only comes from one source. It comes from God. It comes from the Creator. It comes from the very ultimate pinnacle of that entire stacked system of realities, which then filters down through all the different layers until here in the physical, we've got like a pretty weak etheric body that keeps the biological body living. And I mean, we're not the only ones that have it. I mean, animals have it, plants have it. Anything living has an etheric body, which is like a life force energy body that keeps it alive. But that life force body itself is not part of this physical reality. It's from something above it. And it derives its energy from something above that, and it goes all the way up to the creator. And so for that reason, if you're someone who is cut off from the creator, then in order to stave off entropic decay, you're going to have to feed off the negentropy of other life forms, including life forms in a reality beneath you that you yourself might have created to entrap them, which is us humans. And that's where the whole Loosh farm concept even comes from. Like, why do these entities even need Loosh energy? Well, it's probably because they can't get enough of it themselves from the creator directly. So that's why they need to get more of it from us, because we still have that connection. But because we have that connection, we're able to do things that these NHIs cannot. So all these Aloosh harvesters, yeah, sure, they're running a pretty mighty big racket on Earth. However, the very fact that they need that energy from us shows that we have something that they don't. And that thing that we have is what allows us to eventually gain the upper hand over them. So it ties back to that common theme that we've had throughout this night. Oh yeah, so standing waves. So getting back to standing waves, if you take an electromagnetic wave and you create a standing wave with it, well, you have two electromagnetic waves that are overlapping each other from opposite directions, and that creates this vibrating pocket of electromagnetic energy. Well, if you orient one of those waves in the right direction, you can cancel out either the electric part of it or the magnetic part of it or both. And so when you cancel it out, well, you don't have electromagnetism anymore. Instead, what you have is electrogravitation or magnetogravitation or just pure straight up gravitation. And so what that does is it jiggles, what gravitation is a gradient in the density of the ether. And so with these standing waves, if you do it the right way, you end up modulating the density of the ether. And that in itself can do strange things. It can start altering the constants of physics around you. It can, if you do it right, you could probably even open a portal. So you can do a lot of things with that. And as far as how that relates to the soul, it's possible that at the nuclear DNA level, like the DNA sequences and so on, that maybe there's standing waves there, consisting either of electromagnetic waves or charge waves or spin waves or something like that. And these resonate the ether in such a way that it creates micro wormholes up to the next level of reality, which might be the etheric plane, allowing negentropy and soul energy to filter down into the DNA, into the mitochondria, into the microtubules, and therefore making the body alive. So maybe that's how the mechanism is, because clearly for the etheric body to interface with the physical body, there has to be a conduit between the two, and maybe that's what the chakras are, or the meridian points,
Yeah.
the nadis.
Now we're cooking with.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. All that stuff. So.
And so when I said standing wave, I probably used the wrong term. I meant like when we see a toroid or like a donut, right? My question is like, normally, what the thing that enables it to persist without additional input? Well, obviously there might need to be additional input, but there's something very different from me, aiming the remote control and shooting an infrared beam at the TV and flipping the channel and having a perpetual toroid, right? So is there something negentropic about plasmoids or toroids, or do I just have like a broken understanding? It seems to me like there's some sort of self-perpetuating something going on there.
Oh yeah, of course. There are things called vortex rings and also solitons, and they're pretty closely related. But basically, those are two examples of how you can take a medium, whether it's water or air or smoke, or in this case, ether, superfluid, and create a self-sustaining entity. So yeah, a smoke ring is an example. It's a vortex ring, and then a soliton, which is just like a wave packet that retains its shape, that can also happen. And either of those, they are very interesting because you can have very long-lived solitons, and you can have a whole field of these solitons that maintains its structure. And maybe that is the structure of the etheric body. Maybe it's a field of micro solitons that retain their shape. And so therefore, if you're a clairvoyant and you have control over your etheric body, and let's say you extend your etheric body to scan someone else or project it into the neighborhood to see if there's any entities there, which Ganga has talked about at times, you're probably sending forth a structured soliton field made of your own energy, of your own part of the ether that's structured in a way that's unique to you. and you're extending it. So in a sense, what you're doing is you're extending an etheric nervous system, allowing you to sense whatever that field touches. And so that's why healers who do hands-on laying, or people who are clairvoyant and they can use their hands to heal, they're putting their hand on someone, and if they're using their own energy, they're extending their own etheric energy field into the person in order to manually override some of the biological processes that are in there. And the way that would happen on an etheric level is that the person's own etheric energy field, that's their own solitonic energy field. So it's their own structured, self-perpetuating pattern within the complex scalar field that they are consciously manipulating to extend out of their hands into the other person to rewrite some of their biological processes towards healing, for example. So yeah, I do think that you're definitely on target with what you're asking about.
Sorry, Tom, about my buttons. That healing thing would explain the story we see all the time of the healer losing energy, at least temporarily, as they're negotropically, right? The wounded healer relates somewhat to this energy flow.
Yes, and there's different methods of healing. Some people use their own energy to heal and they get depleted, whereas other people, they start off, like, for example, in the Christian community, there is uh, laying of hands, okay? So in that case, you're not using your own energy. You are connecting with the divine source, which is one of those higher condensate levels, and which is a even more pure form of neg entropy. And you're only allowing yourself to be a conduit or a channel for that. And so therefore you can heal someone without depleting your own energy because you're tapping into the real thing.
Tom, it's sorry, Tom, it's great to have you back in a space and to be able to ask you all these things. Really, so I just wanted to say thank you.
Tom just summed down you.
I know there's demons in everyone's devices.
No, he's still thinking about you trying to get Giorgiani to the moon with him. It's not happening. I'm telling you.
Well, see, that's why I'm working on force field technology too, so I can build a containment.
There we go. Now we're talking. We need a force field for Giorgiani. I'm telling you right now, Doomer Giorgiani is out of control these last couple of days. We thought he was a reformed Satanist.
I think
now he's all back in. He's a Satanist up to his neck. Hail Satan.
But by the way, whenever Giorgiani tweets anything that's slightly eyebrow raising, I get DMs from other people. I get DMs I'm answering for Giorgiani, and Giorgiani doesn't even know it. People treat me like I'm his PR manager, and it.
Well, you basically are his PR manager.
You and I heard different things.
When was this?
I think you and I heard different things. Well, I mean, when Tom said he's building a force field, I thought that's so that Giorgiani can tag along to the moon. I thought that means
that's protect him from Giorgiani. Because you're going to bring Giorgiani, so Tom needs protection from Giorgiani. That's what that is.
Tom, we need to bring weapons of mass destruction if we're going to the moon. He's thinking about it first.
Yeah, well. Yeah. Well, I think Giorgiani qualifies. He is a weapon of mass destruction of information.
See?
No, he's great. I mean, I like Giorgiani. I like Giorgiani a lot. I mean, he's so smart. He talks really well. He lectured for years, right? So he's got that lecturing skill under his belt. Now, philosophically, at the very core, we are like 180 degrees opposite. We're like matter and antimatter, pretty much. But at higher levels, in terms of just political discourse and philosophy and so on, yeah, I think he's great, but I do differ with him on the most fundamental things.
Right, the most fundamental things, the important stuff. But I know nothing about this topic, but can matter and antimatter blow up the moon together? I mean, it's a good question, right?
Yeah, it's fate.
I mean, Fringe, you can come along as well.
No, I'm not going to the moon.
Nuke the moon with us.
No, I'm not going to the moon. I don't want anything to do with these things and their soul trap. I mean, this is a serious topic for me. I know we're laughing, but the idea that these things can take me out of my body against my will and do whatever they choose most of the time. I mean, yeah, I've gotten to where a lot of times I can fight it and I can bust out of the paralysis and all this kind of stuff, but ultimately they just come back. They have high technology and a lot of technology, and they just come back. But it's terrifying to me. If they can do this right now while while I, I'm here in my body with awareness, it's terrifying to me that they can do it at the moment of death or right before the moment of death, hijack me into their pocket dimension of hell, and I never escape. I mean, that's terrifying to me. I know it might sound crazy and dramatic, to other people, but this is serious for me, and I don't like it at all. I don't like realizing that UFOs uh might be involved in some kind of a weird soul trap, soul recycling, soul harvesting. I don't know what they're doing, but it's not good. And to think that, especially being someone who gets taken, and they want to put in all their knowledge and their training and stuff into certain people. Well, what's to prevent them from taking me in the afterlife as well? And the only answer is God, right? That's the only answer, but it's still terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, from a Christian perspective, they from the Christian perspective, it boils down to faith, like how much faith and alignment and dedication you have to God, right? And you can take those terms and you can translate them to, let's say, New Age terms, which is like, oh, how plugged in you are to the source and how high your vibe is. But ultimately, we're talking about the same thing, and it goes back to what we said earlier about psi abilities and whether they can get you out of the matrix. And I said that what matters more is your connection to the divine and the quality of your being, like your spiritual integrity. So those are the things that, in your case, Fringe, I mean, because I'm in a similar situation too. Like, after death, sure, they could do a lot of things to me. So those are my top priorities, which is spiritual integrity, connection to the divine, and the quality of my being. And so part of the quality of being also has to do with the astral body from an occult perspective. Okay, so within occult theory, the astral body has to do with emotions, impressions, cognition, but mostly emotions. And so if you are in a state of constant spiritual defeat and hopelessness and despair, then your astral body has already, for all intents and purposes, been dragged down into the abyss. If you think about it, it makes sense. But if you nurture your connection to God, to the divine, and you allow that faith, that connection to elevate you so that your morale gets boosted and you start feeling a little bit better and you feel grateful for God's blessings and protection, then that brightens your astral body and makes it antithetical to that dark part of the astral realm that they're trying to drag you off into. So what I'm saying is that the astral body is one of those things that we can nurture and improve the quality of. We can spiritualize it, and that helps to mitigate some of these tactics that these entities are using. So yeah, so continue your spiritual path, and I do think that you don't have much to worry about after you die, because I think you're already aware of the central ingredients that are needed to beat that.
And I very much appreciate that, Tom. But I would like to know then, what do you see as the difference? I mean, why can they do it now? And by the way, this last year has been dramatically different than, the worst year that I've had. So things are definitely improving. But what do you think is the main difference? Why can they do it now, but not
Well, I
later?
think it's yeah. So it's kind of like if you had, let's say, Morgellons disease or Lyme's disease, and you're struggling with it every day. Well, why do you have it? Well, it's because of some sort of environmental exposure, maybe a genetic predisposition to being vulnerable to that, and where you've lived, like if there's Lyme disease ticks in your area, right? So what I'm saying is that the physical body can act as a permission slip or a piece of legal paper that allows entities to do certain things to you if that permission is encoded into you. So in your particular case, I know that your bloodline is very interesting, and I do believe that perhaps ancestrally there could be permission slips encoded perhaps in your epigenetic profile that allows them to do things that maybe someone else with a different genetic profile wouldn't be as susceptible to. I mean, if you already are to some degree psychic or clairvoyant in life and plugged into other worlds and so on due to your genetics, then that automatically makes you more susceptible to entity interference as well, because they are from that realm. And if you have a foot in that world, then, well, they have a foot in yours. Okay. So I think that's part of it. I don't think you yourself are necessarily all to blame. I think it could also be just your etheric and biological genetics, so to speak. I think that plays into it. And so therefore, when you're out of the body, like fully, after you pass away, maybe you won't have to deal with that. Maybe that permission slip has been rescinded because it's no longer part of the biology that you've, at some degree, possibly chosen to incarnate into, or somehow lost the fight to resist incarnating into. And so therefore conditions won't be 100% the same as when you are incarnated right now in everyday life. That's one possibility.
Yeah,
Well,
actually,
I
that makes
want
a
to
lot of
take,
sense. Well,
but
go ahead, or go ahead.
yeah, go ahead. Well, I'm just saying it doesn't prove anything, but the soul trap, one of the gloomy, they recycle us in the moon and then stick us back into containers. It is a perfect story for explaining why abductions revisit the same bloodlines and the same family lines. If you're running a recycling soul trap, scheme, you would want to make sure that your abductions stay within the same family so you can keep track. Like if you throw a person's soul into a container that's less easily hijacked, you can't run an 8 billion soul recycling operation nearly as efficiently. Does that make sense? It would make sense that you would stick with the same bloodlines, especially if certain bloodlines can more easily be captured.
Yeah, well, I think that could apply to Homo sapiens as a whole, that Homo sapien genetics in themselves might lend towards a reincarnational recycling operation. I mean, after all, when we are born here as babies, our psychic abilities, they dwindle over time. So that by the time you're a teen or an adult, you barely know anything. But when you're a little baby, you see things and other weird things that happens with babies and toddlers, because they're still connected a little bit more to your etheric body and the higher consciousness. But it starts to fade out over time. But the reason it fades out is not only due to social programming; it's also due to our genetics, because we are limited artificially, in my opinion, in intelligence, in psychic powers, and in connection to our source. So it's not completely gone, but it still takes effort to reconnect with. But on the average, humanity lives in amnesia, and I don't think anyone can dispute that. That on average, we live within amnesia of our true selves, of where we came from, of what this is all about, and therefore we're living within this crazy illusory construct. Some people say for learning lessons, other people say to be milked for loosh. In my opinion, it's both. It's like visiting Las Vegas. You're there to have fun, but you're also there to get milked. So it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. Like the house always wins, but some people do get lucky and they come out with more than they went there with. So I do think that this reality is kind of similar. Was there something more you wanted to ask on that? Because I don't think I hit your question necessarily.
I just want to, yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say, I mean, to double click on that, it's almost like the Homo sapiens genome is the product of the last cataclysm's hybridized abductions or abduction hybridization program. And it would make, do you get what I'm saying? Like, unfortunately, the death trap story answers almost all of the questions way too well. In a way, another story fails to plug all of the holes. This is really, for me, the problem. It's too good at answering everything.
Yeah, well, see, here's the thing, though. So the whole death trap idea, it answers a lot of questions, but it doesn't answer all of them. And I think some of the ones that it doesn't answer has to do with, like, well, then why does there seem to be an invisible, benevolent hand in our life as well, right? And like why can we grow, and why, if we keep growing, would we actually outgrow the matrix? Like, why, if there's amnesia, do we still come here with a subconscious wisdom or knowing or something like that that gives us a leg up in life? It's not a total erasure. There's still something there. I mean, I understand the skepticism on this, but my response to that is, well, it makes sense to me because not only have I considered this, but I've also researched a hell of a lot on esotericism and what tradition says about this sort of thing, and a lot of that makes sense to me too. So I always tend to default to both instead of one or the other. And so therefore, I would say that the death trap idea explains a lot of things that other theories can't. And then at least one of the other theories explains certain things that the death trap theory cannot. So therefore, at minimum, it would have to be both theories at the same time. And that's why I made that Las Vegas analogy, because I do think that there's both a for-profit element to this reality, as well as a for personal gain or entertainment value as well.
I totally agree that there is a benevolent hand, and that the death trap is not, exclusive to that. It doesn't render that impossible. But I agree. Like there's that the death trap does not explain the benevolent influence or intervention. And yeah, I think they both can exist even to sort of explain each other. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Well,
all I wanted to say.
I mean,
that the abduction
yeah. Well,
phenomenon
what I
and the
find,
lineages. Go ahead. I think you got my point.
yeah, I do. I totally do. And I find it interesting that within, let's say, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, that they talk about the different colored lights that people see after death, and how some of the lights lead to the world of the hungry ghosts, and other ones lead to the worlds of, I don't know, like desire or something. But there is another one that leads sort of out and through into a state of enlightenment, and that's interesting to me because going back to my physics idea that if we came here through a conduit or a throat or a wormhole, then what if after death there are other conduits that lead to other realms? Other subcompartments within reality or different parts of the astral plane or something like that. In our psychic mind, we would perceive that as different colors, and you might get sucked into those if you get too fixated onto them. But what it means is that the Tibetan Book of the Dead, it accounts for the possibility that certain lights are bad for you, that they can lead to soul traps. But it also says that at least one of them leads to, essentially leads out of the matrix, if you want to translate that language to modern language. And so therefore, I wonder, yeah, what if that's the case? Like, what if certain conduits do lead up to the higher condensates instead of this nested illusory reality here? But other ones lead to false ends. It's almost like a choose your adventure book, own adventure book, where you land on the wrong page and yeah, you suddenly fell down a well, you're dead. The end. That's the end of the book. And then other ones are like, yeah, you made it out of the maze and everything's happy. So I think that after death, it's a very complicated, multifaceted thing that depends on your soul quality, your free will choices, your karmic levels, what entities you've made deals with, and so on. And it's no less complicated than this earth is, like with politics and what alliances there are, like who you work for, who's your partner, like who you're roommating with, if you have a roommate. All these things, all these choices, it's pretty complex, and I don't think it's any simpler on the other side. But then again, in this world here, you can have a happy life. You can choose a partner that you're happy with and leave this world smiling, right? I mean, it's possible to do that. And I think also in the afterlife, you can also have a positive outcome.
Was that it, Ulrich? Did you get your stuff in? He has mic problems, button problems. So I was just going to go back to that idea about the epigenetic profile giving permissions, and I suppose this is something that they've actually cultivated themselves, most likely. Is that what you would say, Tom?
You mean cultivated it amongst themselves, or cultivated
No,
it
like with
on humans?
us, like they're
Oh yeah,
they're cultivating easier access, things that make it easier for them to access us.
oh yeah, totally. I mean, think about this. Like, if it is true, like some New Age sources or Michael Newton and some of these sources say that we choose our parents or we choose the family that we're born into, then what if your grandma or your mom or dad got involved in, I don't know, naval intelligence, or was a witch and made pacts with demons or something, and then you're born to them? Well, you didn't make that choice, but in an indirect way, you sort of a little tiny bit did, right? And maybe that little tiny bit is just enough to make entities have an easier time getting at you versus someone else whose family history had none of that in it.
And then I wanted to throw this out there. I read something really interesting. We talk about, why they're doing the hybrid program. And I was getting some information about how they were trying to reverse engineer the soul, and then hijacking and the soul trap stuff is what I was getting. And I saw that Ganga wrote something about they're looking for that perfect genetic combination to get to the real afterlife. Like they're trying to Trojan horse into the real afterlife. And I thought that was pretty creepy. So
Interesting.
yeah, it was pretty interesting. So that kind of, I mean, it kind of leads us to this next topic. I think, if as long as we've exhausted the others, the alien limitation topic, and I'm probably gonna have a whole lot of questions here. Maybe just random dumb questions that are not profound, but I think it's an important topic because I don't want people to feel helpless or like we can't do anything. Especially as abductees and experiencers, there's nothing we can do. They come into our homes, they take us out of our beds, they take our children. Um, it, it's it's easy to feel very defeated and helpless when that's happening. So I'd love to go over their limitations and what we can do to try to stay sovereign and to not be aligned with them. You did mention faith earlier, Tom, and I think it's going to be stronger than that. I think it's going to be faithfulness or like an allegiance, and an allegiance to God rather than an allegiance to the forces in rebellion against God. I think that's what it's all going to come down to in this life and in the next life.
Oh yeah, for sure. And not to go on too much of a tangent, but if you consider Chris Bledsoe's book, UFOs of God or UFO of God, I mean, he's kind of conflating the two things into one so that even if you try to do the route that you just talked about, it would lead to the same ends of becoming subjugated to these NHIs. So I find that a very risky and not a good thing that he's propagating. But I know what team he's batting for. It's not my team. But point is, yeah, faithfulness and allegiance for sure.
Yeah, I just think Christians have
So
really
you
watered
and
down the
yes.
word. Oh, go ahead, Ulrich.
No. Keep going, and I'll jump in after that.
I was just going to say, I think Christians have really watered down that term, the term faith. I think it means a whole lot more than just belief. It can also mean belief, but I think it actually means faithfulness. And I think if you look at the translation there, there's a bit to be desired when we just call it faith.
Yeah, for sure. Because what we're really talking about here is two things. We're talking about free will, which is where allegiance comes from. You're literally choosing what you're aligning with. And number two, to go back to what I said earlier, it has to do with the quality of your being. Like, because it's easy for someone to give lip service to faith, to say, like, yes, I believe in Jesus. And, you just say it kind of glibly, but in your mind, you're still sinning, you're still worldly. I'm talking Christian language right now. You're still doing that, and you haven't changed internally. You just said it with your mouth, not with your heart, and that's the issue. So you have to have free will, commitment, and you have to improve the quality of your being so that you're kind of walking the walk or walking the talk in terms of that commitment, and that's what really counts. Now, of course, none of us are perfect. I don't pretend to be perfect, but I'm just saying that there is a vector or a direction that you should choose and keep trying to move towards, whether you're Christian or some other faith. Make sure that it's just pointing upwards. The upward direction is what counts.
Okay, so what do you think about this next topic then? The alien limitations, is that natural, or do you have something else, Ulrich, before we move on?
Yeah. Just as a bridge. So where we were on, and I was talking about this in game tech space too. I think Bledsoe's a perfect example. If and Bledsoe may not have your definition of faith, but I think he absolutely would say he is a man of faith. He's faithful. He believes he's working in integrity. This kind of faith and this kind of faithfulness, if he's subject to a deception, is not enough. Where the more faithful you are and the more things depend on faith, the more important discernment and truth is. So no matter to what degree faith determines the endpoint of our souls, the more important faith is, the more important it's going to be to not put faith in the wrong thing. And so faith is very likely necessary, but not sufficient in the absence of discernment. Right. And I think where it gets really slippery, and I'm not coming from an anti-Christian place here. I don't think anybody's hearing that. I just have to be explicit. Not coming from an anti-religious or anti-faith perspective. But the more you think that the outcome of your soul heavily depends on faith, the more important it is that you don't think that it's enough to just be really faithful and devout, because that doesn't inoculate you against deception. And the reason why I bring this up is because we were just talking about tech, right, and the relationship between the import of technology and agency, and the soul. And we were talking about Giorgiani. When Giorgiani came onto the Jesse Michaels show, Jesse Michaels and Giorgiani were having this back and forth, and Jesse Michaels says, and I think this is verbatim, the only way out, the only way to escape the matrix is either through high energy physics and consciousness. And I'm pretty sure Giorgiani agreed in the affirmative there. But here, when we're talking about faith, we're talking about the consciousness half of this. There may be a way out of the matrix through high energy physics. And then the other one is consciousness. And that one's way more slippery because anybody can say consciousness. It's what kind of consciousness? And this battle of consciousness is often a narrative one, right? Like all technology bad, all faith good. But it's the nature of this consciousness and what's deception and what isn't that is really the hard problem here, right? Do you get what I'm saying? Like that's the only bridge I wanted to put my, that's the only bridge I wanted to highlight here, because it's a big problem, and faith is likely necessary but not enough.
Yeah, I always have a saying. My saying is faith begins where knowledge ends and not an inch sooner. So each one has its domain, each one has its place. And ideally, you would have both in their proper places. So bad things happen when you get them mixed up or you only rely on one or the other. Because if you only have, let's say, knowledge of a material sense and no faith whatsoever, like no spiritual integrity or commitment or alignment, then you're pretty much a zombie. Like you're a corpse. You're not acting with actual life force that points in the proper direction. And conversely, if you only have faith but you don't have knowledge, then you're basically like Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, where you're like lambs to the slaughter if something gets in. In this case, the serpent. You get deceived. So what is it that Adam and Eve ultimately ate from? They ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And what is knowledge of good and evil? It is just different interpretations of it. But in my interpretation, I view it as knowledge of good and evil in the sense of discernment, which can only be had through direct experience and wisdom gained from living in an environment where you're exposed to both. So there's another quote in the Bible about being wise as serpents and gentle as doves, right? Once again, there's that duality, that yin and yang that you must combine in order to be successful. So yeah, there's just really no excuse for only relying on one or the other. And ultimately, you do need both in the proper places. And we find that not only within Christianity, but also the New Age field and the channeling field, where they say you've got to up your vibes and you got to feel, think positive all the time. But they don't give discernment about distinguishing between genuine benevolent beings and the imposters who pretend to be benevolent. And so therefore, you might have good feelings, you might have good beliefs, but you're supporting a cult member who diddles kids. That happens all the time. These people join these cults, supporting some person that they think is, like John of God in Brazil or wherever it was. He was doing some really horrible shit, right? But people saw him as a holy man. They had faith in him. They felt good around him. Well, it's because their faith and their good vibes were misplaced because they lacked knowledge and discernment. So clearly, we need both in order to really beat this thing. So you're totally right, Ulrich, that you do need both, and I think we need both in their proper places, and that's the best that we can do.
Yeah, and just for the record, I couldn't agree more, Ulrich.
Terrifying.
It is terrifying,
Yeah.
And no faith.
Yeah, and I didn't think you would disagree.
Yeah, faith in the.
Sorry.
Just because Bledsoe has faith, that's not going to save him. He's got faith, and he's putting his eggs in the wrong basket. That's my personal opinion. I mean, he's chosen his side. He's chosen an entity claiming to be a god, an old Egyptian god, and that's his choice. Now he's going around telling people it's the Holy Spirit and that the Greys are angels. So yeah, it's very disturbing, and it's disturbing to me his influence and how many people he has following him and how many people are putting their faith in the wrong thing. I couldn't agree more. You can't have faith in the wrong thing, or you actually can, because I think that if we put our faith in the aliens, and so many abductees and experiencers do, 85% by most measures, 85% of abductees are carrying water for the aliens. They've chosen a side. They're duped, in my personal opinion. They're being deceived. They're being manipulated. So no, faith in the wrong thing isn't really going to get you anywhere except into their pocket dimension of hell, in my personal opinion.
But I think the implications of this are the most terrifying,
Because if you really take what Tom just said and you logically extend it, it means we also have a moral imperative to maximize our technological and epistemic potential, because otherwise it undermines the clarity of our faith. So if you don't have, if we already, if they already have a technological edge, an informational edge, and they definitely don't have a, let's say, a spiritual or faithful edge, well, they're using that informational edge, to create an asymmetry and morally, spiritually compromise us. So in order to make sure that you don't get deceived, that you don't jump into the tube, the implications of this, at least from my logical analysis, is you have to go to the moon. That's what I'm trying to point out here. Like
You
the
are
other end of
going
this
to the
equation,
moon.
that if
This is
technology is
your
being used
job.
to deceive us, we, yeah, and you don't. We're not going to force you to come along, but we'll have a little bubble for Giorgiani. He's going to come with us. But I think this is why Tom is so focused on the other half of that equation, and not just on consciousness, but on high energy physics. And it's also terrifying for the people who are not religiously inclined. I'm not religiously inclined, but I don't push back at all. The evidence is the evidence, and the empirical evidence to me is loud. It's not proof, but this absolutely has to do with our souls. And so, for people who think that technology alone, that you can just out tech this thing, yeah, you can still out tech this thing. And what happens when you find out that your soul is tech and it's being used to power another universe, and it's being used to power the ships, and there might be some sort of a hell that's simulated, right? So I'm not here to harp on Christians or religious people. I'm just saying the implications of this are that Ludditism is not going to make it. It doesn't suggest at all that Ludditism is security for your soul. And we are hearing a lot of Ludditism. Please tell me if I'm wrong. If you're hearing this,
I'm
but
going
I'm
to have to Google.
hearing a shit ton of Ludditism.
I have to Google
more
that
and more.
word, Ulrich. So just tell me what you're talking about. Tell me what that word means.
Ludditism is just the idea of, stay away from tech. Tech is like this Trojan horse.
Okay. So here's my
It's going
deal
to
with
be
tech.
used to sort of.
Okay, this is something we always kind of disagree on, but I don't have an issue with tech. I have an issue with the possibility, and this is what I think is coming, just personally, tech being used as what you're talking about, like the soul trap. I think that tech eventually, if we become less and less human, I see that as also potentially becoming less and less spiritual and more like them. And so I see tech as a trap in that way. I am all for Tom developing technology that can keep my soul in my body while I'm here in this physical 3D Earth before I die. And those words were very comforting, Tom. So I appreciate your answer to my question earlier. But so I'm all for tech as long as it doesn't take away our spirituality and our humanity, because I think there's something special about humans, unlike a lot of other people. I think we are special. I think we have something that they don't have, and they're trying to get it. And I just see the future as us becoming more like them, possibly uploading our consciousness into some type of technology to try to live forever or to become immortal. All the while, all that is to me is bargains with these entities, because that's where most of the technology is coming from. So that's my thing with tech. It's really what
Yeah.
we do with it that's important. It's not that tech is inherently bad or evil.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and
so
I
the thing about tech is it's a crutch. It's a tool. Ulrich. I mean, think about it. Like, why does a person use a crutch?
I'm sorry.
Because they have trouble walking.
We have a severe delay. I just wanted to be clear that, like, I don't hear the most Luddite heavy narrative coming from Fringe, but that the narrative in general is so slippery that it is basically a lobotomy. And I mean, Luddites, I think, were the ones from something last name Ludd, who they destroyed the loom, the weave, they wanted to have job security, so they destroyed the machines that were going to put them out of business. My point is here that there's there's no avoiding the fact that you're going to increase the risk. Like tech is a double-edged sword, just like faith is a double-edged sword. So if faith is part of the answer, of course you're increasing the risk. The more faithful you are, that you're just empowering the entity that deceives you. And tech is no different. The more technologically powerful you become, sure, the more, the nuclear technology can, eliminate all of your energy needs, or you can nuke a city. That these two aren't really that different in the way that they're double edged. But the discourse around tech, I'm sorry, uh, is a lot lower IQ than the discourse around faith. I'm saying in general. So I'm not criticizing where you stand on tech, Fringe, but as I'm saying in general, I hear mostly stupid shit coming from people's mouths when it comes to fearing tech and not fearing ignorance.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, well, what I was going to say is that knowledge and technology, ultimately, it's a crutch, because it is possible, I think, to rely on those higher condensate abilities, parts of your soul, higher parts of your spirit, your connection to the divine, to do amazing things that don't require tech. However, it is way more difficult than these Luddites think. So these Luddites, they want to refuse technology and rely on just what, like basic conscious abilities, just being them being themselves. But it's kind of like a person who refuses to use a crutch, and instead they're crawling around or wiggling around on the ground now, out of hubris, out of spite for the crutch, versus someone who doesn't need a crutch because they can walk just fine, they can run. I mean, heck, they can even fly, right? So here's the thing: if we don't use technology, are we going to be crawlers, wigglers, or are we going to be people who can walk and fly? And I would argue that in our current state, no, we're not going to be able to walk. We're not going to be able to fly. So yes, we do need a crutch. However, if you become too reliant on a crutch or a wheelchair, then your legs will atrophy, and then you can't walk at all, right? So of course, it's a double-edged sword. And so what we need to do then is we need to continue using technology in proportion to our lack of spiritual and psychic capabilities, but use it in a way that allows us to transition over time towards more and more conscious abilities, right? So you're never in this weird valley between not having the conscious and spiritual and faith abilities, and also not having the technology, so that you're just this primitive person crawling around in the muck. No, you want to use technology to keep yourself up to speed, keep yourself stable and upright, but then start transitioning over the generations, however long it takes, towards an increasingly spiritual, consciousness-based ability system. And if that takes a very long time, then you use technology for a very long time, because if you don't, then you're going to be at a major disadvantage to the forces of nature and to these NHIs.
All right, I love what you just said. You gave almost a mathematical expression for what should be our relationship to technology relative to our, let's call it, moral/spiritual development or psycho-spiritual development. Well, I'm arguing that it is the other way around. That a not the whole problem, but a major part of the problem is that we assume that our current humans, current technological development has far eclipsed our moral spiritual development relative to these beings. And I'm saying exactly the opposite, that these beings exhibit signs of relying on technology as a crutch and have produced a stagnation of psychospiritual and moral development within themselves. And we're getting this story, generally speaking, completely wrong. Our technology needs to catch up to our moral and spiritual development, especially relative to these beings. That even the liberation and the free agency, the free determinism of our spiritual souls is being curtailed by lack of our own technological development. This is what I'm saying. And I think this is, people don't even consider this, that we might be hindering
Yeah,
our own moral line of intellectual development due to our technological regression by beings that have technological mastery.
Yeah, I think there's logic to that. I mean, consider even the fact that because you don't have free energy, you have to work for your energy, and some people are starving and cold, and they don't have cars, and they don't have electricity. And I mean, how are they ever going to get themselves up to speed in terms of knowledge or spirituality if they're suffering all day long? Well, that's part of it. And I think the other part too is when you talk about comparing our moral or spiritual level to that of these NHIs, I agree that in terms of the parts of us that matter most, we are at a higher level than them. And that's why they have to resort to these other methods to make up for that. On the other hand, what is it that you compare yourself to? It's like if you're like 100 pounds overweight and you compare yourself to someone who's 500 pounds overweight, I mean, you're feeling pretty good about yourself, but that doesn't mean you should stay there. You should probably compare yourself to someone who is your ideal weight. So likewise, I do think that, yes, we do need technological improvements, but at the same time, in terms of our spiritual aspects, we're still quite behind of where we could be and probably where we should be. So if we compare ourselves to higher beings, or maybe our true selves in the other realm, or maybe the way that we used to be before we got genetically modified, then we would realize that yes, we need not only technological advancement, but also way a lot more spiritual and ethical advancement too. Now, there's a debate like, are humans truly primitive, or are we higher beings who have simply forgotten how advanced we are? And, there's a big debate there about that, which you can think about. But I do think that we do have something within us that is more advanced already. And that is a part that we can connect with and get this lower self up to speed. So if we can do that in conjunction with technological advancement, then I think that's the perfect solution, because then we're not really sacrificing anything. We're not going down the transhumanist route of completely forgetting about our free will and our spirit and merging with the machines and so on. I don't think we have to take it that far. So there is definitely a sweet spot of technological progress, and the type of technology too that allows for the continued protection and support and advancement of soul evolution without necessarily becoming absorbed like a Borg into this non-individualistic, transhumanist heat death.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I totally agree with the relative obesity example. I'm not saying we've reached our moral spiritual apogee, because there's other beings that are way worse. If we both agree that we have a lot more to grow morally and spiritually, and we both agree that we might be looking at the product of beings that have allowed for psychospiritual moral stagnation due to an asymmetry of much higher technological development or reliance on that, I think we need to reconsider whether our relationship to technology right now. I think everybody should ask themselves right now whether it is really true that our spiritual line of development is lower than our technological line, because I don't think so at all. I think our spiritual and moral development is far higher than our technological development, and that I think we might have, just when it comes to humans. I don't think that we're technologically that developed. We're talking about 6,000 years of development, right? Even if there are ancient civilizations with higher technological development, we're starting again at zero 6,000 years ago, and we're likely talking about hundreds of thousands of years of moral and spiritual development despite the amnesia, if the soul is growing somehow. So I think we might be really believing a really, really stupid story when it comes to technology, and that our technology actually needs to catch up to our moral development.
Yeah, well, see, the other part of it too is that when we talk about humans being morally or spiritually regressive, we're talking about this monolithic block of humanity, right? But humanity itself consists of different demographics, different groups, and if you believe in the NPC or spiritless humans idea, then some of them don't even have a higher spirit component. So you can't really lump those into the same category as others. Like, what if you have a big chunk of humanity that is growing exactly as you said and is more advanced now, but then you have another part which is as animalistic and dumb and psychopathic as always. And those are the ones that these people making that argument are pointing towards and saying, oh, look how stupid and regressive and spiritually blind humanity is, because they're looking at those examples, and they're looking at these psychopaths that start these wars for no reason, just to economically profit from it. They're not part of the real humanity. I think they're soulless psychopaths, no different from sharks with like human faces.
You guys, I don't know if you can hear me. Can anyone hear me? I don't know if anybody can hear me. Oh,
I
you
can.
can?
Yep. Yep.
You can hear me right now? Okay.
Yeah.
Right now, it says I'm a listener, and there is no mute button. I just have the request button. So I was so confused because this was right after I got a co-host invite. And so I'm still a listener on my end, and it doesn't even say that I'm unmuted, just so you know. So I'm super confused here. And that's my point. Everybody is so worried about technological development, and we're still talking on a platform coded by third graders who get paid in fruit snacks. Everybody is so worried our soul's about to get sucked up into some Optimus Prime, and we're like, the internet is basically powered by a hamster and a wheel. So this is why I'm very skeptical about the Trojan horse narrative right now. I would love to be made an offer of like just one space that looks like it's actually a 21st century platform. You know, I'd love to be given a reason.
For the clout, I'd like to believe that we're being punished for hosting the Doom Room.
Whatever it is, I'm not even getting a Faustian bargain here when it comes to tech. You know what I mean? I currently don't see it yet. But yeah.
No, this is just Tartarus. You're being tantalized with the fruit of conversation, but constantly being denied.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a picture and send it to you guys so you know I'm not making this up.
I've been tracking it. I've been posting in the little pill because I've been struggling so much. I've been making grok videos with the concepts that we've been discussing. And synchronistically, some of the things I made prior to Tom mentioning it, but it's been taking me so long to post them that he would be like mid conversation, I'd be posting about that topic in the little pill. And I've also been sharing screenshots of how long I've been disconnected from the DMs. Literally have not been able to receive any DMs the whole time. Cannot use my Wi Fi while I'm connected here. It's like the craziest
I
thing, but
can't
I'm
either.
vibing with it. It's like whatever.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I love listening to you guys.
Yeah, I don't see our DMs either. I don't even know if you can hear me right now, Tiff, because
I hear you. Yeah, I hear
I
you. I
literally
think you and
don't
I,
have a
yeah,
mute
we're just
button
like
or
Fringe's got it holding down the fort.
unmute button. And when I go into our DMs, it says at the very top disconnected, and I'm just staring into a black void.
Yes, me too.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, you know. And you know, I could blame this on what my bad tech maintenance or my bad internet connection, but you and I are having the same problem. So unless our devices have been spying on Tom's work and have, you know, figured out macroscopic a wave conjugation or
I
something.
am not ambitious enough to spy on anybody. Sorry, I'm just gonna nip that in the bud right now.
Yeah, no, I mean your device, unless it already has AGI and it's hacking into Tom's, unless it has a mind of its own and it's already creating some quantum mechanically entangled portal, right? There's no way to really rationally explain why you're having the same tech issues I'm having when we're in completely different places. But yeah, and now it's been absolutely nuts. But I literally can't even mute myself right now. So I'm gonna reset on my end.
Okay, we'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry that we're being punished. It's good suffering, I guess.
I'm glad you guys are here, though. I appreciate you sticking it out. I know it would get frustrating. It's easy to just call it when it gets frustrating like this. Okay. Well, Doomer's going to recycle. Tom, how are you feeling about time? Do you need to, get some water, or how are you doing?
No, I'm good. My phone is at 18% battery, and I'll try to plug it in afterwards. But my voice quality will change a little bit because I'll have to use the internal mic. So I'm good for now. So keep going.
Okay, awesome. I do want to get to this, and you know what? We can go to any topic you want. The alien limitations I do want to get to, but if you had something else you want to do first, we can go anywhere you want to go from here.
Yeah. Well, let's just cover that quick because it's important, and you don't want to like skip it. Run out of time at the very end. So yeah. So the question came up like, what are the actual alien limitations? Because discussions oftentimes we talk about the capabilities, like, oh, they can abduct us and they have access to physics that we don't have, because in this case they have access to a higher condensate part of reality. Well, anyway, what are the actual limitations? And here I'm talking about from personal experience, because yes, I've been messed with just like a lot of you have been messed with, but it allowed me to experiment with what they can do and what they cannot do. And so just in terms of everyday life, I noticed that Yes, they have the ability to abduct you, to install post-hypnotic programming that can be triggered later to make you act a certain way. But I found that that sort of mind programming and even live time telepathy that they engage in, it can be fought off. But it can only be fought off if you recognize that it's happening and you just kind of grit your teeth and really just power through it and to not act on it. Now, I have not had this in a very long time. But it happened a lot more in my early 20s and even up to, let's say, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years ago. This used to happen more, but I kept on fighting it off, and now they don't even bother anymore because, like, what's the point if I just keep fighting it off? But yeah, so that can happen as long as you're aware that it's happening and you have enough willpower and self mastery to power through it. So that's one. Two, it seems to me that they can see probable futures, but they cannot see the exact future unless the exact future is a probable future that has 100% probability. So you can imagine probable futures as this landscape that you're walking across or driving across, and there's a hill there, there's a valley, there's a stream, and they're up in the sky in a plane or satellite, and they can see the entire landscape. They can see what directions you can go, and if they know that you're thirsty and there's a nice clear stream up ahead, they're going to know that, yeah, you know what, he's got like a 95% probability he's going to stoop down and drink some of that water. But they don't know for sure that you're going to do that. And if they're monitoring you, and let's say you get an ear ringing or some other sign that they're psychically monitoring you, and you think to yourself, okay, wait a minute, they're monitoring me, so what is it that's coming up that's so interesting that makes them want to look? And if it turns out that, I don't know, you've got some sort of disruption coming up in your life, or someone emails you or DMs you who's like some alien disinformation agent trying to convert you to their side, which I've had in the past, then you might get a lot of ear ringings in that case. But if you're aware of it, then when that moment happens, you're not going to take the bait, because now you're realizing, well, wait a minute, something is up. I'm not going to do what I would have done by default, right? So your awareness of being monitored in this particular example can cause you to change your behavior in a way that changes the future. So they're in a way they're shooting themselves in the foot, almost as if yourself were a quantum system where they're observing you, and by doing that they alter the system in a way that defies the prediction that they had for that particular outcome. So that can happen too, where you can do something that they didn't quite expect. Well, and also they have a harder time predicting you if you are in a state of spiritual, like a genuine spiritual flow. And if you're in a state where whoa, that's weird. I didn't even touch my little
See?
watch here, and it thought that I had activated
Spooky.
something. Yeah, and I know. I'm getting some weird things going on here too. It's like I got a ghost here in the car. Anyway, all right. So I'm gonna keep going with this because I don't know. Seems like something's paying attention. So yeah, so they can't predict you necessarily if you're. You know what? I don't like to use the word higher vibe, but that's what it is. If you're in a truly genuine higher vibe state, it's harder for them to see you because you're not as intersecting their particular realm, especially at the astral level. Like you're not really synchronizing there, so they have a harder time predicting you. And actually, Jason Quit in his books and in some of his podcasts, he talked about a time where he changed his vibe in such a way that the entities had to interrogate his brother, asking him where Jason went because they couldn't see him anymore. Now that's interesting. Like, what if that really happened, right? I mean, what if you can really tune yourself out of the frequency band of some of these NHIs where they can't even see you anymore?
Tom,
That's an interesting thing.
I want to interrupt just because I want to
Yeah.
make sure. What type of entities was this particular case? Are these like abductions? Are they low level astral, or do you know?
To me, they seem to be of a more alien type, but of a more interdimensional, less physical alien type. I'll have to revisit that.
I mean,
to be
that's
sure.
super interesting. I would love to know that.
Yeah. Now, of course, I mean, as I've recounted in prior conversations, I had that one incident where I went to that Walgreens while I had a migraine, and I went down that aisle because I just needed that friggin' migraine medicine, and I didn't want to take another aisle because there were these people that were blocking the aisle, and so I did the most improbable thing by trying to get through them. But I got tangled up in their arms and their carts, and I picked up this one guy's bare arm and I moved it off to the side, and they reacted as if I wasn't even there. So, not even any weird looks or, raising their eyebrows or saying "excuse me" or anything like that. It was like they were animatronic meat puppets that couldn't consciously recognize that I was there, and that was a weird thing. I hadn't changed my emotional vibe necessarily, but my brain was fritzing out because of the migraine that was coming on, and I was doing the most improbable thing possible because normally I'm pretty polite, as you guys can probably tell, and I wouldn't just barge through people. But in this case, I did. So I took like the 0.0001% probability path, and it's almost as if reality somehow couldn't reconcile our two realities. Like they're in one reality, I was in another. Yes, I was experiencing them physically, but they were not experiencing me consciously because we were simply not synchronizing our respective instances of this massive online multiplayer game, you know? So anyway, my point is that if that can happen, then maybe by changing your vibe in a different way, you can also become invisible to some of these entities, which in Jason Quitt's case happened literally, and in this case might make you less predictable to some of these NHIs, so therefore you can foil their plans a little bit more easily. So that's another one. Another is that you still have free will regardless of how much pressure they apply in life. So I'm not talking here about being abducted and then being strapped down to a table. Like by that point, it's a little bit too late. But during the onset of an abduction or during your everyday life, where they're trying to use telepathic influence to really screw you up, and get you to do some sort of self-sabotage or do something stupid, whatever, you still have free will in that situation. However, free will means nothing if you don't have the awareness to apply it. And that goes back to Doomer's thing about balancing faith with knowledge and discernment. Like if you don't have knowledge and discernment, then that faith means nothing. And in this case, free will also means nothing. Because yeah, like what's the power to choose if you don't even know what choice to make or that you even have a choice, right? So you do have to have some free will, and luckily we do. So that's why awareness is so important, because once you're aware of something, that's when you can apply leverage. You can apply action, you can apply intentions, you can change your vibe, you can not do what they think you're going to do. So knowledge and awareness is super duper important. I can't even stress that enough. And what else? Oh, as I mentioned earlier, if you have any degree of protection whatsoever, if you haven't given away all your free will, and you have that spiritual mass to you, then they cannot kill you outright, as far as I can tell. Now, I do know that some people, they get abducted and mutilated, and that's the end of them. And other people, they're driving down the road and their entire car gets picked up by a UFO. Yeah, I mean, I think each of those individual cases has reasons why it's allowed in their case, but not allowed in another case. And this gets into metaphysics and destiny and so on, which and what level of protection you have, which is pretty dicey in terms of conversation because everyone's got their own perspective on it, and some people don't even believe in karma and or past life stuff or reincarnation. So yeah, I'll just stop it there and go on to the last point, which is that it seems that they do require some level of permission or multi-step weakening of you if you have that level of protection. And as I mentioned earlier, this is super important because if you can recognize what those early steps are, then you can keep it from progressing to those later stages where you're totally screwed. So sometimes, just to give a hypothetical example, let's say you do a lot of CE5 contacts and you look up to the sky, you shine your flashlight trying to get some reaction from the orbs in the sky, and you think it's awesome. And then you get the hitchhiker effect where they follow you home. So now all of a sudden you're starting to get paranormal stuff, orbs in your own home, dreams with aliens in it telling you about things and how you've been chosen and so on. And if you keep buying into that bullshit, then eventually it might get to a point where even if you were to realize that they are full of bullshit, and you want to get out of it, it's a little bit too late because you've given away 9/10 of your free will by that point, and now they can just come in with a coup de grace and take you out if you become a little bit too resistant to their agenda. So that's why sometimes when people get taken out, it's because they got taken in by them a little bit too much, and they never stopped themselves before got too far. And so I can't say that's the case for all cases, of course, but I do think some cases qualify as that. So these are just some examples in everyday life of how these aliens, they're not omnipotent. They may know a lot, but they're not omnipotent and they're not fully 100% omniscient. And these are the things that we can exploit if we act within a sort of golden path of staying away from the spikes on both sides of a hallway, so we can just go down this narrow path in the middle. And if we do that, then that's how I've been able to stay alive so far. I recognize the signs pretty early. I take mitigating measures, and things generally work out. But it's not easy. It's not easy at all because I've come pretty close to death a few times. But luckily, I pulled through. So that's an everyday life. And as far as like abductions, for example, what are their limitations there? Well, as you all know, aliens are very averse to leaving behind evidence. So the more tools that you have in place to capture evidence, the less likely they are to try to do things. Now, of course, they can turn off cameras, they can mess up SD cards on trail cams and so on. They can do that, But when they do that, that in itself is a form of evidence. Like it lets you know that, hey, last night around 3 a.m., there's this missing file or something, or a corrupted file, and you know that something funny happened. And if it matches a weird dream fragment that you had and bruises on your body, then you know that something happened. And that confidence gives you more confidence to fight. It gives you more assuredness that, yes, something happened and I need to be more careful, and so on. So yeah, they're averse to leaving evidence, so you can use that to deter them. Another is that they can't just show up anytime. I don't know why. I don't know if it's like government surveillance or if they're just busy, or maybe they don't want to take you when you're in public. They prefer you to be asleep at home at like 2 a.m. But there's a limit to when they can actually show up, which shows that they have limitations. They're not like God. They can just or like Thanos and the Marvel stuff. They can just snap their finger and everything changes. They have to work within limits. Another easy one is that they cannot paralyze you necessarily from a great distance. So the closer they are to you, the more they can expand, well, not expand, but extend their etheric body to interface with your etheric body to paralyze you. And of course, if you have more than one of them, then they can do that very easily. But if you can gain distance, then it works. Like, for example, my girlfriend Carissa, back in the day when we first started talking, something put the idea in her mind of meditating on a photograph of a gray alien. There's that creepy photograph of the gray. You see like the head and the shoulders, and it looks like a Polaroid. Something put it in her mind to put that on the ceiling, print it out, put it on the ceiling, and meditate on it. And when she did that night, she got abducted. And then following that, because she was mind programmed with that stupid abduction stuff, she thought like, oh man, I had some great experience. I don't know what it was, but she felt really great about it. And then she didn't tell me until like the next week. And then when I talked to her, I told her, whoa, like, hey, just do not do that. And as soon as I told her that, it's almost like she snapped out of it, and the trance broke. But because she had agreed at some level to be abducted again the following Saturday, when that Saturday came around, at exactly the same time, she heard a voice in her head that said, like, lay down, they will be here soon. And if she were anyone else, or if she hadn't talked to me, she might have done it. But after she heard that, and she started feeling this almost like a vacuum bell jar effect coming down over her, where the sounds cut out, and it's almost like you're in this weird altered region of space time. As soon as she felt that and started feeling sleepy, like telling her to lay down, she bolted up, ran out of the room, ran out of the house, and ran down the street. And only because she did that was she able to abort the potential abduction. So great for her that she did that. Great that I was able to break through that superficial programming from the week before. And that probably saved her a lot of trouble, because if you get abducted again, then that whittles away at your permission, if you keep agreeing to it, and more and more and more. And then, eventually, once they mind program you enough, you end up becoming one of those pro gray alien disinformation mouthpieces out there, which luckily did not happen to her. So that's the example of gaining distance and how they can't paralyze you from a distance. So if you're able to get up and get away, then hey, that's great for you. So what else? Oh yeah, of course. Aliens, they're really slow. They're really slow to respond to sudden changes of plans, because they operate by a hierarchy. So they have to pass things up the chain of command in order to readjust their plans to deal with you. So you can get away with certain surprises. You can get away with certain surprises. They're not really good at impromptu innovation. They have to think things over, calculate things, look at probable futures, do the scans, et cetera, and that slows things down. And so you can do something surprising and catch them off guard. And actually, my last post on my Twitter profile is a recording of some weird clickings that I recorded on this voice-activated tape recorder. And this was back in, I believe, 2002 or 2003, where I had gone back to Iowa to stay with my family for Christmas. Anyway, I was sleeping alone in my own room, and a couple days before that, I decided, you know what, I'm going to go to Walmart and get a voice-activated tape recorder, see if I can catch anything. It had never occurred to me before to do that, and it was sort of a out of the blue thing. So that day, I set it up, turned it on, went to sleep, and the next day, I get this weird ass clicking on there, which sounds almost like ping pong balls being clicked together, or the clicking noises that some people believe certain types of mantis aliens make. So yeah, and I did have signs of abductions that night too. So the fact that I caught it on the voice recorder is pretty awesome. But the thing is, it never happened again. Why? Because I think I did something that was out of the blue. I think my probability of buying a tape recorder and turning it on that night was so low that they couldn't see it. And so therefore I was able to catch them off guard. But after I got the recording and after I showed it to my mom and everything, I think they, they caught onto that. So yeah, I never caught it on tape again, which, also shows that it wasn't just like an ordinary noise, like me snoring or making noises in my sleep, because it would happen again eventually. Yeah, but in this case, it didn't. So the point is that if you do something surprising, you can catch them off guard, and it takes them a couple days or however long it takes for them to adjust, and that might give you an advantage in certain situations. And the funny thing is, like, yes, they are precognitive. Yes, they can see probable futures, but they can. It seems like they only really pay attention to the most probable ones, like the top like 3, 4, 5 probable ones, as I mentioned earlier. And so if you do something that is improbable enough, that's how you can catch them off guard. Because even if they're precognitive, they can't quite see it clearly. So yeah. So I think acting in a spontaneous way that's tuned into a higher spiritual intelligence, that's one of the best ways to operate outside of their ability to even precognitively view your futures. So those are a couple limitations, and that's just to give you an idea that yeah, they're not invincible, they're not omnipotent, they can be gotten around. It's just you have to know what some of their limitations are and how to work within that.
I love the advent of technology right now because a lot of my spiritual understanding, it seems to be parallel to how technology behaves. Like when I think of before, when I would think of manifestation and my ability to manifest reality, it now, and witchcraft, say witchcraft, it works better in groups for a reason. But say we have this. Quantum computer stuff coming out, and I started visualizing us as nodes in like a quantum computer. And the more coherent we are, the more effective space time manipulation is, say. And yeah, if you're an outlier, if you're unpredictable, algorithm is another example. Like they are able to predict us because they can see that we have less strings of timelines branching out from us. So it's easy to see what we're going to do. But when we are very predictable. I feel like we have many strings and it's just hard for them to detect exactly what we're going to do, much like the algorithm can't really. Well, no, the algorithm's great, but that's because we're using a device. We are more complex than a device, but they are still using, I feel like, the same dynamics of how an algorithm is to detect what we will be doing next. And yeah, they want to control the consensus reality. They want to control the collective consciousness because it is easier to control time if you can control that. And yeah, also being an outlier, that was a great point because
Yeah.
yes, you don't want to be predictable like that.
Yeah, exactly. And so how would they tackle this problem? Because okay, so remember if you saw the movie Dark City, and in the movie Dark City, there's these humans that are living in a fake world being controlled by aliens, by NHIs. And one of the big themes of the movie is that the reason humans were able to beat them is because they had something that these aliens did not. And these aliens were trying to find out what that was, and they kept on messing with people's memories and looking into their heads and trying to figure out like what it is. And then the big spiritual scene at the end is where the guy says, you won't find it in here in the forehead, you'll find it in here, like in the heart. So he's really talking about the spirit, which is beyond the entire alien control system, and how it is the seat of free will and spontaneity and intuition, knowledge, like true knowledge, and those are the things that are outside the modeling of a lot of these NHIs, and that and that pretty much is one of the only leverages that we have outside of some sort of technological parity that we could achieve.
Thanks, Tom. Tiff. So I wanted to ask a couple of questions in this area, and they're just going to be dumb questions, but stuff we talk about. So we had a space on Monday. It was me, Amy, and Carolyn, and someone asked a question about Skinwalker Ranch. And so it seems like at Skinwalker Ranch, it's just known that all the equipment's going to go awry, drones are going to fall out of the sky, nothing's going to work, all their electronics kind of go belly up. But at the same time, a specific camera that Amy has done research on and has recommended to me and Carolyn, which is absolutely working, by the way, they're not doing that to our cameras. So me and Carolyn recently actually listened to Amy. We bought certain cameras, and they're not fancy or anything, but Amy's laughing at me because it took me 2 years to listen to her, Tom. All the things I tried, it took me 2 years to listen to Amy. I don't know how that happened. I should have listened to her first. So we got these cameras that she recommended. They have an SD card. It's hard to delete files unless you get taken out and, put into a computer. And then they're not dependent on Wi-Fi. So they're just good basic cameras. I've now put this in my bedroom, and I have one in my bathroom. I have one in my grandchildren's room because they have been known to have the same thing happening to them. And then I have cameras in other parts of my house as well. And this has been the single most effective thing I have found. Bruises on my body, perceptions of experiences all way down. Now, I will add in there, you mentioned something about how they have to get close with the ship, with the technology. I also have a MADAR device, and I have a couple of Geiger counters. I think that is also helping. But why would it be, and we were asked this question specifically on Monday, why would it be that Skinwalker Ranch, they have no problem burning out the equipment and just everything malfunctioning, but they haven't touched my camera? I mean, it's been running just fine, no problems at all.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So I think Skinwalker Ranch, there's multiple things going on there. It's not just NHIs. There's also space-time anomalies, I guess you could say. Like there's an altered region of things there where reality is a little bit weirder. So, so okay. So imagine this. Imagine if you, Fringe, read the Bledsoe book and you were convinced by it, and you went out into the night sky every night and you asked the aliens to take you. Okay, imagine that the horrifying scenario. Well, my bet would be that more and more, I think you would catch stuff, whether it's orbs or other anomalies on camera. Why? Because I think it's because you start meshing more with their reality and their whole thing, and so the free will factor gets swept out of the way, so they have more control over you. Whereas right now, you don't have that, so therefore plausible deniability gets maintained more. It's a very difficult thing to explain because it's not quite English language capable. But what I'm trying to say is that if plausible deniability has to be maintained in proportion to a person's free will, or in proportion to a person's lack of quantum entanglement with a particular being in their realm, then the cameras will act more as a deterrence. Because if the cameras did catch something, then that would violate that weird quantum uncertainty principle. So they have to stay away. That's how I interpret it. Whereas at Observer Ranch, all those people are already looking for it and they're already entangled with it very heavily. And so these things can mess with the cameras. However, notice that they're messing with the equipment, but they're not necessarily always showing up on the equipment. So it's not like, their video records an alien walking across, or the dino beaver or whatever walking across the gravel or the desert. They're not getting that. They're just getting the more indirect stuff. But it's more severe because I think they're more entangled than you are with yours. So in your case, yeah, you're getting the cameras deterring them, which is interesting. That's something, but it's not as strong as the cameras being shut down necessarily. Now, I think if they had bought those same cameras, then I think at Skinwalker Ranch, I think those cameras would malfunction. So it's this weird interplay between quantum stuff, electronics, and weird metaphysical laws, and how beings in different realms or different they're called rigid phase domains in condensed matter physics, but between different reality domains, that's what Ganga calls them. So between different reality domains, for them to interact with you, there has to be a level of entanglement, which is conditional upon free will, which then also affects how much plausible deniability there has to be. So I think in your case, it's working out, but if it were them over there at Skinwalker Ranch, it would not be the same condition because they have a whole different thing.
Yeah, and that makes sense because they're actually there wanting to catch the phenomenon. They actually want something to happen. They're looking for something to happen. They want to catch it on their data.
Oh, yeah, right, exactly. So yeah. So in my case, because I'm generally emotionally unresponsive to the alien crap. Like if they try to do some sort of psychological bluff, or even if I wake up with bruises, I'm pretty nonplussed about it. And because I don't give her permission, and I just try to move on with my life and make sure that I don't fall for any mind programming post-hypnotic booby traps that they've implanted. So it's not a big deal to me. Whereas if I were extremely scared and paranoid and thinking about them 24/7, you can be guaranteed that I'd have way more paranormal stuff going on now because I'd be way more entangled with their reality, in my opinion. Now, here's the thing. If I wanted to get proof of their existence, like camera proof or audio or whatever, I think I could do it. But in order for me to do it, I would have to entangle with them. So it'd be very risky because I would have to put myself into a very fearful and paranoid mindset, or I would have to become very accepting and loving of them and inviting them into my life, which is very hard to reverse. So I'm not going to do that. But I'm just saying that if my theory is correct, I would be able to capture proof if I entangled with them enough, which I'm simply not willing to do. So I guess in the end, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that all makes a lot of sense, Tom. And just anecdotally from my own stuff, yeah, the more new age practices I was engaged in, the more permission they had, and it got to the point where I was extremely fearful. I was terrified, to go to bed at night, which just made things worse. So I wanted to explore this consent. This is a tough area to discuss, but I think it's really, really important because, on one hand, I'm not into victim blaming. Like, you've got abductees starting at 3.5 years old, and what permission did they give for this? Probably none. Um, but on the other hand, this is a huge part of what we deal with, and we have to talk about it. So, without blaming the victim who probably got selected, maybe in the womb or somewhere around there, I think we need to talk about this consent piece. So we have this weird thing happening with consent, where I was reading something that Genga wrote the other day. He was talking about kids, 4 and 5 years old, being on a ship, having their minds wiped, being put into some type of a hypnotic state, and being brought out of the hypnosis and asked for consent over and over and over again until the consent is given. He mentions a UT being, right there while this is happening, and making sure that the consent is obtained. So this doesn't sound fair, right? It doesn't sound fair or right. It doesn't sound like this should be consent, but it is in some way, because you have a higher level being actually making sure that they steal or coerce consent out of a child. So there is a major component of consent here. It's something that's troublesome. It's troublesome for me because when I think I have closed every single door possible, I realize I haven't. And I had a really interesting experience maybe within the last 2 weeks or so, astral dreamscape type thing, where I get a phone call from this male, white, longish blonde hair, and he starts telling me that consent is a major factor and that we're giving permission every day. And it was kind of like the theme of Nefarious, that movie Nefarious, where they're just always, kind of sneaking around the corner, and they first put a thought in your head, and then next thing you know, they get you to steal something from the thrifty market, and then next thing you know, you've gone so far down the rabbit hole that they're able to do a full possession. So it was like that. This happened in a dream. I don't know what this being was, but it started telling me about permission and how we are giving these things permission every single day. And I got pissed. I said, you know what? This is crap. Like, I'm not giving permission. I'm sleeping. There's a camera permanently installed in my bathroom. I slept in a helmet for 7 months. I'm saying no. I do not give consent. And whatever this being was basically said to me, yeah, it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter that it's not fair. And it doesn't matter if you're pissed. It is what it is. And permissions are being given to these creatures every single day. And it's just a matter of fact thing. We don't have to like it. But I wanted to get your feedback on that. What can we do to stop giving permission? And what do you think this is? Just some weird universal law that we're just not aware of? Because I think as humans, most of us have a sense of justice. I know I do, and it just doesn't seem just or fair to me. And yet, whatever this phone call was from this being, this being was telling me it doesn't matter what you think or if you think it's fair. It is what it is.
I think if a metaphysics rule, even if it's a choice by a conscious being, whether it's God or, some sort of ultra-terrestrial, even if it is a choice on their part to institute this rule, if there's nothing that we can do about it, then it might as well be a law of physics, like gravity. in the sense that it is what it is. And if you jump off a ledge, you're going to go down. You're not going to suddenly fly up or hover in the air. So I think there are laws that we would consider metaphysical laws that are no less rigid than the laws of physics. So how would that work, though? And so to go back to this physics theory that I've been exploring, remember when I said that we as humans are composites of different ether layers or different condensates, and how maybe our spirit is from the highest layer and our physical body is at the lowest layer? Well, when you have this nesting sandwich of these different layers with conduits or wormholes between from the top to the middle and from the middle to the bottom and so on, when you have these nested conduits as well, what if aliens, these NHIs or these entities that you're dealing with, what if they're only from maybe the next level up? Okay, so they have a lot of control over our physicality. They can do paranormal things, they can open portals or whatever, but they are still not as high as the higher parts of our soul, where free will comes from. The parts that are parts of our higher psyche or consciousness. And so therefore, if they want to do something to us here in the physical, they can't do just anything, because they have to work within the permission system or the restrictions of the next levels above them that they don't have control over. And so therefore, what Ganga was talking about, you're a kid being abducted and they're asking you over and over and over, they're trying to negotiate or talk or hack with or hack into the higher part of our consciousness that they themselves don't have full control over. That's why they have to be so indirect. That's why they have to gain permission. Because as soon as they can open up that portal or that gateway and be allowed permission to do something, then they can do it. Then they can keep abducting in a more severe manner than ever possible before. And so what I'm trying to say is I think there is a physics involved to all of this, physics between layers of reality, between different condensates or superfluids. And because they are of a lower level, they have to work within the restrictions of those higher levels. And asking permission is one of those things, because permission is what causes the higher thing to unlock certain mechanisms in the lower realities that then allow these aliens to do what they can do. And so earlier when I mentioned about how, if these beings are in a different reality domain and they have to somehow quantum entangle with us, that's all physics speak, but we're really talking about permission here, because permission is ultimately something that goes up to that higher level that unlocks things down here within the whole quantum superfluid level that allows these connections between realities to be made. So if these aliens from a different reality want to mess with us here, they have to go through certain locks in order to do that. And if they can ask the higher admin level, they're not admins, they're just like hackers. But if they can get the admin to give the password, to give permission, let them in, then then they can go in and change the code and abduct a person and alter their life in a very irreparable kind of way. But so going back to babies and not victim blaming, yeah, of course, when I was a baby, I was abducted. I remember my abductions from when I was a kid, and yeah, they're quite scary. I mean, luckily the parts that I remember, they were only traumatic because it was so strange and creepy. It's not like Ted Rice where he had body parts sawed off or something, or like in your case, Fringe, where you had some pretty horrible things done, like being cut open and so on. I didn't have that, but it was just very scary. And I was a kid at the time. I was 1 year old, 2 years old, 3 years old. That's when it really happened. And the way that I interpret that is twofold. Number one, when you're a baby, you're not fully in your body yet, so you're not fully connected, so you don't really have that conscious sentient protection field. That's number one. So it's easier for them to penetrate that and grab you just because they can. And also, number two, there was a greater level of plausible deniability there, because most of the time I would not have remembered it. And I was only a baby, and if I told anyone, they wouldn't have believed me anyway. So it's easier for them to penetrate it for plausible deniability reasons, and also because I wasn't fully embodied yet. My consciousness wasn't fully in the body, so it didn't have that shield. So if a person has protection to some degree, then permission then is needed to get at them anyway, despite that. But if a person does not have enough protection to begin with, then permission isn't even a factor in the equation. It's just, when you go out and as a hunter and take a deer, you don't ask the deer for permission, because it's just an animal, right? It doesn't have the level of protection that some people do. So yeah, so I think some people get taken because either they have given away their permission, or they don't have enough protection to begin with, or they gave permission. So yeah, I think there are different cases depending on the person's unique circumstances. And yeah, I'm not going to victim blame. I do believe that there are genuine victims, that there are lines being crossed, and that's why there is a degree of divine intervention underway to try to correct this, and there is an actual like true spiritual war going on.
Yeah, and I talk to a lot of abductees too, and it's a fine line because I don't want to victim blame, but at the same time, we need to tell them the truth. And the truth is, at some point, we probably gave some permission. And if it wasn't us, it was our parents or somewhere in our bloodline. And it's just kind of super creepy, and it feels unfair. It doesn't feel like it should be the case, but it seems to be the case whether we like it or not. And that's important.
Yeah, and the
Uh,
one thing,
c-
yeah, yeah, and one thing to remember is that it is like a spectrum. It's not an all or nothing thing where either you give permission or you don't. There is a spectrum to it where, okay, fine, these aliens, they have like a 20% penetration level into your life, uh, and that's pretty bad. But if you work on yourself and you resist, and you signify your free will that you don't allow it, and you take physical measures as well with the cameras, then you can get that down to, let's say, 5%.
right, and that's so important because it just shows there is something we can do. I wish I had listened to Amy 2 years ago. I mean, I don't think I was ready to listen to Amy because I had slept with a different kind of camera in my bedroom, and that thing was not working. They did not care. It did not matter. And so I didn't, I just thought, a camera's a camera's a camera. It doesn't matter. I already did this. It's not going to work. Um, but it's important. It's just
Yeah.
important to know that even little things like even after I knew the helmet wasn't working, the helmet still said, I do not consent. And so I think it's really important to talk about that with experiencers and abductees. And we can say no. And to me, it seems like you have to keep saying no. You have to say no every single hour of every single day. Sometimes, at least that's what happened to me. And now, 2.5 years later, my activity is down, and there's no question. There's still some strange things happening, but the actual alien abduction onto the ship, you have to get undressed, walk down the freaking hall, get on the bed, and they are doing God knows what. That is way down. And so, yeah, thanks, Amy. I wish I'd listened to you earlier, but I think everything kind of takes the path it's supposed to go. So it's just interesting that a tiny little piece of equipment, when we know they can turn off our nukes, can be effective. And what happens is I tell other people about it, and they do the same thing I do. Oh, well, how can that work? They can just turn it off, so it must not work. And here we are.
Well, funny enough, the Faraday cage that I mentioned sleeping in ever since May. One of the funny side effects is that since that time, I've not gotten a single scratch or a bruise on me that normally happens from abduction activity. That's pretty interesting. I mean, I'm sleeping in this silver Faraday canopy mesh, which is grounded on the bottom too, with a layer of aluminum foil, which is plugged into the wall ground. Yeah, they can't do it, and so I looked into that. Uh, it's possible, according to the math of my theory, that that is one of the methods that you can use to prevent a certain kind of phase lock that leads to paralysis or teleportation. Um, and so, sure, they could send a gray. They could have a gray go in there and open up the canopy and yank me out. But it leaves a window of time where I'm not paralyzed when they're trying to do that. And I think that breaks protocol, because if I freak out and I smack a gray in the face, it's not going to be too pleasant for them. And they don't want to deal with that. So they just have to abort it to begin with, try to get me some other way. So yeah, I'm looking into that, into the possibility that a Faraday cage of some sort could work. I do believe perhaps that a Faraday cage given a voltage signal, whether white noise or pink noise or some sort of a special sine wave signal, could further help deter abductions. And that's something that I'll be experimenting with in the future.
Excellent. So there are things we can do. So I definitely wanted to highlight that. So thanks for going over that limitations. These things are not all powerful. In fact, they make mistakes all the time. I mean, if you look at the abduction research, they might be getting better now, but years of abduction research shows how many mistakes they make. So they're not all powerful. They're not all knowing. And I think when we're pushing back and withdrawing consent and permission, it it must be metaphysical, Tom, because it seems to help. It seems to do something. And sometimes it doesn't even make any sense, but it does seem to work. So thanks for going over that. Let's see, where are we at? Where do you guys want to go next? Unless Ulrich, you want to jump in, or Tiff, you want to jump in on that?
No, we can keep moving forward. And yeah, if they're not omnipotent, then what does that say about the human responsibility here? Like being aware, the disclosure is very important just for the aspect of not only just the disclosure of non-human intelligence and things like that, but of the soul. People have a responsibility to not wonder if they have a soul, like something to take care of, and pay attention to their own synchronicities and consciousness itself.
Yeah, I think we do have responsibility. And then the other thing they take advantage of is naivete. They do not care. Like ignorance of the law is no excuse. And that's just got to be another one of those metaphysical things. Maybe it is physics, like Tom is saying. They don't care if you don't understand. Tom, here's a really simple question, and this might be a little bit repetitive, but it's from our friend Jonathan Seamus. This is going back to earlier in the conversation. He says, so if the black pill is not worth entertaining, what is your solution to combat these evil NHI? And just to give you a little bit of background, I mean, Jonathan believes that the aliens are the good guys and they're coming to save us. And I will say, Jonathan has come our way just a little bit, Ulrich. We're having some kind of an effect on Jonathan. I think he's now maybe a 50-50. I think he'll entertain the possibility of negative aliens. So do you have just a brief answer to that, Tom?
Yeah, first of all, can you hear me?
Yes, hear you.
Okay, I had to switch over to a plug charger instead of my earbuds, so I'm talking through the internal mic. Okay, so the general, okay, well, first of all, which NHIs are we talking about? Like demons, archons, right? Aliens? I mean, because they all have different approaches to them. Because demons, they're primarily spiritual phenomena, so those are the ones that is most effective to rely on your spiritual power for, right? Whereas aliens, being more technological, well, it works sometimes, but not all the times. You know, that's why calling on Jesus during the beginning of an abduction, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, because it depends on a lot of factors. But anyway, me personally speaking, I think our best approaches are twofold. One, knowledge. Number two, technology. And number three, that whole like spiritual integrity, divine connection thing. I think between those three things, we can pull it off, because technology, as I mentioned, that's something that can help level the playing field, whether it's preventing abductions or, I mean, heck, even if you had a detector that could detect when a cloaked gray was around, I mean, can you imagine how awesome that would be? Where, okay, yep, the sensor's going off, and I'm having these weird, funny thoughts telling me to do something. Well, hey, now you know exactly what's going on. It's not just something funny you ate, like making you tired. No, it's an actual like telepathic interaction trying to keep you from, let's say, talking to this one particular person, which might lead to something else, which might lead to this and that which they don't like. So technology is important. Knowledge is important because we need true knowledge on their capabilities, their limitations, their motivations. And contrary to what a lot of these UFO talking heads are saying, yes, we can figure that out based on the existing data, especially anecdotal data in our own personal lives. If you're an abductee or an experiencer, you can deduce a lot of that, of their motivations, their capabilities, through just critical thinking. And it's almost like solving a logic puzzle. You know, you got these lists of different data, like requirements and observations, and you can make certain deductions from that. So we have to take both a scientific and a detective and a tactical approach to these aliens, these NHIs, because it's not just a curiosity. You know, it's not like, oh, there are lights in the sky, let's measure the spectrum and figure out what kind of technology they're using. It's way more than that. I mean, we're talking about like, oh, they're taking certain people, putting certain thoughts in their heads, getting them to write certain books towards what ends, deducing the future alien agenda based on these sorts of things. So knowledge is important, just as it is in any war. Intelligence is everything. Like, you have to know your enemy, you have to know where they are and what the capabilities are in order to do anything about it. So we need knowledge. And of course, the last thing is spiritual integrity and that divine connection, because as I mentioned, those are the very things that are needed to operate outside of their precognitive parameters, to do things that they can't quite see or predict or control. And that gives us the upper hand.
Yeah, and that's a great answer, Tom. Thank you. My concern is, to your very last point, so many abductees, experiencers, contactees, whatever we want to call us, we're we're worshiping the aliens, right? Instead of and they think it's spiritual integrity. So they think that getting some kind of a psi activation or being a contactee is special. I we have people in our community who say that they are ambassadors for the aliens, and so they actually fall into worshiping the wrong thing, in my personal opinion. So how does somebody break away from that? And I actually have another question now that I'm rambling. What do, how do you best handle the humans who are playing for the other team? Because I'm getting frustrated. I go through periods of, I really care about your soul. I'm going to pray for you. And then I just go, you know what? I just can't. I just can't with you anymore. You're playing for the other team. I tried. There's nothing else I can do. How do you handle that kind of thing?
To handle it strategically, well, the thing is, you can try to engage them in debate or give them links or information, but the thing is, their mind is already made up because very often their entire worldview is anchored at a sub-rational level. In other words, at the level of emotions, ego, shadow issues. Like, for example, let's say when they were kids, they were abandoned by their parents, so they have abandonment issues. Then all of a sudden, like a gray alien or something comes along and tells them that they're special and they're part of the star family or something. See, it appeals to that subconscious complex, which is very deeply rooted and guarded in their ego identity. So the thing is, when you're arguing with them, you're not just arguing points. You're not just arguing ideas like some sort of philosophical debate. You're literally, in their minds, you're attacking their very existence. Their entire existence and identity rides on these beliefs and assumptions which have been installed into them by these aliens playing on their deeper subconscious complexes. So it's very similar to arguing with let's say, a cult member, for example. And so you can actually look up resources on how to deal with cult members and how to get your family who's been stuck in a cult out of the cult. And a lot of those techniques apply as well to some of these people that have been taken in by alien disinformation. And of course, the aliens themselves, they also operate like a cult. They use a lot of cult-like tactics. So if you know anything about cult tactics, they use the same thing. And why? Well, because cults are operating upon a person and aliens are operating upon a person. And so the person has the same psychological backdoors and such. Obviously both are going to be using those same backdoors. Same thing with the media or politicians and so on. They all play on the same vulnerabilities. So part of the knowledge set, which I advocate, is knowing ourselves as well. Like, what are human weaknesses? Like how is it that people get taken astray by things, get taken in by cults and media, propaganda, different political extremist ideologies and so on, and then take that knowledge and transfer it over to the alien domain with abductees and contactees, and you'll see like it totally 100% translates pretty much. Except, aliens have certain advantages that cult members do not, such as precognition, telepathy, mind control technologies, implants, being able to look over their shoulder in a phased out invisible state, abductions and so on. So yeah, it's a little more severe with abductees. So I guess I should cut them a little bit more slack because, it's not like they stood any chance if they weren't above a certain level of self-awareness and intelligence, but so it goes. And in any war, you're always going to have people on the other side doing their thing. And if you can't switch them over to your side, then you just have to deal with them in a tactical way, which is, if they make a stupid point, then you pipe up as well and you make the correct point. And you're not trying to convince them, but you are trying to convince anyone else looking in on the conversation that might be sitting on the fence, So that's what it's for, really. It's for all the people that are still on the fence, that are undecided, that have the potential of awakening. That's who you're having these discussions with and for. Now, obviously, if you're arguing with one of these brainwashed people in a private DM where no one is looking, then yeah, it's not really worth your time. And if you know that you can't convince them, then there's no point in continuing. Like, I know in my earlier days when I loved to debate people online, yeah, even in DMs, I'd just be arguing with people all night long. But eventually I realized, you really can't convince a lot of people. You can try, you can give them the benefit of a doubt, but in the end, most of it is a waste of time. So another part of the discernment and the knowledge aspect is knowing which battles, picking your battles wisely. So you have to know, you have to recognize the signs of like when you can still try to help someone or when they are beyond help. And if you can't help them anymore, then you let them go. And if they keep being a nuisance, then you block them.
Thanks, Tom. And that's why these spaces, I'm so glad you're back, and I hope we're able to do this again soon. That's why these spaces are so important. I always look at it, and I have compared it to a cult, but I look at it too like the cycle of violence, like domestic violence. Only the difference here is it would be like the domestic violence victim advocating for everyone else to also be a victim. And so it can be hard to hear people spreading the contagion of the alien mind virus, because they're getting other people, they're making other people victims as well. That's why I appreciate you being here, and I think it's so important that we do these spaces to at least offer counter ideas and counter arguments, and just present the other side, because it's got to be 80-90% of the conversations in this community are all about giving the aliens a chance, and they're here to save us, and all of that nonsense that you already know about. So thank you. We lost Doomer again. Where's he at? Back down to listener.
I also liked the part where we discussed like what you were just saying, French. I don't I know that you don't like the how I interact with things, in the non-human realm and
I
the
fear
things that
for
I
your
do.
soul, Tiff. It's not that I don't
I
like
totally
it. I
understand
just
that.
love you.
Yes, yes, you fear for my soul, and I value that. But I think that when you discussed earlier with Carl's experience, he gets his little blinks from afar. Like it's more like an acknowledgement that they hear him. They are just letting him know we see you, but they don't interact. And I think that's usually a sign, not a sign of benevolence, but you won't find the benevolent beings often interacting so closely with you because that's kind of not their intentions. Our intentions are to let you play out your life plan and things like that. And so it's the ones who are offering you things. Oftentimes, when you're interacting with these entities, they will tell you things that make you feel very special or very important, and they will guide you to do things. And like you said, they don't care about the rules and the laws. They can deceive you. They can tell you that what you're performing or the task that you're doing or the thing you're pursuing has this outcome, but it doesn't. It's same with rituals. I was making posts about insidious communion recently, because you can be performing something and it has a different outcome than what you expected because of the deceit, the deception. And so oftentimes that is a good way to discern that if they're actually interacting with you so closely and making you offerings and guiding you down paths, they most likely aren't benevolent. The benevolent will be a booming voice in your head or from far away a blinking light or something like that. They keep their distance. Discernment is just very important.
Yeah, those are really good points, Tiff. Do we want to talk about how the witches in our chat gave people diarrhea? I mean, do we want to talk about that?
That was just a joke. The fact that
I mean,
everybody
talk
got
about
diarrhea after the joke,
backfiring. Talk about a spell backfiring.
literal backfiring. That was funny and scary a little bit. It makes me because I keep things that I pray for keep happening. And then sometimes I'll make jokes like, yeah, I cast diarrhea, and then everybody in my group chat gets diarrhea. So those are just things you have to worry about, I guess.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Tiff. And you made me think of something. I don't even know what you said, but you made me realize that I guess because this is like spiritual warfare, that it seems so unfair that these things can just lie and steal from us to get permission, but it really is no different. I mean, a used car salesman can lie and rip you off and steal. Someone can break into your house. I mean, it's really just the same thing that's happening here in 3D physical world. That life isn't fair. And I don't know why it bothers me so much that it seems like there should be some kind of boundaries on the spiritual side. Like I don't want to accidentally lose my soul, right? I don't want it stolen. I don't want my consent and permission to be. I don't want to be tricked into that. And yeah, so many people in the community who are talking about how great the aliens are and how they're our benefactors. I mean, they're being mind controlled and deceived. So try to keep that in mind.
Or
Or
they want in on that golden ticket.
yeah,
They are
well,
not,
that's true,
maybe
Tiff.
they are much more aware than they are. They just want to be on the alien side.
And
That's the
yeah,
hardest part. When you think you're trying to talk sense into somebody, like maybe they just don't understand, and it dawns on you finally, they fully understand. They're saying they are anti-humanity, basically.
you're so right. And I like to bring this up a lot because a lot of our heroes in ufology, and I absolutely will not name names, but a lot of our heroes in ufology, they know. And I've recently heard in the back channels that they're looking for Christian experiencers to try to get them out of the bargains they've made with these entities, with their golden tickets and their patents and the technology that they've gotten. Um, this is so far beyond UFOs. I mean, this is serious stuff. And I think that's probably why it bothers me so much. We have Ulrich back. Ulrich, do you want to jump in on this
Yeah,
before we move
and I
on?
just want to clarify. Tell me if I'm putting words in your mouth. When you say they know an impending cataclysm, or at the very least, an impending nuclear exchange,
No,
right? Like
no,
there are
they
no.
know. Well, I think cataclysm is on the table, but it's so this whole thing about you guys remember when we heard about how the aliens are coming back, they're gonna manage our destruction or watch our destruction, they might save some people, that whole thing. So when I say they know, yes, they know a cataclysm is coming or of an event is coming. And they know that they have made bargains with the wrong side. They know it.
Yeah, yeah. I just want to point out that you cannot know logically that you've made a bargain with the wrong side without having made a bargain, and you cannot make a bargain without getting something in return. So we were talking two steps already removed from knowing, or two steps deeper past knowing of a mass casualty event, right? I'm saying like the many people in ufology are wondering, is there some sort of mass casualty event, happening? And when you're talking about people who know that they've made bargains with the wrong side, those are people who are already two levels deeper. They're not the people looking for truth from disclosure. They're not people trying to figure out whether the phenomenon is real. The phenomenon for them is so real that their soul is captured, and now they're trying to get their soul back. We're
Yes,
talking about something that's
100%. Absolutely. Yes, that's
yeah,
exactly what I'm saying.
yeah. And that's incredible. People need to, like, whether you believe it or not, people need to take a seat back and ask themselves, there is it really true that there are people here who are worried about something that is way bigger than death, that goes way, way beyond death, right?
And
Because
let me
yeah, go
interrupt,
ahead.
Eric.
No,
Ulrich,
no,
let
I
me
basically
interrupt
said
because
everything.
yeah, they do know that there are implications in the afterlife. They get threatened with the afterlife. They get threatened with their family in the afterlife. And here's the kicker: they're still lying to our faces. They're still in
Yes,
our
thank you.
community, lying to our faces. They refuse to tell us the truth. So let's just say that number one, I don't think it's ever too late. But let's just say that they're in too deep. They don't, and they want to roll the dice because maybe their family's going to get saved from the cataclysm. And look, those things are important. You got to feed your family coming up. I mean, that's something important. Um, let's just say that they want to roll the dice and they've made that choice for themselves. They're also they're continuing to deceive the rest of us. They're continuing to get out there and spew alien propaganda for the aliens, and they're not telling us the truth. And so they're not only have they only sacrificed themselves and their own families, they're sacrificing us too.
And this, Fringe, is where I think you'll agree with me here. I've seen the biggest change in you in terms of more confidently coming on board of pro catastrophic disclosure, meaning the full truth.
Oh my gosh.
Come on, I have
Yeah, you know what?
it makes sense because I remember the big debate was between you, and it wasn't like a major disagreement. I was
Yeah,
saying
yeah, I
we're
know what you're
already in
saying.
triage moment. We're on the battlefield, and we got to do the crazy advanced surgery that's experimental because this person is dying. We don't have time to do things the gentle way. And I think after you've had conversations with some people like this, you realize, yeah, we're in triage. We're not in let's do another 80 years of hand holding disclosure.
Right, but remember though, so disclosure, so when this term and I don't know what you mean by it, but the term catastrophic disclosure first came out from the Soul Foundation, and they were basically saying either we can tell you, humans, and the government can tell you, or catastrophic disclosure means the NHI reveal themselves and or a foreign government reveals themselves. And so when it comes to disclosure, like what we talked about today, when the aliens show up, they're not going to say, "Hey, we're the bad guys. We're here to eat you for breakfast." They're going to claim to be our saviors. They're going to, sacrifice some of the deep state players and, maybe some of the bad guys who are humans. But they're going to be the good guys, and most people are going to fall for it. So I'm not sure how catastrophic disclosure actually fixes that problem that we're talking about. They're not going to show up and say, "We want to eat you for breakfast. And by the way, once you're dead, after we've consumed you, we're also going to take your soul into a pocket dimension called hell."
Yeah, you're right. And so you have to define it. I have to define it very clearly, right? When I was saying you want to create a fifth column and do a full disclosure, not one that is controlled by the government. In other words, if catastrophic disclosure equals the full reality, save for how to create, this advanced tech. You know what the advanced tech can do, you just don't know how to create it. Everything else gets revealed. Murders, soul trap, everything, religion, engineering of the human, absolutely everything. That that is that is the we're at that point where when there are people who are making deals for golden tickets and they're now trying to get their souls, safe again, and then they're in documentaries telling us you can handle the reality that we're not alone. It is a level of hypocrisy that only catastrophic disclosure, the way I described it, is the justified response. At that point, the people who claim to be telling the truth are so full of shit. The only weapon for that is a catastrophic, like, I would take it literally, right? Catastrophic disclosure should be disclosure of the actual impending catastrophe, that level of disclosure, right? Versus the catastrophe performing the disclosure for you, right? It's either catastrophic disclosure, people reveal the fact that there's a catastrophe impending, or the disclosure is the catastrophe that just slaps you in the face, right? And we're not at the place anymore where we can say that we have time to tell the story more gently. That's all I'm saying. I've seen a huge change from you realizing, like, yeah, the lies are enough, right? I'm not saying that the answer is for the aliens to come down and give us their version of disclosure, but that
Yes,
nobody's
I
protected from the
understand that.
truth.
Yeah. Yep. All right, where are we going, Tom? Where are we headed?
Well, I think we've covered quite a bit already, so let's see if there's anything left. Well, I do want to quickly cover the question about there's this raging debate, like, okay, if aliens exist, maybe some are benevolent, so should we seek their help or should we just kick them all out and try to do things on our own? And what I haven't seen really discussed is the pros and cons of each approach, because sure, it's easy to do the shut the doorway where, we're like, I don't know if you guys are good or bad, but everyone get the hell out. So if we do that, I mean, it seems to make sense on the surface that if you can't really discern who's good or evil, then you might as well just shut them all out. But here's the problem. The problem is that if you do that, then number one, we're entirely on our own, okay, versus the negative NHIs, which are trying to take over. And that is a major technological and intellectual and psychic disparity between both of us. We would lack a lot of the critical knowledge and intelligence that we need. I mean, even simple intelligence, like who in politics is a proxy agent for the negative alien factions. I mean, can you imagine, like, if we knew that for fact, like what it is? I mean, that'd be awesome. But if we don't even have that, then what that means is we have major back doors open in our society. Let's say that humanity decides to kick off all aliens off the planet. Okay, fine, you can agree to that, But how are you going to enforce that? How are you going to detect it? You would need some sort of space defense system. You would need major mass surveillance of people's behaviors and thoughts to make sure that some person isn't secretly getting telepathic transmission from the negative alien factions that's going to be steering them into politics to try to disable society from the inside so that they can come back and take this place over for real. You know what I mean? There's all these complications that come up if you want to do it entirely on your own. Now, I'm not against the idea of kicking all aliens out. I'm merely against the idea of doing that idealistically without a backup plan of how you're actually going to implement that. So that's why I do think that if you're going to do that, you're going to have the organization, the technology, the means of preventing that. And unfortunately, the level of security that is required to pull that off is on par with everything that we're fearing about a technocratic police surveillance state. So you might kick off the aliens, but you're still going to be living in hell if you don't do it right. So that's one issue. And the other issue, of course, is that if we do try to seek the help of benevolent aliens, well, if you trust the wrong group, then that is fatal because you're literally extending the drawbridge for them, and they're just going to storm your castle, and that's the end of that. So it's like we're balancing once again on this knife edge between two very big risks. The one risk is kick everyone off, but they still come in through the back door because we don't have the technological means to secure that, or we invite them in through the front door by accident, the bad guys, and we're kind of screwed either way. So my personal preference is to up our knowledge and our discernment and our technology so that if there are benevolent forces out there, we can figure out who they are and be very careful in any sort of help that we get from them. I mean, obviously, we wouldn't receive help or we wouldn't accept help that requires a lot of strings attached, like, yes, we will help you, but you must take these implants to mute your emotions because you're too emotional for us. I mean, bullshit. We're not going to do that. So obviously, we have to figure out a protocol for dealing with potential benevolent factions and to get the intelligence that we need to level the playing field and have a chance of having sovereign humanity without giving that sovereignty away. So it's a very difficult question, and the only reason why I bring this up is because this is the level of discussion that I hope for when other people say either like, yes, there are benevolent aliens, we should accept their help, or no, we can't trust any of them, so we got to kick them all out. I mean, either one of these requires a heck of a lot of thought about, okay, fine, if we're going to go with that, then how are we going to do it? And how can we mitigate the dangers? Now, one possibility that can be done, and perhaps is being done, is you have a smaller private group of dedicated, discerning people that try to make contact with genuine benevolent aliens and somehow have the discernment criteria to actually do that so that they can get the intelligence and technology that they need without, giving up their free will. While for the general public, you tell them, like, you can't tell who's who, so just resist them all. So that way, the general public, who might not be as informed, still rejects pretty much all alien contact, which ensures that they don't get taken in by imposters pretending to be benevolent, while you still have some level of benevolent contact, but only amongst a smaller group of discerning people. And that's a very risky approach as well. But the reason why I bring that up is because I believe that might have been done throughout history by certain secret societies or even certain government groups in very small numbers. Like, I don't believe that the deep shadow military groups are in contact with benevolent aliens. I think they're definitely in the pockets of these negative NHIs. I'm just saying that if there's even a small group, not the Collins elite, but, a network of people, that there is a potential that some of them could have made contact with benevolent beings and are working on their behalf. But it's not something that we can count on, and it's not something that I would recommend telling the public at large, because that would legitimize the idea that benevolent aliens exist, and then the public would be even more gung-ho about flashing lights in the sky and trying to do CE5s and connecting with our space brothers, which only invites in the imposters. So it's a very precarious situation we're in, and we really have to be careful about any of these options.
Tom, could you just briefly explain why we shouldn't be doing CE5? I try to tell people, truly benevolent entities don't want you obsessed with them and worshiping them and calling them in. They got better things to do than just be flashing you in the sky and, coming into your house and stuff like that. Can you explain why benevolent entities are unlikely to respond to things like CE5?
So the thing is, okay, let's say that there are benevolent ETs, like, the 50s contactees believed. Let's say that they exist, or maybe they're not even aliens. I mean, they could be, as I mentioned before, they could be crypto humans from some parallel branch of humanity. I mean, who knows, right? But let's say that they exist and they've got anti-gravity ships and they're flying around in the skies. I mean, sure, if you're someone that has a bond with them somehow, they might let you know at some point, like, a little wink or something. But the thing is, it's a very high risk thing that you're doing, because who else is up there? You've got deep black ops satellites, right? You've got military satellites. You have which can reach your thoughts. You have negative alien groups that are up there as well, looking for suckers. And so if you broadcast either a flashlight message or even a psychic message like, "Hey, is anyone up there?" Which I did when I was 15, stupidly enough, and I got abducted that very night, and I ended up with a 2-inch long scar on my forehead because of it, and gray abductions afterwards, like even more intensely than I had before. Don't do that. So if a person does that, then they're inviting in who knows what, and there's really no need to do it. Also because when you do that, you're already starting on the assumption that these beings, these NHIs, are strictly extraterrestrial, that they are up there in the sky amongst the stars, the whole like space thing, right? You're buying into that narrative already. And that is not always entirely true. So you're already signaling that you're committed to a lie, that you're not entirely discerning. And I think they can pick up on that. And I think that the predatory imposter NHIs, they can sense that psychically and physically, and they can take advantage of it. Now, of course, if you did that and a light blinks back and that's the end of it, fine, big deal, right? I mean, who knows? It could have been benevolent, maybe not, but big deal. However, if you do that and then you start getting the hitchhiker effect, and they show up in your dreams and they start telling you things, communicating to you telepathically, and all of a sudden you're going on all these podcasts saying how great these aliens are and how they're mostly benevolent. Well, that's a major 100% problem, because now you've become a negative alien puppet, you see? So that's why some people who only ever like see a little bit of lights or something, I mean, like, big deal. Like, I don't really care, Like, you know what? They could have been benevolent for all I know. But if you start pitching for the wrong team and you start putting out disinformation, then you become a problem. And then I have a problem with that, because it interferes with what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to raise people's discernment, and then you're out there lowering people's discernment by pushing out disinformation. So just like, don't be a sucker. And if you're going to do the CE5 stuff, be very careful with it. And ultimately, don't take the risk. There's really no need to do it. If you want to contact a benevolent being, it's more about your inner nature, how easily you can be deceived. If you're someone who has a really good like spiritual balance, and you're discerning and you're knowledgeable, well, then a lot of times these negative alien groups, they're not even going to try to contact you, because you're not going to take the bait. So then who's left? Well, benevolent beings, if they exist, they're the ones that might do something for you, but they would only do it within, number one, plausible deniability, two, your free will, three, your life path, and four, what you're going to do with that information in terms of how it affects others. So that's why they're probably not going to materialize before your eyes and give you the full story of the universe and how you fit into it. I mean, they could, but most likely they're not. And actually, the only time I think they would is if you were already repeatedly affirming your free will in their direction, in the correct direction, and not in a disinformative, false, like alien savior direction. So in other words, if you are someone who, not a Billy Meyer, but someone who lives alone and doesn't talk to the world much, and you keep everything to yourself, and you're very spiritual, there are people like that out there. Certain Native Americans, for example, they have contacts with what they would call the star people, and those star people don't really load them up with any disinfo or get them on board with any sort of greater alien propaganda or anything. I mean, they're just pretty low key. They're like matter of fact. And I think those are examples of benevolent NHIs that don't have a larger agenda at work. They're just privately dealing with certain people that own a certain level of land, certain Native American ranch owners or something, and that just happens, and it's kept quiet. The only reason I know about it is because already Six Killer Clark wrote some books about Native American contacts with ETs, and she talks about the reptilians and the greys and the mantids and all those negative ET groups, but then she also talks about people who had encounters with the more benevolent looking humanoid ones. So I think there's a spectrum, but we only ever really hear from the negative ones, and the negative ones are the ones that you have to worry about, and they're the ones that if you shine a flashlight into the sky with this very like naive viewpoint about who could be up there and who's answering you back, then you're probably going to invite in the negative ones. So generally, just like with occultism or magic, generally stay away from it unless you really know what you're doing, and chances are a lot of people who think they know what they're doing really don't. So there's a bit of a Dunning-Kruger thing there, which is going to bite you in the butt. So be confidently well researched before you do it, and be very careful. And but generally, stay away from it if you don't want to go through that trouble.
Yeah, and just in our community, we can usually predict. I mean, I can predict. I've been 100% right now. Um, when these orbs start coming around, and we have people getting obsessed with them, and they actually go into like a mini psychosis, and that's not good. So that's not benevolent forces wanting you to be out there obsessed with them and going into a psychosis over wanting to see the orbs. So that's always a bad sign. um, Tom, what does it look like, or do you want to jump in on that, Ulrich? I know we have a delay here.
Yeah. And it's my buttons that are delayed. Um, Tom, you touched on, you know, getting entangled with the phenomenon negatively out of paranoia. You've touched on being duped by thinking, you might be chosen. These are all good. And we've touched on consent, but what about the opposite of consent? What about an adversarial orientation? Like over the last 2 years, I've developed an adversarial relationship to a large part of the phenomenon. What are your thoughts on that? Like, does it produce both some sort of a protection and some sort of targeting? Is it an entanglement you should avoid? Like, you know what I'm saying? So not fear, but anger.
Yeah. So there's a sort of a paradox because actually the easiest way to understand that is to refer back to some of the literature on manifesting, like reality creation. And one of the what do you call it, like rules or dictums of that field is that like begets like. So whatever it is that you really hold in your consciousness and focus on, you attract something of a similar nature. So in this case, applying it to this particular example, if you have a very adversarial nature or mindset towards it, you're going to attract examples of things that amplify more of that same adversity, whether it's them messing with you or whether you're encountering people with their viewpoint that you're getting angry about. So in other words, anger in this case begets anger. Now, you don't want to make the new age mistake of thinking that, okay, well, if the law of attraction says that I attract what I focus on, then I will just ignore the existence of aliens or negative beings, and therefore they can't enter my life. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way because lack of attraction is not the same thing as repulsion. It's merely the lack of attraction. So they can still come at you, they can still enter your life, even if you're not thinking about them, only because the door's wide open and you haven't really put up any blocks. And how do you put up a block? Well, you can do it in 3 ways. One way, you can do it through physical action, like when we talked about putting up the cameras to deter abductions, by capturing evidence. That's one. 2, you can do it by actively intending against it. So, like when you pray for protection or you visualize yourself having a happy, successful life where you no longer have these abductions, those things can alter the probability of that happening. Okay, and then the third thing is by, I think, what was the third thing? I think it was improving your once again your spiritual moral quality, where you're no longer in their vibrational pocket, so to speak. You're no longer as entangled with them. So that's another thing that you can do.
And sorry, 1 second. Oh man.
Yeah, I might have missed part of your question then, I guess.
Did we
Is
lose
my
Ulrich
mic?
again?
Yeah.
Oh, I hear
There
you
we
now.
go.
I hear you now.
It took forever. I'm so sorry, you guys. Um, my sense is that something is absolutely fucking with me, but um, that I'm also absolutely not getting abducted. In other words, does an extremely adversarial nature afford you some level of protection from abduction? Or
Yeah,
am I making sense?
partly. Yeah, partly. So, okay, so we're talking about two different things here. Like, one is that if you didn't have an adversarial nature, but you had more of a submissive or even loving nature towards it, then there would be no resistance on your part to them manipulating you. So, therefore, they take that as a tasty opportunity to manipulate you even more. So, sometimes standing up standing sovereign, like putting your foot down and having this sort of inner, like, no, that sort of thing, that can shut down part of the phenomenon. It really can, if you really align your soul with that sort of thing. However, it's this weird, subtle spiritual paradox where you have to resist it, but the resistance in itself can become an ends, where therefore, it becomes a lifestyle where, oh, I'm the resistor, I'm always resisting, you know, and when that happens, then when it becomes a thing, when you make it a thing, it becomes a thing where you start attracting and generating in some weird probabilistic way more resistance than actually exists by being so wrapped up in it that it's almost like you precipitate it out of the ethers in a way. That this resistance shouldn't always be there. And so people that are really combative with certain things, whether it's against aliens or hell, like some of these people on X nowadays, like combative against Jews or Illuminati or whatever it is, you've got a big beef against. When you make it a thing, guess what? You're on your X timeline. That's all you end up seeing. It's like the algorithm detects that and just feeds it at you. And the same thing in real life is that sometimes you can increase or decrease the probability of things depending on how either adversarially or positively you're invested in it emotionally. And so that's why if you are going to go up against these alien or occult forces, it helps to be adversarial in your actions and your words, but not necessarily in your emotions, because it's the emotions and the subconscious aspect of that creates this charge, this magnetic charge that tends to alter the probabilities the most. So that's why when I deal with this stuff, I might sound unusually calm sometimes. Well, it's because it's part of a strategy that I've adopted to not simultaneously draw in the very thing that I'm trying to fight, So I'm depleting, I'm neutralizing the emotional resonance charge that draws it in, while at the same time intellectually going on the offense against it. So that's my
that makes
approach.
sense.
Yeah. So in your case, you can still stand against it. You can still take actions and words against it without necessarily having to grit your teeth and frown and be all like super pissed off about it.
Yeah. But did your abductions stop as a result of you being too much of a threat?
Wait, that doesn't make any sense, because if I were too much of a threat, then they would be abducting me more. So can you clarify that?
Yeah. That's kind of why I'm asking. Did your abductions, first of all, did they stop? And regardless of whether they did or they didn't, it would make sense in some sense, abduction specifically, if you're a threat in the abduction circumstance, whether that's genetically or you're taking some sort of a supplement that causes you to wake up, or maybe you have too much of an engineering mind and you could hijack a UFO. Yeah. What's, if I can ask, and it's a personal question, but have your abduction stopped? Why and why not?
Okay, right. Okay, so it's an interesting point because so think about this, okay? When you give permission, what part of you is giving permission? What if you have a split personality and one personality says no and the other part of your personality says yes? Then you're going to get mixed results in terms of your contact with NHIs. So in this particular case, like my case, consciously I'm like, hell no. Like no. And therefore, in my everyday waking life, as long as I'm conscious and in this personality, nothing weird really happens. Most of my stuff that happens when I'm asleep and unconscious, and I don't really remember it. I have signs afterwards, like bruises and marks and signs of mind programming or something. But these are then still within the cover of plausible deniability as far as my waking, everyday conscious mind and its free will is concerned. So the problem is that in my case, even if my conscious mind says no, I might still be vulnerable and open when I'm unconscious, or if I happen to have a compartmentalized personality that I don't know about that these aliens are accessing, during the night. Maybe there's some sort of a hypnotic trigger that can access it and activate it, and then I get up out of bed and walk straight into their ship or something. I'm just saying theoretically. I think that sort of thing is
Well,
possible.
like some kind of an altar, Tom. I think
Yeah.
they're creating altars. We've talked about this with
Yeah.
Amy.
Yeah, right. I think we had this discussion once, either in writing or in a space. I can't quite remember. But the nuance of that is that when we talk about altars, we're talking about two things. For example, anytime an alien physically comes around, because they are so psychic and they're emitting this psychic energy field, there can be an induction effect upon you where you yourself also become elevated in your psychic abilities in that presence of that alien. And anytime your etheric energy field is activated like that, your consciousness changes. It's almost like taking a hallucinogen or something. Your consciousness changes, and that can put you into an altered state just based on that, where you can think thoughts, you can have memories, you can do things that you don't remember when your field collapses back down to its default state. It's like plugging in an external hard drive and then removing it. It's like when it's removed, you can't access the contents anymore, right? But when an alien comes around and plugs that connection in, now you have access to those files that you didn't before. And actually, when I was a kid, anytime those abductions would start, that is when that connection would reactivate, and I remember all the previous times the abductions happened, and I'd be like, oh shit, and I'd run for the corner of the room or try to hide under the bed or something, which didn't usually work. But anyway, my point is that an alter can take that form where it's merely a side effect of being psychically activated, where you access that external hard drive you don't normally have. That's one form of it, which can happen naturally. Or you can have an intentional alter being split or programmed into you by these aliens or by my labs. I mean, really, that whole MK Ultra stuff, that's like the specialty that they engage in, of creating these split alters through trauma. But I don't think aliens have to use trauma. I think they can just take a part of your etheric energy field and somehow wire that to contain a different memory set. And so therefore, when you're back in your regular body and you don't have access to that anymore, you don't have access to those memories. So if you think about it, an alter isn't so much like those people with dissociative identity disorder, where one alter is like a 5-year-old girl and another one's like a grown businessman or something. It's not like that. It's more just different memory hard drives, where if you take a certain memory and you split it and you segregate it off, then, well, that's like having a separate personality, because when you're back in your regular consciousness, you don't have access to that, then you only ever remember your regular consciousness memory. So that's the person that you are. So that's the sort of subtlety that I'm trying to get at, is that there's different types of alters that arise in different situations, and they're induced through different ways.
Yeah, that makes sense. Tom, I guess that what I'm driving at is, if you get to a place, a critical inflection point in your research, where let's just say you cracked it, all right, you basically are just, I don't know, $50,000, $100,000 away from building a UFO, but you've got everything. Are you going to be at a place where you have to become public, where you have to increase your publicity as quickly as possible for your own protection? Like, let's say you know, the breakthrough, you make it in stealth, then you're in a place where, as long as you're not extremely wide, like Grush levels of known, that David Grush, that do you get what I'm asking? Are you going to, is it inevitable? I mean, it seems obvious that you don't want to broadcast every step of your success, because then you're just like, you know, a neon target. But once you do get there, aren't you going to have to make a game theoretical decision to become public as quickly as possible?
Yeah, you would. Now, the other way to do it wouldn't really work with aliens because they know everything, but with like government stuff, is to prepare a big data package of what you discovered and then just release it anonymously, open source it, like do it massively and widely so they can't suppress it. And if they don't know who did it, then okay, you got away with it. But if you tried that with the alien stuff, they know exactly who it is because they can just kind of remote view it. And I guess government could remote view it too, but I'm talking more about the lower government ones that are tied in with the energy companies and so on. So yeah, I mean, you're right that the game theoretical wise decision would be just to go public and be shielded by the public and to put your cards on the table. Yeah, I would have to do that.
And so you've thought about this before,
I just
right?
want to jump in real
Yeah,
fast.
go ahead,
I'm
Tiff.
so
That was my
sorry,
last question.
Ulrich.
By the way.
No, it's fine. I have to actually go, but I appreciate everybody. I'm like 2 hours over what I said I would be. But I thank you guys. I can't DM, so I had to butt in. And I will talk to you guys soon. And Tom, it's literally always a pleasure. I love when you speak in spaces. So I hope to hear from you again soon, if not next year.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for being here. It's been really good hearing you too.
Yeah.
Thank you,
All right.
Tiff.
Good night, guys.
Thanks, Tiff. We'll talk tomorrow. Yeah, it's late. How are you doing, Tom? I only have like one or two more questions, but I'm on your time. How are you feeling?
Well, I mean, I've got almost infinite time because I got my phone plugged back in, so now I'm back up at 50%. So yeah, whatever. It's up
We
to you
haven't
guys.
even argued about the pole shift yet. Ulrich, finish your thought, and then I have a question. That's just I wanted
Yeah.
to hear Tom.
Yeah. I mean, I think all attempted arguments have mostly failed today. I don't think we've gotten to a place of no, this is wrong. So, but the yeah, my sense is, Tommy, you've thought about this, that you know, you're obviously your goal is to make a breakthrough, and then if you make that breakthrough, you're going to have, who knows how much time about how you're going to negotiate that power and the disclosure of that power and that knowledge, and how you leverage it to protect yourself. If you can't talk more about it, then don't. If you need to, have if you need that cloaked. But I guess my question is about the nature of publicity and what role it has for people in spaces, for people who.
I think we're losing Doomer. Can you hear him, Tom?
Nope. But I think I got the gist of the question. Like what role does publicity play in terms of the community? Did you catch the rest of that, Fringe?
No, he was cutting out.
Zoo. Fringe has been shadow banned in her engagement on her posts. I don't think I'm revealing anything confidential, Fringe. Right? Anybody can go to her timeline and compare them. So, where are we at? It seems like we might be that 2026 might be an inflection where all of a sudden, for the sake of the timelines, that many people might not realize that they're at major decision points where the timeline might change, where you want to snuff out the butterfly before it starts flying, or whatever metaphor you want to use. I kind of feel we're at that point right now. Am I making sense? Are you thinking about this? Do you have any advice on the nature of individual and sort of community publicity when it comes to disclosure? Yeah, personally, privately, and stuff like spaces, like right now.
I mean, anytime you talk, you take on risk, so you have to try to make sure that what you do say is worth the risk. I mean, if you're someone, let's say, who only has like 5 followers and you're giving out classified information, then no one sees it, and at the same time, you're legally shooting yourself in the foot, right? So you don't want to do that. But if the pros outweigh the cons, then you do it. I mean, that's what it comes down to. You just kind of sum up the pros and you sum up the cons, and you have to make a weighted decision of how much risk you're taking on by being public, and how much you're losing by not being public. So in my case, I'm okay so far. Like as I mentioned earlier, I sort of know when things get a little bit too hot, and then I can back off. Whereas someone like Ganga is under even more heavy restriction because he's got privileged information. So, the rules are a little tighter for him. Whereas me, I did a lot of research on my own, so I sort of have the right to it. I don't have like classified or privileged information necessarily. So therefore, I'm more at liberty to say things before the backlash happens. Now, in terms of physics and technology, yeah, I mean, if I had something truly disruptive, that would put a big fat target right on my back. So I would have to be careful there. And that's why I mentioned perhaps trying to do something anonymously and open source would be a way to go. But otherwise, if not, then being public is the only real shield that's affordable.
I'm being patient for Ulrich's buttons, Tom.
I'm so sorry. And you're very psychic, by the way, Fringe. You always know when I'm struggling with the buttons. Um, but it is true that the math is not that easy, because if you're at a threshold point, you may need to increase your risk by going public, and only by revealing, let's say, information that would make you a target, can you increase your publicity. But in increasing your publicity, you make yourself more a target. In other words, the risk might increase before you get the protection. And in certain cases, you have to increase your risk more before you're afforded that protection, right? That you're in some cases, you're engaging in more risk, and you only get a payoff if you don't get whacked before you get enough publicity to protect you. This is I think this is something really counterintuitive that a lot of people don't think about. You can leak, you can have a breakthrough technology, and you can leak it anonymously, so then you get the technology out, but then you still don't have the protection, right? At least you don't have the retaliatory protection. You can create a dead man switch, but that only protects you as long as you don't leak it out, right? And that only punishes the person after they kill you. This is kind of a hairy problem, and there's no clean solution where risk can be entirely avoided.
Yeah, you can't avoid the risk, but you can take steps to be able to absorb more of it. Like, for example, I mean, if you're someone who hates guns and tactical shit, but you're a scientist and you're working on fusion, like that one guy, well, yeah, you might get shot up in your own home. Whereas if you had more security, I mean, who knows what his circumstances were? I mean, maybe there was no way to avoid it. But I'm just saying, there are things that you can do to mitigate risk, and the more risk that you can mitigate through active measures, the more risk you can take on, and the more that you can do. But you're totally right about how there's a valley between doing nothing and doing everything, where you're most at risk. So if you are going to do something, you got to dash through that pretty much as quickly as you can to get to the safe zone. Because otherwise, if you're just sort of lukewarm in the middle, that's when you're going to get whacked the most.
Do you think we're going to see? Do you think we're going to see something like the metaphor where people tie each other to a chain? Like there was a video recently, you saw people, I think it was Everest, and they saw somebody slide down and everybody was tied to each other. So nobody went and tried to save the other person. Do you think we're going to see something like a, a social pseudo public dead man switch where, let's say we had, Grush has these 48 first-hand witnesses. What if they all had a dead man switch where if one person gets killed, all of the information of the other 39 gets revealed? Do you think we're going to see something like that develop in society, like a socially mediated dead man switch?
It's a good idea. And honestly, I don't know, because I don't know what information they have and whether it's even worth having that. I mean, myself, a dead man switch, I mean, I would lean towards not doing that, because number one, it makes you a threat, and number two, they can figure out like who has a dead man switch and how to disable it. So it makes you a target. So I do think that some sort of full disclosure is a safer option than trying to keep a secret necessarily. So me myself, I don't think I would use a dead man switch. I would just put it out there somehow.
Yeah, I hear you, Tom. Yeah, I have no further questions, Fringe. And thank you, Tom.
You know what? We forgot audience questions. We had a bunch of people waiting for a while there, Tom, but I think they went to bed. Yeah, if you have a question for Tom, please put your request in. There were people here waiting, and they were waiting quite some time. And
Well, what about the purple pill? Like, anyone asking questions in the
yeah,
threads?
yeah, I'll go through there for sure. We do have a couple from Lou Greenwood. I did want to ask you. I wanted to ask you a question. Excuse me. I'm not sure if you were paying attention to what me and Amy were talking about in the chat earlier, a few hours ago, earlier in the day. I was talking about being able to see the UFOs in like a grayscale grid. It's grayscale, and then the UFO has a grid on it, which I don't know what that is. And I was trying to explain to Amy that I can see this, and I just think I call it astral sight. So it's like astral sight or spiritual sight. And she was saying, well, she thinks it's actually phased out. And so I wanted to know from you, what are your thoughts on, and Ganga talks about this kind of stuff too. What are your thoughts on objects either being in the actual astral space or in the etheric to astral space, and or them just being phased out of our view? Are those two different things, and would you be able to explain that?
Yeah, they're two different things, because you can think about it sort of like this, where imagine you have like a high-rise building or like an office building with different floors. So the astral is like the floor above you, or actually two floors above you. And then them phasing in and out is more like them going behind a certain partition on the same level. So it's like going into a different domain on the same level versus going to a higher condensate or like a higher reality level. That's pretty much the difference. And that's one of the key things that I investigated in my physics theory is how do you account for the phasing ability? And guess what? The variable that they use to do that is literally the phase of the superfluid. By altering that, they can switch between different superfluid domains that are overlapping. I mean, okay, so the technical term is it's different vacuum states within Hilbert space. So anyone who wants to like look that up or look it up on AI or something, you can get some more information on that. But it's these different states of this physical reality that they can switch between by altering this phase variable. That it's almost like a it's yeah. I mean, it literally is like tuning a dial on a radio. You're switching between different radio stations, and I think that's what they're doing. But that's different from, let's say, switching from a radio station to like a cable TV channel where now you've got visuals. See, that is more metaphorical towards going between here and the astral. Now, honestly, I don't believe that aliens and their ships can, let's say, phase out into the astral plane. I don't think they can do that. However, there have been reports, and I sort of experienced it myself, where when you go out of body, when you do like an OBE, like an astral projection, you can see phased out aliens, but it doesn't mean that they are in the astral plane. It merely means that they are sort of phased out from the physical plane a little bit, and your astral or etheric body is also phased out a little bit. So you start intersecting a little bit more and you can see them, whereas normally with your physical eyes, you cannot. I think that's what's going on there. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, the whole astral stuff, that's more of like a non local, non physical inner space of consciousness that's several levels above us. Phasing, when they do actual phasing, they're just switching between different either between different phase space times, like space time manifolds, or between different um, layers that are very close to the physical. Like it's almost like a sub physical layer or like a sub etheric layer that blends into the physical. They can kind of vary that a little bit. So I think they've got latitude in that particular direction, and they alter the quantum phase in order to do that sort of thing. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. And now I'm thinking that I was probably out of body or slightly out of body. So when I see a lot of times when I see that kind of thing, it I bet you it's me who's slightly out
Yeah.
of body. That
Okay.
makes
So
sense.
yeah. So it just requires just a little bit of clarification. So when the occultists, when they talk about the etheric plane, the etheric plane, it might be a separate condensate, or it might be a different part of the condensate that we are already within, like a higher part of it. With the different different values. It's like I don't know what a good metaphor would be. I guess it's like a pool of water where you've got the part near the bottom and you got the part near the top, but it's still part of the same pool of water. It's kind of like that. So they have latitude within that. And what we have to remember is that we, as composite beings, we have a physical body and we have these other layers. And one of those layers, which is very close to the physical, is the etheric body. And so when you go out of body and you're in that semi etheric state, that's where aliens can also occupy their existence. And they can shift between there and the physical, kind of back and forth, which is one of those latitudes that they have, one of those degrees of freedom. And so, yeah, so when you go out of body, you're entering into the part of you that is already beyond physicality slightly. And since they are also slightly beyond physicality, that's why you can see them. And I have seen things in that state when I've gone out of body. I mentioned previously, like seeing like a Nordic, 5 foot tall Nordic alien girl or a hybrid girl standing by the foot of my bed, wearing like a silvery kind of jumpsuit with a belt around it, which is pretty classic. And she didn't say anything, but I did sit up and I said, "Hey, what's up?" before I faded back to regular consciousness, and then she kind of faded out. So I don't know. Some part of me felt like I knew her. Maybe, who knows? But anyway, point is, I was in this hypnopompic state, which is where my brain and my eyes, my etheric field around my head was slightly delocalized from the physical body. So I was able to bypass the 5 physical senses and see into the etheric plane, which is where she was phased out into. Okay, so yeah, so the phase value is it's something that can switch between this physical tangible reality and other physical tangible realities that are fuzzy to us because we're not locked into them in terms of quantum entanglement. So it's kind of complicated, and I wish I had like a whiteboard and diagrams where I could explain all this, but unfortunately, trying to do physics at 2:33 in the morning is kind of tough. So I'm sorry for everyone who had to be tortured by it.
I offered to let you go like an hour ago.
No, I'm good. I'm just
Okay,
saying
good.
with you guys, if you can't handle like theoretical physics at 2:30 in the morning, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I can't handle it at any time. So I'm still having it. Okay, so if I'm seeing the grayscale-ish, so when being out of body, I'm mostly seeing in grayscale, in the etheric realm, it seems like it's grayscale, sometimes greenish. If that's what I'm seeing, where are they? If they're not there in the etheric or the astral realm, where are they if I'm seeing them? Are they just phased out of my physical vision, but they're right there in that same physical space? but we just can't see it in the physical, or are they in somewhere else entirely?
I think it's both. I think it depends on the case. I mean, let's not forget too that if they are biological beings, then they also have etheric bodies, and physical objects also have etheric extensions. So that's why when you go out of body and you're in that etheric plane, you can still see the room, the ceiling, the bed, the fan, or whatever, but you're starting to see a little bit more of the parts of them that are jutting into the parallel layers of reality. In this case, more of the etheric plane. So now, and I mean, they have the ability to phase fully into physicality if they wanted to, or to phase out even more in the etheric to where even you in an OBE state would not be able to see them. So, but usually what they do though is if they're monitoring you, they will come in from their particular realm and hang out in your realm, phased out just slightly in an etheric state that's very close to the physical, and that's why you can see them when you go OBE. But you're not seeing them in their truly native state. They can phase out even further if they want to, but for that brief circumstance, yeah, you can see them.
And are they right there in that same physical space? Just like when I go out of body and I might look around my room and realize it's not exactly perfect.
Yeah.
It's not exactly the same maybe as the physical. But are they there in the physical space as I'm looking at it?
Pretty much. I mean, they're there in terms of the same space and time coordinates, but not in the same, I guess, phase coordinate. They might be off just a small bit of, like a minor percent or something.
Okay, if I threw something at the ship in that moment, would it hit something physical?
Okay, so if you threw something that was of the same phase value as it, then it would probably bounce off. But if you threw like an actual physical tennis ball at them that was not of the same phase, then it would probably go through. So, like, when they do the blue beam levitation trick, when they take an abductee out through a window on the blue beam, that blue beam, it seems to be something, it's a phasing beam. And I think Ganga even called it that. So it's a phasing beam, and they're able to take your body and shift its quantum phase, and therefore any sort of window or wall that you're taken through, it feels almost like an energetic mist or something, and you're passing through it. And then on the other side, back on the ship, they can change your phase back to whatever they are, and therefore you're solid to them. But if they're phased out and you're phased out, then you're invisible to anyone on the ground, but you're physical to them, and vice versa. So phase, it's just like with a radio station or like walkie-talkies. If you're both on the same frequency, you can talk to each other clearly. But if one person changes the frequency, then you're no longer able to talk to them. It's the same thing here, where quantum phase is like that tuning value.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. It was just one of my questions. I'm just wondering, what I'm seeing, what's the reality of what I'm seeing? Where
Oh,
is this
okay,
at?
yeah. Okay, so I forgot to add one more thing to that, which is sometimes when you're in these astral states, you're semi seeing things literally and semi also symbolically. So, for example, if you're someone who's a sleepwalker and you're walking around physically and you open the front door of your house or your apartment, uh, you're seeing your literal front door. However, part of your dreaming mind is also overlaying symbolic imagery atop of that. So you might see the physical door as it is in real life, but maybe there's like a wreath on there that isn't in there in real life, but the wreath has some sort of symbolic subconscious connection about, I don't know, like the door reminding you of the holidays or something. I mean, who knows? The point is that your subconscious can add symbolic elements or details to what you're perceiving in an etheric state, so that what you're seeing isn't 100% literal. Part of it tends to be symbolic as well, in order to communicate the underlying essence, which maybe your human brain can't quite understand. I mean, a lot of times etheric phenomena they're not even in the form that you perceive them as. Rather, they are in a form that is incomprehensible to the human mind. However, it can be translated into something that the human mind can understand, that is visually and symbolically interpretable. So in this particular case, if you saw a grayscale UFO with, like, what did you say, like grid lines on it or something?
Yeah, it looked it looked like an energy grid lines on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. See. So let's say that what your ESP perception was actually picking up on was energy patterns, indicating a phased out craft that was behind the veil of the matrix, so to speak. So how do you communicate that to the human mind? Well, you would do it, let's say, by taking a UFO and overlaying grid lines on it, so that visually it represents that concept archetypally. So I think maybe that's more what's going on than an actual like literal grid line on the ship itself. It could just represent them being behind the hologram, so to speak.
Hmm. Interesting. Thank you for that. Ulrich, we got you back. Do you have anything?
Yeah, what Fringe is talking about, I think, also relates to just your regular UFO abduction case, where it looks like it's a physical body abduction case, and they're being warped through, a window with iron bars or a brick wall. What do you think is? Are you still understanding this? Yeah, how are you understanding that occurrence?
Yeah, so the thing about that is you can take the abductee, you can change their phase, you can flip their phase to a different phase domain, it's called, and therefore the iron bars are no longer part of your collapsed wave function reality or something like that. So, it's the same way that you could pass through a nebulous uncollapsed wave function, and it's just this nebulous thing. Um, in this particular case, you're doing a similar thing where the iron bars become less tangible to you, like less quantum collapse to you. So therefore, you're able to pass through them. Now, I do think that different materials have different ease of being phased through. So obviously, window glass is pretty easy. Maybe walls that don't have any metal in them are pretty easy. And I know if you're in an out-of-body state, you can very easily move through different obstacles like that. However, when you're phasing something physical, there's a little bit more restrictions to it. So I would say that in an astral state, you can OBE through metal more easily than you can be phased out by a blue beam through metal. And I do think that that's probably why aliens use a blue beam primarily through windows instead of trying to shine it through a wall, which I haven't really seen reported in the literature at all.
And what do we think is happening here in this occurrence? What is being changed? Is it the iron bar, or is it the object being moved?
I'm like 99% sure it is the object that is being moved, that they are
Yeah.
being, yeah. So remember, like at the beginning, I was talking about holograms and how this thing called, I don't know if I got into that. Oh, yeah. So how you can have different objects encoded into the same holographic film recording. And so depending on the angle or the phase of the laser beam that you illuminate it with, you can select either image. That phase of the laser beam is what I mean by phase here. Like they're literally changing the phase of the thing that creates reality, so that you can take one object, change its phase a little bit, and now it's no longer part of the same image, I guess, as the window or the iron bars or the room, and therefore it can move through it through spatial and temporal coordinates without necessarily intersecting it at the quantum phase hologram level.
Isn't this technically a decollapsing of the wave function? Aren't you uncollapsing it?
Yeah, essentially. I mean, so the thing about the wave function is that when we talk about it being a bundle of different probabilities or possibilities, each one of those possibilities has its own phase value. And so when they're all coexisting, because they have different phase values, they are irreal to each other. So in a way, each one of those is collapsed unto itself, but is uncollapsed to all the other ones, and vice versa. So in this particular case, if you and the iron bars on the window have the exact same quantum phase, then there's no way you can get through it because, yeah, I mean, you're both equally collapsed to each other, and so therefore the Pauli exclusion principle and Coulomb repulsion keeps you from going through the metal. However, if you change the phase value, then it's like now you're a different hologram than the one that makes the iron bars on the window, and yeah, you can move one holographic image through another without any real interaction.
And Fringe, this relates to what you were asking, right? Didn't you tell me once you saw like a UFO go into a mountain? Or was I completely off base here? Did I take us down?
Oh, no. I mean, that would be off base. But so I think I was trying to say what you're talking about. What I was trying to say is whatever this space is that they occupy, if we watch a UFO just fly right into a mountain, if they're in the etheric realm, we don't even know if that mountain is there or if it's there in that exact same way um, as it is in our physical reality. So I always think of them as occupying this weird space between physical reality and, say, the astral realm, or these higher realities. And I don't know
Yeah,
if that's true or not. This is my perception of it.
no, that's how I understand it, because you're right. It would be a mistake to say that either they are physical or they retreat to the astral. From an occult perspective, that is wrong in terms of the way it works. And it's closer to what you just said, which is that they go between the physical and something that's a little bit beyond that, in the direction of the astral, but not there. So not fully even perhaps the etheric plane, but something in between, so they can change the value a little bit. And it's just enough for them to enter a mountain, create a base inside of a mountain that if you actually were to cut open the mountain, from our perspective, there'd be nothing there because it's just solid stuff. And actually in, was it England or Ireland? there are these fairy mounds, and there are these stories of occasionally when the moon aligns with the stars or certain days of the year or something. These fairy mounds, they open up, like doorways open up, and there are beings in there or other worlds that are in there. They're almost like portals in a way. So that speaks to the idea that that yeah, you can have transitions between different levels of reality, and things that on a physical level don't seem to be there, but when the conditions are right, it can open up like portals, or it can open up a doorway into another parallel layer of reality.
But Tom, you think more or less the mountain is there and the ship is warping through it, right?
Yeah, it's kind of relative, because if you yourself were on the ship, then the mountain wouldn't be there. Whereas if you are on the mountain, then the mountain is there, but the ship is not there.
Yeah.
So it's all about quantum phase difference ultimately. And so that's why quantum entanglement is the same thing ultimately as quantum wave function collapse or this phasing value, where if you, Ulrich, and I, if we have exactly the same quantum phase, then you and I are 100% physical to each other. We are 100% entangled with each other. And yeah, and you're collapsed to me and I'm collapsed to you. So that's what it is. But if I change my phase a little bit, then maybe you can't see me anymore.
And being able to induce those states without approaching near zero Kelvin is where the magic is at.
Yes, because what they're doing is, if you want to change the phase, I guess you can change it directly. But another way that would help with that is to reduce or alter the density of the superfluid, because that unlocks certain things that allows you to change the phase more easily. So it's not so much about altering the temperature of physical matter or even the superfluid. It's more about altering the stiffness or density of it, which is the amplitude of the complex scalar field. Kind of technical, but yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but there is, like, metaphorically, there's some sort of fabric to time and space that, even though we don't detect it through technology as a medium, that altering what the permittivity of this space will change all of these other fundamental variables.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the constants of physics, they depend heavily on the very structure and properties of the ether itself. And this ether, its properties can be custom tailored, custom engineered by the parent condensate that creates it. So that's why the beings that actually are native to that condensate have a very high level of control over this reality that we're in. And the only thing that they're limited by is the fact that there are conscious beings here whose consciousnesses come from an even higher reality than they. So they can't just like willy-nilly, reprogram this reality and alter the timeline in every single, every little detail that they wish. They can only work in a way that is within the acceptable parameters of the consciousness that originates from a reality beyond them.
So there's really a lot, at least empirically, in the physical experience we have, in these paradoxes of, the weird woo that happens, these moments of high strangeness. There's a lot that at least supports a narrative or story where we may have been conquered. When I say we, I don't mean the human body, but the human soul may have been conquered, lost a battle, and now we're trapped into this multiple recursive deception of space-time, where we might just be lost through many semantic levels. There's at least there's a lot to suggest that something like that may have happened, just from our own physical reality.
Well, yeah. So from the perspective, let's say, of the bottom 3/4 of these condensates or nested reality levels, yes, that could be the case. But from the perspective of the top 1/4 of it, it could be like, oh, it's just a big grand game. You're having an exciting adventure through hell, and conquering the forces of darkness and your own ignorance and weakness. These two perspectives are both, I think, simultaneously valid depending on what level it's coming from. I mean, it's like when you're playing a video game, the characters in the game, I mean, for them is life and death, whereas you're just having fun. So, you know what? Everyone uses the word ontology nowadays, or ontological, and I've been trying to avoid using that term just because it's cliche. But I must say that depending on your ontological level, things are either very serious or very entertaining.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't have any. We don't have anybody in the queue right now, do we, French?
No, we don't. All of our requests, they're all in bed. They all went to sleep. They all gave up. I told them to be patient, but then I actually forgot about them. I mean, we
Are
were
we going to get
talking.
hate DMs for the next week?
Yes, we will, because I promised Q&A. We do have a couple questions though from the just from text and stuff. So
Sure.
I'm still trying to figure out where the ship actually is. Like, is it in my actual real world? Is it not? And I have been calling it like the etheric or astral plane. It seems like they're going to a parallel reality that's not quite physical. I'm still trying to wrap my mind on around where are they actually, like what's actually happening? Where are they going? Are they just phased out of vision and actually still there? Or are they not? And I think you did answer it, Tom. I'm just still trying to wrap my mind around it.
It also kind of depends on what state they're coming to you at or in. So, in other words, for example, if I were to astral project and visit you, then I'm visiting you in my partially etheric but mostly astral body. And so, therefore, you're seeing me in the astral state. Whereas if I were to, I don't know, somehow teleport my physical body and phase out and meet you, then now I'm not, no, I'm in a different state, but it's still invisible to your regular physical eyes. So I think both possibilities are possible. And it's not all just one single direction or spectrum. It's like in math when you've got three different axes like X, Y, and Z. Well, you can have all different kinds of spots within that graph system, that coordinate system. And it's not all just one axis. Like it's not all just left or right or up or down. It's a combination of these things. And so that makes for a very rich and very complex space that they are operating within.
Yeah, that makes the most sense. And I am starting to think that when I'm seeing that kind of stuff, it's probably me that's just loosely attached to my physical body. Okay, so here's a question from this gentleman. His name is Lou Greenwood. He talks a lot to Ganga. He has a lot of text threads with Ganga. He says, first is related to Ganga's comment here. And this gentleman wasn't able to come to the space, but he's hoping to listen to the recording. He says, it seems that they anticipated two paths, easy way or hard way. And this is regarding disclosure space. Easy way or hard way, we disclose or they do. And they got tired of waiting and are planning on pushing their agenda themselves. This implies we had a choice to disclose and didn't take it. Maybe lack of foresight, hubris, didn't recognize the ultimatum, have a plan, inertia, etc. Question mark. They were willing to allow us to choose. Is this an active choice by them or a permission, free will constraint? Does this imply that one disclosure is preferable for them and inverse for us? Or maybe we just couldn't stop fighting among ourselves to coordinate and we procrastinated ourselves to this situation. Assuming this has accuracy, this implies some constraints on their motivations and abilities that they couldn't manipulate or compel us to do what they wanted from the shadows. And that's the question.
Yeah, that's a very insightful observation, and I'm inclined to agree with it because if the government was tasked with achieving some level of disclosure by a certain point in time and they haven't done it, then that would be definitely one reason why ETs would have to go ahead and do it on their own, which almost seems to be what Ganga was implying. So if that scenario is true, then it does imply that the ETs, their first preference would have been for government to be a helpful partner in the disclosure process. And I say helpful partner in disclosure in quotes because it's not really disclosure. It's more like a disinformation narrative, I think. And a helpful partner is also in quotes because it's more like they're being extorted to do that sort of thing. So back in the day, as lore goes, back in the 50s, the government, different parts of it, they made deals with some of these alien factions in exchange for technology and intelligence, in exchange for looking the other way when people get abducted. So if that actually happened, you can only imagine how these joint collaborations and treaties between the government and aliens from that point on only allowed aliens to infiltrate the government more and more and more, taking over these projects. And one thing that really helps with that is the compartmentalized nature of these deep black programs, where you could be working for someone who's working for someone else, and you don't even know how high up it goes, right? Well, what if at the top of that it's hybrids, and then they're reporting to aliens? So for all we know, our entire deep black program or gray projects are ultimately actually literally controlled by grays. Like you can be working in these things and not even know who your ultimate boss is. So it might very likely have already been captured by a lot of these NHIs. And so for that reason, so for that reason, the question is like, why then would the ETs have to keep on disclosing on their own? And I think it's because it doesn't all hinge only on these black programs. It also hinges on our public government, our media, our education systems, what people are putting out, what books, and ultimately what state the public is at in terms of receptivity to certain alien beneficial narratives. And if the public isn't fully where it needs to be because the propaganda machine hasn't succeeded in doing what it needed to do, then I can imagine how aliens would be quite frustrated with that, and how they're like, well, the clock is ticking, time's almost up, we got to do it on our own. And they might end up doing it the hard way then. Yeah.
Can I give a few reasons why the perspective of that question, why maybe we should disagree with it?
Sure.
So if I understand the question correctly, person is asking, this suggests this dynamic of negative NHI saying, all right, government, if you don't start disclosing, we're going to do it the hard way. Well, I don't think there's really any of the speculative agreements we've heard, tech for abductions, in every one of those agreements, non-disclosure is required for the malevolent NHI to continue or to start. They need it more than we do. In other words, it's not like aliens are abducting people and like, we really want to disclose, all the rape and the experimentation and the body mutilations. We really want to disclose it, but you guys won't let us be honest abductors. Like the cover up is needed in order for these abductions to continue. And so I think what we're looking at is one, an assumption that neither the government nor an NHI would include catastrophe or an impending extinction event as part of the disclosure. And that kind of changes everything. Nobody here is even considering a genuine disclosure or full disclosure. Everybody's just talking about controlled disclosure. And so there's a reason that if we're moving up closer toward this inevitable disclosure, the actual extinction event, a catastrophe, the closer you move to it, the more things change because the more the Earth is going to disclose for you. So it's in your interest to have as much chaos as possible. And this is about the biggest monkey wrench that you can throw into the system right now. Nobody believes anything. And so I think the NHI have largely been the greatest rate limiter to revelation of the truth. And now there would be no reason for them to say, hey, government, you need to disclose, or we will, if there wasn't a benefit for them not to be doing the ones who do the disclosure. I think we have to really pay attention here. And even though Ganga is saying they don't need us, well, yeah, they don't need us in the literal sense, but they would prefer that we do the dirty work of controlled disclosure. There's something here that is in their interest for us to be the messengers. And I think it's actually incredibly interesting because, sure, they can do it, but why haven't they? Right? Like,
Yeah.
why haven't they?
And the second part of that question is, in why weren't they able to push us enough to do it? So there's a limitation there in their influence.
I'm saying they didn't want it. I think it's new. I think they've always not wanted disclosure, and we're just pushing up against catastrophic events where now all of a sudden it looks like they want to. But what's really happening? Are the aliens coming begging on their knees, please disclose, disclose? Right? There's no way that's been the history. It's new that all of a sudden a messy, soft disclosure benefits the timeline. That's at least my contention. I think that's the only logical way to read things.
Well, I don't know. I mean, from my perspective, I can see it being the case where they would want human authorities to do the disclosure only because they are closer to the human public level in terms of reach through media, through programs, through, they're more the boots on the ground. So the thing is, if aliens had to do disclosure themselves, they don't really have all the media reach necessarily. They don't have a lot of that finesse, that integration, that the finger on the pulse of the public and all that kind of stuff. So they would have to do it in a way that's a little more ham-fisted, like showing up over the cities, maybe trying to use the proxies on the ground to spout out some disinfo narratives or something. But I don't think it would be as sophisticated or smooth, I guess, as governments being being on board with running the majority of the disclosure process. And maybe that's not the real reason, but it's just something that came to mind. So I wanted to put it up for consideration.
But don't you think it's interesting, Tom? And I don't disagree with what you said, but don't you think it's interesting? Like, why even tell us, oh, if you don't disclose, we're going to do it ourselves? Like, why not? Why don't they just do it themselves?
Oh, well, I think in the case of, I mean, unless I'm misunderstanding your question, in the case of Ganga, I think it's something that he picked up on their psychic networks or something like that, rather than them literally telling all these channelers and abductees that, oh, we hope your government discloses, because if they don't, then we're going to do it the hard way. I don't think that's happened yet.
Yeah. Yeah. But do you think it's chaos? Do you think, like, in other words, if they're favoring chaos and breakdown, do you think, because here's what I'm thinking, if they just show up, and I think a lot of what you're saying is true. Human psychology is messy, right? We have reports of these abductions where, the mantids and that they need humans and abductees to deal with the messy human hybrid gray psychology. So they clearly have an information asymmetry, a lack of information for how do you deal with 8 billion people. Now, I do think they probably have witnessed countless cataclysms, and they have a better idea of human psychology, of how we're going to react during these moments, during these turnover cycles. But this one might be kind of unique. Humans might be catching on more than we have in other past reset cycles. So if they just show up, what if them disclosing has a decent potential for us all of a sudden unifying? I don't know whether they can afford that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a unified Earth. Do you get what I think? It's really difficult for them to disclose and prevent us from unifying against them. I think that's harder than we suspect.
Yeah, so if I were them, what I would do is I would not simply show up and let people speculate on who I am. What I would do is I would show up and already have narratives ready to go, ready to fire, to ensure that all the reactions are conditioned according to what I want perceptions to be conditioned as. So I think that's why the whole showing up thing is only a small part of it, and that it would only be the trigger for the release of a massive payload of disinformation narratives to ensure that we get steered in a certain way and do not unite. So I think they would have to do it in multiple fronts. Like, for example, they would have to. An easy thing to do would be to cut off the communications network so that we can't discuss amongst ourselves like what could actually be going on, and so that there's only a one-way flow of information. So if there's ever an information blackout, a comms blackout, and the internet goes down, cell phones go down, and nothing comes back up except for, like, let's say some sort of emergency broadcast thing, or whatever messages the ships are broadcasting, well, in that case they have a captive audience, and that would be optimal for them to pump out whatever disinformation narrative that they want. Now, if they don't do that, then they would have to have a lot of pre-staged talking heads kind of poo-pooing a lot of the inconvenient literature that's out there regarding aliens, and maybe trying to frame it as fear-based thinking or regressive thinking or something, some way to trash that and to pose themselves as the superior alternative. Now, if they were to do this in a time of severe distress, like people are starving and people need medicine or whatever, and if they provide those things and they reveal their presence and they pump out the narratives, then it's going to be very tough for you and me to try to convince a starving town not to accept that food because, oh, they're scary aliens and they might have tricks up their sleeve. Like, I don't think a lot of people are going to buy into that narrative if they're desperate enough. So if these aliens are smart, I think they would wait for a time where they have maximum leverage, which I guess supporting your argument would require a very deep crisis or chaos period.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm driving at. That the more they want to do the communication themselves, the more they're going to have to manufacture or enable, right, or goad crisis, some sort of infrastructure collapse, Holocaust, war. The more they want to own this message themselves as the saviors, the more they need to precipitate a moment of crisis, unless they're like, oh, you guys are about to go to war and we don't want you to lose 3 to 4 billion people. So here's all this technology. Here's a food printer, a 3D printer for anything. Here's all the tech you need, right? Nobody needs this unless they're going to be preemptive and, be the role of Jesus, turning, the loaves and the fish into miracles. Unless they do that, then they have to manufacture or be behind the crisis. And that's sort of what I want people to realize, that, you know, they're what has been the status quo, that they sort of are selectively communicating. They use deception, and I don't think that they want to be the ones to be doing the dirty disclosures, dirty work, and they don't want to get their hands dirty.
Oh yeah, I mean they want to minimize their cross section to the risks. So anything that they can offload to someone else, they always do. So if you want to understand aliens and NHIs, just think about beings that are maximally efficient in the most inhuman ways possible. So it's not laziness; it's just intelligence and efficiency, and maybe even principles having to do with conserving some sort of quantum entanglement condition or something that they don't have enough access permission for. Something like that, you know. So I do think that they would want to offload a lot of it, offload a lot of the risks, and play things as safely as possible. Because once they do this, there's really no going back until the next big, great reset cycle, like who knows how many thousands of years from now. So they will probably do things at the very last possible moment that they can, when there's really no going back.
What if we had, let's say, disclosure flavor A, and we'll call this forward disclosure. What if what happened was, let's say there's an alien talking to Trump, and they're like, all right, President Trump, it's you or me. You know, are you going to do it? And he's like, fine, I'll do it. He walks up there. We're not alone. That's it. We don't know shit. We don't know if they made us. We don't know if they're extraterrestrial. We don't know anything else. Of course, it's a lie, but we'll share everything with you as we learn. And that's pretty much it. Have a good night. We're not alone, everybody. What what do you think is the first thing to break on planet Earth? What's the, or maybe nothing breaks. What do you if that's the kind of confirmation we get, what's your understanding of what happens next?
There's really not a lot of information to go on there, so it's hard for the markets to react to that when they don't even know what's coming out of it. Like for example, if they had said that, oh yeah, and they have advanced technology that they're going to give us, then that would totally change things on the economic front. Because then, who's going to invest in solar power when you've got free energy coming up within a couple of years, right?
Let me give
So
you a better story then. So we're not alone, and we're in a technological arms race with Russia and China. We're working on, our people are reverse engineering it. We're working on it, and so is Russia and China. And no revelation, no further reveal of NHI intentions.
Well, so the issue with that scenario is if you know that Russia and China are working on their own NHI technologies, and it's so powerful that it could lead to an existential defeat or a strategic defeat if they get to it first, then the wise thing to do by the US military would be to immediately, or as quickly as possible, is to go on the offensive. I mean, if you knew with 100% certainty that within 2 years Russia was going to nuke you and wipe out your entire country, and you knew that with 100% certainty, then within the next week you'd already be launching nukes at them, because you know that it's inevitable and there's really no way around it. So the issue with NHI technologies is that it is so powerful, just like AI, AGI and robotics actually, probably even more powerful than that, that it is instantly existential. And as long as it is instantly existential, you're not going to like, oh, we're in an arms race now. Let's see who gets there first for the next 5 years, and whoever wins gets a gold medal. Like, it's not gonna be like that. It's like whoever wins first is going to dominate the entire friggin' planet. So we can't allow that. So we're going to do World War III right now. So that's one of the reasons why even partial disclosure, in my opinion, can lead to a World War III type outcome. Is because on the strategic game theory level, geopolitics and all that, they look into the future, they calculate the odds, and if the odds are beyond a certain threshold, they press the nuke button. And it's not like, oh, Granny cannot handle it, so she's going to jump off the balcony. I mean, that's not what catastrophic disclosure is. Catastrophic disclosure is, number one, economic, number two, political, number three, geopolitical, and after that, that's the end of it. Because once you go to that level, whether nukes exist or not, or they've got like even worse Black Ops weapons, which Trump, by the way, has said. He said that we have weapons that are worse than nukes. So, I mean, take a guess at what that is. I mean, that one Russian guy, that was his name, I forget now, but he's talking about the Ellipton weapon, which can sink our entire continent in under 20 minutes. And the Russians have that. I mean, come on. There are these weapons that probably would be used for exactly that purpose, where the consensus jig is up. There's no more chance for a peaceful resolution to it. So yeah, I mean, there's no going back now. It's winner take all. The last part of musical chairs, there's only one chair left. We're gonna do it. We're gonna press the button, and that's the end of that. So that's why I think they've been delaying disclosures, because it just has too much risk and leads to too many possible outcomes. So I think the only way that they can do it is either A, catastrophe comes anyway, if it's a natural thing, and at that point, like, what is there left to lose when everything is lost? Then might as well, right?
You might
Or
as well send 100 million Americans to their deaths if 8 billion are dying from a pole shift anyway.
yeah, something like that. Yeah, yeah. Or they're confident that they can manage disclosure, regardless of the fallout. Like maybe it's a fiction that Russia and China are in competition with the U.S. and they're actually all just different branches of the same globalist deep state, or even not even deep state, but like darker state, uh, alien controlled faction. Like what if aliens have already taken over the deep black parts of these different countries, and so therefore there is no actual competition, and therefore aliens can go ahead and roll out disclosure without worrying about the planet blowing itself up. That's another possibility to consider.
Now you're dooming really dark. Let's go there. Let's push it further. How disgusting and sick would it be if our rogue faction domestic contractor deep state is captured by NHI? They're manipulating us into World War III with Russia and China, and Russia and China are captured also by NHI, and they're really just trying to manipulate us into a nuclear escalation. Wouldn't that be crazy? If the
Well,
whole thing is just trying to cut ourselves down by 50%.
yeah. I mean, I've considered that possibility, and I do consider it kind of likely because, okay, look, if there is only one NHI faction, then I would say that that's a certainty. Now, if there are multiple factions that are opposed to each other, then I do consider the possibility that perhaps Russia and China are beholden to other alien factions than the ones that the U.S. deep state is, or dark state is held up to. And so therefore you could still have a genuine competition, where it's basically a war or a competition amongst proxies of different alien groups. But what you're saying more like a one single alien master puppeteer orchestrating different nations into war. But the thing is, it doesn't matter either way,
Exactly.
because
Yeah, I was about to
because
say that.
yeah, because these proxies are going to be in competition anyway, whether it's sincere or whether it's staged. It would lead to some sort of catalytic conflict that would dialectically play into the alien agenda either way.
But do they
Which
do
would
they really want these nukes popping off, you guys? I mean, do they really want the planet, 50% contaminated and destroyed with all of that kind of fallout?
I think they want the psychological consequence of this. I don't think they want the radiation, but I think in terms of human psychology, I think they want a mass casualty event to break us. I don't know how else you do it. These things aren't
Yeah,
really selling their alien agenda like we see knives being sold on QVC at 3 a.m. It seems like
yeah.
aliens need trauma to make a successful sales pitch. But I'd love to get your take, Tom.
Yeah. So of course they're going to use trauma to some degree, and if they're going to be efficient and risk averse, they're going to use the minimum that gets the job done. So if they do need some sort of a nuclear war narrative, then it wouldn't have to be total global thermonuclear war. It can be a limited exchange, or it can be, as you said earlier, the mere threat of it. Like everyone's on the edge of their seats and ducking under their desks and thinking it's about to go off. But then, oh, here come the aliens, here to save the day, wagging their finger at us. Whichever works, whichever has the highest or has a high degree of chance of success, I think that's what they're going to take. And therefore, total global annihilation would not be in the cards unless they did truly want like a 90% population wipeout. I mean, if they really needed that, then that would be one way to do it. But I do think that a plague or something like a major pandemic in the early 2030s would do that in terms of population reduction. Or, merely reduction if you allow enough time for generations to become infertile, sort of like that movie Children of Men, where people couldn't have babies anymore, and then the
It's
population
going
just
to
kind
be
of
like
declined.
Handmaid's Tale at some point.
Oh yeah.
And we got to
Mm-hmm.
watch for that too, Tom. I know you talk about this a lot. Look, I'm a Christian. I am a Republican. I voted for Trump. I don't have a problem saying that. But at the same time, I want to keep my eyes open for the overreach and, making sure that it doesn't go too far. I mean, imagine us ending up in the Handmaid's Tale at some point because, religion has gone too far or, the surveillance state has gone too far. Protecting us, from immigrants has gone too far, from terrorists has gone too far. So that can be used against us as well.
Yeah, that's another good point, which is that aliens themselves don't really need to do much. Even if they just did a big scare, society would react in a way that would be very disarming of our sovereignty and our spirituality. I think, if we react in the wrong way, we could easily be nudged towards a global totalitarian state. All the same.
Yeah, and it might not matter which side is in power, or which side, yeah, which side's in power when this happens. It's the end result is the same.
Yeah, yeah. Other than the particular flavor of authoritarianism, so one of the things that I've said in my Twitter threads over the past year or two is that it looks to me like, due to the challenges that are coming up, whether it's climate challenges or economic or geopolitical, some definite increase in authoritarianism is on the way, mainly for security purposes. For example, if the U.S. and China were truly adversaries and got into a hotter kind of war, it would be extremely easy for China to use its assets, like human assets in America, to take down the power grid or do cyber attacks or shoot up power substations or whatever. We're extremely vulnerable. So the only way to patch that vulnerability is to increase surveillance, like mass surveillance and security through robot enforcers and drones and whatnot. And so the problem with that is that power put into the hands of just sadistic, psychopathic tyrants, or is it being put in the hands of people that are trying their best? They're trying their best to secure the country as much as they can. And of course, that sounds very politically naive, because I know, like, nowadays everyone's black-pilled, and there's no such thing as anyone honorable in government. So of course, this technocratic authoritarianism is going to be put into the hands of psychopaths. But in my view, there's some chance that yes, maybe there is a way to moderate it, to make it not as extreme, but to still have some level of security. But either way, Fringe, yeah, we're definitely at high risk of this level of power, which is necessary out of survival, turning into the very thing that does us in the end.
So you're aligned with my conjecture that the softest disclosure might be the most catastrophic one if it's a narrative. I don't want to say that I portrayed, the one that we got straight from Age of Disclosure, right? Those two things, three things. We're not alone. We're in a technological arms race with Russia and China. That's all you need potentially for a forced World War III, just from game theoretical, just from a game theoretical viewpoint.
Yes, yeah, right. And I will also add that you can have a disclosure that leads to peace, progress, technology, alien contact, everyone happy, but then also assimilation, genetic mind control stuff, and basically turning us into a new kind of prison slave planet by genetically modifying us to be even more compliant with the alien agenda. But you can have all that without World War III, without violence in theory, and that, in my opinion, would be just as catastrophic as some of these other scenarios that you talked about. So in other words, catastrophic disclosure doesn't necessarily always mean violence, but it does mean the worst outcome for human sovereignty, whether it's violence or assimilation or whatever.
You're saying with enough tech, they could kill us with kindness?
Yeah, pretty much, which happens in the New Age field, and certain abductees and contactees who get taken in by the wrong groups. These people get mind controlled, and they lose their agency, they lose their sovereignty to these beings without any sort of fear tactics necessarily. It's just kindness and love bombing and cult tactics.
What is your take on we've heard a couple, I think at least once or twice, Trump has said he doesn't think he's going to heaven. If you know what I'm talking about, what do you think is inspiring this sort of open meditation?
I don't know if it ties into this, but very few people remember this. But back during the beginning of COVID, I think it was COVID really broke out in March of 2020. But right around April or May, I remember Trump saying that he had to he looked really grim at the time. And he said that he had to make the hardest decision of his life at that point. Now, what was that? He never revealed what that was. But I think it might have been to give the go-ahead to do Operation Warp Speed, knowing that it's going to kill or maim millions of people. That's one possibility, or something related to that. Whether for good or for bad, who knows? But that's one of the things, and if that weighed on his conscience so much even back then, then that's a candidate for one of the things that might cause him to say that nowadays, in addition to all the other things he might have been doing in life.
That is so juicy. I'm going to make it more juicy and tell you and Fringe that I have something to share with you guys about that. You might be more on the money than you realize. That's going to infuriate people. But yes, and what around what time was it when he said that he had the hardest decision to make? What was the month and year?
It was April of 2020.
Yeah, yeah. So you think that might have been the green lighting of the experimental COVID vaccine?
Wait, when did we have
Yeah.
our? Sorry, Tom. Go ahead. When did we all go into that random lockdown? Was that before or after? When the country was shut down
I
and,
want to say it was March 13th when he made the emergency announcement.
Okay, so this was after that then.
But it would still make sense, right?
I mean, that seems like that would be a pretty difficult decision, to tell Americans that they're not allowed to leave their house, which was ridiculous. I mean, I left my house. I don't know what you guys did.
Yeah, but if the vaccine is something that is tied to mass casualty death, that would be
Could he have known that though, or I mean, before that vaccine was developed, could he have known that the vaccine was going to, kill people and potentially make people sterile and all the things that came out of it? I'm not sure he could have known that at that time.
Well, I mean, both when it comes to COVID and the vaccine, both have fingerprints of engineering, right? There's 18 different sections that are base paired, different sections, not the whole thing, but there's 18 different sections at least that are essentially copied and pasted from the HIV virus when it comes to the COVID virus.
Agreed.
And so in the vaccine itself, we know is manufactured, right? That's not conspiracy. The vaccine wasn't a zoonotic jump. we didn't steal the vaccine from pangolins. So there, I'm if I understood you correctly, Tom, that there could be something connected to foreknowledge of the consequences of the vaccine, or maybe the necessity of the vaccine that is weighing heavily on Trump's conscience.
Yeah, it's like a choice of killing millions or killing or enslaving billions potentially, depending on which way the timeline goes. Because if you remember back then, they would not allow the lockdowns to be lifted until a vaccine was developed, and typically vaccines take anywhere between 3, 5, maybe even 10 years. So can you imagine, like, if we're still under lockdowns even now, like what state our economy would be in with digital IDs, and who knows where that would lead in terms of long-term geopolitical events and social conditions. I mean, this sounds like rationalization, of course, but so we're just kind of speculating. But I'm just saying that things were very strange back then, and I think there was definitely more going on than appeared on the surface.
Well, yeah, that's guaranteed. Interesting. What were you going to say, Ulrich? You wanted to contribute to that speculation?
Oh, I mean, I have to reveal it in the back channels. Yeah.
Oh gosh, we have back channels incoming, Tom.
I heard.
Yeah.
I've been hearing things. All right, and the only teaser I will give is that maybe both had everything to do with the pole shift.
All right. Okay, where are we at? Do you guys have anything else on that? I got another question from that same gentleman, Lou.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, so it says psi enablement. If, as a consequence of someone training their psi abilities, is that they act as a metaphysical lighthouse beacon, and NHI others come and observe and may directly interfere with those beacons. And if we assume that psi abilities at a human level are seemingly innate, psi abilities are for all intents and purposes natural, including if they were the result of historical genetic manipulation, for example, then it seems that we have always been on a collision course with them, question mark.
Why would we be on a collision course with them if those abilities are natural? I'm not following that logic there.
I'm not either. This guy usually asks really good questions, so we're probably missing something in the translation here.
Well, I mean, one way that there could be a collision is the following: is like this. If we have that ability originally, and because it's our natural state, we are trending back towards that, some sort of a recurrence, I guess. And if there is a mass psi activation in the human population, well, that would be very bad for the alien agenda, because then we can see their cloaked ships and we can see when they're standing over us. We can detect that sort of thing. Unless they have taken that into account, and that is the reason why they're pumping out the disinformation so heavily and trying to rely on crises or cataclysms to force our hand, in the sense that if we're desperate enough and if we believe enough lies, then even if we had a mass psi activation and are able to see them, at least we would see them fondly due to our brainwashing and our programming, and we would accept their help because we are desperate. So that is another thing that could happen. I mean, maybe not so much like a dimensional shift or realm merger with them, but more a mass activation of our third eyes. Which, by the way, can you imagine the kind of chaos that would cause if people suddenly became psychic and could see entities and read each other's thoughts and so on? I mean, that would be crazy. I mean, that'd be an interesting TV show, I guess. But in real life, that would be catastrophic.
Yeah, just being able to see the entities would be catastrophic. I mean, it's I don't know. It's super creepy just to know that we're never actually alone and something's always watching.
Sort
I
of
mean,
know what that world looks like.
it's
It
not
just
good.
means UFO Twitter. Sorry, I had a delay, Fringe. I didn't mean
No,
to
you're
talk
good.
over you. I'm saying, doesn't it just mean the whole world looks like a Twitter space? A UFO Twitter
Yeah.
space?
Yeah. Well, funny enough, the difference is this, which is that, like, right now, if you try to give catastrophic full disclosure to people around you, because it's not yet part of the consensus reality, they have the free will to deny it. They can just blow you off as a crazy person, or just to say you're full of it. But once it becomes part of consensus reality and they can't deny it, that is when you get psychology's cracking, because you have elements of the herd that go along with the herd, but now the herd is going off a cliff, and now they're going off a cliff, you see? So right now, you and I, we're free to try to spread full disclosure as much as we can, and we should do that. But just know that us doing it is not the same thing as the media and the government doing it, or the aliens doing it, because once they do it, that cracks into consensus reality, and that's when things really unravel.
To take it back to the question that was asked, we were basically like 10 words away from somebody bringing up Project Destiny. I think we've been I don't even want to use the term natural. I think what would have been intrinsic psi abilities have, over successive resets, been engineered and devolved out of us, and now we just have a lingering faint thing, with the exception of certain family lines. And this brings up Project Destiny. It seems like that there are some people who were engineered to have specific augmented psychic potential in response to a mass infrastructure collapse, a mass solar event. We kind of have to bring a Project Destiny here. Doesn't that support that people who can see more of the other phenomenon have a either positively, negatively, or both manipulated role to play in how all of this unfolds?
For sure. Not only that, but they're also more easily interfaceable with these NHIs. So that's another reason why they would be targeted. And also, anytime you have someone with advanced abilities that threaten the status quo, they have to be managed or quarantined, or otherwise they would affect the status quo. So that's why James Randi can get away with holding his stupid prize, because we live in a managed reality where proofs beyond a certain threshold are prevented from happening. So you can take a video of a UFO, but there's going to be something about it, either not clear enough or something else, something that people find funny that's not going to allow them to believe it. And the same thing goes for psi abilities, where this is something that I've noticed, that people who are psychic enough, like truly talented psychics, they keep to themselves. They don't want a lot of publicity or notoriety. They're not out there trying to get the James Randi Prize by any means. They're not going on TV. They are in the shadows, keeping to themselves. And this is something that they have learned over time, from demonstrating their abilities early on and getting the wrong reactions or getting hounded for it, or whether it's aliens or angels or other beings, giving them the stern word about you don't do that sort of thing. And if someone is non-cooperative and they still want to do it, then they get the real smackdown, or they get pressured in other ways. And this is something that Ganga has complained about for a long time, how because he has certain knowledge and abilities, or he used to have the abilities more, I mean, he kind of shut them down on purpose. But because of that, he's under a lot more censorship than someone like me, for example. So, and he's an example of someone who used to be extremely psychic. And I've known other people who are also extremely psychic, and they're very careful with who they reveal it to and how much they say. So I think it's kind of illustrative about how people who have natural psychic abilities, they would definitely be on the radar either for management or for recruitment or for suppression.
Let's do them a little harder. Let's say we have the basic watered down announcement. We're not alone. Arms race, Russia and China. Does that mean that all of a sudden a bunch of people open up their minds just to the phenomenon being here? Are they going to psychically empower, not even necessarily via Loosh, but if these beings get powered by people worshiping them or just believing in them, do a bunch of psychic powers then get unlocked? But also, does it empower these beings? Is this something, do you think, that is a meaningful difference if all of a sudden they have access to a bunch of worship power or belief power from
Yeah,
millions of
that's a good
people?
point. And it is a point that I heard in, where did I read it? Oh, right. The document called Top Secret / Demon by the Nexus 7. So this guy, he wrote a document like that, and he proposed in there the idea that one of the reasons why disclosure is happening or is being suppressed is because if enough people believed in these aliens, they would go from their liminal edge of reality to becoming fully realized in our reality, and therefore they would have full force power to take this planet over. So by keeping it out of our belief systems enough on a mass level, we can keep them on the edge of our reality where they can't quite do that. Now, I think that's plausible. I definitely think it's possible. So in this particular case, yeah, I mean, if there is a confirmation or announcement of alien existence, and people suddenly train all their minds upon them, and you get a lot of these zealots uh, trying to welcome them into our reality or focusing on them. I mean, think about it. CE5, what they're doing in these CE5 groups is a microcosm, a little tiny microscopic microcosm of what could be happening on a mass scale of millions, if not billions, if people are desperate enough during these crises times. And psychic entanglement on that level could easily empower and draw in anything that is on the edge, slightly behind the curtain of our reality. I think it would act as permission on a collective scale, perhaps, and lead to a worst case scenario as far as material like the Allies of Humanity is concerned, where they say that planetary consent or permission is needed for these collective forces to come here and really rake us over the coals. So that is yet another risk of disclosure that could lead to a catastrophic outcome, which is simply knowing about them and training our attention on them could somehow quantum entangle or empower them in a way that draws them in a way that allows them to exert forces and influences in a way that they couldn't prior to that point. So, yet another thing to add to the pile.
I think we're overestimating their ability to disclose the NHI, to disclose effectively and manage the narrative unfolding after that. I think it's such a shit show that whatever their looking glass is or whatever their projections, there are so many possibilities where it could go wrong, where humanity just doesn't believe them, unless, of course, you have massive trauma, and then you save for any scenario like that where there's massive trauma and then you come in as a savior. I think the NHI themselves do not want to be the ones who are like, hey, we're here, trust us. I think that's a very difficult story to tell, no matter how much tech you have.
Yeah, for sure. I think they could have pulled it off many years ago when society was a little bit more naive and not as black-pilled regarding the alien stuff. I mean, nowadays, sure, even on Twitter here, we still have a lot of people that are very pro-alien and non-discerning, but it was even worse back then. And so I think they had a better chance back then, but right now, I agree with you that they wouldn't have much control over it, so therefore they would have to resort to extreme leverage and therefore extreme crisis in order to put the pressure on.
What are your thoughts, Fringe?
Yeah, I was just pulling up a post from a while back, and I was reminded that Brandenburg mentioned a few times that disclosure was actually any human disclosure was a violation of an agreement with the NHI, which would result in an invasion. And then along the same lines that Tom was just talking about from Mac Tawney's, this is a quote: "It's possible that UFOs would like to initiate something like formal contact, but are restrained from doing so by the physics of perception," as Whitley Strieber suggested. And this is in reference to a 1947 memo theorizing that obscure laws of physics might prevent them from entering our reality without first convincing us they are real, and that the official admission might be the tripwire that would enable them to come through. So I think about this a lot. I think about the consequences of disclosure, and what does that mean? Is it going to give them even more access to our reality? And then of course you have to think about, the hitchhiker effect times 8 billion as well.
Well, the issue is that they already have a foothold here. Certain people, certain areas of government, probably the deep black programs. They have their proxies here. I mean, how many politicians are actually abductees, mind controlled? Right. So they already have a foothold, and because of that, I think they could potentially take the planet within a certain span of time. Whereas if we have disclosure now, there's a risk that they could do it much sooner, but also the benefit that, hey, if the truth gets out, at least people stand a fighting chance. So it's like kind of screwed either way, or, good either way, depending on how you play it.
Well, I mean, if we don't have disclosure now, it's because it's benefiting the aliens. That's, I think, a logical way to look at it, right?
Yes.
Ultimately, yes.
Right.
Yeah. What about the scenario where, or is it possible, is it feasible that there's a retaliatory cost with one faction of NHI if we disclose, and another NHI wants just to manipulate that scenario? Like they want some NHI to be like wagging their fingers, oh, now we have to abduct all your leaders, you disclosed. Or is that, am I too
I
crazy
think
here?
it could end up with a good cop, bad cop situation. I mean, I think we could end up with a situation of, kind of like the lore, the Eisenhower stuff, or the Greys show up and the Nordics show up, and the Nordics say, "Well, no, the Greys are the bad guys," and the Greys say, "No, no, the Nordics are the bad guys," and we might have to make a choice, but they're really just on the same team. I could see that happening. Is that what you mean, Ulrich?
I'm not dismissing that, but I'm also just saying, whether it is NHI's playing good cop, bad cop, or legitimately a war between NHIs that's not, affected, but is real, that if there are consequences out of a deal that we made for disclosure, it doesn't make sense for that same faction to now saying, we want you to disclose, when us breaking that agreement would be retaliation. It makes way more sense that these beings could be at war with each other, like we've heard from Jack Sarfati, that he heard the Brights or the Orbs are at war with the Greys. So it would make sense for us to be manipulated or coerced or incented to break an agreement, suffer the retaliatory cost, if we're just viewed as too powerful, too much in control, or too much of a joker, or too much of a wild card.
Well,
right?
I mean, just the statement that orbs are at war with the Greys implies that the orbs are all on a team and the Greys are all on a team. And that's not the case. So, depending on where he heard that from, I mean, we could say that's a possibility, but that's not the full story. I mean, the Greys are working for, first of all of these creatures have been seen all working together. So, I don't think we could say, the wars between the Greys and the Nordics, or the wars between the Nordics and the Mantids. We act as if these are all separate groups, and they're not. I absolutely.
I agree. That's
I
not the whole
absolutely.
story.
No,
Sorry.
that's okay. I think we just had that delay. I do believe that there are warring factions. I mean, they're warring for their own power and control, in their own hierarchy. So I'm sure that that's also going on. I don't know, Tom. What do you think?
Well, one scenario that you have to look out for is not like, oh, Greys versus Nordics or this or that, but what if the Nordics show up one day, okay, and they do their peace and love spiel or whatever, And then the Nordics show up again saying those other ones are fakers, something like that, where you have two groups that look almost identical with really no visual way of distinguishing who's who, but they have different narratives. So how would humanity react towards something as confusing as that? Well, clearly you couldn't just say it's as simple as, well, if they look reptilian, then don't trust them, but if they look like Pleiadians, then you can trust them. I mean, that wouldn't be the real way to do it. But it would be the most extreme test of discernment that I can think of, where you have two groups that look identical, maybe even human, but they're giving opposite messaging, and either both are bad or one is, and people have a hard time telling who's who.
Isn't that kind of? I mean, that's obviously intrinsically the problem with almost all of these beings, right? The grays have 50 shades of gray. They can be total androids. They can maybe have some autonomy. But when it comes, the reason why I brought up the orbs fringe is because they seem to be AGI, possibly, right? And they seem to be able to manipulate our consciousness, appear as anything. So, yeah, they could totally be on the same side, or they could be legitimate enemies. But it seems really, really difficult to fit, at least for me, what side of this war, what do the orbs want? I think like Patrick Jackson has a great thesis that, you know, these are responsible for our poltergeist phenomena. You know, we have sentient plasma, but I wouldn't know where to put the orbs. They seem to be fairly, in some ways they seem to be really recent, in other ways they could be the seraphim. I don't know where to place them. I
Well,
was wondering what you think.
I mean, just for the record, like, I don't think that orbs are all the same thing. I think there's a huge variety of different sources that can lead to orb type behavior. If you think about it, on the one hand, you could have, let's say, a discarnate deceased person who shows up here kind of remotely projecting their consciousness, and they show up as an energy orb that gets captured on a trail cam in your home, okay, for example. And that wouldn't be the same thing as like going out doing a CE5 event and seeing an orb in the sky darting around. And that would not be the same thing as, let's say, going out into the desert somewhere in South America or something, and seeing orbs like hovering over the ground and coming really close to you in a menacing way, and moving away. Like, maybe these are all different things, not to mention government scalar weaponry and directed energy weapons that can create orbs as well. That also exists. So we definitely have to be careful about not putting them all in the same bucket, because if you make it strictly about, oh, it's grays versus orbs, like Sarfati was saying, well, think about it, how easy that would be to be part of a Project Bluebeam deception, you know, because orbs are just so easy to make with energy weapons. And grays, I mean, they're the universal task workers, so I'm sure the governments can either make them robotically or grow them in tanks or something from like cloned gray tissue or something. So they could easily fake a dichotomy like that. And that's why ultimately we would have to go on words and ultimately actions, you know, judge them by their fruits. So you can either approach it through gathering information and doing a logical assessment of it, or you can do it through instant spiritual knowing, which is a lot harder for most people to achieve. So that's why I think most of us will have to default to just research, observation, critical thinking, and judging things. And the same thing happens in the military. Like, if you come up against an unknown hostile, you have to gather as much information as you possibly can to discern motives and capabilities and so on. And we would have to do the same thing with whatever decides to show up. Now, unfortunately, I think the bigger problem we'll run into is not the aliens themselves so much as fellow human beings who buy into the BS and get a little zealous about it, because they're the ones that are actually in our cities and on our roads and could even be our neighbors. And they're the ones who are within shooting or punching distance of us, you see, versus aliens who might be a little more aloof and maybe being above cities or appearing for a while and disappearing for a while, you know? So the human element is another big threat that we have to think about, how they're going to react to all this. So yeah, there's a lot of factors to balance.
Is it okay if we talk money and markets for a second, or is that too?
I mean, if it ties into this, sure.
I mean, I think I don't know if you saw the stuff that happened on UFO Twitter, but we had poly market. I used to call them 4 adjacent markets because I counted nukes as alien adjacent, but they have 3 alien adjacent markets. One was Is 3i Atlas alien or alien tech? Will Trump reveal? Will Trump say that aliens exist, but that has to be explicitly extraterrestrial, but that does not have to be a presence on Earth? So that's the second market. Extraterrestrials are real, yes or no, somewhere in the universe. And then the third one was, will Trump declassify UFO files by 2025? And that one popped from like a low 10, 13% to something like in the 60s around December 7th. And then it popped again to like in the 90s, over the ensuing 2 days. And then that market resolved to yes uh, by December 9th. And every most people in the UFO community took that to signal an impending confirmation from Trump. But it turns out that there were people who were watching the resolution criteria. The people there, whenever you have a prediction market on Polymarket, let's say you have a score for a basketball game or something. Once the score is settled, you can propose a resolution. You can say, hey, the score is out now. Can we resolve this market? Can we close it to a yes or a no? And there were people who were watching the resolution people. They're called UMA token holders. And they saw a resolution was proposed on the 7th. And it looks like that's the reason most of that money started pouring in. But the resolution was proposed was that, some very boring document from Arrow on declassification protocols was submitted as a legitimate UFO file, as in like, oh, declassification of a UFO file happened, even though it had nothing to do with that. And then the other one was the jellyfish video, that this video was declassified and therefore previously classified, and this met the criteria. And so my question to you is, do you think that discernment, information, especially when it comes to the UFO topic, is going to play a major role monetarily in the prediction markets? In other words, will people start coming in? Because, Fringe mentioned earlier to me today, there's like 4 UFO spaces going on. It does seem like the UFO crowd is growing. Do you think that the rest of the world, the monetary world, is going to start paying more attention to the crazy UFO people, because discernment is going to start having an existential value, especially if we have a lukewarm, soft disclosure. People won't know what to believe. What do you think of that? Because I think there are implications for the definition of value when it comes to this topic, and everything sort of threatens the stability of everything else when it comes to singularity tech, free energy tech, AI, AGI.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I find it kind of comical that the normie world is colliding with the nebulous UFO NHI world, because, like, hey, welcome to ambiguity there. I mean, they have enjoyed the luxury of having a recorded basketball game where the score is settled, and it's final. But in this particular case, does the declassification of a jellyfish UFO count as that? Probably not, but someone thought it was, and they agreed upon it, and so therefore the market closed. So it's interesting. I think there are people that are going to try to game the system based on disinformation, which is rife within a nebulous arena. So that's one thing we're going to see. We're going to see a lot of predatory type of poly market type things, where people are trying to bet on, where they're trying to thrive within this fog of war, where no one really knows exactly what's going on, but that's also the arena where it's easiest to manipulate people for monetary gain in this case. But to answer your question, I think as time goes on and this alien reality seeps more and more into the mainstream sphere, people who put their money where their mouth is, who have their lives on their line with money and betting and so on, they're forced to take it more seriously and to become more discerning about what's really going on. I mean, if you consider, for example, the crypto market alone, a huge part of making it big on crypto is having inside information. So the ones who get in early are the ones who are not at the tail end of a Ponzi scheme. So they're the ones who make the most amount of money, right? So the same thing, I think, could apply definitely to the UFO world in various ways. And that's why we will see the rise of a I don't know what a good term would be, but basically people in the corporate or financial sector who try to cozy up and be as warm as they possibly can to parts of the black ops elements, or people in government, or people who have inside privilege information, trying to get something out of them that gives them a financial advantage of being amongst the first to get in on a new trend or a new betting thing or something like that. So, of course, there's always going to be people that are going to be trying to monetize everything as much as they can, and I don't expect it to be any different in this case. Now, as far as existential risks and becoming more discerning, I think ultimately people that are in it for the money are in it for the utilitarian value of a piece of knowledge, not so much the principle of it. So not so much like, oh, discernment for the sake of truth, like let's become more attuned to the truth, or more like sorting out manipulation and getting in ahead of a trend and just making money on that doesn't necessarily require becoming more discerning in an objective sense. I think it just requires having more information at a level that is monetizable. I don't know. It sounds kind of wishy-washy what I just said, but it's as best as I can explain it.
No, I hear you. Do you think, though, that the UFO community is unaware that it might have huge informational value? Because in a sense, we do have insider information, maybe not in the classified sense, but we're years ahead. In other words, if you had soft disclosure today, the amount of time it would take for the normies to catch up to where we are is probably years, right? So do you think that's going to have? Do you think an impending disclosure has implications for the UFO community in terms of the informational value it holds now? Let me know if the question
for
is
sure.
clear.
Yeah,
because I think we're sitting on something that we're
no,
underestimating.
I totally agree with you. We do have more information, and I mean, as abductees and contactees, you'd almost say you would have inside information on this sort of thing. Now, the issue is that I believe the authorities, whether it's humans or aliens, they will try to control the narrative, and they will not look too kindly on people like us who are counter narrative, or who are given to ideas that are inconvenient to their shaping of the narrative. Now, one area where I did see this, for example, is Lou Elizondo's works and interviews, where out of concern, I mean, what he says is out of concern for credibility, he only wanted to focus on the scientifically credible aspects of the UAP phenomenon. And he outright poo-pooed the ideas of abductions, contactees, implants, mind control, government alien collusion, and so on. And if that is any preview or foreshadowing of what will happen in the future, then I think there'll come a time where, whether it's aliens or not, or government or whatever, their version of disclosure is going to be such that they want to be the ones in control of it. And therefore, they will do their best to get the population to have its eyes on them only, and not on the existing UFO community, which would have many inconvenient perspectives in there. So they might actually go on the offensive against our community and people like us, because we are an inconvenience to what they want to do. So we have to watch out for that part too.
Yeah, that's where I was.
Yeah, right.
With
And sorry, I totally just remembered a very important point.
No, you're good.
So the things that were happening between Lou and Red Panda Koala and Tupacabra and all them, to me, it appears as an attempt at snipping certain narratives in the bud, so that there was a certain picture that Lou and his crew wanted to put out as probably as part of a bigger government operation. Who knows? But Tupa and Red Panda Koala, because they were quite popular, they were putting out counter narratives, and that was treading on the main narrative that was being put out. So I think illicit means were used to try to break that up and take them down. And I think that is a preview of what could happen on a wider scale in the future, when these authorities actually get down and dirty with the business of taking care of voices that are contrary to their narratives.
Is there anything that you would? How do we skate where the puck is going to go? What if because I've been arguing recently that if all we're getting is these 4 words of confirmation, then we'll be doing the disclosure. Regardless of whether you agree or disagree with that, like, what do you think we should do? Assuming we're 6 months to a year out of some sort of acknowledgement of another presence here.
In that particular case, we definitely need to focus on getting out the word as much as possible on common sense, like on rational ways of viewing it, all the different things that people easily skip over if they're not familiar with this field. In other words, to put ideas out there that talk sense into people wherever it's receptive. Now, unfortunately, because we are not the consensus and we don't have authority over that, as I mentioned earlier, people are free to ignore it, right? But what you're really doing then is you're sowing seeds in the people that are receptive. And so in the future, if communications get cut off and it's a one-way captive audience messaging system that's going on, at least then you still have certain people that have been primed by what they might have seen on social media or in books or in spaces or podcast interviews or whatever, that allows them to not easily fall for it. And then therefore they then can become potentially butterflies in the future, steering the probable future in a different way than it would have gone. So I'm basically just saying, just seed discernment and information as much as you can, and counter lies when you see them. So, and that's pretty much all we can do for now, because we're not the government. We're not these aliens that are showing up over cities in the future. So we can do what is only within our position to do, which is to put out knowledge and information.
So now would be the time to increase our reach as much as possible.
Yeah, I would say so. In proportion to what we think is the threat that's coming up now. Luckily, there is a lot of information out there already, including in print, but it's never quite enough, so we can always do more.
Thank you, Tom.
We do have another question, Tom. Let's see. With Tom Montalk breaking down holographic reality, aliens, and the future of human consciousness, are we living in a coded world or heading into one?
I wonder what they mean by coded world. Do they mean like, are we in a coded world? Like what does that mean? Like the synchronistic signs everywhere?
I think they mean in the vein of, did you hear about the guy who, did DMT and diffracted a laser and he saw a code in there? I think they mean it in that kind of vein.
Makes sense. Okay, yeah. So remember earlier when I mentioned a fringe, how our mind in the astral can perceive things in a symbolic way?
And just for the record, I've seen the code, and I've never taken DMT.
Oh, well, see, I did experiments where I lay down in the parking lot back in Virginia at night to go to sleep. And then when I noticed myself having fallen asleep, I would wake up instantly and open my eyes, because then I would still be in a mildly out-of-body state. And my goal was to look at the starry sky from a hypnopompic state where I was slightly out of body to see what I could see. Because that's the same state that I was able to see that hybrid or Nordic alien that one time, and thought forums and other weird things. And when I did that, every single time I did that, I would see a grid of black semi-translucent grid lines in the sky against the indigo background. So that was weird. Like, I don't think there was perhaps a literal black grid in the sky, but I do think that my subconscious was interpreting an ESP signature of a kind of energy grid or control system up there that was interpreted as a black grid.
Yeah, and I think I've seen the grid. It was in very, very bright colors, but something very similar that looked like a grid. And a lot of people talk about there being a grid around the planet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't doubt it at all. So regarding coded reality, now holographic stuff, I'm trying to remember the question again. Yeah, I remember it had to do with the holographic.
Are we living in a coded world or heading into one?
Okay, yeah, I do think, well, I mean, pretty much everything is code, ultimately. I mean, code is just patterns of consciousness. So the difference, though, is that physically speaking, the actual substance of it, I believe that it is an etheric superfluid, which has the physics of superfluids as part of it, and you can therefore use physics equations to understand how matter arises out of it and how to manipulate gravity using electromagnetic fields. But code, what is code really? Code is information, and information only makes sense to consciousness. So I do think that consciousness being immersed in this superfluid construct imprints it with information that we perceive as information, and therefore could perceive in an altered state as some sort of a code stream. So I think those people that were looking into the laser while they're on DMT, I think they were probably symbolically seeing the conscious thought streams and data streams that are coursing through the ether on a constant basis. So it doesn't necessarily mean that we are in a computer program running on some futuristic computer system, but because reality itself, the structure of reality itself, can function as a simulator. And one example of that is a superfluid creating a subsuperfluid that is a simulation of, I don't know, whatever parameters you want to program into it. So yeah, I do think we are living in a construct, definitely. Ultimately, it's a construct of consciousness, but as I said, consciousness needs physics in order to automate the creation of worlds. And those worlds have physical rules within them, which, I mean, ultimately they're fiction, but within those worlds they're real. And we're living within one of those. And therefore, it does have not only physics behind it, but it also has the underlying consciousness patterns that make it all work. And I think those can be interpreted as a kind of code.
So you're saying you don't see the necessity for fundamentally the substrate of the universe to be informational, but possibly?
Well, I would say that information only has meaning if there is consciousness to perceive it ultimately. And so therefore consciousness is the ultimate substrate. But above it, you can have layers of information. Sure. I mean, even our own minds right now are running on information, but that's not all we are. We're not just computers running on ones and zeros. We are conscious sentiences from a higher realm that are interfacing with this illusory reality right now through these bodies.
So when people are seeing code, you're saying more the code is a symptom of the consciousness and not that consciousness is a symptom of the information.
Yes. Yeah. And the reason why I say that is because in meditation or in certain enlightened states, you can be pure consciousness without any content. So no information, no thoughts, no emotions, no sense of space or even time, but you still exist somehow and you're still sentient. And to me, that is a contentless state other than the state of existing. So therefore, consciousness has to be more than just information because it's more than just thoughts.
And what do you think people are seeing when they see that code? And I'd love to hear from you as well, Fringe. Like, what is that? Yeah, of course, it's information, it's code, but do you think it's other people's thoughts? Do you think it's a computer processing and simulating, the space time here? What do you think is
That's a
going
good
on?
question. Hey, Fringe, did you want to go first on that?
No, because I have no idea what's going on.
Okay.
I can just see it. I mean, I don't know what it is. I don't know. I have no idea about code or anything like that. I know Tiff has seen it like in the DMT realm, and I've seen it just walking through my house. So I think it's there. I mean, a lot of people talk about it again. So
Yeah, well, let me give you a little anecdote. So I used to be friends with, I mean, not in person, but over the phone, I used to be friends with this UFO contactee or abductee named Marianne Shenefield. So she's passed on because she was kind of old. But anyway, as a kid, when she was 12 years old, she had an encounter, a very up close encounter with a UFO, some sort of ship or something. And it blinded her. I think it gave off too much UV radiation or something, but it left her blind for life. But following that encounter, her etheric body became so overstimulated by that encounter that she had many strange paranormal things, including spontaneous human combustion. So her back, for a period of time, spontaneously at certain times would shoot out flames and actually burn holes into her shirt, for example. And she had some really crazy Kundalini experiences. And subsequently, what happened was she became extremely, well, I wouldn't say extremely, but she became clairvoyant, such that even though she was physically blind, she was able to see a constant stream of archetypal symbols of code just streaming at her 24/7. Now you can imagine she had trouble sleeping for weeks, months, if not years, because even with eyes closed, you were still seeing this constant stream of symbols coming at her. And it tortured her for such a long time that she almost died. Eventually, she realized that these symbols that she was seeing were actually meaningful. So, for example, if she was talking to someone, the symbols would change depending on what they were thinking or maybe the state of their health, something like that. And likewise, she would see other symbols depending on what was coming up in the future or what was going on around her in the etheric plane, like in terms of entities that were around. So she was clairvoyant and she could see these symbols and they were archetypal and they had meanings. So one of the things that I did was talking with her over the phone and sketching out these symbols and trying to interpret what they meant. And that's how we built up our research relationship. Funny enough, she was the same woman who taught Stuart Swerdlow how to read archetypes, and he eventually split off from her and took that material as his own and became a teacher of the system that she actually originally came up with. Funny enough. So, but anyway, the reason why I mention it is because she started seeing these archetypal symbols only after that UFO encounter blinded her and seemed to have activated within her etheric body some sort of latent etheric energy structure that allowed her to perceive these symbols that are always constantly going on. Now, in her case, these symbols, I don't think they were necessarily subjective, like her subconscious merely interpreting data. I mean, although it could have been, but at least it interpreted it in a very systematic, objective, and consistent manner. So that's one data point. The other data point is I was reading Rudolf Steiner's material on becoming psychic and the different things that initiates undergo, or like adepts, like people that do occult training. And he mentioned how beyond a certain stage of clairvoyance, you no longer, well, at a certain stage of clairvoyance, you start seeing symbols. And these symbols are objective and they are written into the ether as a kind of universal language. And other people who become clairvoyant, they can also see these same symbols. And so when these esoteric clairvoyant adepts, when they get together in their meetings, they communicate to each other using these symbols. Why? Because human language isn't adequate to convey the complex dynamics that these symbols convey. So sometimes some of these occult symbols that we see, like, for example, John Dee with his Enochian alphabet, or certain weird symbols that we find in alchemy or something like that, these archetypes, it's possible that they are actual objective archetypes of code within, I guess, the matrix code or within the demiurgic consciousness that underlies reality. And I think that is more objective than, let's say, just loading up on DMT and looking into a laser. Like maybe with that, you're not that psychic, but your mind is kind of scrambled because of the drug. And so, yes, you are seeing code, but maybe the individual symbols that you're seeing aren't necessarily the real symbols, but you are picking up on some sort of data stream that's always around us, probably coursing through the soul or the energy field of the demiurge that underlies reality. So, yes, I do think symbols can be real, but they're not always real when they're seen. But there's definitely something to it. You know, I do think that it's like a data stream within the demiurge.
I wanted to know from French, when you're seeing the code, where are you seeing it?
Just right in front of me. I mean, it's almost like I was explaining, I just call it astral sight. It's almost like just being able to see right into maybe the etheric realm, just slightly out of phase with our realm. And I've had two things. First of all, I get those symbols, I get different symbols all the time. And then I actually had an experience where I was like in a hypnagogic type state, and I could just see a stream of code was just being downloaded into my head. Now that was letters. So I know that I've heard people talk about code and it's like ones and zeros. I have not seen ones and zeros. I was seeing a bunch of letters, and I actually was able to catch a few of those letters and I wrote them down. So that was a separate experience. When I saw a code just a few weeks ago, and I told you and Tiff about it, Ulrich, I was just walking like in the hallway during the middle of the day, and I came across almost like a dark spot. Like I think the doors. I'm staying at Airbnbs, you guys. So I think the doors were dark, or there was like a dark spot as I was walking down the hall, and then all of a sudden I could just see the code. Just I thought it was like streaming, almost streaming down. Now, when Tiff said that she thought when she saw it, the symbols were actually just changing while they were in place. And I could kind of see that too, because to me there was movement and I interpreted it as like streaming, but I'm not sure if it was streaming or moving.
But you don't know if you're seeing it like in a light source, like a beam of light. Do you know what I mean?
I
You don't
don't
know
understand the
if it's
question.
like, could it be that it's coming through a window? Is it being refracted
Oh, well,
somehow?
there wasn't
Uh,
a window, but
there was a window.
so I don't think so. The only thing that jumped out to me was that I could see it more if there was a dark background. That's what jumped out to me, because I experimented with, I mean, I just like closed my eyes, I walked away, I tried to see it. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't just like a reflection of somewhere, which it couldn't have been because it didn't look like a reflection. But I was trying to make sure that I wasn't losing my mind, I guess. And it seemed to be not dependent on, but I could see it easier if there was a dark background, which I'm not sure makes any
And the
sense
color,
because well, yeah,
of
it's like
course
a
it does.
grayscale. It's that same grayscale stuff that I see all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, like 2 nights ago, I was just looking up at the corner of my room and the whole, I could see the whole atmosphere in the room was shimmering and vibrating, like shaking. Um, so I think I just see a lot of weird shit. And I think maybe my astral body is not where it should be. I think it's like maybe popped out some of the time because I call it astral sight. I feel like it's not this. I feel like it's the etheric realm that I'm seeing.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. I mean, anyone who is actually clairvoyant, some part of their energy field, whether it's etheric or the astral or whatever you want to call it, some part of that field is either dislocated slightly from the physical body or has an active extension that pops out of the body, kind of like a periscope or an antenna or like a literal third eye in the etheric sense. So if you're someone who is either one or the other, either has developed structures that extend, and this is something, well, Gang has talked about that in the past, but these structures, if you have that, or if you're sort of not fully in sync with your physical body, then you're definitely going to be bypassing the physical senses sometimes, and you will see these anomalies.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And sorry, I can't do better with that, Ulrich, but there was no light, there was no
Oh no,
window or anything like that. I was in the hallway um, of my old Airbnb.
the black background does help somewhat, though. I mean, to me, the most interesting thing is one, what is happening when you're refracting, or there's some other term for it, but basically you are slowing down the laser a little bit. So it makes me wonder whether the people on DMT are their brain waves are oscillating at a higher frequency, and they're slowing down the laser. It reminds me very much of them seeing kind of like what you're working on, Tom, that you're sort of getting a backstage view of what is manipulating space time. And it makes me wonder, are they seeing the code of some of the laws of our fundamental physical universe?
Yeah.
And nobody's reporting zeros and ones, Sumerian type or Sanskrit type glyphs is sort of what people are seeing.
Yeah, yeah. I think these codes are, I think the individual symbols, they are merely symbols of more complex archetypes because, I mean, clearly to generate reality requires a heck of a lot more information than just some symbols, if you think about it. But if these symbols are zip codes or phone numbers that lead back to more complex archetypes, and then it makes perfect sense that just like for example in a football game or basketball game, the different jerseys have numbers on them, right? But it's not the numbers themselves that are playing the ball. It's not the numbers themselves that are the conscious beings that are playing the ball, but they're just symbols that denote a particular player. And I think likewise in this case, perhaps these codes, these individual symbols, can represent um, complexes or even thought forms or even beings that play a certain role in assembling or stitching together reality and time as we know it.
Ulrich, do you remember when I told you and Tiff I was seeing all those little sparkles in the sky? That one was definitely
What
weird.
do you make of
I
that?
don't know what it was. I mean, all of a sudden, I look up and I could see all kinds of white they were just like little sparkles. And it actually reminded me of how Mello calls his entities the little sparkle fairies or whatever he calls them.
He calls them. I was
Remember?
waiting for you to say it. I wanted you to. The
The
Tinkerbells. Are you
Tinkerbells.
seeing
The
Tinkerbells?
Tinkerbells.
Yeah,
Yeah. And so
yeah.
I just saw, I mean, I could see thousands of them.
Oh,
And
yeah,
that was wild. I
yeah. I
did
know
check. My
people who have
husband
that too.
couldn't see him.
Yeah, I know people who also see these sparklies. So, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, Carissa, she used to be able to see them when she was younger, and they would follow her around, and she'd be laying in bed, and they'd be like over her head, like in the air, like a constellation, until she got so pissed at them that she just told them all to leave, and then they did. I mean, they kind of like sadly left the room, and there was like one little sparkle left, and then it left too, and then they didn't come back after that.
Oh, she exercised like the little Tinkerbells.
Probably.
Oh, and I'm not saying they're good. I mean, I'm making dumb noises, but I don't know what they were. They were just thousands of them, and I was just thinking, what in the world? What is going on? And it brings me back to what you said. One of you said, if we could see, I mean, if people could see what's actually going on, I think most people would just lose their minds. Okay, we do have a question. And it is, oh crap, hang on. Okay, so this is for Tom. Do you think that the Tic Tac was Lockheed? And if so, why?
Yeah, I think I'm 80% confident that it was something like that because, well, first of all, it had those what do they call them? Was it I was keeping it confused. Is it pitot tubes or pilot tubes or something like that? So the little tubes that are on the front of airplanes that measure the air velocity, so that the airplane knows how fast it's going. It had two of those on the bottom, and I've never heard of a single case of a actual real alien UFO that had little antennas sticking out of it or something like that. So if it had that and it was this white featureless kind of tic tac shape, well, I mean, it very well could have been. I mean, I suppose it could have been some other alien race that we don't know from the abduction literature that uses those kinds of antenna type things. But to me, that was that was a weird detail. Like usually UFOs and orbs and things, they don't really have those appendages sticking out of them. And if it was, then that implies that you have a deeper, darker element of the military industrial complex that is doing psyops on the more public surface level of the military. And why would they do that? Well, one reason they would do that is to create a narrative within disclosure that they can control. And they would use our military personnel because they have more credibility, because they're men in uniform, right? I mean, or men and women in uniform. And so that's one reason why they would do that, is to stage a new kind of narrative track within disclosure that uses people in uniform, people in government, people with high credibility to back a particular narrative that they're trying to put out there. And that's exactly the disclosure propaganda angle that I mentioned at the beginning of this space.
You know how so it seems like we're all, nobody's in the queue. I think a lot of people don't know that we've opened up the queue and we've we've painted ourselves in this corner where a lot of people are like, you know, that we haven't opened it up for questions yet. If anybody has any requests, put them in. There's nobody in the queue right now, but assuming we might run out of questions
Oh, real
soon.
quick, Ulrich, we had Lou. So
Yeah, go ahead.
Lou is actually in the space now, and he has questions I was reading earlier. So Lou, if you wanted to come up and ask your own questions of Tom, please just put your request in.
Yeah, and I see Daz in the audience. Daz has shared some of the remote viewing, you know, insights with me regarding what viewers have seen as a possible
Well,
future.
Daz withheld
And
the doom though. When we had Daz in the doom room, we asked him specific directed questions, and he withheld the doom.
I know I'm trying to indicate that a lot of the stuff that we talked about, how you tried to get Tom and me to have a UFC fight where only one person lives regarding the total annihilation of humans. A lot of my open-mindedness towards some sort of threshold or residual breakaway singularity civilization that might still persist post cataclysm has come from uh, me watching some of the remote viewings from the future forecasting group. So, Daz, if you feel inspired to come up and either have a back and forth with Tom or share some of the viewings that your team has seen, I'd love to hear it, because unless you're currently busy remote viewing 3075, anything that is happening over the next 2 years, I think is going to be. I think the next 2 years, especially 2026, is going to be incredibly busy and consequential.
I would like to know if anyone has seen Bledsoe's lady show up in 2026. Well, you successfully lured Daz up. Welcome, Daz.
It is.
Hey, Daz, welcome to the stage. And just letting you know, friends, we do have Gabe the Babe's hand up. So I know he's going to destroy us. I just want you to know we do have a hand here on the speaker panel after
Sounds good.
Daz. And welcome. It's great to have you up, man.
Hi there.
Does it make sense why I brought you up? Feel free to ask anything, but if there's anything you can share, especially over the for 2026, 2027, I'd love to hear it and your own thoughts as well.
Yeah, I can do. I've been working with a group called the Rabbit Hole Remote Viewers. I'm the tasker on projects with those, and there's 4 remote viewers, trusted remote viewers that I've worked with for many years. 3 of them my students. And because I've heard of all the rumors, like everyone else has, from whistleblowers and stuff, from Bigelow and several others, that there's this potential catastrophic event. And also because I had some personal exposure to that when I applied for funding for Bigelow's last Afterlife project, and I spoke to the people involved in that project at the time. They were very convinced that previous data they had been given, they didn't say where the data came from, but I imagine it's from Intuitives. They were convinced that they had solid evidence of a catastrophic event. So that as well led me to task my remote viewers, I think 3 months ago, with a blind project where the target was to look at, and I'm very careful in the way I tasked a project. So it was a possible catastrophic near future event between the years 31st July 2025 and 31st July 2030. And it's a bit of an ARV target in that if there was going to be a catastrophic event, they would describe that. If no catastrophic event, and the event had a location to it, but if there was no global catastrophic future event, then they would just describe Monument Valley instead. But none of the viewers described Monument Valley. They all kind of described a man-made induced global catastrophic event that would essentially wipe out most of the USA, because we concentrated on the USA because I think that's what has been told to us in the whistleblower stuff. And it is an event that seems to emerge from the sky, or an interaction with the sky that projects something down underneath the water, and then the water cascades into a tidal effect.
So like that Russian weapon we were talking about, Des?
Very, very much like that Russian weapon, yes.
And what were the...
Are we talking
Sorry, Doomer, what were the dates real quick again?
Go ahead.
The dates we were looking at it was a 5-year period from the 31st of July when I set the project up, 2025 to 31st July 2030. Because we've been hearing lots of words about 2027 and stuff. So I wanted to include that in there. But again, I'm very careful in the way I construct these projects, in that I called it things like a possible catastrophic event. I made the dates very wide on this, and even the global region wide, although we were looking primarily at the US, because I didn't want to have any preconceived ideas. I wanted to keep it as open as possible, but try to hone in on the actual data.
So the targeting of the location was specific to the US or open to anything global?
Yeah, I can read it out. So the target was, and this is hidden from the remote viewers, this is just me getting my intent down on paper, and also as a yardstick to measure against the data afterwards. The key was to move to the optimum location and time to describe and sketch any global potential catastrophic future event that occurs in the next 5 years that affects the majority of the population within the USA across all levels of society. And if no matching catastrophic society-changing events occur within the target timescale, then the viewer will only describe and sketch Monument Valley, Arizona, as per the feedback photo. And I also wrote, all myths, stories, fiction, rumors, and societal constructs will be ignored, and only real and actual future event data will be reported.
Did any of the data reveal the actor, the country, anything like that of of the cause?
No, because we only have 3 weeks to do these. That would have needed an even larger project. But the viewers did describe that it wasn't a natural event; it was a man-made event that then causes like a natural induced cataclysm.
And unlike I think Lynn Buchanan had a remote viewing where it's I call it a Giga Chad submarine nuke by Russia. This was not, from the data, it didn't show it was originating from a submarine. It was doing something else.
Well, the viewers' data indicates that there's something came from above, and then went underneath the sea. But we didn't go into what that could be. So it could be an object that a man-made object that descends, or you could look at it in a different way, and they could be getting a communication from a satellite or something which then induces what's below the surface to then cause.
Totally, yeah. So it could still be effectively a submarine.
Yeah. So I don't want to put words into the mouth of what that could be. All I can tell you is what we got in the raw data there.
And sorry, Ulrich, we've all seen that wave that comes and hits the East Coast. I mean, that's pretty common. What are your thoughts on that, Des?
Well, the waves that the viewers drew, one of them drew an amazing. Again, they were all worked blind. They didn't know what the target was, but one of the pictures that one of the viewers, Susan, drew was pretty shocking when you see her 3D render of the planet of these huge big waves making their way across the planet.
And do they go across just the country, or do they continue on? If you know.
In their data, it seems to impact globally, although we were trying to concentrate on the USA, but yeah, it seemed to have a global impact.
Off the East Coast or the West Coast?
To be honest, it was 2-3 months ago that we did the project. We've done 2 or 3 since then. I can't remember if it was that specific. The actual project itself, and anyone that's serious on this, I could, through a dialogue, maybe provide the raw remote viewing data so they can have a look at. I think it was something like, on this one, 300 pages of data from the remote viewers.
Wow, that's great news, Stas. I mean, I was just chastising you for not bringing the Doom to the space we had with you, but you brought it today, so thanks.
Well,
I know what I'm doing.
I always caveat in that, because we're remote viewers, we have to be a little bit careful in that, although in my tasking, I did say, all stories, fiction, myths, rumors, societal constructs will be ignored, but we have to be a little bit wary in that, and I've done this by experimentation, so I know it's true. Remote viewers can also pick up and report ideas, theories, social constructs, what people are talking about, and they don't know that it's any different than real information. So we have to, please bear that in mind, that if there are a lot of people talking and speculating about something like, a doomsday in 2027, it is potentially possible that the remote viewers pick up on that as well. So we just have to be a little bit careful in.
But that's what I love about you, though, Daz, is because you'll actually say that out loud, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, I've done experiments. I did an experiment with random people that I found on Facebook. I have a remote viewing group in Facebook with, I think, 5,000 people, and it's a closed group. And I randomly went to them one day after I've seen some previous experiments, but I made up an experiment where I created a remote viewing target of a UFO event, but it only actually existed in my head, and I did type it up on Notepad on my PC here, just so I had an actual copy of it. And I set that to random remote viewers that approached me on Facebook. 12 remote viewers, and 10 of the remote viewers described a UFO event with a triangle-shaped graph. And, in my head, I was envisioning a triangle-shaped graph. So, it's just one experiment, but I have others as well. It goes to show, and we have, as I said, many others, that remote viewers can pick up and report faults and theories and ideas just as much as they can pick up physical information. So we have to be a bit wary. That's why in the remote viewing process, targets that have a good element of feedback. For example, like the Tic Tac UFO case, because it has the video, it has the witness testimony, all that kind of stuff. Those type of things make better targets because you have some amount of solid feedback that you can then gauge against the remote viewing data that's blindly done to check for a proper level of accuracy. On this one, because it's predictive, we don't yet have feedback, and if we do get feedback, and if it is like the remote viewers say, then who's going to be here to look at it, kind of thing.
And then, Daz, are you the only group? Because, and I know you commented on this post. So on October 29th, 2025, I posted in my zombie apocalypse prepper chat. Breaking: Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced that Russia successfully tested Poseidon nuclear-capable doomsday torpedo capable of triggering radioactive tsunamis, rendering coastal cities uninhabitable. And I believe there were other professional remote viewing groups who had seen something like this. Have you heard of that? Or is it just you guys?
I've heard of other groups getting stuff, but I don't know. I don't know the full details of how they set about the project. If the person tasking the project had a bias, as I said, we have to be very careful. There are some people out there doing projects that they'll look at a UFO event, but they won't have an open mind. They'll be completely convinced before they set the remote viewer as the tasker looking at the UFO event of the circumstances of that UFO event, and we don't know how remote viewing works. And there is evidence that the tasker and the analyst and even the audience, everyone involved in looking at the project in any way, has an influence on the project. So yeah, I have seen other stuff, but I don't know how their projects were constructed and the quality of the preparation behind it.
Tom, Daz tasks for you run these projects, Daz, right? So Daz has access to a bunch of viewings that go beyond just like a 2-year time horizon. So if you think of anything, I would suggest you try gently squeezing him for some viewing data while we have him up here. If you think of anything, Daz, you're saying that if I was tasking a remote viewing group, it would be all doom. Like everybody would just be reporting apocalypse after apocalypse.
It's potential, yeah. It has that potential because although the remote viewing is done blind, there is this potential invisible connection, telepathic connection between all the people involved. If you were the tasker, there might be this invisible connection between us, and I have seen on occasion the fact that sometimes the remote viewers, all they're doing is, because the tasker is so heavily convinced in what they want to see. I have seen that some remote viewers are literally just parrot fashion, and not knowing they're doing this, they're just giving the tasker the data that they want to see rather than actual real physical data from the targets.
I love that you're so forensic about it. Is there any other data that you've found?
30 years I've been doing it. Well, 45 years in all psychic research, but 30 years primarily now in remote viewing.
That's extraordinary. Is there any other viewing data, let's say over the next 2 years, 2026, 2027, or whatever 11, 12 remaining days we have, that you found interesting?
Yeah, I have done other stuff personally for Future Forecasting Group, but it was stuff where I was just personally tasked with just quick looks at locations. One of the main locations being Hawaii because it's very strategic, and I did see a potential for a future attack scenario on there. I also accidentally. Probably about 18 months, 24 months ago. I may have even I talked about this before or put the information out, but I accidentally, when looking for, because what we do on a monthly basis as well for our subscribers is we look ahead a month. So, for example, this week I did a remote viewing session that we just recorded, looking forward to seeing what top news are going to be in January of 2026. Doing one of these, looking ahead a month, probably about 18 months ago. I don't know. I just glanced upon something and I went off target and I followed it, and I ended up following and describing what looked like Chinese military officials planning simulated attack scenarios on the US using cargo ships with missiles in containers and stuff like that, and also a coordinated cyber strike type thing. So there are things like that I've encountered, but as I said, I wrote in the session at the time, this isn't real. This is just they're running, they're running real world simulations here on an attack on the east coast of the US through ports and docks, and also a coordinated cyber and airstrike at the same time. So I've seen other stuff like that, but several attack scenarios. As I said, one in Hawaii, one in the US, but it's not anything solid. One of them was, as I said, was a surprise, just accidentally coming across it. The other one was I was actually targeted to look at if anything would happen in Hawaii in the future. So as a group, we have come up and seen other stuff like that, but they haven't transgressed yet, and we haven't been, because we're doing so much stuff, we haven't been like set aside and someone said, okay, now spend, let's get our best team on this and spend 6 months to really map this out, because it's not, someone would have to, and I'm just being honest here, someone would have to pay for that kind of thing to be done, and there's just not that much money in the remote viewing circuit. I'm lucky enough to be paid a full-time paid remote viewer as it is, let alone someone wanting to spend something like $10,000-$20,000 to look at this over a 6-month period.
Yeah, and feel free to stay up here, ask questions, join in, and even though Fringe is just wants the doom, I'm a love and lighter. So even if you have positive stuff that you want to bring up that you saw, you're welcome to share it with the group. We'll even accept positivity here.
Surprisingly, positive stuff doesn't come up very often. But as I said, we're usually looking for headlines. What the top global news is going to be like in January, and unfortunately, most of the news that is reported that we can use as feedback is generally bad stuff. There's not an awful lot of positive stuff that ends up being in the news, unless it's like a cure for cancer or something like that.
Yeah, I knew that. I just wanted you to say it out loud. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know the next 2 years there's not a lot of rosy remote viewing data.
No. We are worried about a lot of stuff, and in fact, I debriefed with the guys looking at January 2026, as I said earlier this week, and there's how many? There's 4 remote viewers in the core team, and we all independently go off and do our stuff. And 3 of us, looking at January 2026, had data that indicates some major geological upheaval, an earthquake or a volcanic type thing. And we even all came up with the area of the east coast of the globe. One of us said, and 2 of us actually identified Japan. So yeah, that was quite a shock. Just looking ahead a month, 3 of us independently come up with some potential big wave-like earthquake geologic event that may happen in that area of the world for January.
Daz, and this is a need to know thing for me right now. Are there any waves coming to the West Coast during January?
Yeah, we didn't. Again, it was just we're doing this thing really fast, so we didn't do it. And I didn't know, until I get in a meeting room with the guys in Zoom and say, okay, here's my date. This is what I got, and then 2 minutes later, I hear what they got. I didn't know that 2 others had the same kind of data as me. So because we're, it's an ad hoc project, so we didn't get time to, okay, where's this date? Where's this coming from? What actually causes it? What's the effects? How many people die? What's the reach? That we just don't have time and resources to have done that. So I'm sorry, I didn't follow the ripple effects of this wave type thing to where they might go to, other than seeing the for me the epicenter of this was off the coast and it felt like in my location that it was in the Asian region of the planet more than anywhere else. But my location finding data is a bit experimental. It's not completely accurate. It's just strange that two of us said Japan with the same kind of effects, and one the other person said slightly above Japan. They were a bit more in the Russia-y type area, but it was in the same part of the globe.
And was there anything about the San Andreas fault for January?
No, we didn't get that. As I said, it was mainly the earthquake geological thing. There was some of us that had overlapping data. 2 or 3 of us had overlapping data of some kind of shooting of someone prominent in the US. Felt like an assassination attempt. Several gunshot wounds. That type of scenario. There were a couple of other things in the data as well, but it was 4 or 5 days ago, so it's starting to fade from my memory a little bit on this one.
Yeah, Daz, thank you so much for coming up there, man.
Just to say as well, I only on looking at future events, I only have a 65% accuracy rating. So if I say 10 things, only 6 to 7 are correct. So, but also bear that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, we know what remote viewing is. We're not going to hold you accountable for anything here, man.
Yeah, the future's just so malleable, and just by putting stuff out, because we do know, and I have been told, and in fact, I've had conversations with people that actually work in or did work in a Pentagon think tank and stuff. They did actually tell us that our stuff is monitored, it is looked at. So there are potential that some of the stuff that we do put out, because we do put out on a monthly basis for 9 years now, that it could be picked up, and if used with other information sources, it could potentially be acted upon in some cases. So that's why some events might not actually come to pass. I'm not saying big events like, geological stuff, but some of the smaller stuff, attempted bombings and assassinations, that kind of stuff, it might be acted upon because, as I said, we do know our stuff is taken quite seriously.
Fringe, we have Gabe. He's been waiting patiently with his hand up. And by the way, we have another Daz. I don't know who this other Daz is. Daz, he might be trolling here. He might be very, very dangerous.
I'm very British, and I stole his name. I'm also Daz. I just wanted to say morning to Daz. I don't even care about the Doomers. I love that. No, of course I care about you. I'm surprised that you guys are still going so long. But I did want to say good morning to Daz because he's usually just in the audience, and you guys see how amazing he is. Good morning, Daz.
How you doing?
I've already lost control. Do me a favor, Daz with the Santa hat. Just put your hands up, just so it looks like we're running a fair operation here. Are we ready to go to Gabe? I've been spiritually preparing.
We are ready. Gabe has been waiting near 9 hours, 9.5 hours to ask a question. So yeah, I think we should go to Gabe.
Gabe, take it away. Thank you for being so patient.
Yeah, thanks. I just had a question for Tom. Tom, isn't all this we're doing right during these last 9 hours just an exercise in empathy and attempting to determine what NHI's motives are for our world? Wouldn't all of this just necessarily reflect our view of humans and our value as humans instead of what it might actually be? And if so, why can't we have the happy ending in Star Trek instead of the negative ending?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And so the question is, are we anthropomorphizing the motives of these NHIs? And the first thing I would like to say is, well, if we shouldn't anthropomorphize them, then why is it that they are humanoid with 2 eyes and a mouth and 2 arms and 2 legs, able to breathe our air and in some cases even interbreed with us? There's this weird overlap between the observed characteristics of these NHIs and us as humans. And not only that, but when they communicate, it's not like they're communicating in that weird tongue click language like in that Spielberg trailer. They are communicating in perfect English a lot of times. So they understand us, but somehow it's impossible for us to understand them? I don't think so. I think very often, yes, they do use screens to disguise their true nature and their true motives, and they might even affect a human personality, affect in the sense of like emulating or pretending. But at the same time, we see, like, for example, with Greys, how, yes, they are less human than we are, definitely, for sure. And they have this weird hive mind thing and telepathy thing going on that we don't really have. But some other things are constant too. Like, for example, abductees that interact with them, you can get a sense of their personality if you're in any way intuitive or even clairvoyant. We can sort of see what they're about. And the same thing goes with some of these others, like certain Nordics or the reptilians or the Mantis ones. There are certain cues that you can observe from them as an abductee that allows you to determine generally, if maybe not what they are exactly, but what they are not. Like, you can tell that, for example, a particular alien being definitely has a malicious vibe, and you might even witness them doing some very sadistic things to another abductee. So that allows you to eliminate the possibility that they are divine angels or good beings, something like that. So my point is, if you collate all the data from all these different abductees, and you also filter it based on how trustworthy they are they maybe confabulating it, who's more trustworthy than another. So if you take all this data and you rank it and you put it together and you try to figure out the patterns, I do think that just treating it as a giant logic puzzle and making some very solid deductions, you can come to some basic graspings of their motivations, their nature, their capabilities, and the limitations. Now, when you do that, you wind up with a working hypothesis of what they could be, what their capabilities are, the limitations. And then you can take that hypothesis and you can test it against any further abductee accounts that you come across or any further experiences. And then over time, if that hypothesis is really solid, you're not going to encounter any contradictions to that in the data. Or if your hypothesis was wrong, then you will encounter contradictions and then you'll have to update it. So what I'm saying is, if we crunch the data, it'll come out as a picture similar or close enough to what we've been talking about tonight. So, of course, some of what we've been saying is definitely speculative. On the other hand, I would say it's speculation based on real information and personal experience, and therefore it's a kind of educated guess, which, if you think about it, a lot of science is made of educated guesses, which then end up being tested in a lab, right? So we're doing a similar thing as best as we can, and unfortunately, because we're not the government and we can't have alien bodies in the lab to study, all we have is these abduction experiences and indirect things. We have to use a larger set of data to make a kind of weak measurement on this nebulous phenomenon in order to eke out details that give us a sense of what's actually truly going on. And so even if we're not 100% correct, I do think we're definitely above 50% correct. And that's more than what you're proposing as a possibility, which is that we're just totally projecting our humans.
How would you even know if you're over 51% correct?
Oh, well, it's because
it's just a figure you just made up.
No. Listen to this. If you are treating it as you would in a scientific way, then you can say
I am.
Okay. Then above
hang
50.
Hang on, Gabe. If you keep interrupting Tom, I'm going to drop you. So just let Tom finish answering, and then you can speak.
Okay, so if you are treating it in a scientific sort of way, as much as you can with this nebulous type of phenomenon, then the way you would gauge it, whether it's above 51% or not, is by testing it against further experience. And so if you test it, let's say, over 100 data points and it fits all 100 of those, well, it probably isn't 1% accuracy, right? I mean, it's got to be more than that, more than probably even 50%. I mean, I would gauge it probably, 75%, and that's just a subjective estimate. But it's not subjective in the sense of, like, I'm totally making it up. It's more like, well, it could be somewhere between 60 and 80%. And that's a pretty reasonable range, and it's the best as we can do. And if you want to apply a true scientific standard to it, then you would have to put it into a lab and do some major study. But then the problem is, who is conducting the study? What biases are there? And are the conclusions even solid based on the data? Like, for example, Edgar Mitchell in that FREE study, F-R-E study, there's a lot of data there, and it sounds very scientific, but guess what? They weren't accounting for certain things like screen memories, for example. And therefore, the data came out that, 70% of experiencers say that they've had a positive experience. Well, maybe it isn't all that high because it doesn't account for screen memories that made them think it's positive when it actually wasn't. So what I'm saying is, we are coming from a perspective that I think is quite realistic. Why? Because when we compare it to another possibility, like, for example, you saying, why don't we have a positive Star Trek future? well, what is that based on? Like, why would you assume that it is a positive Star Trek future if we have all this other data saying that it's probably not? Now, to be realistic, me personally speaking, I do think there is a possibility for a positive Star Trek future, but it is one where we would have to account for the already accounted for observations, which is like, for example, that there are reptilian entities that are raping abductees, right? Like, how does that fit into a Star Trek future? Well, maybe it's because we hooked up with genuinely benevolent aliens that and helped us defeat these evil reptilians or whatever, whatever it actually ends up being. So if we want to have that scenario, it would have to take into account the data that already exists. And that is the sort of perspective that I'm coming from. So thanks for the question.
I think if we were honest about the scientific method, we would allow people like Gary Nolan and the like to advance this topic through scientific rigor with proper, um, test controls, data collection.
No, you can't do that.
And I feel that what you're doing is irresponsible because it's just a bunch of hogwash wrapped in a story to try to make sense to people and scare them. It's completely irresponsible.
Well, that's
You
just
are
like your opinion,
speaking
man.
you are speaking to masses here that when you tell them they're going to be exterminated, they're thinking about their families. They're thinking about, their grandmother, their grandfather. And adding this level of anxiety when instead we should have a calm mind on how to approach this issue is wrong.
Mm.
So you
So
guys have fun.
hold on. I just want to step inside here. Let's take your advice, Gabe, and have a calm conversation. And let's make it real. Let's make it practical. When you say what you're doing, it's irresponsible. Do you mean just bringing up the possibilities of what the human abduction hybridization program could be about? What do you mean
Well,
specifically?
he's
That
already
is
gone,
irresponsible?
Ulrich. That was like a hit and run. And Tom, in case you were wondering, he's one of our ambassadors. I mean, he's on a mission. He says he's an ambassador for the aliens, so he's on a mission there. And
Yeah, well,
yeah,
I mean,
so
that's
he's
how it
gone.
goes. Because, yeah, of course. I mean, he asked a legit question initially, but of course,
Right.
the reason why I said what I said is because I can tell that he was coming from an emotional bias and that he's got ego investment in there, and that therefore there's no actual true point. Like, for example, when he said that we should do this in a scientific manner with scientific rigor, he's totally ignoring the fact that we're dealing with semi-quantum phenomena that cannot be confined to those kinds of methodologies. And that's why we have to think more like detectives than scientists when it comes to the motivations of aliens. And that's actually one of the primary alien agenda tactics, like one of the disinformation tactics, which is to give people a false measuring stick of what counts as truth or not truth in order to ensure that only their controlled narrative gets passed by that. So, for example, if we all were to use a strictly scientific, rigorous, controlled way of determining the truth, we would only scratch the surface of what aliens are, what their motivations are, and so on. And the reason why that is because they are very good at, number one, controlling people's perceptions, manipulating their emotions, and hiding behind the veil of plausible deniability as well. So there's only a very limited data set that actually would pass that level of scientific rigor, which doesn't mean that that's the only thing that's truth. It just means that scientific rigor is it's only tuned for determining the truth within controlled deterministic systems, or systems where it's more like matter as opposed to consciousness. So therefore, you'd be limited in what data you accept about aliens. And what that allows them to do then is hide behind that little bit of data and get away with everything else that does not qualify as evidence, for their motives. But of course, there are other means of investigation, like, for example, in courts, you can have circumstantial evidence, you can have indirect evidence. It doesn't have to be necessarily always chemical analyses and spectral analyses of their lights coming off their ships or something. And so therefore, if you're trying to crack a criminal case, you interview witnesses, as you very well know, Fringe. You interview people and you start putting things together. And that's what we have to do with aliens. Like, you can't limit it strictly to the ruler of only science in the lab. You have to do it also in terms of, like, being a detective and putting together motives from clues, from things that are happening to people, and to determine what's actually going on there. So anyway, I'm just saying that his approach, I'm very familiar with it. It's one of the typical alien disinformation tactics that are being used. And they do it in a way that virtue signals like, oh, I am so logical, I am so reasonable. Let's be scientific here. Aren't you hurting people? Aren't you playing on their emotions? Oh, look at all the scared people that you're scaring. Well, come on. I mean, these are emotional manipulations, logical fallacies. And frankly, I think it's a bullshit position.
I mean, this might make me a psychopath, but I was looking forward to this exchange. And
Ulrich is just gearing up. He was just ready to go.
I was worried you were going to drop. I didn't want you to.
I did not drop him. Just for the record, I did not drop him. He left.
I believe you, but I think also, let's be honest, Tom. It's not you or Fringe or I who are saying, Gary Nolan, you cannot do a scientific investigation on abductions. The problem with doing a scientific investigation on abductions is that in science, it's only the abductor who can do the scientific investigation. We can't really abduct, I don't know, a dog and then have the dog do a scientific study on the abductors. So this is a question you need to ask the NHI. Why won't you be more forthcoming with your violation of our rights so we can conduct your abductions under scientific study?
Yeah.
The second thing is the exact what is happening in the hybridization program. Well, there's hybridizing happening. Obviously, there was some genetic engineering involved so that you could produce a gray that has sexual reproductive functions. But we are dealing with sexual reproduction between two species that have to have the same chromosomes, the same number of chromosomes, unless you're always genetically engineering. And even if there is genetic engineering involved, the fact that hybridization is going on necessarily deductively means you cannot say that there's no similarity. You cannot be guilty of 100% anthropomorphization when you're dealing with a hybridization program, because hybridization is telling you there's so much compatibility that you can produce offspring. So I think sometimes the most obvious answers are right in front of us, and that is not a scientific perspective or belief. That is deductive fact, right? Like there's obviously similarity that is facilitating hybridization. So I think sometimes the answer is slapping us so obviously in the face, it never occurs to us to even think about it.
Well, yeah, but see, because it's not scientific, it's off limits. Like, if Gary Nolan can't do such a thing scientifically, then it's not true, according to Gabe. So that's what I'm talking about. The gatekeeping of what counts as evidence or whatever. I mean, you got to get your standards straight, and you got to make it flexible enough that you can deal with data that isn't always pure signal. That also includes noise, and sometimes science simply can't do that. And when science can't do that, what it does is it turns to statistical analysis, like surveys, or saying like, oh, 10% of abductees report this or that, and that's fine. You can make certain deductions from that. However, it's never as valuable as looking at particular case studies and really getting into the mind of the alien and testing different hypotheses about what they could be up to and whether it fits what actually happened with the abductee and so on. And so, yeah, so there's other methods of investigation that are also fruitful, which if you deny them because they're not scientific enough, you're missing out on a ton of data about alien motivations and behaviors.
But Tom, wouldn't you agree that it is scientific to say that there's necessarily a lot of similarity if hybridization is going on?
Well, yeah, it's a matter of semantics, because when these pseudo-skeptics use the word scientific, they're talking about a very restrictive qualitative sense. Like, okay, fine, have a control, you have to replicate it. Ultimately, you have to get it published in a journal, but not any journal. It has to be the best journals, because otherwise it doesn't count. They keep raising the bar, and in order to ram their limited perspective through. So in your case, yes, I do think it is actually truly scientific, because the scientific method of forming a hypothesis and then testing it and so on, you can do that without beakers and chemicals. You can do that just through personal experience and taking notes and comparing predictions to outcomes and so on. I mean, that's truly scientific as well, because that's as much as you can get in a personal experiential environment.
Yeah. I just wanted to point out that just to use the word hybrid and then to also say that all applications of your own empathy is so anthropocentric that you can't have an assessment is a logical contradiction. A hybrid requires some level of similarity. Otherwise, a hybrid wasn't even formed, right? Like as far as I know, there's no abduction reports where somebody was raped by a banana and then they met their child who was half banana and half human. That's not part of the any of the anecdotal reports, right? So presumably a banana is genetically so diverse that it's very difficult to make banana human hybrids. So there is similarity implicit in the very abduction and hybridization phenomenon.
Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to beat that dead horse really
They
bad.
have been known to make chimeras too, Doomer. They're putting human DNA inside animals, getting pretty freaky up in there.
Absolutely, right. But the abduction lore is very specific, is specifically detailing a lot of people meeting their own hybrid children, right? And I think we really need to home in on that. When people are saying, "Oh, we're just anthropomorphizing," what do you think hybridization is? There's anthropomorphization intrinsic in hybridization, especially when you can do it without successive constant genetic engineering. And I think that's so obvious that we forget this. That's all. Daz, the Christmas hat, Daz, welcome.
I've already said, I think it's easier if you just say the black one. I'm not offended.
You know me, I like to be politically correct.
I'm sure Daz doesn't care. Like I'm saying, just say the black one. It's not easier.
I didn't know whether
I
you
do.
identified as black, Daz.
In 2
Black
weeks
Daz.
we won't have the Christmas hat, so it's just easier because we're both kind of in this community just to say the black one. I can't believe the black one.
The black one.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I can't believe you guys' space was still going. I couldn't make it because I was just stuck in, I think it was Kimball space and Astral space, and I was like, I want to come here, but it was like 4 a.m. I was like, okay, let me go sleep. When it should be closed, I can start listening to the replay. I wake up and you guys are still going, so I can't listen to the replay. So I might as well just get involved, right? Tom, it's really nice to meet you. I have seen you in other spaces with these guys before. I'm doing a space later on, NHI hijacking, a term that I first actually heard from Ulrich, aka Duma. Now I feel like with the buzz with the day or disclosure day, whatever it's called, I'm getting confused with all of these new things that are coming out. I think it's disclosure day, and the scene with Emily Blunt when she's reporting the news and how that could potentially be NHI hijacking. I guess my question is to, Tom, Fringe, Doom, or even Daz, are abductions a form of NHI hijacking? I guess there's 3 questions here, yeah? And are abductions a form of NHI hijacking? And the next part is, well, that's the first part, and then I'll ask the next one in a bit. That's probably
in a way, yeah.
Oh no, go ahead, Tom. Oh, Tom's coming straight away. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, sure. Like I'll just answer that quickly. So in a way, it is a form of hijacking, only because, for example, in the Emily Blunt example from that trailer, it seems as if some other consciousness or behavioral pattern was manifesting through her, taking her over, and enacting of its own will some sort of message, right? Well, compare that now to certain abductions or contactees who also lose their will in a way, and also put out the message that is not even their own words, but it's actually the narrative that these aliens want them to repeat. So in that sense, their sovereignty and their free will is being hijacked when they become mouthpieces for their abductors. So yeah.
And the next part of my question is that I bring it up because within this own UFO community, I think psychosis can also be mistaken for NHI hijacking. And I say this, having this conversation with Duma when I first kind of came into the community, and then you kind of can spot it. It's like people think that they're kind of losing it, but are they just really being taken over by NHI, right? So do you guys know, or are you aware of any cases of NHI hijacking that have been reported out there then? Because it seems to be such a regular term. Are there cases that you can like point me to?
So you mean like literally? You mean like people being taken over and talking as if they were the alien?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean by hijacking?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, the entire channeling community, I mean, parts of it are examples of that, where people claim to be channeling aliens. And with true trance channeling, the person will fade out in their consciousness, and then something else steps in and talks as if they were the alien, whether they actually are, or whether there's some discarnate entity pretending to be an alien, or whether the person merely has a part of their psyche that is that. So that's one example. But I mean, in terms of abductees, I'm trying to think. There might be. I would really have to think about that because I know a lot of cases and there's a lot of data to sort through. But just off the top of my head, I know that the channeling community actually makes a profession out of that, out of being hijacked on purpose, which is kind of creepy. But yeah,
that's really interesting that you say that, because I stepped into this community, but before I was, very much, resonant with the light worker community, starseed community, and as a spiritual person on a spiritual quest, channeling is a ability and a gift that I have. So when a higher entity from a higher octave is able to communicate through me, I've never seen it as hijacking. I've seen it as channeling. And that's because it's coming from, for me, a more spiritual source. And I am confident of that. However, I can see from someone else, an observer from another lens, because not everyone can be a pure channel. To do trance channeling, you have to be a pure channel, and that not everyone can be that. There's a spiritual dimension, an element before you can even become a pure channel, and it's quite a natural thing as well. So I don't necessarily see that as hijacking. The spiritual side of things for me is different to an alien hijacking one's consciousness. Does that make sense?
yeah. Well, the thing is, you have to be 100% sure and be objectively sure that you're actually not being hijacked by an alien or some other sort of entity, and that it actually is a higher octave or higher divine being, because for every one person who actually is connected to something higher, there might be another channeler who is not, but who thinks they are, right? So you have to be really secure in your criteria of determining whether you actually are in contact with something higher or not. And the reason why I say this and why you can't simply dismiss all channeling as that is because even, let's say, in the Christian community, you got people who, let's say, channel the Holy Spirit or something. So why would that be an exception? I think sometimes you can have higher beings that talk through another person, but the real criteria is the content of the message, the direction of the message. Like, what is it that it wants you to do? Like, how does it want you to change your behavior according to that message? And that tends to give away over time. I mean, not right away, because usually in the beginning they might. It's like a drug dealer giving you a little freebie so they can hook you. So sometimes these negative entities will be sweet at the very beginning, but then they'll become more disinformative and more controlling over time. So you do have to be really careful with channeling and vet it over time. Now, me personally, I don't dismiss all channeling. There's certain channelings that I find pretty useful, but I always treat it as food for thought rather than gospel. And the reason I do that is because I know that, just as you said, not everyone's a pure channel. And if you're not a truly pure channel, then your message is going to be corrupted. And there's going to be corruption that slips in. And you got to be super careful with that. So, yeah.
Oh my God, sorry, Fringe Doom. I love his mind. Can I just finish processing my own consciousness? Because this is personal
Of
for
course,
me
man.
now. And I totally agree with you, which is why I've never gone on the path of trying to become a trance channeler or a pure channel. I've just been told through psychics that I have that gift and I have that ability. And I totally agree with you that not all channelers out there or who claim to be channels, we can be sure that it's coming from a divine source. However, I do recognize that a lot of the information when I was, and when I still search through this journey, a lot of the information that I see that is coming from channeled messages are very highly advanced, but we can never really know whether this person's been hijacked, whether it's coming from a divine place, or whether it's a real pure essence. So that's really given me food for thought, because now I recognize why I've always been uncomfortable with stepping into the realm of channeling for myself, because I don't want to be hijacked. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, great. I mean, you're really wise to be cautious about that, because it's fine if you open the door to, let's say, a truly divine intelligence, but the thing is, it only takes one mistake to screw your life up really badly, you know? And I've known people have contacted me over the years by email who have gone down that road, and things ended up really badly for them. I mean, like, almost full entity possession at times, not being able to make it through a single night because the entities are always talking to them or poking and prodding them and torturing them. It gets really bad. So the best thing to do is to not open that door to begin with, and maybe learn from the mistakes of others by maybe reading channeling of others, but definitely not doing it yourself, because the risk is super duper high. Now the thing is, intuition in a way is a form of channeling, because you're channeling your own higher self, but the thing is, you're conscious while you're doing it, and you're evaluating it while it's coming through, you see? And so when it's coming through, you can apply your logic and your critical thinking, and feel into it, see if it's right or not. You know, you're not like being knocked out and some other entities taking your place. So intuition is the safest form, I would say, of getting messages from the divine, if that's actually where it's coming from, versus channeling. So yeah, I do think you're wise for being cautious, and I'm glad to hear that.
I want to comment briefly on this, because I think the real danger is not the obvious easy case of channeling or possession or the Emily Blunt style hijacking. I think, just like in the mental health field, sure, you need to be whatever, you have your clinical license, diagnosed, whatever, psychiatrist. That's for prescribing meds and filling out medical billing codes. If I was going to answer your question directly, narrowly, and honestly, which was, has anybody reported any hijacking to like a mental health, professional? I would say it's impossible, because there is no medical billing code for alien hijacking. So you can have a clear-cut case, and the medical billing code will forcibly require a schizophrenia diagnosis or something, psychosis, right? Stress-induced psychosis or something. So there are shortcomings in the mental health field that force reality into a box where it gets narrowed and you miss the phenomenon. And I think the much more powerful meaning in terms of effect of hijacking could be temporary and subtle. So let's say Gabe has some sort of genuine NHI contact with a gray, he has a positive view of it. And if he engages in a fruitful, productive conversation with Montauk here, changes his mind, and then leads a revolution of love and lighters who open up their mind, and all of a sudden they become doomers, Gabe, then this conversation becomes a threat to the love and lighter agenda. And so it would make sense, for instance, to have an NHI hijack Gabe in a much more subtle way, make him a little bit more rude so that he pisses Fringe off, and then Fringe maybe drops him down, or make him so mad. Like, when did Gabe drop down? Gabe dropped down when I took the temperature down, and that increased the likelihood of a longer back and forth. So either the risk is, Gabe completely convinces Tom, oh my goodness, I'm just a fearmongerer, love and lighters away, or, it probably would not have been a shouting match. There's probably no parallel reality where we would have tolerated a shouting match back and forth. There was probably a decent chance where if he had stayed up, he would have either looked like he was, completely emotional and over the level, or you would have had a really interesting conversation that might have changed minds. And in this scenario, all you need to do isn't a full consciousness abduction or a takeover. You just need to trigger somebody's emotions. in basic psychology, this is known as limbic hijacking. And so our perception of reality is heavily distorted just by having intense emotions. There's so many times when people don't react at all to what anybody said, and they're just reacting to their emotional feeling of what the other person said. And this is known as borderline personality disorder, but you don't need borderline personality disorder to have limbic hijacking. So your actual perception of reality can be warped by just one dial, which is emotional intensity or anger. You can just lose your shit and reality goes slipping through your fingers. So what we should really be asking is, who has not been hijacked? And that, from by that definition, all 8 billion people have been hijacked, because all 8 billion people at some point had evidence in their face that our basic understanding of reality is broken. And we just oh, I guess the evidence doesn't matter. Let's default back to status quo. The number one hijacking we're witnessing right now is the denial of the genuine scientific method. When you have evidence, you're supposed to defer to the evidence, but instead we're like, oh no, it doesn't really fit the model. It's not the consensus. That's a form of hijacking. There's a mass psychosis going on that is virtually affecting 8 billion people. And I would attribute that to NHI hijacking. Does that make sense? A type 2 error from a statistical standpoint, also known as slothful induction. I think the only explanation for this is NHI hijacking, and it can be temporary.
So, Ganga has commented on this, Daz. Maybe you could search through his stuff, but he commented on that movie, I believe, specifically, and about the ability of the NHI to hijack our bodies and our minds. Very much like a possession is how I would look at it. I've had an entity download itself into my body and occupy my body for at least 3 days the first time, and then when I went to deliverance, it was there again, and it was actively engaged in the deliverance process. So I've had it happen to me. We also have a gentleman, Ulrich remembers Steve. So Steve's entire body was taken over. This entity actually drove his car to a congresswoman's office, and Steve was not in charge of his body. It was only the entity in charge of the body. So it's definitely out there. Those are just a couple things I can think of. And then, of course, you have Jerry Marzinski, since you guys were bringing up the psychiatry aspect of it. And Jerry Marzinski became convinced that many of his patients, and these were all in jail. Most of his patients, I believe, were in correctional facilities. They had been hijacked by shadow people, and they were taking over bodies and threatening him and doing all kinds of stuff like that. So that's just a handful of instances. Hopefully that helps. Gabe, I see you back up here, and you're just on a tight leash. I'm just going to mute you or drop you down if you're going to interrupt or if you're going to be rude. We'll go to Daz. Why don't you go ahead, and you probably have some more to say about your own question, and then we'll go to Jenny.
I did see Daz Smith put up his hand, so I don't know if he wanted to contribute. I'll wait.
Oh, I apologize.
To go Daz Smith. Yeah,
I don't see his hand up. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi there. Yeah, I took it down. I just wanted to say, although there is some hijacking going on, the majority of what's happening would be better if you just use the word manipulation, really. Non-humans and not just alien-based stuff, but they for centuries they've been manipulating humans through interaction. So that would just be a better word for it, really.
Yeah, totally fair.
That's really, really helpful. The hijacking it's quite hard to process for me. I'll never forget when Duma first said that to me. I was like, I feel like I found myself in this existential crisis, like just trying to oh my God, people are being hijacked. Like what? It's a hard term, I think, to really accept. But that's why I appreciate these spaces and such intelligent and rational conversations for me, because I think we need to really be able to have them honestly, and not be too overly idealistic when it comes to this stuff, because like I say, I'm very spiritual, and that's always been my frame of reference until I've started to really understand more of what's been happening in ufology. Now, Tom, I work in mental health. I have done for over 2 decades, and when I became activated in 2017, I was working in this project where I guess Spirit was sending me people within the mental health field that I guess now I'm seeing were hijacked. But I have the ability to be able to activate and assist people to process their metaphysical and spiritual abilities. So, like, I'll give you an example. The first one, she was able to like channel angels, right? But she also had bipolar disorder. It's one of the reasons why she was in the mental health side of things. And I was able to work with her gift. The second one, he was seeing attachments and he called them archons. And his ability was that he was able to take pictures of these holographic interdimensional beings. And I never forget, I've seen the pictures. I wish that I had them on my phone to be able to show you. It was fascinating. I've never come across anyone else who had the ability where he could capture these things on someone else's energy field. And then the third one, who was probably the most gifted because her channel ability and the information that she got coming through was just so amazing and on point. But she also had kind of like, she reported having like 10 different personalities and sometimes being sexually abused spiritually by demons and stuff like that. I never realized about the hijacking at that time. I was just like, no, 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 it's all right. This is just a spiritual attack. I just saw it as a spiritual attack. But now I'm recognizing that there's an element of hijacking going on. But isn't it interesting that each of these people on this physical plane represented people to me who also had very unique spiritual gifts? So maybe not everybody gets taken in by the hijacking. Maybe there's certain people with certain sensitivities or metaphysical abilities that are the targets when it comes to the NHI hijacking. What do you guys think of that?
Well, yeah, of course, because in order for an entity to really get into your mind and to hijack a person, as you say, the person has to be sensitive to some degree already. They have to have some level, even if it's weirdly distorted, but some level of clairvoyance in order to be active enough, in order to be talked to. Like, for example, if you whispered into someone's ear in order to manipulate them, well, what if they're deaf? They're not going to hear you, right? So you can't manipulate them. So they have to be able to hear you in order to be manipulated. And so that's an issue with anyone who is born or develops in life some degree of clairvoyant or psychic ability, is that it sounds romantic on the surface, but it also means that your energy ports tend to be open. Your energy, your subtle energy field tends to be a little bit more active than the average person. And that is very attractive to certain entities that can see that and feed on the energy and also take advantage of that person. So someone who has a combination of both psychic sensitivity and also schizophrenia, maybe due to some hereditary condition from their family, that is a deadly combination. And I speculate that these entities, they can see your energy field and they can almost like smell that vulnerability. They can tell when a certain person has both that mental instability factor and the psychic sensitivity factor, and that person then is like fresh meat to these entities, in that they zero in on such types in order to harass them, groom them over time. And this leads me to another point I forgot to mention earlier. When you asked about, do I know of any cases of hijacking, I was thinking strictly about alien abductees who get taken over, even in their everyday waking life, by aliens who start talking to them. And I really had to think hard about that. But if we expand the cases to not alien hijackers necessarily, but demonic hijackers or non-physical entity hijackers, then of course, I mean, those cases are all over the place. Like Fringe mentioning Jerry Marzinski and all of his personal experiences, these people being taken over.
What was his name?
So
I'm writing that down.
Jerry, Jerry, Marzinski, Marzinski, I believe. Or is it an I at the end? I forget. I think it's a Y. So Marzinski. And he also worked in the mental health field, so I think you'll find those very interesting, his interviews. So I would say that the majority of actual hijacking cases that you would normally hear about, I do believe that those involve paranormal, non-physical entities or shadow people more so than aliens. And the reason that is because, from what I can tell, like flesh and blood aliens with biological bodies and ships and so on, they're more logistically limited. So they can't be around you 24/7 as these non physical entities are, which they've got nothing better to do than just latch onto a person and manipulate them all day long. So these entities have more access to a person over a longer period of time, allowing them to worm their way into that person's aura or a subtle energy field in order to essentially possess them. And that's not the level or degree of contact that I find typical of alien cases, because they're off, abducting other people or monitoring other people or something like that. And so, yeah, so I do think that a lot of these hijacking cases are probably negative, malicious, discarnate entities.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm not distinguishing between those when I talk about NHI hijacking, right? I'm putting them all in the same bucket because at the end of the day, we do something in our minds which really isn't rational. If there's another being, more discarnate or more corporeal, regardless, if there's another being that takes over your body, we'll happily call that hijacking. But if there's another being that fills you with the emotion of anger, if you experience that anger, which you will, as your first person emotion, you're just going to attribute the origin of that anger to yourself. You're going to say, I am angry. It's coming from my body. It's coming from me. I'm feeling it. And it's a false attribution. The anger isn't coming from you. So why is it that we don't consider that hijacking? Why is it that if you have a neuromuscular takeover, we'll easily consider it hijacking? But because our emotions we experience, we assume it can only have one source. We won't consider it hijacking. Well, emotions, right? It's emotion. Emotions are going to be driving behavior. So all you need to do to drive the entire arc of human history is be able to inject emotions at a certain point or numb certain emotions, and you can make wars happen. You can regress technology. You can have a Holocaust. You can have a genocide. You can have torture. You can have rape. All that takes is just limbic hijacking, which we already accept happens in psychology without aliens. So I think this limbic hijacking, this temporary injection of emotion to prevent a conversation, to start a fight, to completely direct the evolutionary and civilizational arc, is the best design because it's invisible. And we should all ask ourselves, if we've been in relationships where a person all of a sudden seems like they're having a personality shift, or you think you're going insane because they're reacting to something you didn't say. This happens in spaces every day. If you have parents and it seems like every time they were getting along, some other demon is temporarily hijacking their emotions, we should ask ourselves why. And I think the evidence is overwhelming.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's why I like what Daz Smith said, which is that it's not necessarily hijacking as being the best word, but manipulation of some kind, because manipulation spans the entire spectrum from small to large. And the small types of manipulation, those are the ones that are also the most common, that are the most ubiquitous. And see, it's just like with the alien phenomenon, where if you're new to the subject, you might think that aliens and UFOs, they're very distant. Certain people see them at certain times and they're in the sky and they're kind of aloof and flighty. But the more you dive into the subject, eventually you start learning that no, these entities, they can be in our own personal lives. They can be phased out, standing over your shoulder right now, telepathically influencing you to get angry or ask a really dumb, distracting question or something. And so the phenomenon, the real phenomenon, not just like the weird, mysterious stuff in the sky, but the real manipulative control system, as you said, it is almost everywhere, almost all the time, and it is very subtle. So you're right that we do need self-awareness and self-mastery and self-control in order to not play into it, because otherwise we're just puppets on the string.
Friends, I couldn't agree more, Tom. Friends, we've got three hands. Where do you want to go? And do you guys want to close the room after these three hands?
It's up to Tom. I mean, it's pretty late where I'm at, but you guys are on the East Coast. I'm gonna go to Gabe because Gabe is under the impression that someone said some things about him that were not fair. Excuse me, and he'd like to speak on it. And all I have said to Gabe is just please be polite and don't interrupt. So go ahead, Gabe. Feel free.
Okay. I guess some people were messaging me saying that individuals were saying that I was somehow under the spell or control of an NHI, as if I just completely lost agency. as if I don't have the ability as a human to make the decisions that I'm making. And so to other me and make it so my position is one that cannot be held unless someone is being manipulated by an NHI is presupposes that I lack the agency or knowledge or intelligence to make my own decisions. To attribute everything I'm doing as a way that an NHI is controlling me or something speaks more to paranoia than the reality of things. I believe that I'm a very objective observer, and I've made the decision I've made based on my own ethical principles, not because anyone is forcing me to do this. I could stop whenever I want. The the assertion that I lack agency and therefore everything I say should be dismissed is nothing but a weak attempt to dismiss all my claims without really truly going to the heart of them.
So, Gabe, if you found out, because I assume you weren't listening, I assume this is what you were told, this is the version of the story that was conveyed to you. If you found out that that person partially captured what I said, but really it's not what I said, in other words, it's incorrect information, would you then render yourself as suggestible, easily manipulated by a person who gave you the false story without doing the basic journalistic due diligence and listening to it for yourself? Would you, I'm not talking about alien hijacking, would you agree that that makes you incredibly impressionable and easily manipulated just by a human?
No, I think I'm acting in a way that any human would act when someone is attacking their character, their intelligence, and what they're able to do. Are you contesting that none of you made statements regarding NHI controlling me?
Correct.
What I'm saying is that, first of all, I would like an answer to my question. So if you found out that what was the understanding that you just uttered was not actually what I was saying, would you then say about yourself that it's very easy
Okay, tell
because
me
you
what you were
said,
saying.
so what I said was I gave an example of what we should consider more broadly as hijacking, which is all it takes to redirect or deflect from a conversation is to inject an emotion. And I gave the example that, and I didn't even give the full example, but I gave the example of if someone wanted to prevent a conversation from happening, all it would take is somebody could, or a being, it could be a computer chip, it could be a human. If you just inject emotion at a certain time, it'll blind people from actually listening to what the words are that people actually said. The example actually is so meta that even the people who communicated to you falsely what I was saying weren't paying attention to the meaning of my words. So here you have a two-way telephone here that's actually proving my fucking point. All it takes to hijack somebody is to get their emotions high enough, and they don't care what's actually said. They just go off of their emotion, and you didn't even consider that maybe they had the wrong story, or maybe that wasn't happening. You came in here thinking you're defending what was actually said about you. You didn't even consider that maybe that wasn't what happened. And I would think that makes you incredibly impressionable, because if you know anything about spaces, people tell the wrong story about what actually happened all the fucking time. I would say you're impressionable and easily manipulated by a human, by tech, by an implant. It doesn't require NHI.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm not. And I know because it was Tom that said it, not you.
It was not Tom.
It was Tom. Tom directly said that sometimes what happens with individuals is they're unaware that someone like an NHI could manipulate a person into by acting nice first and then switching it on them later on. So that is part of the quote unquote alien agenda.
Well, the weird thing is, I wasn't even talking about you specifically, but the fact that you thought it applied to you is kind of weird. But okay.
He was talking about channeling, Gabe. He wasn't talking about you at all. He's talking to Daz about channeling. So this isn't productive. It's not really go anywhere. If you want to hang out and wait till the end of the space to do this, that's fine. But that's not what happened. Maybe you should just listen to the space. Even the things you said to me in DMs, the way you framed it to me was not the case at all. So I don't want you to leave here feeling badly, but that didn't happen. So maybe go back and listen. Jenny, go ahead.
This is so ironic because I'm actually talking about, in my mind, an event when I read a book, and the book was the 4 Agreements, and don't take anything personally. It's one of those agreements, and that happened to be, Gabe, what you just did, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that because it's a mistake some of us make. I was here, you were not spoken of. I actually personalize some of those things for myself. Don't shoot the messengers. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But I don't want to dismiss Gabe at all. So I just want to put that out there. But what I want to ask, I'm struggling with, and what's funny, before I came up here and was going to ask the question, I got extremely nervous in my chest, which is something that really doesn't happen often. And the reason it usually happens is because of the importance that I have on a subject that I'm going to talk about, because I'm afraid I'm not going to communicate clearly. And I want to, because I desire the answer deeply. So I'm going to try to formulate this as best as I can, but I'm struggling with the definition of non-human intelligence. And the reason I'm sitting here thinking about it, and wonderful, Tom, thank you so much for spending your time with us. I want you to know that I've been listening, consistently, and I'm very thankful that the conversation's occurring and inspired by, people thinking about things like this. I deeply think about channeling with Monroe and in the past with Jack Parsons and Hitler. I just, I know this using drugs like DMT, just through the veil sort of conversations, or something that is really on the mind of the world right now, because we have so many different conflicts going on. I'm struggling to ask the question, but here's what I wanted to say. I read a book called The 4 Agreements. At that moment, I realized that I could become an observer. I was able to remove emotions from all of the thoughts that were coming into my mind. And I realized that all the thoughts that were coming into my mind were not mine. I then removed the attachment from each of those thoughts and those suggestions so that I could observe them neutrally. What that did is it silenced different, I realized it was almost like an addiction. If I pay attention to something, it increases. If I don't, it leaves. So I got to choose the path that I wanted to walk in my life. So my question is, this conversation about non-human intelligence is sort of how have I defined my perspective on the world? What words do I give things in my life? So what we're doing now is like picture matching or definition matching, so that we can come to this new understanding of what we're really dealing with when it comes to reality. So I'm wondering, because I'm not invincible to an influence, but I sort of feel like I may be, because when I get a sense that something is wrong or something is dark or whatever, I avoid it like the plague and I react to it strongly. I am not afraid to speak out against it. No matter where I'm in, if I'm at a gas station and I feel like the person behind me is like all of a sudden randomly out of nowhere, like a bad person, I will put my guard up. And it could be in a room when somebody enters into these spaces. So my question is like, what is non-human intelligence? Are we talking about a spider may have the ability to telepathically communicate with me when it walks into my bedroom? Or do you know what I'm saying? Like, are we talking about, we got Akashic records. Maybe we have this connection to a universal collection of all thoughts, all feelings, and all everything, and that we can access it. Does that make sense to you? I hope.
Yeah.
I apologize for the length. It is the magnitude of the importance that it is in like my daily search for the meaning of life. So it's like why I'm here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and your question kind of comes down also to like, what is human? Because if we are human, are we talking about the biological body, or are we talking about
Thank you. That's biggest.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or are we talking about the spiritual consciousness, which probably didn't always have a human existence, that is here in this human body? I mean, think about it. If you're a rider on a horse, like, do you call yourself the horse? No, I mean, you're the rider. But what if you never actually looked in a mirror and all you ever saw was a horse, and you eventually started identifying with a horse? So now you think you're a horse, but you're actually not. You're actually a rider. You're a human on the horse. And the same thing with our consciousness, in that, as I mentioned earlier, our consciousness does seem to be from a higher plane of existence, and it is embedded here through a conduit into this temporary body. So that's the actual truth of the matter, in my opinion. So when we use the term non-human intelligence, it is actually more of a utilitarian term, where we're talking about certain beings that are not part of, let's say, human civilization or human society, or part of what we assume to be the human intelligence on this planet. So, I mean, technically speaking, if you looked at the term non-human intelligence and took it literally, of course that would have to include spiders and, any sort of sentient or intelligent animal, monkeys, whatever, cats, even the non-physical things like, as you mentioned, that universal consciousness, for example, that would also qualify as that. But then again, in some contexts,
Even trees, huh?
yeah, well, yeah, I mean, trees, maybe if not individually, then definitely as a group species, like they have like a group soul, and that group soul can be intelligent on the astral planes. That's like one of those things that is talked about in esoteric materials. So, but the thing is, when you look at discussions in spaces or on Twitter or elsewhere, the term NHI, the definition of it actually changes with the context of every single discussion. Because sometimes people are talking strictly about ETs, like aliens, or things that seem bipedal and intelligent, but they're not human, okay? Which only limits it to the biological stuff. Well, what about angels? Aren't angels also NHI? And then you could say, well, yes, but angels are not abducting people necessarily, so it doesn't quite qualify as that. So I've actually lamented the term NHI on my Twitter feed in the past, because it's a big cause for confusion. I mean, when you say alien, that's a little bit more restrictive. So you think, okay, well, something intelligent, maybe technological, probably biological, flying around in ships or something, that's alien. But if you say NHI, that is so broad that it includes everything from Bigfoot to whales to angels to demons to aliens to time travelers, whatever. It's such a big broad field that therefore it can indeed cause confusion. But it is the hot term of the time, so we tend to use it. And personally, I use that term when I'm not sure exactly what an entity is. Like, is it a non-physical interdimensional thing, or is it a physical thing with technology? I'm not quite sure, so I'm just going to call it non-human intelligence. And I mean all that woo-woo stuff, all that paranormal stuff. I don't mean like whales and trees and so on. So yeah, it all depends on the context, and it all depends on how restrictive you want to define the term non-human. And of course, the big question is then, what is human? And as I said, we're probably just universal spiritual intelligence is occupying these limited temporary human bodies.
I appreciate your answer. That's exactly, I think that I feel the same way. Okay. So that's kind of, and I'm going to dial it in, right? Because I kind of really want to know.
Great.
So at a level, what you just said too is that when we were talking earlier about emotions being triggers to the ability to change and manipulate a human, we do that. I believe I caught Senator Kennedy in a C-SPAN show where a woman was asking a question about when the American public were going to be notified that they're being manipulated via technology to have emotions, deeper emotions. And I happen to also deeply know an individual who was taken over by himself for a couple months, literally, and has very little memory of it. So I'm kind of in the middle of this interest of why are we having this disclosure issue when it comes to aliens and what reality is and if we're being visited, right? Because there are some serious and significant changes to the human body and mind. We are losing agency when it comes to biologics, like that, our antenna, or you called it earlier, we are a conduit. I think as we're born, like that kind of that signal is getting disrupted. So I do appreciate this conversation because I want to identify where this is coming from, not only to relieve humanity from mental health issues, but to get to the bottom of how deeply are we manipulated. And I just think that should be, I mean, I want to concentrate on that with neuroscientists, things like that, as well as, what the world is mad. See, do you hear this? This because there's a world inside of our minds and this right in front of our faces that is so deep and difficult to talk about because for some reason there's veiled words and my inability to portray to you what I see in my world, my perspective in a clear way. That's why science, the rigorous testing we have, like you said earlier, will totally cut in half our ability to understand the world the way that it's designed. Like if we can't, because quantum, right? If we can't have something where I can say, I study this, this is what it is, it gives a score of a 6 out of 10, and we can calculate it, then it's not science. I mean, get real. 90% of what we experience is what we experience, and it can't be. I don't know. So I do appreciate that. I'm still left with huge questions, which is why I appreciate the amount of time you guys spent here today. I want to thank our hosts and co-hosts because these people bring in a next level. I mean, geez, listening to Doomer, I freaking absolutely adore your brain when you speak. I can understand your sentences. I love it.
Stop.
Oh, fuck,
Just
man.
no, we cannot have any more of that.
I'm just happy. I just wanted to tell you guys I'm happy for the conversation. I appreciate it deeply.
Well, look, Jenny, let's answer your question because I don't think you need to be left with it unanswered. If everybody experienced a sexual orgasm whenever they disclosed a subversive truth, do you think we'd have a problem of disclosure?
Fuck no.
Right. So that's your answer. What is happening? What is that emotion you're getting? You can call it betrayal blindness and read a bunch of textbooks from Jennifer Freed, or you could just call it what it actually is, censorship. It's written in your genes. There's an epigenetic default for censorship, for shaming. Anytime you're revealing any kind of truth that upsets the social fabric and that is baked in to our neurotransmitters. So that's what that is. It's censorship, it's gagging. And everybody should be asking themselves, why is this so deep in our bones?
We have governments formed against our ability to understand that. So it's absolutely true.
Ready to go to Gabe? Fringe, can we go to Gabe?
I am. I'm ready. I'm just gonna have my hand on the mute button because
there's a 5-second paragraph or a section to read in that book. There's my favorite book in the whole wide world. I read it in my early 20s, changed my life, is the 4 Agreements. Don't take anything personally as one of those agreements. In that chapter, I'll actually put a video of somebody reading the chapter. It's about 4 minutes. It freed me from the emotional attachment of people around me. Gabe, it was a beautiful read. I love humans. I love the soul being able to be happy. I would just love to if you take 2 minutes to listen to it later, it will help relieve you of, emotional stuff by other people. That's all.
Okay, go ahead, man.
All right, thanks for the psychological advice. So Doom, here with all of you, you've gone at 9 hours, spreading doom and gloom. So, but I want to know, what do you think is so wrong about my position?
Do me a favor, Fringe. If it's me and Gabe, just briefly let me manage the mute. I don't even think it's going to be necessary. That's not. First of all, that's not what happened. Like I did talk about your position, but those are 2 separate issues. Me using as an example of how limbic hijacking can shut down a conversation and prevent it from happening, or why it would be used, and your original question to Tom, which I think was somewhere along the lines of empathy, right? And I think that's much more interesting. So if that's what you want to ask me about, I'm happy to respond to that. I just want to be clear I'm answering the right question.
Sure. I guess it would be where do you think that the decisions you advocate for will lead to in terms of results?
Yeah, I think.
What do you hope to see?
I think that's a really interesting question. I don't think that I'm genuinely advocating for decisions. I think even if you are advocating for a decision, you can't advocate for a decision that derives from discernment
if you're advocating for the decision absent discernment. So I think what's much more interesting is to advocate or to catalyze reflection. And what I'm hoping it leads to is a recognition of a potential for agency that demands reflection. So what I mean by that is, if in the UFO world, my experience was when I first came here, is that a lot of people were reacting and very few people were reflecting. So if somebody came up and they talked about somebody presenting something, some sort of data, it was very rare that I heard anybody talk about the data or what it would mean or why it should be credible or why it shouldn't. And most of what I heard was people reacting because of who the data was coming from. So to me, it already felt like a bit of a lobotomy. So already there, I would never say that I'm advocating for people decide to believe this data or to not believe this data. What I am advocating for is that people start using their brains and start questioning in the first place. So more, I'm advocating for distrust that's very global and very deep and recursive. What I hope results from this, or what has happened to me, is a recognition of betrayal. And I have a much more positive, love and light, rosy view of genuine intelligence that may appear dark on the outside. Because I would proffer to you, Gabe, that if a genuinely benevolent NHI came to you and said, "Hey, look, there's going to be a pole shift in less than 2 years, and it has to do with cycles of magnetic loss. It's a geomagnetic excursion. The crust unlocks, and those who are willing to face reality can do things to save their families. But nobody can do anything to save their families if they don't even understand what's happening. The information needs to get out there. I'm not saying you should believe that benevolent one, but what I am telling you is, based on what I hear from you, if I apply your rules that you apply to Fringe, Tom, and myself, you would tell that benevolent NHI that they're fear mongering. And that is not reciprocal. You can say somebody's fear mongering if there's nothing that they can do about it, but there's a difference between saying, "Oh, these buildings, these airplanes are going to hit these twin towers," and then in the panic of this happening, somehow people lose their mind and they start hijacking planes and they slam the planes into the twin towers. Or somebody says, "Hey, I know you can't smell the smoke, but this building has a bomb underneath, or this building is on fire. Do you see that other building where people are jumping out of that hole and we have a hole too? We should not be sitting at these desks." Many people can't even distinguish between these two scenarios. And, and the truth is, what's mostly happening is a lot of hypothetical talk. Is this building on fire? Is it not on fire? What does it mean if it is on fire? How are people behaving? That's most of what's happening over these 9 hours. And I care enough to have the nuance to distinguish between those two. And I think, especially if we want to make sure that we have the discernment for a positive NHI, I think actually, and this is where Fringe probably disagrees with me here, but I think the consequences of failing to recognize an ally can sometimes be just as dangerous as failing to recognize and failing to recognize an enemy. But in either case, you have to be really good at both to prevent that catastrophe. So I think discernment only benefits a positive relationship between benevolent NHI and humans, and I actually think it's necessary. And I would hope that distinction matters to you.
Okay. Um,
Recognition of betrayal is what I would hope that such reflection leads to, or
sure.
that's what it's done for me. But more, it's make up your own mind and look at what's really happening.
I guess what confused me about the space is that, you had Daz up here telling everyone that next month, there's going to be some kind of catastrophe. And that if that catastrophe doesn't happen, then it might be in the next 6 months. And if doesn't happen then, it might be the next 2 years. And if it doesn't happen then it might be later than that. So don't you think that is manipulating a group's emotions by being apocalyptic on a monthly basis?
I'm going to let Daz answer for himself, but I'd like to say that that is not what discerning, intelligent people heard here in the space. And specifically, Doom Rooms, we do not try to communicate to the point that people who aren't listening can still understand exactly what we're saying. So, Daz, more than probably any other remote viewer I've heard, begins with disclaimers of how this is remote viewing. This none of this future is determined. It can heavily be influenced by even the tasker's thoughts. All of this happened, and that's what you will hear when you listen back to this recording, which would just be another proof of my point that there is some level of hijacking going on, and it doesn't mean that you have to be hijacked. But how is it whenever you're in a space where somebody is saying that somebody said something that they didn't say? I would say, yeah, at least have in your tool bucket, maybe NHI manipulation is happening there because you are intelligent, Gabe. And if you listen back to the recording, you will hear Daz say all of these things. And you'll hear me say, yeah, we know what remote viewing is. We're not going to hold you accountable to any of these things. I mean, I don't find this that controversial. I think people should know that remote viewing is not empirical fact, that we don't understand the full mechanism of it, and that it's data. And just like an intelligence agency will even collect counterintelligence, you have to look at the intelligence to decide whether or not it's valid to begin with. I think the difference is that we have way more comfortability with only speaking to discerning individuals and those who wish to get us wrong out of intellectual laziness. We're not talking to them to begin with. We're only speaking with the people who are burning and alive in their conscious and reflective thought. And Daz, I'll give you a chance to respond to what Gabe said.
Real quick, Ulrich, before we go to Daz. Tom, I just want to check with you since you're the guest. Don't feel like you have to stay for this part unless you're thoroughly entertained by it and you have nothing else to do. How are you doing, Tom?
I'm good for like another 10 minutes or so. Yeah.
All right, then we'll stick with it. Daz, go ahead and respond if you'd like.
Yeah, I understand the concerns. That's why I'm always slightly reluctant to talk about predictive RV, but I tried to go out of my way to detail, that we could be picking up stuff from Tasker. We can be picking up stuff from social constructs, and myths and all that kind of stuff. We can, be picking up timelines and futures that don't actually come about because they're actions and stuff. And I even went into detail on saying that my personal predictive RV is only 65% accurate, whereas my normal RV is, way above that. So I don't know how many more caveats I can add to that. I wasn't saying that there was going to absolutely definitely be a catastrophic event. I'm just detailing data. Like Doomer said, it's just one piece of data. It's human intelligence. And people should take this human intelligence and then look at it against all other intelligence sources that they can come up with and then make informed decisions. I'm not saying anything's going to happen for certain because we don't know how remote viewing works. We do know, and I can show you database records of that I have accuracy and my team have accuracy, but that's not always the case. And there are factors that do influence our data. That's as clear as I can make it.
Isn't it true that one of the most common patterns in experiences is that the NHI give individuals apocalyptic visions of the world?
Absolutely, which is why I am asking you, are these just fear-mongering NHI?
Well, let me follow up because if it is in fact true that that is what they do, what would make that much different than what Daz is doing?
Well, for one, I have yet to hear an abduction account where the NHI say, hey, look, we talked to our remote viewers. I want you to know our accuracy is only 65%. Don't take this as hard empirical fact. In fact, almost all of these apocalyptic visions, which I don't
consider to be 100% fallacious either. I view them as counterintelligence, and I think there's a lot of truth to the apocalyptic visions that people are given, and I question the narrative behind it. But what you don't get typically is an explanation for the catastrophic event that is not human centric and human blaming. That's one pattern that we often see. And two, often don't get the urge or the encouragement or the option for falsifiability uh, of these things either. So I think there is less inherent respect for the reflection and the discernment and the testability and the falsifiability for the experiencer when these apocalyptic visions are delivered.
French,
I
earlier, did somebody ask about Daz? Did you bring in instructions to the building the ark thing? Is that I missed the very beginning of the space, so I don't know if that happened. Did you have instructions for the ark?
instructions for the ark.
Yeah, a non-human intelligence or some sort of intelligence gave Noah and all these other stories with the Anunnaki instructions on apocalyptic visions on how to save humanity. So I'm really and it did save humanity if you believe in those things. So I just like, what's the problem?
I think you can have a benevolent NHI that delivers valuable information, and I think you can have an NHI that delivers counterintelligence. And I think in any case, are you respecting the discernment of the person? Does truth matter? And what I'm saying is, in doom spaces, we are not going to lower the discernment or the potential for discernment or the right to access information and leave it up to the listener to decide what's true and what isn't. We're not going to decide for other people how to leverage their discernment. We're going to present stuff here. It's going to be controversial stuff. We're going to be honest about our biases. And there are a million and one spaces for other people to, cater to the lowest common denominator. But truth is asymmetric. In other words, people, who can handle a potentially dark truth will be barred from even access to that information if all you're doing is coddling and treating everybody like a snowflake. The doom room is meant to be an exception, and those who can't handle a potential truth shouldn't even listen.
And speaking of those motivations, doom or that ability to discern, the reason why I was asking that question was that I'm well aware that I could potentially be manipulated. Sure. Um, I look at whether, the communication I received is congruent with what is unfolding and what I hear from abductees and, when I get other confirmations or what have you. But are all of you maybe dismissing the idea that you could be the ones being manipulated? And by doing so, allowing it to continue.
I am personally not dismissing it at all. In fact, I'm confident that shit is constantly projecting emotions into me, trying to limbically hijack me. And I think many people here, especially if you've listened to the full space, I mean, one of Montauk's insights into electrodynamics came from a ringing that he heard, and he took that as an attempt to try to get him off the path. So many of us are actually paying acute attention and do not think that we're immune or can't fall prey to either an appeal to our egos or distraction or manipulation. I'm not going to speak for everybody here, but absolutely, I contend both the positive and the negative NHI touch all of humanity.
Yeah, I mean, when you say positive and negative, what makes you discern what is positive and what is negative?
Personally, for me, it's the outcome. A lot of this I actually got from Tom, so maybe Tom wants to reply to that. But for me, it's the outcome. So if I have an influence that causes me to lose agency because I believe I'm a good person. So if I have more agency, I believe I can affect more good in this world. If something is like, for instance, causing me to come late and it's a really important interview, and consider that more likely to be a potential negative influence. But it's not that black and white. I think we can have distractions that sometimes end up saving our lives. Like maybe we don't cross the street at a certain time and we would have been hit by a car. But I think you have to look at the net effect. Was information sharing that's really important prevented? Was a really important conversation prevented, or was something destroyed? So I would. Does that answer your question? I would
So
look at the outcome.
a utilitarian
I wouldn't label it
worldview.
utilitarian. I would focus on agency. Do you see a broadening of the ability to determine your own destiny or not? Personally, for me, that's my metric.
Okay. Is it okay to have a worldview that is non-utilitarian?
I don't know what you mean by okay, and I don't know what you mean by
Is
utilitarian.
it do you consider a non-utilitarian worldview to be positive or negative?
You would have to tell me what the worldview is. So I can't say whether I don't even resonate positively with
Well,
utilitarian, so I wouldn't know.
it's just a trolley problem, right? Where you can choose to move the lever and kill the one person, or allow it to keep going and kill five people. So the non-utilitarian thing to do would be to allow the train to keep going.
Yeah, I think that the utilitarian view isn't all bad, and I think it's insufficient to label it good. So you would have to ask me about whether I endorse a certain view, but I'm also not that interested in the right or wrong, quote unquote, views that other people have. I'm firmly pro free speech, and that also means free thinking, which means even if people hold bad views, I want for the expression of those views to happen. So even if I was against a utilitarian or a non-utilitarian view, I would still be for the freedom to hold that view. And in fact, I would want it disclosed and aired so that the marketplace of reality can determine its legitimacy.
Would it be fair to say that you expect the NHI to use a utilitarian worldview when addressing us and dealing with us?
Absolutely not. No, I don't view the NHI as utilitarian, positive or negative.
It depends on what
not
the
that
greatest
whether
good
you view
is.
them.
It depends on what the greatest good is. I mean, we don't even know the number of intelligences that there are. We could be a fraction of the entire. Like, I feel that we have a really amazing guest here, and these questions are for they're going off. Go to philosophy class 101 between good and evil, and you will get this information. This isn't. Gabe, I don't know what. I'm sorry. I sometimes have a hard time with. Ugh.
Philosophy.
I don't. I actually have a degree in it. I have a problem with people using space to do something that isn't blunt.
Well, look, Jenny brought up a good point. We have Tom here. Tom is our guest. Um, we can have a back and forth any time, Gabe. I don't want you to feel like I'm deflecting your questions, but I'm really not that interested in the perspectives that other people hold that aren't a result of reflection, and I'm also not that interested in whether the view of an NHI benevolent or malevolent, whether it's utilitarian or not. If to me personally, it's orthogonal. But I'm wondering, is there maybe a question that since we have Tom here that could be that you could direct toward him, because I don't want him on the sidelines here, just to indulge our back and forth.
Yeah, I guess I'll just say that I think the answers to these questions are actually very important, because they reveal how we perceive our interactions with the phenomena and how we should interpret their actions, not just now, but from past actions. So, no, I don't have any questions for him. I hope to continue this conversation some other day.
Yeah, and just to be clear on the utilitarian question, I don't view either malevolent or benevolent NHI as utilitarians when it comes to humans and their interests.
For existence, what if we're like a disease? Do you know what I'm saying? If all existence, what if we are like a toxic something? Do you know what I mean? Like, so the question is so vast.
It's
No, I
incredibly
don't.
vast, but I really want to honor Tom because I've been so impressed just catching the tail end of this space. And even though it's a doom room, what fascinates me about you guys is that you actually come in the space, and I think if you've got, like Duma says, the discernment and intelligence, and this is no slight on anybody, I'm just saying, I just think that there has to be some level of intelligence to really get what these guys are doing in this space. And there's this similar energy and vibration that I feel with Tom being here, like when Georgiani's here. And this is why I always rate Duma and Fringe, because there's no other spaces like this. And I really want to just keep that essence of their intentionality. I don't think it's about the doom and gloom, even though they call it the doom space. There's so much nuance in the conversations that happen here. And again, honoring Tom with him being the guest, I really wanted to ask him the question because I know you guys are wrapping up. What do you think is the most important thing, Tom, that you would want us to take away from this experience, like, you know, with you being here? Because I have to go back and listen to the replay, but I just figured, let me just ask you that question just to see what your response would be. What is the most pressing thing you would really want us to ponder and take away from this space today?
So I do think that if we're going to make it through all these potential challenges, or even just to have a successful life, you know, let's say nothing bad ever happens and it's all up to us individually, then in order to move forward, we have to call upon all of our inner faculties, right? Not only our faith or our emotions, but also our logic and critical thinking, and also our intuition. So what I'm trying to say is that because we are multi-composite beings, we also have strengths and weaknesses at different levels of being, whether it's mental, emotional, psychological, spiritual. And the more you only invest yourself in one of those, like, for example, someone who in finance wants to do it all just through sheer willpower, stepping over everyone, they're only using willpower and maybe some intellect. They're not really using their empathy or their spiritual gifts or intuition or anything like that. So they could do so much better in life if they were a full spectrum being. So if you, the more you know yourself and your true nature at all different levels, and you're not merely stuck in a materialistic paradigm, the more of these facets of your being you can draw upon and explore only because you're aware of them and you're able to nurture them. So in my particular case, I think combining a level of objective intuition with also critical thinking, with also empathy, and also more than anything, a love of truth and sovereignty and freedom, you know, the things that truly matter. Those are the things that I think we should never lose sight of, because if we do, then we'll get off balance, and then we have blind spots that can be heavily manipulated by various kinds of forces, including our own wishful thinking and, you know, subconscious traumas that we're not acknowledging, things like that. So it comes down to knowledge and love. So, for example, in this room today, on the surface, like if you were just thinking or reacting emotionally, all you hear is like, oh, doom this, doom that, but that's not actually what happened. We're talking about probabilities, ideas, actionable information. We're talking about truth as far as we can determine it, or if we don't know the truth, then maybe different possibilities and weighing the probabilities of these. And so therefore, the ultimate conclusion from that is that in the end, truth and facts matter more than subjective feelings, because subjective feelings make you reactive, make you distort the truth, make you not hear something that you probably should be hearing because it doesn't pass through your subjective filter. And so that's what we're doing. You know, we're talking about different possibilities. And if it scares some people, well, it's on them ultimately, because they're the ones who chose to listen and are reacting to it in a fearful kind of way. Because when I research this stuff, I don't actually get scared. Like when Daz was talking about the potential of some sort of a tsunami thing, I was thinking to myself, you know, I feel really good knowing that, because if there is a slight potential for that, I should know that. Maybe I can do something with it. Maybe I can get off the East Coast before that happens. And if everything aligns and I feel good about it, and there's no harm that comes from it, and I do it, well, you know, so what? Big deal. So therefore, I mean, the fact that something is scary or that people feel bad about it doesn't make it false. You know, you can't confuse facts with feelings. Like, to think otherwise is confusing the inner subjective realm with the external objective realm, and that leads to a total inversion of reality and a distortion of the truth. And so I guess it's no wonder that you can listen to a conversation like this and get everything wrong and put words in people's mouths, and you know what I mean? So I think part of being a good listener is simply being able to put aside your subjective biases and distortions and really listen to what the person is saying. And so that level of objectivity in conversations or listening is just a small part of the skill set that we should acquire, always towards striving for discernment and truth, and loving what truly matters, which as I mentioned, is truth and sovereignty, and people just being truly who they are, and supporting everyone's true potential.
That's an amazing response. Thank you so much.
And the question is amazing too. And yeah, Tom, thank you so much.
Tom, on my feed today, I saw a woman who purchased a tsunami capsule and she got her dog in there. It has 40 days of food inside. It's like a little red capsule. You pop in, you close the hood, and like I live on the beach. That would be dope to have. You can survive any, like, I don't know. I'll try to find it and put it in the bubble.
Jenny, I need to hear. Where is this?
Right? It's a perfect.
Please
It's like
find the link.
it's a ball. It looks like almost like a bomb they had back in the day, the German underwater bombs. But it has oxygen, 40 things of like bladder. It's amazing. 2 people. I want one.
And you know what? You need to link Space Weather Man. If you find that, Jenny, please send it to me and link Space Weather
Will do.
Man. He might be interested. Yeah, I mean, this is all about exchanging information and possibly being able to prevent uh, becoming a victim of these negative forces. I mean, we talked a lot today about solutions, what their weaknesses are, what we can do about this potential problem that we might have in front of us. It's almost like we're speaking different languages sometimes. So, Tom, I can't believe it was almost a year, and I hope it's not another year. I think this community is in desperate need of these spaces. So, thank you so much for being here. I hope we do it again very, very soon. Ulrich?
I mean, you forgot to mention that we broke the previous record.
Yeah, I thought about it like 4 times and then I forgot about it.
I thought you were going to say you didn't want to do the math.
No, I did the math. We are over our first 10-hour space with Tom. I think we're at 11 hours right now.
Wow, we did it. I wasn't even planning on it, but this is nice.
Thank you for being so generous, Tom. And is there anything that you feel we left out or that you really wanted to bring up?
Well, not really, but I know there's a lot of questions probably in the comments that got unanswered. So tomorrow, when I have time, I'm going to go through them and I'll comment on them as replies on X.
Thank you. I've said more than enough today. So thank you to everybody. Anybody who is up here, please follow them. Definitely, if you're not already following Tom, please do follow Jenny. Follow the black one, aka Daz, with a space between the D and the A and the A and the Z, and definitely also follow the white one, incredible remote viewer, no spaces between the letters. So the other Daz. Absolutely follow Fringe. And if you want to blame anything in life, whether it's a missing period, a period that's present, the weather, the pole shift, the wave, you know my handle. Just blame it on me, and we can get really efficient about everything. And we can also augment my narcissistic god complex. So we can solve a lot of problems just with the space. Yeah, and French, thank you so much for hosting the space.
Yeah, and thanks for being here, Ulrich. I feel really bad, but Nathaniel tried to get up here several times. He always has really good questions. So, Nathaniel, you weren't able to get up. Please connect with Tom, post it in the pill, and Tom will get to your question. So, thanks for your patience.
Tom, about Nathaniel, I told him to come up here and ask you a question about physics. Nathaniel Hanks hosts a ton of spaces. He calls it open secret science. He does a really good job of hurting the nerds, and really connecting people
who are focused on this field, I think it would be great for you guys to connect. So if you see it, it's NA_thanks as in nah thanks. If you see that one, it would be great if you could get back to him on whatever his questions are. But I told him to get really into the science with you.
Nerd herder.
I think we lost Tom down to listener. And yeah, that same thing was happening to Nathaniel. Every time he tried to come up, he just got bounced back down to listener. So hopefully he can post his question in the
I
purple
mean,
pill.
it's NHI, right? NHI was just
100%.
preventing.
It's an NHI hijacking.
It is
100%. No doubt in my mind.
I think we have Tom. I'll just bring him up here. But yeah, thanks for doing this. And yeah, we broke our record.
We did. I don't know if we'll be able to do it again. I mean, to break the record again, we'd have to go for 12 hours. So, yeah, I don't know if that's even on the table.
I think that's unreasonable because we won't find the motivation to go for 12 hours. We have to go for 24 or 48 or 72. I think you have to go for big numbers.
24 Doom. I mean, I want to do it, and I'm going to be mouthy. 24-hour Doom, please. That mean that
I love you,
anyway, in
Jenny.
my own damn head.
Now that I think about it, I think 168 hours is the only reasonable one. Nobody will respect.
It is.
144. What are you talking about?
We need a UFO Twitter Doom week is really what we need. We need a Doom week for the entire week, all of 5 or 7 days, however long it goes. If you remember, Ulrich and Tom, our first space with Tom went so long because that was our first space with him. And it's now been a year since we had a space. So our other spaces were a little bit more reasonable, but I think it's just been so long. We've been in the information drought, Tom information drought for almost a year. So thank you so much, Tom. I hope we do it again very soon, much sooner than another year. I think, I really think we need these spaces. And once a month, we were on a once a month track for a minute there. I think that's good if we can do it, if you're okay with that, Tom. No commitments now, but I really hope we do it again very soon. So, yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely do another space. I don't know if it'll be exactly in a month from now, but definitely before the summer for sure, even earlier. So, yeah. I mean, thanks everyone for sticking around. I mean, some of you have probably been here the entire time, and I can't imagine how your butts must feel right now sitting there that entire time. So
I
anyway,
think some people probably fell asleep in the space because so first of all, I have seen people go to bed, leave, and come back when they woke up in the morning. And then I've seen at least a couple people I can see in here who probably fell asleep in the space, but I really appreciate the support.
okay.
So
Well, I guess we educated them subconsciously while they're sleeping. Sleep programming. So cool.
That's perfect. Mind control.
Hey, that's coming now. That's going to be in the DMs. They keep doing spaces so long so people fall asleep and they have the hypnotic control over their subconscious.
Right.
I'm just imagining the spaces that are going to go on at the close of this space and into tomorrow. The things that will be said about things that were never said, conclusions that were made about things that were never said. That'll be fun. So that's where we're going to be tomorrow, probably within a couple of hours. Ulrich, you want to close this out?
I think Tom should say whatever else you want to say, Tom, and then I think you should close this out, Fringe.
Okay, I just wanted to say thanks again to you guys, Fringe, Ulrich, Jenny, Daz, everyone. I see a lot of familiar faces here, so it's really good to see your support. I'm really glad that you're listening, and I hope you learn some interesting stuff. Both of you.
Just checking.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, Tom. And thank you, as always, to Ulrich and to Tiff. Can't do it without him. Thanks for sticking through all of those tech issues that we had. Thanks for being here for so many hours. And thanks to everyone who came up to speak and who had a question. Thank you, Tom. We'll see you again soon. And we will now commence the awkward silence at the end of the space so that our listeners can catch up. It's about, 10 or 15 seconds. We're just going to heart each other out of the space. Good night, everybody.